This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Don't wear this to work in the future, like a female CEO. Hi Chung. In an office building. In the office of a company called Oak Marketing, 30 or 40 people are quietly typing on their keyboards at their workstations. Everyone looks serious, as if they are dealing with some major international event. There was only one person in the last row of the office. Chin-sun sat alone in the corner, like a stray dog that didn't fit in. He sat upright in front of the computer desk, with his head down, looking serious, and his fingers operating quickly. His eyes were like a hawk. From the Bluetooth headset secretly inserted into his right ear, a pleasant voice came. Second consecutive defeat. 3 consecutive decisive wins. 4 consecutive extraordinary. Chin-sun's mouth curled up, and he was going to take advantage of the victory and get a pentakill. Suddenly, he skillfully put his phone on the table, covering the game screen, and put his hands on the keyboard, typing quickly. The theme was entered into the PPT on the computer screen. The company is my home, and we all need to maintain it. At this time, a middle-aged woman's voice sounded somewhat happy. Xiao-Chin, put aside the work on hand for now. There is a new colleague here today. Take him to get familiar with the company environment. Chin-sun pretended to be startled, turned his head suddenly, and just saw Chung-won, the company's human resources manager, walking over with a beautiful woman in the corridor. When he saw Chung-won, she showed an innocent smile on her face, and hurriedly stood up and greeted her. Sister Chung. But 1,000 horses were galloping through my heart. My pentakill. Usually from 9 to 10 in the morning, not even a mosquito would pass by here. Chung-won pulled out the chair on the workstation on the left side of Chin-sun, and said to the beauty, Well, Xia-Ning. Xia-Ning, you sit here today. After saying that, she turned her head, and looked at Chin-sun, and instructed. Xiao-Chin, you take Xia-Ning to familiarize herself with the company environment in the next 2 days, especially some of the company's rules. You should talk to her carefully. Rules. She emphasized the word. Chin-sun's smile froze. He was a little embarrassed. And said, Sister Chung, I've been busy recently. It was obvious that Chung-won almost didn't even call out the name of this beauty just now. It must be a newly recruited girl. I want to do big things. How can I waste my energy on a girl? She is pretty. But that won't work. Chung-won's smile became brighter, and she looked at Chin-sun with more satisfaction. Busy. Busy. If you were not obedient and diligent, handsome, sweet-mouthed and capable, and focused on your career instead of relationships, how could I put the beautiful CEO next to you? Let her see the company's positive and progressive spirit from the perspective of an ordinary employee. Chung-won turned and left, without giving Chin-sun a chance to get rid of the burden. Xiao-Chin, you must guide her well, and teach her well. Looking at Chung-won's relieved back, Chin-sun slowly turned his head, and looked at the beautiful woman beside him. Feeling a lot of pressure, Xia-Ning smiled calmly, and stretched out her right hand. Hello. My name is Xia-Ning, and I'm glad to meet you. Please take care of me in the future. Chin-sun looked at her bright eyes and smiled. Hee, I'm not very happy. The HR manager put a person with eyes as big as light bulbs next to him. How can I slack off happily in the future? Oh my god. After 2 lives, will I be forced to die from overwork in this life? That's right. Chin-sun is a time traveler. In his previous life, he was a social animal who enjoyed the blessing of 996 in a large company. In the end, he died suddenly on the job. Just when he regretted that he had died and did not spend his money, he closed his eyes and opened them again. He had traveled through time. This world is similar to his previous life, but the country he is in now is called Country C. What is gratifying is that Chin-sun activated the happy slacking system on the first day he joined the company after graduation internship. As long as he slacked off at work, he could get points. And the points can be used to participate in lotteries and exchange for goods. Seeing the words happy and slacking off, Chin-sun was almost moved to tears. He suffered a lot in his previous life, but he would start the happy mode in this life. Slacking off. Happy life. Relying on the system, he could reach the peak of his life, saving 80 years of hard work, which was better than hugging a rich woman. Moreover, the system was very generous, and directly gave him a novice gift package. Overclocking mode. In overclocking mode, Chin-sun's own potential would be greatly tapped. With quick thinking, nimble hands and feet, and sharp eyes, In overclocking mode, he had already gained a lot of points, and had already become famous in the national server. After half a month in the company, Jin Sun found that he had come to the right company. Not only had he not met the boss once, he had not even received a single order for serious business. Moreover, as the company's planning assistant, the company has not even hired a planner yet. Who would be his assistant? He had to happily do the small chores assigned by the Human Resources Administration every day, and seriously fought wits and courage with the air, slacking off and getting on well. Hello? Hello? Xiaoning looked at the dazed boy in front of her, feeling a little helpless. A while ago, she founded this marketing company called Oak Tree, and the process was not smooth. The most frustrating thing was that she went on an adventure in the jungle of the United States, but was delayed by an accident. As a result, the company had been in business for half a month, and she, the president, had not shown up. During this half month, the company was losing money. Not even a single business deal was concluded. Xiaoning immediately concluded that most people in the company were slacking off. She hurried back home last night. That night, she told Chengwan, the HR manager, to keep her identity secret. She would join the company as an ordinary employee. She would observe secretly for a few days. She wanted to fire a few lazy people and make an example of them. But she saw Chengwan's back when she handed her to Qin Sun and ran away immediately. She knew that Chengwan was playing tricks on her. This employee named Qin Sun must be an excellent employee. Chengwan wanted to let herself know that she, the HR and administrative manager, was working, making demands on employees and setting rules. That's why Chengwan warned Qin Sun. Especially about the company's rules, you should talk to her. Hello. A slightly loud greeting brought Qin Sun back from his memories. He looked at the delicate eyebrows and eyes, clear cheek lines, the high-end feeling of an international supermodel, giving people a sense of sexual coldness, but arousing men's desire to conquer. Xiaoning smiled, but gave people a sense of noble alienation. She extended her hand again. Hello, my name is Xiaoning. Qin Chuan stretched out his hand and gently grasped it. It felt smooth and soft, making him dazed for a moment. It turns out that skin as white as cream is not an exaggerated adjective for some people, but a factual description. He let go of her hand. My name is Qin Sun, and I am the assistant marketing planner of the company. After saying that, he said no more, sat down, and continued to type on the keyboard and write the PPT. Yes, he is the assistant marketing planner. The good news is that this company does not have a planner. I heard that the planner, who was originally poached by the headhunting company, was electrocuted by a high-voltage wire while fishing the day before he started working. Seeing that he was not very enthusiastic, Xiaoning stopped talking and sat down at the workstation next to Qin Sun and turned on the computer. Suddenly, Qin Sun turned his head, glanced at Xiaoning, who was wearing a black professional dress, and said, Xiaoning, don't wear this to work in the future. Like a female president, you have to know that a big tree attracts the wind. Xiaoning was stunned, and suddenly smiled. Her smile was as beautiful as a flower. Chapter 2. This guy not only slacked off at work, but was also extremely lewd? Xiaoning smiled lightly. She had a better impression of Qin Sun. After all, what he said was sincere and correct. Dressing too well in the workplace is indeed a big taboo. What's more, an employee dressed more like a president than the president. Wouldn't that be uncomfortable? Qin Sun looked at the computer screen seriously, typing slowly on the keyboard, writing the PPT. He wrote continuously for 25 minutes. He broke the limit of his continuous working time in the past half month. You know, his normal work has to be delayed until after get off work, and he uses the tens of minutes of overtime to complete it in overclocking mode. Being lazy at work is called slacking off, and working after work is called being a slacker. He would rather be a slacker and slacking off for a while. Xiaoning secretly observed Qin Sun for a while and nodded with satisfaction. This employee, although he looks young, is about the same age as himself, but he is very reliable. He has a clear mind. He is efficient. Good attitude. She was not going to lose face in front of her employees, so she quickly logged into her mailbox, opened an email, and played a video. Suddenly, she felt a little dizzy, probably because of hypoglycemia, and quickly took out 3 chocolates from her bag and put them on the table. A round chocolate rolled towards Qin Sun. Qin Sun was typing seriously. Suddenly, he felt something round hit his arm. He turned his head and saw a chocolate on his arm. Then he looked at Xiaoning. Qin Sun's face was full of excitement, and he could not help but stand in awe. Xia Ning had a chocolate candy on her desk, and she was holding half of it in her hand. There was a little bit of brown chocolate crumbs at the corner of her red mouth, and her computer screen was actually playing a video, and it was not a serious thing. It was actually playing a group of black pigs running all over the mountains fighting, mating? Qin Sun's eyes widened. Awesome. First day at work. Eating snacks. Watching pigs fight. More arrogant than me. Suddenly, Qin Sun heard a familiar sound of high heels, and knew it was Chungwan without even looking. No snacks allowed during work hours. This kind of broken rule was issued by the person. He quickly reached out his hand, grabbed the 2 chocolates on Xia Ning's table, and stuffed them into his trouser pocket. Xia Ning was startled. You? Before she finished speaking, a big hand quickly wiped the corner of her mouth. Then, with lightning speed, he snatched half of the chocolate in her hand and threw it into the trash can under the table. Xia Ning was stunned. She had lived for more than 20 years, and had never met anyone who snatched food from her hand. And wiped my mouth? She was about to ask. What are you doing? But saw Qin Sun raised his eyebrows at her, signaling her to keep quiet. Qin Sun operated his keyboard with his right hand, and reached out his left hand to the keyboard in front of Xia Ning, and clicked a few times. On Xia Ning's computer screen, the video was turned off. The email was logged out. A blank PPT document was opened. He even typed a line of words. The company is my home, protecting you. Me and him. Xia Ning stared at Qin Sun blankly, with an incredible look on her face. What kind of hand speed is this? A few seconds? 10 seconds? Close the video, exit the mailbox, open the document, enter the text, a series of operations, and he still used one hand. Not even using the mouse. He only took 10 seconds? She knew that some experienced programmers, in order to pursue speed, would not use the mouse, and directly use the keyboard. But this is too exaggerated. At this time, Chungwan just walked to her workstation, leaned over and whispered to her. Xia Ning, prepare a self-introduction today. You need to introduce yourself at the morning meeting tomorrow. Xia Ning nodded. Got it. Looking at Chungwan's back as she left, she knew that Qin Sun's actions just now were to prevent Chungwan from finding out. She was slacking off. Qin Sun must have thought that I was just having fun watching the wild boar video. Do I have such a heavy taste? Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, and fell on his finger. Thinking of his terrifying hand speed just now, she felt a little complicated. This company, is it full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers? Is this still a human being? Suddenly, Xia Ning found that Qin Sun had been staring at her, with a smile on his face, and his eyes looked like he had seen a soulmate? She felt a little scared when he was staring at her, and just when she couldn't hold her temper, Qin Sun lowered his voice and smiled. On your first day at work, watching videos, eating snacks, is this how you slack off? Which company can stand your touch like this? Xia Ning. She looked at Qin Sun silently, and felt a little happy in her heart. How great it would be if all the employees in the company were like Qin Sun, who treated the company as their own home. How could the company not receive a single order in half a month? Such employees must be reused in the future. She looked at Qin Sun, and was about to explain. Then she saw Qin Sun pointing at the ceiling and said mysteriously, Fish. That's not how you touch it. Xia Ning looked in the direction of his finger, and saw a camera in the corner of the ceiling. Her face changed slightly. She lowered her head, and looked at Qin Sun, and remained silent. Vaguely, she felt that this matter was not simple. Qin Sun turned his head, and continued to work seriously. He was really on pins and needles. Like a thorn in the back. Like a lump in the throat. And was very unhappy. Suddenly, he heard a soft voice. Then, Senior, I have always been like this at work. Was I not good at slacking off just now? Then how did you catch the fish? Qin Sun heard the word senior and felt relieved. Just now. The slacking off system suddenly gave a prompt. Teach new colleagues to slack off, and you will get a chance to win a prize. He turned to look at Xia Ning, who looked serious and eager to learn, and smiled slightly, and asked, Do you want to learn? Xia Ning hesitated for a moment, and nodded seriously. I want to. She opened her beautiful fox eyes, and looked at Qin Sun quietly. Since you beg me sincerely, I will teach you out of mercy. Qin Sun said, as he picked up the phone on the table, and pressed his thumb to unlock the screen. The screen of the phone showed the interface of the game failure. To slack off, you need to keep your eyes and ears open. Quickly switch between work and slacking off. The boss thought you were writing a PPT, but you were actually playing games. He raised his phone. If you hadn't interrupted me just now, I would have gotten a 5 kill. You may not believe it, but after working in this company for half a month, I have already gained points like crazy, and I have also followed 3 online dramas, watched 2 of them, and learned 8 dishes by watching short videos. Xia Ning took a breath. Could it be that the speed at which he operated my computer with one hand just now was gained by slacking off? Even the model employee that Chungwon values is a master of slacking off. Then the whole company is rotten? According to what he meant, he didn't do any work in the past half month. Chin Sun saw that her face was a little unhappy, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" He was very concerned about this newcomer who could trigger the system task, which was a chance to win a lottery. He should take good care of her, and take good care of her. Ahem, it definitely had nothing to do with her beauty. Xia Ning took a deep breath, calmed down, and forced out a not-so-nice smile. I just have some low blood sugar. Chin Sun took out 2 chocolates from his pocket and stuffed them into her hand. Xia Ning habitually thanked him. Thank you. Chin Sun waved his hand and smiled. No need. It's yours anyway. Xia Ning. She lowered her head, peeled off the chocolate wrapper with a thoughtful look, and stuffed it into her mouth. Her favorite chocolate, at this moment, seemed not sweet at all. Suddenly, she felt her chair being dragged, turned around, and saw Chin Sun pulling her chair to his side. Her face changed instantly. This guy not only slacked off at work, but was also so bold. He wanted to do something bad to his female boss? Chapter 3. On the first day of work, the slacking employee asked me to explain my affairs. What bad luck. Just when Xia Ning wanted to scold him, Chin Sun stopped and pointed to the surveillance camera on the ceiling. Be careful. Walls have ears. There is no surveillance camera here. Xia Ning. She looked up at the surveillance camera and asked, Can't I see it from this position? Chin Sun showed an unfathomable smile on his face. On the second day after I joined the company, I took the opportunity to help the cleaning lady clean the spider webs and secretly adjusted the position of the surveillance camera. He drew a line around him. From here on, it's a blind spot for surveillance. It's my territory. I'll lend it to you today. He looked at Xia Ning and said with a smile, Now you can eat without worry. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun in silence for a while, and suddenly smiled softly, but her temperament seemed to be much colder. After eating 2 chocolates, her face looked much better. But she saw Chin Sun open his mobile phone and log into the game again, killing everyone in it. She said softly with a smile on her face, You are quite good. Chin Sun was operating his phone, and he took the time to look at her. After I finish this game, I will help you to improve your score. Xia Ning. Thank you. I can't do it. Chin Sun, then you can watch some people for me, and I will help you next time. Xia Ning was silent for a while. Okay. She sat in front of the computer desk, and she no longer had the interest to watch the black pigs running and fighting. She secretly saw Chin Sun getting triple kills, quad kills, and even pentakills. Her face became more and more ugly. An hour passed. When Chin Sun won the game again, Xia Ning couldn't help it and asked, Don't you feel guilty for slacking off like this? Chin Sun turned to look at Xia Ning, and thought that she was watching videos and slacking off on her first day at work, and felt a little funny. How could you say such a thing? He put down his phone and snorted coldly. This company pays me 2,000 a month, and it doesn't even include food and accommodation. How can this damn boss not feel guilty? In just half a month, I wrote 18 PPTs. If it wasn't for the internship certificate to graduate smoothly, would I stay here and let him exploit me? Xia Ning heard. Damn boss, her face looked a little bad, and suddenly heard him. 18 PPTs, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. 18 PPTs? Half a month? Excluding the 4 days of vacation, there are only 11 days left. This guy is always slacking off at work. It is absolutely impossible to expect him to work overtime during vacation. Then he has to write 1 or 2 PPTs a day on average. She thought of Chungwon's proud look when she brought her to Chin Sun. She must have regarded Chin Sun as a model employee. Then the PPT he wrote must be qualified. She knew that Chungwon was a person who liked to pay attention to details. To put it bluntly, she was nitpicking. She was nitpicking. Ordinary PPTs were not good enough for her. Is Chin Sun's PPT writing level so high? Chin Sun looked at Xia Ning, who was silent. You don't believe it? Xia Ning shook her head. She really thought he was bragging. No one can complete the PPT required by Chungwon with quality and quantity while slacking off all day. Jin Sun emphasized his tone. This damn boss really gave me 2,000 yuan. Xiaoning? They are talking about the same thing. Is this the naughty boy calling me a damned one? What kind of quality is this? She looked at the indignant Jin Sun and asked, if you are so good at writing PPT, why don't you go to an online store that specializes in PPT? A PPT can be sold for 400 or 500. Why stay in this crappy company? Jin Sun was happy and felt that he had met a soulmate. You also think this company is crappy? Xiaoning. She had never been speechless more times in her life than today. Jin Sun picked up the thermos cup on the table, opened the lid, and drank a sip of water slowly like an old cadre. It's not that I don't want to change jobs, but there are risks. The first company I interned at had a big fire on the 7th day when I worked seriously. The boss will be held criminally responsible and will be put in jail. At the second company, on the 7th day when I started working more seriously, the boss died in a car accident. No one paid me, so I had to run away. This is the third company where I have interned, and I have been here for 15 days. In 15 days, Sister Chum will give me an internship certificate. Of the 3 companies, only this one survived the first 7 days. This boss is lucky. Xiaoning stared at Jin Sun in amazement. She remembered that half a month ago, she went on a wild adventure with her bestie in the United States and encountered a pack of wolves. Although there were no casualties in the end, they were frightened and had to rest in the hospital for a few days. This delayed their return home, and they missed the company's opening. Could it be this kid's fault? Xiaoning looked at Jin Sun and showed an intriguing smile. Maybe. The boss of this company is not so lucky. Jin Sun raised her eyebrows and turned to look at her. Hey! You can't say that. We can't be feudal and superstitious. I pray every day for the boss of the company to live 100 years. That's my internship certificate. He was silent for a moment, looking at Xiaoning's beautiful and dazzling face, lowered his voice, and explained mysteriously, do you know? The boss of this company is still alive and has not had any accidents. All because Xiaoning saw his expression was infected by the mysterious atmosphere and leaned closer, asking in a low voice, why? Jin Sun looked around and saw that there was no one around. So he smiled and said, that's because I have been working hard these days. I guess the more serious I am at work, the more the boss exploits me. The more they exploit me, the greater the retribution they will suffer. After a pause, he said with a righteous look on his face, so, it's not that I want to slack off. But if I'm not allowed to slack off at work, the boss of this company should make arrangements for his afterlife. This bastard will definitely die miserably. Xiaoning? Then the boss of this company should thank you for your kindness? Jin Sun waved his hand gently, said calmly, I am often moved by my kindness. Xiaoning. She looked at Jin Sun quietly for a while, and suddenly smiled lightly, and sentenced him to death in her heart. She was too lazy to care about him anymore. She turned around and sat in front of the computer. She logged into her mailbox and opened another email. She downloaded a video and played it. In the picture, a yellow lemon fell into ice water and instantly broke into several pieces. The lemon slices and ice water mixed together to form a refreshing summer drink. This was a lemonade advertisement. She was studying. At this time, Jin Sun's voice sounded in her ears. You can watch it without worry. I'll watch it for you. Xiaoning. Thank you. Jin Chuan, no need. We are all family. He watched Xiaoning watching the video and felt happy. Compared with her, how can I be considered a master of slacking off? On my first day, I worked hard for half a day, and only started slacking off in the afternoon. The whole process was trembling with fear and carefulness. Look at this girl. The first thing she does when she gets to work is slacking off. She really treats the company as her own home. Slacking off, slacking off. The morning goes by quickly. Slacking off, the afternoon goes by quickly. In a blink of an eye. It's 6 o'clock in the afternoon. More than 30 people in the office are packing up and leaving get off work one after another. 5 or 6 minutes later, most people had left. Xiaoning closed her email, turned around and glanced at Jin Sun, and was surprised to see that he was still watching anime on his phone. Aren't you going to get off work? Suddenly, she realized. You must want to use the company's Wi-Fi again? Jin Sun turned off his phone turned around and glanced at Xia Ning. Layout. Open the layout. He slowly put his hands on the keyboard, and all the expressions on his face disappeared. His eyebrows were slightly raised, and he looked very serious. You have to touch the fish, and you have to do the work. Otherwise, you won't be able to touch the fish for long. Xia Ning looked at him pretending to be mysterious, and was a little confused. Suddenly, Qin Sun's expression became stern. He stared at the computer screen without blinking, and his fingers were typing on the keyboard so fast that there were afterimages. Pa pa pa. Pa pa pa. It was like setting off firecrackers. Xia Ning opened her mouth in shock. Chapter 4. If this Qin Sun was placed in ancient times, he would definitely become a powerful and influential person. The PPT on the computer screen was being written at a terrifying speed, like mercury pouring down the ground. Swish. What amazed Xia Ning even more was that this PPT was not just a random number of words. The font selection and color matching were very reasonable. Moreover, it followed the 4 principles of PPT, and contrast, repetition, alignment, and intimacy were all done very well. It was far away from simple stacking. Layer by layer, refined, logical, clear relationships, rich materials, beautiful layout. Xia Ning watched Qin Sun perform. The shock on her cold and beautiful face became more and more intense. It was like seeing a ghost. Unknowingly, 15 minutes passed. A 30-page PPT was completed. Qin Sun stopped, sent it to Changwan by email. Xia Ning came back to his senses, said incoherently, that, don't you check it? Qin Sun picked up his right hand, blew it, like a cowboy blowing the pistol he had just shot a cow to death. You get what you pay for. This is the price you get for 2,000 yuan. Inspection? No way. Xia Ning was shocked. Could it be that, if he gets a higher salary, he can show even more terrifying workability? There was a moment of silence. Xia Ning looked directly into Qin Chuan's eyes, and asked seriously, why are you so fast? I don't understand. It's just a small matter. Keep a low profile. Qin Sun waved his hand, with a calm smile on his face, and explained, the more you slack off, the better your mood. The better your mood, the more efficient you are. The more efficient you are, and the more work you get done. He turned to look at Xia Ning. So, the more you slack off, the more work you have to do. Do you understand? Xia Ning was startled, and felt that his brain was not enough. Before he could finish his words, Qin Sun packed up his things and stood up. Xia Ning, I have something else to do, so I'm leaving first. I'll teach you more slacking skills tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Looking at his receding back, Xia Ning fell into deep thought. More skills? Then, see you tomorrow? After a while, Changwan saw that Xia Ning was the only one left in the office, and she ran to Xia Ning's side happily, with a smile on her face. Boss Xia, how do you feel today? Is the company full of energy and enthusiasm? No one will slack off. She pointed at Qin Sun's workstation. Boss Xia, I think you can observe this young man more. I am particularly optimistic about him. He is diligent, serious, capable, hardworking, and willing to work hard. He works overtime for half an hour every day. I suggest, after he becomes a regular employee, his salary can be raised to around 5,000. Xia Ning looked up at Changwan, who looked very proud, and his temples throbbed. Diligent? Serious? Hardworking? Working hard without complaint? Voluntarily working overtime for half an hour. That means he only works half an hour a day, okay? No, it's more than 10 minutes. Only more than 10 minutes. Xia Ning packed up his things, stood up, and walked out of the office expressionlessly. This Qin Sun, I will observe him for a while. Changwan watched Xia Ning walk out the door, somewhat puzzled, muttered, what else are you observing? Xia Ning walked to the door, and suddenly turned around. Changwan, the first thing you do tomorrow morning is to make Qin Sun a regular employee, and raise his salary to 10,000. Changwan was shocked. So soon? And give him 10,000 directly. I only have 20,000. Did Qin Sun use his beauty to lure him? Xia Ning ignored the stunned Changwan, and said in a cold tone, give Qin Sun a difficult task tomorrow. After that, she left. It took Changwan a long time to come back to her senses, shaking her head and smiling. Does Qin Sun have to work less for decades? It seems that I have to be nicer to him in the future. She walked slowly out the door. What difficult work can a planner's assistant do? Why not just let him do the work of a planner? In the underground parking lot, Xia Ning got into a red sports car. Once she put on her sunglasses, no one would love her. The high-end and beautiful sports car seemed to have reached a higher level after she got in it. When she drove onto the road, she stepped on the accelerator. You can do a job worth 2,000 yuan for 2,000 yuan. I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Let's see what you can do tomorrow. Suddenly, she saw an electric car whizzing past him. It was a delivery car for Meiyuan takeaway. But the man in the car, why does his back look a bit like Qin Sun? Xia Ning shook her head. A man who slacks off at work, how can you expect him to do part-time work after get off work to make money? In the distance, Qin Sun was smiling brightly on the electric bike, humming a song. La 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 la. My little expert in takeout. Deliver meat buns before dark. Slacking off, and sleeping at the same time. Today's takeout is really good. 200 yuan for 2 sand sculptures. Tone deaf, so fucking bad. The next day, Xia Ning got up early and drove to work in a sports car full of energy. As a result, she was rear-ended by someone on the road, which delayed her for some time. When she arrived at the company, she was already late. Xia Ning walked in with her head down, like a primary school student who had done something wrong. As soon as she entered the door, she saw more than 30 people in the company holding a morning meeting in the conference room through the transparent glass wall of the conference room. Qin Sun was standing in front of her, talking about something with saliva flying. She hesitated for a moment, tiptoed in, and saw many people's eyes stealing over her. Her face was a little hot, and she slowly walked to the front and stood beside Chungwan. Chungwan turned her head and glanced at her, but didn't dare to say anything. Xia Ning had an awkward but polite smile on her face. She looked forward. On the big projector screen at the front of the conference room, the theme of today's morning meeting was written in bold font. The company is my home, and it depends on everyone to maintain it. Qin Sun was standing on it to give a speech, which was already coming to an end. I know that. My behavior of voluntarily working overtime after get off work every day has caused some colleagues to complain. Like a big fool. But I'm just an intern, I'm still young, and at this stage, it's a wonderful thing to spend some time in the company to improve my workability and self-worth. I am very grateful to Oak Company for providing a platform for me to grow. I will work hard for the company, develop a sense of ownership, and do my duty. He raised his voice several degrees, and was impassioned. I won't take a holiday unless the earth explodes. The company is my home. I love it every day. In the conference room, Chungwan took the lead in applauding. Well said. She was very satisfied. Qin Sun not only made a good PPT, but also had a first-class level in PPT presentation. She really didn't make a mistake. Then, she looked at the people standing in the conference room. In the conference room, a warm applause slowly rose. Everyone felt like they were being forced into prostitution. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun standing in front, bowing slightly to thank him, and her mouth opened wide. How could such positive words come out of his mouth? How could this man be so shameless? If Qin Sun were placed in an ancient imperial palace, he would definitely become a powerful and influential person. The applause gradually stopped. Qin Sun walked down from the front and saw Xia Ning, who was late. He walked slowly to her side and held her hand. Xia Ning was startled and stared at Qin Sun's eyes. Chungwan was stunned. What are you doing? What are you doing? This guy really used the beauty trap. Have they developed to this extent? Openly showing affection? Chapter 5 The Female CEO's Slacking Lesson. Sister Chung. She is ignorant. And it's my fault that I didn't teach her well. Qin Sun smiled apologetically at Chungwan, and dragged Xia Ning, who looked confused, to the back of the conference room, and stood at the back of the crowd. He let go of her hand, turned to look at Xia Ning, and said in a low voice, Xiao Xia, it's okay that you are late, but you dare to stand there? Didn't you notice that those standing over there are all company management? What level are we? Standing with them? Xia Ning came back to her senses, looked at Qin Sun, and teased. How can you present a PPT on stage when you are of such high status? Qin Sun was a little unhappy when he heard this. He frowned slightly, and said in a low voice, I don't know what Sister Chung is crazy about. She suddenly found me this morning, and said that the company wanted to focus on training me. So she asked me to present a PPT this morning. Xia Ning asked, Isn't that good? Qin Sun shook his head, and said seriously, You just paint a rosy picture for me without giving me any real money. And you want me to work like a slave? No way. He emphasized his tone. And we must not forget our original intention. Slacking off is the right way. Today I must teach you some more slacking tips. Xia Ning. She felt helpless. This kid is useless. He is going to be trained by the company. Why is he still thinking about slacking off? But he performed well in the morning meeting. He was not afraid of public speaking, and he was picked up at short notice, with no time to prepare, which is even more rare. It's not like a level that a person who slacks off all day can achieve. Yesterday, I asked Chung Wan to give him a harder task. It seems this is not enough. Xia Ning was thinking about what kind of task Chung Wan should assign to Qin Sun. Suddenly, she saw Qin Sun pointing mysteriously at the monitor on the ceiling and smiled. We will stand here in the future. I have also adjusted this monitor. Xia Ning. The company's termites are really omnipresent. The morning meeting continued. Chung Wan went on stage and gave a few inspiring quotes, ending the morning meeting. Please devote yourself to the intense and efficient work. The meeting is over. Hearing the meeting is over, Xia Ning turned around and was about to leave. She felt sick staying next to Qin Sun. The thought of returning to her workstation later, still next to him, made her feel even more sick. Suddenly, she heard Qin Sun's voice behind her. Xiao Xia, wait a minute. Xia Ning turned her head and looked at Qin Sun without saying a word. Qin Sun saw that Xia Ning was a little unhappy and did not indulge her. After everyone is over, the lowest-ranking person in the company will restore the tables and chairs in the conference room to their original state. Although she listened to her own words, she changed her clothing style, wearing a white t-shirt, a pair of light blue jeans, and sneakers. No makeup on her face. Her whole body exudes a mixed breath of youth and maturity. Like the mountain fruits that turn from green to red in late summer and early autumn. It should be sour and sweet. But, as a tool person who triggered the system task and could bring him a chance to win a lottery in his eyes, Xia Ning is no different from the female monkey in Mount Anime. Hearing Qin Sun's words, Xia Ning said nothing, but nodded. Wait until everyone left the meeting room. Qin Sun took Xia Ning to work. The company's conference room originally had 7 large square tables put together to form a U-shaped conference table. Every morning meeting, they had to be put away, moved to one side, and put back after the meeting. Qin Sun, who had been working for 16 days, was already very skilled. Xiao Xia, there is a buckle under that table. Unlock it, and you can turn the table back. There is also a buckle on the gear below. Unlock it, and you can move it easily. Qin Sun directed while doing it himself. Xia Ning was very obedient and learned quickly. After a while, she could move the tables and chairs skillfully. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, who was diligently moving the tables and chairs, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. This little girl. Wouldn't she be brainwashed by the nonsense I said at the morning meeting just now? Does she really want to work hard? Then when will my slacking system lottery be completed? He called up the slacking system panel and took a look. Slacking value, 1500 note. When the host reaches 10,000, he can get a lottery. Xia Ning's slacking value, 0 note. When she reaches 200 slacking values, she can get a lottery. Looking at the data on the panel, Qin Sun's face looked a little bad. The 1,500 points of slacking off above were the points he had accumulated through his diligent slacking off in the past half-month. There were still more than 8,000 points before the next draw, which should take about 3 months. But as long as Xia Ning got 200 points of slacking off below, he could draw the draw. It was obviously too easy. But she had 0 points. She slacked off all day yesterday. But she didn't make any progress at all. Suddenly, Qin Sun thought of the key to the problem. Set up a table, pretended to pass by Xia Ning, and spoke casually. Xia Ning, haven't you signed the employment contract yet? Xia Ning was startled, turned to look at Qin Sun. She was a little flustered. Did he find out that I was the president of the company? Qin Sun saw Xia Ning's expression, concluded that he guessed correctly, and said seriously, Xia Ning, as a professional worker, how can you not take your contract seriously? You must go to the HR department today and sign the contract. Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and said indifferently, Oh, okay. I see. Thank you. Qin Sun was in a good mood. Waved his hand. You're welcome. I said. How come you spent the whole day watching videos yesterday? Wild boars fighting. Lemon slices. Hydraulic presses pressing lighters. You've been playing with fish for so long. But you didn't get any slacking off. It turns out that you didn't sign an employment contract. The two continued to put the tables and chairs. Jin Sun saw that Xia Ning was quick and careful. Like the girls in his high school class, who did their homework obediently. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. And suddenly asked, Xia Ning, do you still want to learn to slack off? When Xia Ning heard this, he suddenly looked up and looked at Jin Sun silently. Jin Sun was a little scared by being looked at. What's going on? Suddenly Xia Ning smiled, brighter than the spring sunshine. I want to. Jin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. He pointed to a table and taught in the tone of a master. In fact, if you put tables and chairs in a serious way, you will be very tired if you do it very quickly. But if you do it slowly, it will be a rare leisure sport in the company. He turned his head and looked at Xia Ning with a smile on his face, and grinned. I used to do it for 30 minutes each time. Xia Ning's smile became even brighter. Looking at Jin Sun with a smile, quietly, without saying anything. Jin Sun thought she was just worshipping him, and began to show off his tricks. Also, going to the toilet 3 times a day, 20 minutes each time. This hour is called paid shitting. Xia Ning smiled like a flower. What else? Jin Sun was in a good mood, and continued. When the company provides afternoon tea on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, you can take a break openly, but only for 30 minutes. But you can hold a glass of water. Water, damn it, the company does not provide milk tea, coffee, juice. Just hold the water, stand in front of the French window, and look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Pretend to be in deep thought, so that the HR won't disturb you if they see you. That's another 5 minutes. Xia Ning smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed into a line. There was a hint of evil in it. What else? Chapter 6, 10,000 yuan a month. Isn't this a good thing? At this moment, Jin Sun suddenly shut up, moved the table vigorously, made a noise, and gasped. Oh, we are so tired. Xia Ning was wondering. Suddenly, saw someone walk in the door. It was Changwan. She was a little surprised. Does this guy have dog ears? Can he hear this? He is indeed a master of slacking off. Changwan walked into the meeting room, nodded to Xia Ning imperceptibly, and then said to Jin Sun, Jin Sun, come with me to the office, I have something to tell you. Jin Sun nodded, with a smile on his face. Okay, Sister Chung, I'll come after I move the table. Changwan nodded, and left the meeting room. Looking at Changwan's back, Jin Sun's smile disappeared, his brows slightly frowned, and murmured. Strange. It must be something bad. Xia Ning looked at Jin Sun and smiled without saying anything. How could it be something bad? I'll make you a regular employee. I'll give you 10,000 yuan a month. Isn't this a good thing? She turned around, put her hands on a table, the smile on her face disappeared, and she instantly returned to the cold and aloof look of an iceberg beauty who kept strangers away. But you have to be able to keep this money. The king of slacking off. Changwan's office. Jin Sun was shocked. Make me a regular employee, let me be a planner. 10,000 yuan a month? Changwan immediately made a gesture to silence. The company's salary is confidential, don't tell anyone. She looked at Jin Sun, with a smile on her face. The company's top management is very satisfied with your recent performance. They think you are outstanding in terms of ability, attitude, and character. Of course, you are also very handsome. Oh! Ha ha ha. I hope you will not disappoint the company's expectations. Continue to shine on this platform. And bring us one surprise after another. Jin Sun was confused and returned to his seat in a daze. He put his hands on the computer keyboard and was in a daze for 5 minutes. Xia Ning sat in front of the computer desk, looking like she was working seriously, but her eyes kept falling on Jin Sun. Seeing Jin Sun in a daze, she was in a good mood. A student, who had not yet graduated, in his early 20s, was directly converted to a full-time employee when his classmates were all doing internships. And he also got a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. He must have been stunned by this pie that fell from the sky. Money is indeed omnipotent. Fortunately, my family is very rich. Money can make the devil work. It can also make the slacker king change his ways. I want to see if 2,000 yuan can make you finish writing a PPT in more than 10 minutes, and 10,000 yuan, what can you do as a slacker? Jin Sun stared at the computer screen with a dull look. Suddenly, he felt something hit his arm, and came back to his senses, and turned his head to look. He saw another round chocolate. Xia Ning smiled, and looked at Jin Sun. What's wrong with you? Are you in a bad mood? Chin Sun took the chocolate, peeled off the wrapper, and put it in his mouth, and sighed. I've been promoted. Congratulations, congratulations, Xia Ning said with a smile, and suddenly found that Chin Sun's face was not good, and it was a little strange. You don't seem happy? Chin Sun looked up and looked around, and after making sure that no outsiders were eavesdropping, he looked at Xia Ning and said in a low voice, HR said it will take effect next month, and it will be calculated as 10,000 yuan a month next month. Xia Ning thought about it. Is there any problem with this? In which company does not the promotion and salary increase start from next month? Chin Sun sighed. This company is terrible. This damn boss actually made such a big promise. Which company's regularization is so sloppy? Like playing house. Do you think the boss opened the company for charity? Xia Ning heard damn boss. His face changed slightly, and he forced a smile. What if what you said is true? Chin Sun looked at her and smiled. Look, even you know it's just a one-time thing. People are two-faced, and they change their minds at any time. I won't believe it without a signed contract in black and white. Xia Ning. Even? What do you mean even I know? Do you think a top student who graduated from a famous foreign university, am the lowest limit of human intelligence in your eyes? Why is this person like this? Don't you want to release the eagle before you see the rabbit? Chin Sun shook his head, and was too lazy to think about it. He took out his cell phone as usual, put the Bluetooth headset in his right ear, and started to happily score points. Xiao Xia. Keep an eye on it for me. I have a bad feeling. I always feel that something is going to happen today. Xia Ning opened his eyes wide, with a look of disbelief. You have a bad feeling? You still want to play games? Don't you know how to restrain yourself? Seeing that Chin Sun was already immersed in the game, he started to get triple kills, quad kills, and penta kills. Xia Ning secretly took out his cell phone, turned sideways, and avoided Chin Sun's sight. I found Chungwan on Weixin, editing a text message. Fire Chin Sun. Immediately. Right now. She never wanted to see Chin Sun again in her life. When her thumb hovered over the send button, she suddenly thought of Chin Sun's extraordinary hand speed when he got off work yesterday. She hesitated. She looked up at Chin Sun and found that he had won another game. Although she didn't play games, she knew that to play games to the top, you also need a good brain. Xia Ning saw Chin Sun turned his head and smiled at her, and she also smiled reluctantly out of courtesy. Chin Sun immediately started the second game. She took a deep breath, deleted the content she had just edited, and re-edited. Sign a contract with Chin Sun immediately, and the salary will start from today. She put down her phone, and suddenly felt a little tired, and leaned back on the chair. Suddenly, she heard Chin Sun's voice. Xiao Xia, what's wrong with you? Hypoglycemia again? Xia Ning turned her head, and saw Chin Sun glanced at her quickly, and then turned her head to stare at her phone and play games. She said helplessly. No, I am tired. Hearing this, Chin Sun turned his head to look at Xia Ning, smiled comfortingly, and turned his head to continue chasing the enemy. One axe for each one. C for each one. Xia Ning was a little surprised. Normally speaking, shouldn't he show some concern? Chin Sun was a killer in the game, and guessed that Xia Ning might be a little disappointed. As a group of women who were licked by lickers, especially a top beauty like Xia Ning. Generally speaking, I'm tired. Such a slightly hypocritical word. There must be a bunch of lickers rushing up to ask. What's wrong? Are you worried about something? Let me buy you a cup of milk tea. But Chin Sun never licks. Moreover, if it develops into some bloody office romance, it would be too fucked up. Suddenly, Chin Sun slammed his phone on the table. At the same time, Xia Ning's voice rang out, soft and urgent. Someone is coming. Chin Sun turned his head to look at Xia Ning, nodded with satisfaction, and said softly, Ruzi is teachable. Xia Ning. After a while, Chungwan came over, said to Chin Sun with a smile. Chin Sun, you left too hastily just now. The contract hasn't even been signed yet. Chin Sun was startled. Chapter 7 I want to run away, I can't catch a company to cheat. Chin Sun followed Chungwan to the office. Xia Ning looked at the backs of the two people leaving, thinking of the words she just blurted out. Someone, and she felt a little ashamed for Chin Sun. She raised her hand and slapped herself lightly on the face. Bitch. 10 minutes later, Chin Sun was confused again, and returned to his workstation absent-mindedly. He looked at the blank computer screen. Dazed. For a full 10 minutes, he didn't move at all. Xia Ning secretly observed Qin Sun's movements, feeling a little happy. I just don't believe that if I stuff the pie into your mouth, I can't take you down? After being in a daze for such a long time. This kid must feel guilty for his previous slacking behavior. You still have some conscience. But not much. Just a little. Suddenly, she saw Qin Sun come back to his senses. A fierce look flashed across his face, and he murmured in a low voice. A real man cannot bend his might. Wealth cannot be corrupted. Might cannot be bent. Who cares? If she wants to take advantage of me, I will definitely not obey her. Qin Sun took out his mobile phone again and started the game. Qin Sun was indeed in an inner struggle just now. In the office, he signed a contract. A monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. And it starts from today. For a while, he was indeed a little embarrassed. Such a big pie fell from the sky. There must be something wrong. It is probably because Cheng Wan, the old woman, has taken a fancy to me. She said something good to the company's senior management, praising me as a talent that is rare in the sky and on the earth. That's why she got such a big contract. But I don't like small horses pulling big carts. Or is this the lucky halo of the system? Xia Ning was shocked when she heard the words hidden rules and sighed at Qin Sun's brain circuit. But on second thought, this is indeed the most reasonable explanation? Who wants to have sex with him? Who cares? She was silent for a while, but still couldn't help it, picked up a pen on the table, and poked Qin Sun's arm with the end of the pen. Seeing him turn around, she asked hesitantly, You just said sex? Qin Sun whispered while operating the game. Speaking of it, it's embarrassing. I just signed the contract. I will be a regular employee from today, and my salary will also be calculated from today. Tell me, how can such a good thing happen in the world? There must be someone who wants to have sex with me, maybe Sister Cheng, but no matter who it is, no matter whether it's a man or a woman, I won't do it. I don't like people older than me, not even one day older. He became more and more excited as he spoke. Xia Ning's face became more and more ugly. Suddenly she asked, How old are you? Qin Sun replied, 21. Xia Ning said, I'm 24. Qin Sun turned his head and looked at her, and asked, Why are you saying this? Xia Ning said, I'm older than you. Qin Sun snorted coldly. Heh. Woman. Xia Ning smiled and asked softly, What are you going to do in the future? She looked at Qin Sun with some expectation. Qin Sun stared at the phone, raised his knife and cut 2 game characters. His eyes flashed with cold light. I will do my job well. But unspoken rules, no way. He turned to look at Xia Ning. When I get the internship certificate in half a month, I will run away. It's embarrassing to slack off here while paying me such a high salary. I can't point to a company to cheat. Xia Ning smiled. You are a nice person. Paused. She stared at Qin Sun's fingers working quickly and reminded him. Then, work hard. Qin Sun turned his head and stared at Xia Ning in disbelief. Where is the work? Since I joined this company, the entire company has not received a single order. I am a planner now. If there is no work, what can I plan? He raised his phone. You think I like to slack off? I am also forced to do this. Xia Ning was stunned. For some reason, I felt that it made some sense. What's the reason? It's a twisted logic. After a while, Qin Sun put down his phone and said to Xia Ning, Go and sign the contract. This company may go bankrupt at any time. If you don't sign the contract, you won't get your salary, and you won't get unemployment benefits. You will lose a lot. Xia Ning opened his eyes wide and stared at Qin Sun. After a while, she forced a smile. You are a nice person. After that, she got up and went to Cheng Wan's office. In Cheng Wan's office, Xia Ning sat behind the desk. Cheng Wan stood beside her. At this time, Xia Ning had a cold temperament, quite a bit of a strong woman. Cheng Wan, who had been working in the workplace for many years, had a weak aura like a quail. Xia Ning looked at Cheng Wan, and suddenly thought of Qin Sun's mistaken belief that she was trying to take advantage of him, and thought it was really ridiculous, and laughed. Qin Sun said he didn't like anyone older than him. Cheng Wan was stunned for a moment, and looked at the meaningful smile on Xia Ning's face, and felt a little nervous. She comforted him. Boss Xia, you look like a girl of 18 or 19. Xia Ning's smile froze on her face. She knew Cheng Wan had misunderstood. Cheng Wan must have thought that she liked Qin Sun, so she was in a hurry to make him a regular employee and give him a raise. Xia Ning sighed, too lazy to explain. Anyway, if Qin Sun doesn't show her his true value today, tomorrow, let him get out. The farther the better. She looked at Chungwon and ordered, "Give me a contract as an intern planner assistant, and I will join the company in this capacity." Chungwon was startled, and didn't dare to say anything, and took the contract. Xiaoning looked at the salary above, which was a pitiful 2,000 yuan, and asked, "Only 2,000 yuan for an intern assistant?" Chungwon explained with some pride. Now many graduates like to do office internships. Although it is not easy to recruit people for 2,000 yuan, it is definitely possible to recruit them. It can save the company a lot of money. Xiaoning looked up and glanced at Chungwon. 3,500 yuan in the future. I am richer than you think. I can afford the loss. I would rather spend 10,000 yuan to recruit a talent than spend 2,000 yuan to recruit a slacker. Chungwon was stunned. I thought of Qin Sun, a talented person. Ah, this is the power of love. After signing the contract, Xiaoning created a new document on Chungwon's computer and typed out a file. Chungwon, you go to work in the afternoon and give this job to Qin Sun as soon as possible. Chungwon took a look and was shocked. With charity as the theme, plan a show that will shock the whole city, show the company's strength to all the companies in the city, and strive to become a hit. Event funds, 50,000. She has been in the industry for many years, although she is working in the personnel position, but she also knows that this matter is extremely difficult. I can't help but feel a little sympathy for Qin Sun. Like you dislike women older than you. Look, you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Chapter 8 Master, this is a master of slacking off. Half an hour after Xiaoning left, Qin Sun felt like he was living a year, looking up at Chungwon's office from time to see if she had come out. It was not because he was tempted by beauty, but the slacking off system was crying out for food. As long as Xiaoning could sign the contract and start slacking off, in a few days, he would have another chance to win the lottery. Finally, he saw Xiaoning, who was dressed in a cold outfit, walking over with an expressionless face and sitting back at his workstation. Qin Sun asked, "Has the contract been signed?" "Yes, planner assistant." Xiaoning looked at him and smiled. "That is, your assistant." Qin Sun was startled, smiled, and stretched out his hand. "Then, we will have a happy cooperation." Xiaoning hesitated for a moment, stretched out his hand, and shook his hand. "Happy cooperation. What should we do now?" Qin Sun was a little excited, and replied, "Do something big." Xiaoning's eyes lit up. Could it be he was going to start real work? Then, she saw Qin Sun stand up, pointing to his position, and said, "Today you sit inside, I'll sit outside." Xiaoning was a little surprised. "Why?" Qin Sun smiled and said, "There is no surveillance at that position. You can slack off and do whatever you want. Since you are my assistant, you are my person, I will never let you suffer any loss." As he said, he opened the drawer under his desk. There are Coke, candy, melon seeds, peanuts, and a bunch of other snacks. You can eat whatever you want. Xiaoning. Heh, dogs can't change their habit of eating shit. Under Qin Sun's gentle and expectant gaze, Xiaoning reluctantly sat down at his seat and started playing with his phone, watching the news, watching yoga videos, and looking at tips on raising cats. At first, she was still a little uncomfortable. Later, she gradually got into the groove. Before she knew it, a morning had passed. Qin Sun secretly looked at the system panel and saw that the slacking value inside was rising. In less than 2 hours, Xiaoning's slacking value, 120 note, when she reaches 200 slacking values, she can get a chance to win a prize. He looked at Xiaoning in shock. Why did her slacking value increase so quickly? After some observation, he found that when Xiaoning was watching the news, watching videos, and reading cat-raising guides and slacking off, she was completely immersed in it. It seems that he is not afraid of being caught at all. Qin Sun couldn't help but sigh. "Master. This is a master. I still need to learn." It's lunchtime. Qin Sun and Xiaoning looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward. After a day and a half of getting along, they were half familiar, and they were in a relationship of superiors and subordinates. It was time to treat each other to a meal to break the ice. Qin Sun asked, "Do you want to eat?" Xiaoning. "I'm eating." Qin Sun asked again, "What do you like to eat?" "I'll treat you." Xiaoning saw his embarrassment at a glance. Only 2,000 yuan a month, not including food and lodging. Even if the rent is 1,000 yuan a month, excluding shampoo, toothpaste, etc., there may only be 600 yuan for food. That's only 20 yuan a day? 3 meals a day, only 7 yuan a meal on average? Xiaoning smiled softly. No, I'll treat you. After a pause, she looked strange. Just consider it as a thank you for teaching me how to slack off. Qin Sun breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and left. I know a restaurant that is affordable and delicious. Thank you for treating me. I'll treat you when I get my salary next month. Xiaoning followed Qin Sun out. Next month? That depends on whether you can make it to tomorrow. This meal will be your farewell. At noon, they had ramen, 10 yuan a bowl. Qin Sun finished it quickly. Xiaoning slowly ate half a bowl, and was full. Just as she was wiping her mouth, she suddenly realized that Qin Sun had been staring at her bowl of noodles. She looked a little flustered, and stretched out her hand with 5 fingers spread, and pressed the bowl of noodles. I can treat you to another bowl, but you can't eat this half bowl. What I have eaten, even dogs are not allowed to eat. Qin Sun raised an eyebrow. What are you thinking about? I'm just thinking about how small your stomach is to be full with such a small amount of food. Xiaoning. At noon, Qin Sun was taking a nap on his workstation. Xiaoning was not used to sleeping on the desk, and she always felt that sleeping with a man less than half a meter away was not very good. She continued to play with her phone, and yawned with her hand covering her mouth. Suddenly, she came to her senses, and was startled. How can I stand in the office and play so naturally, and feel at ease? Isn't it my ambition to build a decent company, to show my father? Xiaoning turned her head, and glared at Qin Sun, who was sleeping on his stomach. Humph! It's all your fault. In the afternoon, it was almost 2 o'clock. Everyone in the office returned to their workstations one after another. 13 hours 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The alarm clock rang. Qin Sun opened his sleepy eyes, stretched, and yawned. Great. Xiaoning looked at him with a smile. Soon, you will be unhappy. Qin Sun looked up and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to this side, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to continue playing, still feeling a little strange. Why didn't Chungwon let me make a PPT today? Oh! Yes! I am a distinguished planner now. No need to do those small chores. Suddenly, he saw a message pop up in the lower right corner of the computer. Clicked it, and saw that it was sent by Chungwon. Qin Sun. The company's top management held a meeting, and decided to make a plan to expand the company's influence. Take a look at the requirements and hand it over to me before leaving get off work tomorrow morning. Then, another message came. With charity as the theme. Plan a show that will shock the whole city. Show the company's strength to all the companies in the city. And strive to become a hit. Event funding, 50,000. Suddenly, Qin Sun put down his phone. Read it carefully several times. And couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. Sure enough, this 10,000 yuan a month's work is not that easy to do. This is much harder than making a PPT. He makes PPT quickly, not only because in overclocking mode, his brain speed and hand speed can be greatly improved. More importantly, he was blessed by the 996 work schedule in his previous life, and made many empty-headed, fancy PPTs. He has something in his mind. But regarding marketing planning, well, although the blue planet we are in now is very similar to the Earth in our previous life, it is not exactly the same. There are many things we can learn from, or even copy directly. In the past, he even thought about bringing songs from Earth here and becoming a singer. But he was tone-deaf. He was tone-deaf. He could sing a song 8 times, and sing it 8 different ways. Otherwise, he could just sing a song called Tomorrow Will Be Better to help with the current charity theme. He knew that the commonplace products, popular activities, and popular stars on Earth were all popular after careful planning and marketing. But he knew the results. But not the reasons. It's over. Chapter 9. I am a person with a decent character. Looking at Qin Sun in a daze, Xiaoning picked up another pen tube from the table, poked Qin Sun, and asked, What's wrong? Do you have a job? Somehow, she felt a little bit of anticipation in her heart. Qin Sun turned his head, looked at her, his eyes gradually brightened. Xiao Xia, what major are you studying? Xiaoning was stunned. Marketing. Qin Sun laughed. Just right, the major is right. He forwarded Chungwon's message to Xiaoning. Give me a few plans this afternoon, I'll take a look, and pick a good one to hand in. Xiaoning. What's this? I came up with the topic, and he just threw it back to me. She hesitated for a moment and said, Isn't this your job? Qin Sun raised his eyebrows. Hey! This lazy king, isn't she happy to do a little work? He replied. My major is not related to marketing. Xia Ning was startled. Your major is not relevant. And you come to a marketing company to be a planner? Qin Sun, I am an assistant. I came in as an assistant. And with my unremitting efforts, I became a glorious planner. You write first. Although I don't know marketing planning for the time being, I have first-class appreciation ability. I can pick out the best one from the several plans you wrote. Xia Ning. Picking the best plan. Isn't this the boss's job? Except for yesterday. She has never been so speechless in her life. And yesterday's record of speechless times was broken because of the annoying guy in front of her. She reluctantly opened the document, stared at the screen and began to think. She was upset. She turned her head and glanced at Qin Sun and asked, So what major are you studying? Qin Sun took out his mobile phone, crossed his legs, and smiled. Postpartum care for sows. Xia Ning. Her speechless times today broke yesterday's record. Today became the most speechless day in her life. Xia Ning no longer paid attention to Qin Sun, and had already sentenced him to death in her heart. She began to think seriously. How can she expand the company's influence? Build a good reputation, create a brand, and become a marketing company that everyone wants to cooperate with. Suddenly, Qin Sun's voice rang in her ears. Do you think this damn boss is sick? Xia Ning turned her head suddenly and looked at Qin Sun. He called me a damn boss again? Qin Sun pointed at the 50,000 yuan on the computer screen and said, Look, with 50,000 yuan of event funds. He wants to plan a charity event that will shock the whole city. You said it was not excessive? Xia Ning was a little unconvinced. Only by making a small investment to achieve a big goal can we demonstrate the strength of our company. If we can plan this with only 5 yuan, it will be even more impressive. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, and suddenly, he felt that she was sick. Seriously sick. Did you know that the richest man in Haicheng donated 10 million to Nanshan Primary School the day before yesterday? Xia Ning was startled, not knowing why he asked that, and hesitated for a moment. She shook her head against her will. I don't know. Qin Sun smiled, and put his phone on Xia Ning's desk, which showed the news about the richest man's donation. Look, you don't know? Except for journalists and the teachers and students of that school. How many people know that he donated such a large sum of money? I just typed the word charity in the search bar of local news and found this news. There are more than 7 million people in Haicheng, and 10 million was donated. But there was not even a splash. What's more, it's just 50,000 yuan. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, and after a moment of silence, he said, Donation amount is donation amount. Activity funds are activity funds. They are different. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning and thought she was a little strange. Seeing her resolute attitude, it seems that she wants to live and die with the company? Yes, the company went bankrupt. Where can I find such a good place to slack off? This slacking king. Suddenly, Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun and asked, 50,000 yuan. It is indeed a bit difficult. How about we apply to the company to apply for 500,000 yuan for activity funds? Qin Sun looked at the silly and naive girl in front of him and gave a thumbs up. You are very brave. But I don't recommend it. We are all small employees. How can we make such excessive demands? What if the company goes bankrupt? Hearing the word bankruptcy, Xia Ning frowned slightly. Why doesn't this guy say anything auspicious? Slacking off. Damn boss. Company goes bankrupt. If the company goes bankrupt one day, it's all his curse. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun calmly, turned his head silently, and looked at the computer screen. Qin Sun was very satisfied with this assistant. He can slack off, and can also work. He is a talent. He continued to play with his phone, and worked hard to save his slacking points. Xia Ning took a few deep breaths, and calmed down, and began to write her own plan. Time passed by. She gradually got into a good mood. She had already written 3 ideas, and when she was about to write the 4th one, suddenly Qin Sun's voice rang again. Hey! Xiao Xia. Xia Ning turned her head and looked at Qin Sun with a puzzled look on her face. Being forcibly pulled out of her high-spirited working state, she was not in a good mood. Qin Sun showed a gentle smile on his face. You have been writing for so long. It's time to take a break. Xia Ning tilted her head, somewhat cute. Qin Sun saw that she didn't react, and said in a low voice, Slacking off, Don't forget the business. He repeated his Bible. The more you slack off, the better your mood, the better your mood, the higher your efficiency, the higher your efficiency, the more work you get done. So the more you slack off, the more work you get done. Xia Ning. This damn kid. He is the black sheep of the group. Is it true that his own depravity is shameful, but his colleagues' efforts make him even more disappointed? A flame of fire rose in her heart, burning bigger and bigger. Qin Sun saw that her face was a little red, and asked, "Have you had hypoglycemia again? Didn't you eat enough at noon?" Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, suppressed her anger, and shook her head calmly. "There's no need to quarrel with such a person. Just fire him." Qin Sun is not very good at observing people's expressions, especially girls' micro-expressions, which is the innate skill of a licker. "Show me the plan you wrote. I'll pick a good one and send it to Sister Chung. Sister Chung will send it to the boss, who hasn't shown up yet." Xia Ning stammered. "Well, I don't think it's necessary. I wrote it myself. Does it need to go around and show it to me again?" Qin Sun said in a comforting tone. "Don't be shy. I won't dislike it no matter how bad you write it. I'm still okay." Chapter 10. You can do it, you do it? Ah! You really do it? Xia Ning heard him praising her character, suddenly felt a little disgusted, quickly sent the file. Then took out her phone and started playing. Too lazy to pay attention to him. Qin Sun opened Xia Ning's file, looked at her planning ideas. All three are ideas in the draft stage. One plan is to contact some famous local companies, together go to the nursing home to organize an event to visit the elderly. During the event, there will be raffles, games, and finally a group photo. Let reporters log in from the media. Second plan, similar to the first one, it just changed the location to a welfare home. The third plan, form the second and third. In a farmhouse manner, let the elderly in the nursing home and the orphan of the welfare home go together to the raffle, make games, play. After reading three plans, he was silent. Very silent. He has a deep sense of weakness. With his social experience, I found that these three solutions are quite false, can't land at all. The first question is, which company will spend its own money to put on a show for your company? Won't they do it themselves? The second question is, this money won't fall into the hands of the elderly and children. And you still want them to play games? They will definitely slack off. At that time, I may have to tell reporters, I am old. I want to enjoy my old age. I didn't expect a triathlon today. The third question is, farmhouse? Put a group of lonely elderly people together with a group of naughty children? Isn't this a collision between Mars and the Earth? People only think their own children are cute. And other people's children, who are a little more lively, are naughty children. Qin Sun looked at these three plans, looking back and forth, with a serious face. It seems that tomorrow will be a tough day. An hour later, Xia Ning noticed from the corner of her eyes that Qin Sun was still looking at his plan seriously. And she couldn't help feeling proud. Slap your face. Look, your assistant is better than you. This company won't go bankrupt so easily. After looking for a while, she couldn't help but ask, well, what do you think of these three plans? Qin Sun nodded, not bad. Xia Ning frowned slightly and asked slowly, then which one are you going to use? Qin Sun turned his head and looked at Xia Ning, revealing a helpless smile. I'll think about it. Xia Ning turned her head, picked up her phone, and continued playing. She could tell from Qin Sun's expression that he was not satisfied with the three plans at all. Dissatisfied? You can do it, go ahead. While Qin Sun wasn't paying attention, Xia Ning secretly sent a text message to Chungwan with her phone. Get off work at 6 o'clock. Fire Qin Sun immediately. I never want to see him again. Personal office. Chungwan looked at the text message sent by Xia Ning, a little surprised. What's going on again? He was just converted to a regular employee in the morning, and his salary was increased, but he was fired directly in the afternoon? Alas, hate because of love? Qin Sun closed the plan sent by Xia Ning, and took out his phone to continue playing. Who cares? Work is a small matter. Slacking off is a big matter. If a man dies, his eggs will be in the air. He will live forever. Xia Ning was irritated by Qin Sun for the whole day, and her already cold face became even colder. She was too lazy to think about the plan anymore, and she was playing with her phone all the time. It was just a case to test Qin Sun's workability. I didn't expect that. He was an idiot. He even ordered his boss's boss, that is, the boss of the company, to work for him. He was so arrogant. She turned her head and glanced at Qin Sun, and saw that he was still playing games, and she felt like a thorn in her back, like a lump in her throat, and like sitting on pins and needles. I don't want to stay even a second longer. I checked the time. There are still 5 minutes left before get off work ends. It's really like a year. 5:59 in the afternoon. Ding! A cold mechanical sound rang out. Congratulations to the hosts Tool Xia Ning for getting 200 slacking points, and a chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to draw a lottery immediately? Qin Sun was stunned, put down the phone, turned to look at Xia Ning with a cold face, and smiled. This slacking king is really my lucky star. At this time, Xia Ning remained calm, staring at the phone, and his fingers slid across the screen a little faster. But from the corner of his eye, he clearly saw Qin Sun turning his head and looking at him. Still, smiling foolishly. Like a pervert. Qin Sun turned his head, sat upright, and silently said in his heart, "Open!" A turntable that no one else could see appeared in front of him. It spun madly. Stop! The pointer stopped. Boom! A burst of fireworks exploded and dissipated. A virtual treasure chest bounced, and the lid opened. The treasure inside was revealed. It was a secret book similar to the Sunflower Manual, with the words Marketing Manual written on it. In an instant, the marketing handbook turned into a stream of light and entered Qin Sun's mind. The information in the handbook instantly exploded in his mind and was digested. Qin Sun was stunned, and a smile appeared on his lips. What a good system. My good son. Whatever you think of. You get it. At this time, he has become a marketing master. Market research and analysis. Brand planning and management. Marketing strategy and planning. Advertising and promotion activities, etc. are all no problem. Xia Ning saw Qin Sun laughing silently for no reason, and his smile became more and more unbridled. He felt a little dangerous, and quietly moved away from him. At this moment, it was 6 o'clock. She saw Chungwan coming out of the office, and gave her a wink without leaving any trace. Xia Ning nodded, turned to look at Qin Sun with a smile on his face, and a smile appeared on his face. Goodbye, Slacker King. I will fire you even if I have to pay you a month's salary. I can't stand it for even a second. Suddenly, Qin Sun quickly turned off the computer, put away his phone, and turned to look at Xia Ning. Are you free tonight? Xia Ning was startled. No. Qin Sun stood up, sighed, and felt a little regretful. Forget it. I'll go alone. I was thinking of taking you to broaden your horizons, to conduct a field investigation, to see how an excellent planning proposal is born. Xia Ning was shocked. Do you have an idea? Qin Sun had already walked out of his workstation, walked to the corridor, turned his head to Xia Ning, and showed a wicked and crazy smile. This company, without me, will be disbanded. Xia Ning was stunned by his momentum at this moment. It was a momentum that no one else could do it but me. Really? Hey! Am I not the boss of this company? Did you say what I said? At this time, Chungwan just walked to Qin Sun's side, and looking at the smile on his face, she sighed in her heart. He is a talented person, but he doesn't know how to please women. Boy, you have lost an opportunity to work less for 500 years. Qin Sun turned his head and saw Chungwan standing beside him. He was shocked. Sister Chung, you are looking for me? He saw Chungwan hesitated to speak, and finally uttered a sentence. Come to my office with me. I have something to tell you. He suddenly felt his anus tighten, and had an ominous premonition. I just added the money this morning and signed the contract. He is so impatient to find me right after get off work. Hidden rules? Qin Sun was just thinking about how to refuse. A figure rushed out from behind, took his arm, and walked out. Xia Ning turned around and said to Chungwan, who was standing there in a daze. Sister Chung, Qin Sun and I still have a plan to do. We are too busy today and don't have time. As she said that, she blinked. Chungwan looked at Xia Ning's hand on Qin Sun's arm, and understood it in her heart. She nodded and said loudly, I don't have anything important to do either. You go. Work hard. And keep going. Looking at the backs of the two leaving the office, Chungwan sighed. This is love. It's sunny for a while, rainy for a while, and cloudy for a while. Qin Sun, you should keep going tonight. Chapter 11. The most traffic-abiding delivery rider in Haicheng. Underground garage. Qin Sun was a little puzzled. Why did you bring me here? Xia Ning looked at the empty parking space she had paid for, and then she remembered that her quilt was hit in the morning and was dragged to the repair shop. She looked at Chin Sun, and her smile was a little awkward. I forgot that my car was sent for repair. Chin Sun looked Xia Ning up and down, and asked in a stammering voice. You have a car? Xia Ning felt a little puzzled, and asked back. Don't you have it? This sentence, like a sharp arrow piercing Chin Sun's heart, and it stirred. He stiffened his neck and said loudly, Why not follow me? Chin Sun walked in front with big strides. Xia Ning followed silently behind him. It was getting more and more strange. Why did he take the elevator to the first floor again? Why did he go out again? Hey! What are you doing on the street? Huh? Electric car? There is a box of takeout dollars hanging on the back. Food delivery car? Xia Ning saw Chin Sun take out the key and insert it into the car, and stepped onto the electric car. Is this your car? Chin Sun turned his head to look at her, patting the back seat with some pride. Yes. Long-distance running king, with plenty of horsepower. Xiao Xia, get in. Xia Ning hesitated as she looked at the electric bike. She had ridden a motorcycle, but never an electric bike. Is it illegal to carry people on an electric bike? If you get caught by the traffic police, you'll be fined. Chin Sun sneered. That's what I said, but the traffic police have to catch up with me. Xia Ning. Suddenly, she remembered the electric car that passed her sports car yesterday. It was also a delivery car for Meiyuan takeout. And the back of the person looked very similar to Chin Sun. Could it be? Suddenly, she felt a little dangerous. Gradually, her eyes lit up. But she loved adventure. Otherwise, she would not have started a company. The evening wind blew, and Xia Ning's bangs were messed up. She climbed up the electric car clumsily and sat down, looking at Chin Sun's broad back. She reached out and patted his shoulder, and said in a deep voice, Let's go! But I heard Chin Sun scrolling his phone, saying carelessly, No hurry, I'll take a side order first. Xia Ning. Take an order? Chin Sun explained. I've been a hard-working person since I was young. One job a day, I can't be satisfied at all. I want to do two. Xia Ning. She was a little angry. You slack off in my company every day to gather your strength, and then go somewhere else to shine after work? You're good at calculating. You're only targeting me. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun's back, with a sly smile in her eyes, and asked, You work 2 jobs every day. So you must be very rich? The air seemed to freeze. After a long time, Chin Sun's voice was somewhat resentful. Are you good at chatting? Xia Ning smiled with her hands covering her mouth, and her body was shaking with laughter. The summer evening breeze seemed to be gentler. Suddenly, Hold on tight, Chin Sun reminded him, and as soon as he turned the ignition, the car jumped out. Ah! Xia Ning screamed in fear. Then, she closed her mouth tightly. I am a cold female CEO, and I have to pay attention to my manners. Xia Ning was at the door of the ramen shop, watching Chin Sun go to the shop to pick up the food. Chin Sun took a bowl of sliced noodles. The ramen shop owner reminded him. Young man, wait a minute, there's another order of beef noodles at the children's hospital. It's on the way, you can grab it in a minute. Chin Sun just waved his hand, without even turning his head. I'm too lazy to wait. Looking at Chin Sun's resolute back, the ramen shop owner silently uttered 2 words. Idiot. Chin Sun put the ramen in the insulated box in the trunk, and there was only a bowl of sliced noodles in the whole box. Xia Ning couldn't help asking. Why don't you wait? It shouldn't take 2 minutes. Right? Chin Sun started the electric car and rushed out. I'm too lazy to wait. Now we should go to the field to investigate and write the plan that the damn boss wants. The car was going too fast. Xia Ning was so scared that she screamed ah and subconsciously hugged Chin Sun's waist with both hands. She was startled and found that her chest was pressed against his back. She couldn't help but blush. She quickly let go and clenched her fists. Chin Sun, did he do it on purpose? But Chin Sun seemed to be normal, driving fast on the road, and very measured, as if he didn't feel the warmth behind him just now. Xia Ning quietly looked down at her chest. It's not small. She held the steel frame next to the electric bike with both hands, looking at Chin Sun's back, asked, Where are we going to inspect now? Chin Sun said, Children's Hospital. Hearing this, Xia Ning thought about it, and frowned slightly. Are you thinking of donating 50,000 to patients with difficult families? Although this is related to charity, and it is also the most touching children's charity event for the general public, but isn't this too common? I don't think this plan is good. Not as good as mine. Hearing Xia Ning's beeping behind him, Chin-sun said unhappily. Why don't you say you are the assistant planner? And I am the planner. Can I do such a cliched thing? You just joined the company. You should be more humble. Watch more. Listen more. Learn more. Talk less. And don't disturb my rhythm. Hearing this, Xia Ning was furious. She admitted that her words just now were very direct, and her tone was not very tactful. But Chin-sun's counterattack came too quickly. Too fierce. Right? He didn't have the gentlemanly demeanor of his classmates at all. Straight man. Xia Ning was sulking and didn't plan to speak until she arrived at the children's hospital. She wanted to see, what is this boy's so-called rhythm? 5 minutes later, she seemed to have discovered Chin-sun's rhythm and became more and more curious. What's going on? No, is this guy sick? Generally, food delivery riders are very fast, and often an electric bike can turn more smoothly than some wild motorcycle riders, and most of them like to run red lights and race against time. But Chin-sun, except for riding fast, in other aspects, he is completely in line with a 5-star good citizen. Not only did he wait for the red light at every intersection, but he would never rush for a second, and would not drive until the red light had completely flashed and turned green. What surprised her even more was that this guy actually gave way to pedestrians at a zebra crossing without a traffic light. He gave way to adults, the elderly, and children. That was enough. At this time, Chin-sun stopped the car in front of the zebra crossing and was giving way to a stray dog that wanted to cross the road. Xia Ning sat in the back seat, watching the stray dog on the side of the road peeking out, looking up at Chin-sun, as if he wanted to cross but didn't dare. Chin-sun shouted, "You go first." The black dog, "Woof woof woof." Chin-sun, "Xiao Hei, you go first." The black dog, "Woof woof woof." Chin-sun shouted, "Go over here." The black dog let out a weak woof and crossed the zebra crossing with its tail between its legs. Xia Ning watched the black dog walk away, looking back every few steps. Although he didn't understand, he was deeply shocked and asked, "Do you know this dog?" Chapter 12. There is only one disease in the world, and that is poverty. Chin-sun's voice came, "I know its mother." The electric car started to drive away. Xia Ning frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and asked sincerely, "Is the mother of this dog also nearby? How did she get separated from this little black dog? It's so pitiful." Hearing this, Chin-sun's expression became a little exciting, as if he was thinking about what she said. He judged 2 facts. First, Xia Ning is a kind person. Second, Xia Ning is an idiot. After a moment of silence, Chin-sun asked, "Don't you usually swear?" "Sometimes." Hack is a modal particle, usually expressing the author's homesickness. Xia Ning, who was sitting in the back seat, was stunned. No matter how stupid she was, she could hear that this kid was mocking her. She had a cold face and an even colder voice. "I don't usually swear, but I've been thinking about it these past 2 days." Chin-sun laughed out loud. Xia Ning, damn you. After a while, Xia Ning saw that he was strictly following the traffic rules except for the speed, and couldn't help asking, "Why do you deliver food like this? Only one order at a time, and not in a hurry?" Chin-sun answered confidently, "I'm slacking off." Xia Ning, hearing this answer, she felt a little surprised, but then she thought about it, and felt it was reasonable. After all, Chin-sun is the king of slacking off. It turns out that he slacks off not only in time-based work, but also in peace-based work. He is really a master of slacking off, who has the word slacking off engraved in his bones and melted into his blood. Xia Ning smiled and asked, "You slack off every day during the night shift, and you slack off during your part-time job after work. When will you be able to save money?" Chin-sun said without changing his expression, "When I hook up with a rich woman, I will naturally have money." Xia Ning sneered and shook his head. "Hook up with a rich woman? How could a rich woman like you? I may not know you yet, but I know rich women. Impossible. Unless that rich woman is blind." At this time, the sky gradually darkened, the evening breeze blew, and brought up a cloud of dust on the roadside. It blinded her eyes. For a moment, she frowned, closed her eyes tightly, like a blind person. "We're here." Chin-sun parked the electric bike in front of the Haicheng Children's Hospital, got off the car, took out the takeaway and walked in. "Xiao Xia, you wait here for me. I'll come to find you after I deliver the meal to the inpatient department." Xia Ning didn't have time to say anything. Qin Sun disappeared in a flash. Watching Qin Sun's departing back, Xia Ning looked up at the dim sky, looked down at the busy traffic on the road, and suddenly felt abandoned by a scumbag. Xia Ning smiled bitterly and shook her head, walking towards the hospital. The men she usually met were elites, who liked to be dignified, gentlemen, and elegant. This was the first time she had seen a man like Qin Sun, who had no respect for her beauty. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility, and her face became a little exciting. Could it be? He is a zero? 10 minutes later, Qin Sun walked slowly out of the hospital. At this time, he saw Xia Ning sitting on the curb under the street light and chatting with a middle-aged woman. The woman was holding a child in her arms. Faintly, there was a suppressed sobbing sound. Xia Ning sat aside, looking at the woman and the child with his head tilted, occasionally saying something softly, probably some words of comfort. The dim light fell on Xia Ning. Suddenly, Qin Sun felt she was so well behaved. She didn't seem as cold as she usually looked. Maybe she was also the kind of soft and cute girl who could cry with a punch. And could cry for a long time. Qin Sun stood not far away, watched for a while, and felt a little emotional. The system was really predictable. The Earth in the previous life was very similar to the current blue star. So some of the miserable people on Earth also existed on the blue star. Once, there was a news that shocked the whole country on Earth, which triggered a large number of donations from caring people, which seemed to be very consistent with a middle-aged woman holding a child in front of her. Qin Sun walked over. Xia Ning slowly raised her head. Qin Sun found that her eyes seemed a little wet. Xiao Xia, what's wrong? At this time, the plain-dressed middle-aged woman raised her head, wiped her tears, glanced at Qin Sun as a greeting. Qin Sun nodded and said nothing. Xia Ning took a deep breath, calmed down, and her voice was a little low. This elder sister's daughter is only 2 months old. Was diagnosed with eye cancer. Originally, the elder sister and her husband came to Haicheng from the countryside to work. They didn't save much money. They had borrowed money from relatives and friends, but they only raised 30,000 yuan. The middle-aged elder sister lowered her head, reached out, and gently stroked the sleeping baby in the cradle, and tears flowed out again. She had told others about this kind of suffering too many times. It was better to talk about it. Xia Ning continued. But the 30,000 yuan has been spent, and there is no money for follow-up treatment. In this case, the baby will go blind. Or even, at this point, she couldn't say anything more. Xia Ning looked up at Qin Sun, her voice choking. Just now when I was waiting for you here, the elder sister came over, and she knelt at the door of the hospital with the child in her arms, begging kind people passing by for donations. Qin Sun sat down and asked, "Are there many people donating?" Xia Ning suddenly reacted, took out her phone, and opened the payment app. Seeing this, Qin Sun unnoticedly grabbed her phone, gave her a look, and shook his head gently. The elder sister raised her head and looked at Qin Sun. Every day, there are kind people who give me money. Sometimes I can raise hundreds, sometimes thousands, and sometimes just a few dozen. Qin Sun sighed. There is only one disease in the world, and that is poverty. This sentence touched the elder sister's heart. She cried out loud. Blame us as parents for being useless. If I had 500,000, the baby could be cured. Suddenly, Qin Sun saw Xia Ning trying to open the payment software again, and was a little surprised. Is this girl so rich? The elder sister just said 500,000. It's enough to buy my life. He reached out and pressed Xia Ning's phone. In order to prevent her from making trouble, he simply snatched it away and put it in his pocket. Xia Ning was stunned, but didn't say anything. First, let's see what he was up to. Qin Sun turned to look at the elder sister, and suddenly asked, "Have you posted anything online? Or asked for help on Douyin?" The elder sister nodded. "Yes. I have posted everything, moments, Douyin Man Show, Tieba, I have posted everything. Not many people read it, most people encourage, but few donate." Qin Sun was not surprised. It is actually difficult for others to resonate with the suffering of others. Most people only care about themselves and their families. He knew that if there was a button, pressing it would get 100,000 yuan, but a stranger on the earth would die randomly. He knew that most people would press the button until it smoked. "Give me your Douyin number." Qin Sun took out his mobile phone. Chapter 13. The rich man from Haicheng is a delivery man? The elder sister didn't know what he was going to do, but he couldn't lie to a poor person like me again, and the girl looked very good, Her friends wouldn't be bad people. The elder sister took out her phone and said her Douyin account number. The timeline of Blue Star at this time was probably around 18 or 19 years of the previous Earth, and a national short video software was also released, called Douyin. Jin-sun searched for the elder sister's account, but didn't send a friend request, but clicked on her homepage. The pinned video is the elder sister holding her child, and asking for help from caring people in the society. Other videos record her and her husband's daily life, working, eating, the joy of pregnancy, the anxiety of prenatal checkup, the collapse after the child got sick. Unfortunately, the pinned video has only a few hundred views. Jin-sun clicked on the pinned video. In the video, the elder sister's voice with sobs sounded. "Everyone, my name is..." He pressed the pause button and clicked on the comment area. He found that most of them were words of encouragement. "Come on! Everything will pass. May the Buddha bless you." The comments were harmonious, but no one mentioned donations. Jin-sun changed his Douyin ID, and then posted a comment in the comment section of the elder sister's video. The Douyin in the elder sister's phone immediately prompted, and she looked down. Her expression became complicated, and she looked up at Jin-sun with a shocked face. I saw a netizen named Haichung Rich Man wrote a comment full of hatred. "Money. I have plenty. It costs more than 50,000 yuan to buy a bag for your girlfriend. But if you want me to help you, you have to pay a price. As long as you walk from Huacheng Avenue to Siener Bridge, I will donate 50,000 yuan. The elder sister looked at Jin-sun's clothes, looked at his young face, and struggled. "Are you serious?" Jin-sun nodded. "If it's false, I will hit you with thunder and lightning." As he said that, he invested 2,000 yuan in Dojia for the elder sister's pinned video. 1,000 yuan can let the platform push the video to 100,000 people. The elder sister watched him invest 2,000 yuan in Dojia calmly, and she believed it a little. Jin-sun saw the elder sister's expression, and knew that the matter was settled. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, Huacheng Avenue. He stood up and gave Xia Ning a look. Xia Ning didn't know what happened, but she could feel that the elder sister seemed to be moved. She stood up and said, "Eldest sister, see you tomorrow." The elder sister raised her head, and was about to say goodbye, but saw Jin-sun got on an electric car, with a takeaway box installed on the back of the car. She was silent. On the electric bike, Jin-sun rode slowly, and heaved a long sigh of relief. Although he was used to seeing suffering in the news, it was still very uncomfortable to see it happen in front of him. Suddenly Xia Ning asked, "What do you want your elder sister to do at Huacheng Avenue at 10 o'clock tomorrow?" Jin-sun said, "To accept donations from people from all walks of life." Xia Ning thought about it. Huacheng Avenue, there are indeed many people. It is a good place for publicity. But this kind of publicity is terrible. Kneeling at the door of the hospital without any report, donating money, what's the point of going anywhere? Suddenly, Xia Ning thought of a question and frowned. "You haven't written a plan yet, and the company hasn't reviewed it yet, but you let my sister go directly, and it's implemented now." Jin-sun didn't change his expression. When a general is away from home, he is not subject to military orders. Besides, the stupid boss of our company who hasn't shown up for half a month probably can't understand the subtleties of my plan, so let's do it first, lest he rejects it. This is called acting first and reporting later. Xia Ning frowned, and frowned deeply. No boss likes employees who act first and ask for permission later. No matter how capable they are, it won't work. Besides, she didn't hear anything special about Jin-sun's plan. Isn't it just investing 2,000 yuan in Dojia to increase the number of broadcasts? Is there any great use for this? Suddenly, Jin-sun asked, "Xiao Xia, are you rich?" Xia Ning thought of the 2 times she couldn't help wanting to donate directly to her elder sister, which almost disrupted Jin-sun's rhythm. She thought Jin-sun was blaming her, and felt a little embarrassed. "It's okay," Jin-sun said. "Then lend me 2,000, and I'll pay you back after I get paid. I only have 200 left now." Xia Ning. Suddenly, she became curious and asked, "Is the 2,000 yuan from the company's funds, or your own personal donation?" Jin-sun sighed. "It would be best if the company can pay, but if not, I'll admit defeat. When I leave, I'll put a sack on that damn boss and beat him into a pig's head." Xia Ning. "Give me back my phone, and I'll transfer 2,000 yuan to you." Xia Ning didn't let Jin-sun take her home, and she dropped herself off on a road where it was easy to get a taxi. She thought of the older sister at the hospital entrance, and her heart couldn't help shrinking. She wasn't a saint, But seeing the poor people with her own eyes, she was easily tempted to donate. 500,000. Actually, it wasn't much. Soaking in the bathtub, Xia Ning opened her phone and watched Douyin. It wasn't that she liked to play, but the short video software that had emerged in the past 2 years would definitely become the main battlefield for marketing in the future. She needed to get familiar with it. She was watching. Suddenly, a video came into view, which turned out to be the help-seeking video of the older sister holding the child. Hello everyone, my name is... Xia Ning was a little surprised. Is this 2,000 yuan Douyin so useful? I just got it by chance. She took a look and saw that there were already 30,000 likes. Xia Ning was a little confused. 2,000 yuan, it shouldn't have this effect. Right? It's only been a few hours? 10,000 likes, there must be at least 100,000 views. Right? At this rate, there must be no more than 500,000 views in one night. She knew that Douyin had its unique algorithm mechanism. Doujia can only be used as an auxiliary. And to really achieve this kind of explosive spread, the content of the video must be able to resonate with everyone, relying on high-quality content, and get real playback volume. Why did this video suddenly become so popular? Xia Ning was a little surprised. What did Qin Sun do? She saw that there were more than 3,000 comments in the comment area, and she couldn't help but be a little surprised. This comment has too high a like ratio. She quickly opened the comment area. The comment with the highest number of likes was posted by a person with the ID Haicheng Rich Young Master. I have plenty of money. It costs more than 50,000 yuan to buy a bag for your girlfriend. But if you want me to help you, you have to pay a price. As long as you bow every 3 steps from Huachen Avenue to Siena Bridge, I will donate 50,000 yuan to you. Below this comment, there were dense comments scolding him. The words were fierce and fierce. The author's family tree was played to pieces. It has been sprayed for hundreds of floors. Xia Ning suddenly sat up from the bathtub. The sound of water splashing. And her body was covered with bubbles. She remembered what Qin Sun said to her elder sister when she left the hospital. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Huachen Avenue. Instantly, Xia Ning's face turned cold, and she immediately dialed Qin Sun's number. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The call was connected. Chapter 14. The rich young man who is angry with people. Really me? Qin Sun, hello? Xia Ning shouted angrily. You asked me to kneel all the way from Huachen Avenue to Siena Bridge? Qin Sun, yes. What's wrong? Xia Ning shouted angrily. Are you still human? Qin Sun was unhappy. If you give me 50,000, I will kneel too. Xia Ning choked when she heard it, and was so angry that she couldn't speak. You are so cheap. Qin Sun's voice was a little cold. It seems that your family is really rich. You don't know the suffering of the people. You don't know the weight of 50,000 yuan. The so-called marketing is to let more people know. Even you have seen it, and you call to scold me. Won't more people on the internet want to stab me? Xia Ning was stunned. What he said seemed to be right. An ordinary video asking for help, after he commented on it with the arrogant tone of a rich young man, it was indeed sublimated. All of a sudden, from a simple video asking for help, it directly caught some traffic explosion points. Hate the rich. Deception. Dignity. Suffering. Violence. Xia Ning was silent. She was a very smart person. Although sometimes she couldn't keep up with Qin Sun's wild and unrestrained thinking, she was indeed a very smart person since she was a child. I immediately knew the key point of this video. Most netizens may not really want to see the elder sister get help, but just want to see the abuser get retribution. But as long as it can be spread, causing a sensation in society, there is a high probability of raising money. Her tone was much gentler. Qin Sun, you should be careful. There will be more and more people scolding you, and now the human flesh technology is very advanced. There was silence for a while. Qin Sun's voice came from the other end of the phone. She just saves her daughter. I'll take the blame. Whoever dares to come to my house to confront me will end up empty-handed. Hee. I'll stay in the park these 2 days. Suddenly, Xia Ning's eyes felt a little sore. She felt that Qin Sun used himself as a chess piece to sacrifice himself in the game, which gave her a sense of desolation and tragedy. His figure instantly became taller. Although he was a lazy person, he did have some real skills. And he was a real man. When she was hesitating whether to invite him to live in her house, Qin Sun's voice came again. Xiao Xia. Tonight, you work overtime to rewrite a plan, and give it to me tomorrow for review. If it's not well written, I'll make things difficult for you. The phone was hung up. Xia Ning stared at the phone for a while. Make things difficult for me? You, and in turn, are going to make things difficult for my company's boss? Dao Fat gang. Go to the park and die. After taking a shower, Xia Ning turned on the computer, asked the nanny to make a cup of coffee, and started writing the plan. The code flew, and his eyes gradually brightened. An hour later, she looked up and glanced out the window. The moon was bright. Under the night sky, in a corner unknown to the public, there was a man huddled on a bench, huddled into a ball in the night wind, shivering in the mosquitoes. He really? I cried to death. A bath center in Haicheng. After taking a bath, Qin Sun, lying on the bed and snoring. Sleeping in the park? Only idiots sleep in the park. A bath in the middle of the night costs a few dozen yuan, and you can sleep for free for a night. The next day, Xia Ning came to the company early and sat at his workstation. Seeing the empty workstation next to him, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Qin Sun wouldn't have been found in the park and sent to the hospital. Right? Time passed by. It was already 8:55. There were only 5 minutes left before work. He heard that the office was particularly lively today. Everyone was discussing. Did you read the local news last night? A rich young man from Haicheng wanted to give 50,000 yuan to a poor mother who had to kneel every 3 steps, all the way from Huacheng Avenue to Siener Bridge. What a beast! What a beast! I really want to kill him. What a rich young man from Haicheng. I think he is just a poor loser who eats instant noodles in an internet cafe and just talks nonsense online. I agree. I commented under that mother, telling her not to believe him and not to let her trample on her personality. I donated 200 yuan. But this mother is really in need of money. She won't really kneel. Will she? Poor man, grasping at a life-saving straw, although it may be fake, but I cursed the rich young man from Haicheng to be hit by a car and die. Listening to everyone's excited words, Xia Ning's face looked a little bad, wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. Last night, she had already ordered Cheng Wan to hold an emergency meeting today. We must seize this wave of traffic and completely make the company famous. It's just a pity for Qin Sun. Time passed by. At 8 hours 59 minutes and 56 seconds, Qin Sun walked into the office. Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief, watching him sit down at his workstation with a relaxed look, laughing and mocking. You are really a master at timing. Qin Sun sat down, turned his head, and looked at Xia Ning. Xiao Xia, show me the plan. Xia Ning said, I gave it to Cheng Wan, Sister Cheng last night. Qin Sun opened his eyes wide. I haven't seen it yet. Xia Ning laughed and said, This is called acting first and reporting later. You taught me that. Qin Sun snorted coldly. Just wait for me to make things difficult for you. Suddenly, Cheng Wan came out, clapped her hands, and shouted loudly. Everyone stop. Emergency meeting. Everyone. Now within 3 minutes. Everyone. Go to the office. Everyone was stunned for a moment, looking at Cheng Wan's expression. It seemed that something big had happened. Is the company going to go bankrupt? 3 minutes later, everyone sat in the conference room. There was a PPT on the projector screen, with a big title on it. Company marketing plan. Everyone looked at the title, and they were all confused. What's going on? What happened? What happened? When did there appear a marketing plan? What marketing? Cheng Wan stood in front, looked at everyone in the conference room, and said the opening remarks. The company hasn't opened any orders for half a month recently. After discussion by the company's senior management, it was found that our Oak company is not well known, so we asked the planning department to plan a marketing campaign with charity as the theme. We will strive to make the company famous, and become famous overnight. This is the plan of the planning team, and it has been approved by the company. Qin Sun was a little surprised. So fast? At this time, Cheng Wan applauded. Let's invite the company's planner Qin Sun to come up and tell everyone. The sparse applause rang out. In everyone's eyes, Qin Sun was just a likable intern. No one expected him to make any amazing plans. Qin Sun glanced at Xia Ning, walked onto the stage, and took the page-turning laser pointer from Cheng Wan's hand. Hello everyone, I guess some of you have seen the video yesterday of the rich young man from Haicheng, who made the mother of a sick child kneel all the way from Huacheng Avenue to Siener Bridge. He paused. That person, the rich young man from Haicheng, is me. Chapter 15. Join the game with your own body win half a step against heaven. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Everyone stared at Chin Sun in amazement. Some people with bad tempers clenched their fists, some people held their thermos cups, and some even stood up to go on stage to confront Chin Sun. Seeing this, Chin Sun hurriedly held the page-turning pen, like holding a dagger. "Hey! I say! Calm down, we are all in the same group." Off the stage. Immediately someone cursed. "Who the hell is in the same group with you?" Chin Sun pressed the page-turning pen. The PPT was opened on the big screen. And the title appeared. "Join the game with your body. Win half a move against the sky." He began to speak concisely, telling his thoughts. Finally, he looked down at everyone and concluded in a deep voice. "I dare not bet on the goodness of the world. But I dare to bet on the evil of the world. They may not want her to live. But they definitely want me to die." As soon as the voice fell, Xia Ning took the lead in applauding. Chungwon applauded. Gradually, everyone applauded. In the conference room, applause was thunderous. After a full minute, the applause stopped. Chungwon walked onto the stage, patted Chin Sun on the shoulder. "Good job." Then, she looked at everyone. "Attention, all departments. Everyone should do their job. And take action. Those who should contact the media should contact the media. Those who should shoot videos should shoot videos. And those who should pretend to be spectators should be spectators. Before 9:50, everyone should gather secretly on Huacheng Avenue. Be careful. Don't let anyone find out." 9:50. Chin Sun wore sunglasses and a hat, and sat with Xia Ning on a chair not far from Huacheng Avenue. After the short video was spread last night, some people had gathered, surrounding a simple-dressed elder sister, who was holding a baby of several months old. They persuaded her. "Eldest sister, don't believe that rich boy from Haicheng. He lied to you. We can think of other ways. There's no need to degrade ourselves like this." The elder sister was at a loss, and didn't dare to look at the eyes of the crowd. Various media from Haicheng also went to interview her. "How do you feel now? Why did you choose to believe him? If you were deceived, what can you do?" The elder sister just lowered her head, not knowing what to say. She knelt in front of the hospital for so many days. How many media interviewed her? Now, it's as if all the good people in the world have emerged. As soon as 10 o'clock arrived, the elder sister knelt down, followed by the cameras of various media, escorted by the onlookers. She held the child, bowing every 3 steps. More than an hour later, she finally reached Siena Bridge. The elder sister stood up, holding the child, and looked around, and found that the young man from last night did not show up. What caught her eyes were a group of spectators, with expressions of watching a show. The elder sister murmured, "Where is he?" 7 or 8 microphones were stuffed in, and the reporters asked questions in a flurry. The elder sister just felt the noise, and sat down a little helplessly, carefully placed the child on her lap, took out her mobile phone, opened Douyin, and opened the comment area of her pinned video. But she found that the comment of the rich young man from Haicheng was gone. Her face was sad, her hands were shaking. She searched "rich young man from Haicheng," and found that the account was cancelled. The elder sister raised her head, looking at the reporters' cameras surrounding her. Her eyes were filled with painful despair. Wow, wow, wow. The baby in her arms started crying. The elder sister burst into tears. That afternoon, this incident was on the headlines of Haicheng News on Douban. It topped the local short video on Douyin. The video playback volume of the eldest sister has been as high as 5 million. And the number of likes has reached more than 400,000. In the comment area, full of anger. One miscellaneous, "It must be condemned. How can there be such a beast in the world? Human meat. Seeking address? I have a forefront anyway, don't care about staying for a year or 2. This group of people's congresses have the urge to tear Chin Sun. There are some people, a number of comfort. Sister, the baby will definitely get better. I don't have much money, but 500 can be taken, has been donated. 20 has been donated. 300 has been donated. I am a student, not much money. 50 has been donated." The dints below is a series of donation remarks. The queue is neat, most of the donation screenshots are attached. One of the comments, which had a relatively high donation amount, was pushed to the top of the comments. Oak Company, 100,000. Donated. A screenshot of the donation was attached. The matter fermented more and more. and gradually became popular on Douyin and Weibo. 3 days later, the elder sister had raised more than 500,000 donations. She closed the donation channel and recorded a video. In the video, she had tears in her eyes and bowed to express her gratitude while holding her child. "Thank you for your love. The money for the child's treatment is enough." After bowing, she looked at the camera with a sincere tone. "That rich young man from Haicheng. I don't know your real name, but I know you are helping me. Thank you. Thank your girlfriend." For a moment, netizens were confused and left messages one after another. "Thank him for nothing. Although the final result of the matter helped you. His starting point was to do evil and insult people. This kind of person is not worth thanking. This kind of person has a girlfriend. And the child born from the two will definitely not have an asshole." The public opinion on the internet did not subside. Later, I don't know, a piece of news came out from nowhere. The rich young man in Haicheng is an employee of Oak Company, which has the highest donation amount, a marketing planner. The media in Haicheng swarmed to Oak Company. In the conference room, there were more than a dozen reporters sitting below. Qin Sun sat behind a table at the front, and Chengwan sat on his left. Outside the glass wall of the conference room, it was crowded with people, all leaning on the glass to watch the excitement. Xia Ning stood alone in the corner, and had some distance from everyone. She never liked people standing too close to her. She saw in the conference room, facing a dozen reporters, Qin Sun lowered his head, like a sinner. She felt a little funny. Qin Sun was really good at pretending. He must be thinking about eating ramen for lunch, whether to eat fried eggs or boiled eggs. In the conference room, a reporter asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Qin, are you really the rich young man from Haicheng who is hated by everyone on the internet?" Qin Sun raised his head, with a harmless face, very honest. "It's me." The conference room was in an uproar. The flashlights flashed randomly. Qin Sun was blinded by the flash. Another reporter asked, "Why did you do this? To make a poor mother kneel every 3 steps?" Qin Sun said, "I saw this mother at the hospital gate that day. She looked very pitiful. I thought of my own mother at that time." As he spoke, his eyes became wet. "My mother told me since I was a child that children of poor families grow up early." He choked up a little. The conference room was quiet for a while. A sad atmosphere permeated the air. Xia Ning stood in the corner outside the door, looking at Qin Sun through the glass door. Her heart shrank. At this time, a reporter asked, "Excuse me, is your mother dead?" Chapter 16. I have to admit that some people are born to do this. Qin Sun raised his eyebrows. "Your mother died. My mother is alive and well. She can eat 3 bowls of rice in one meal." Reporter: "Damn. She is not dead. Why are you talking so sadly?" The whole audience was in an uproar. The reporters looked at each other. They had never seen a young man who could swear in front of so many reporters' cameras. He is really a man of temperament. Outside the door, Xia Ning chuckled, as bright as the sun, and then immediately regained the noble feeling of an iceberg beauty. In the conference room, Chengwan immediately came out to smooth things over. "I'm sorry, everyone. Qin Sun has been a little depressed by the online bullying these 2 days, and his temper has been a little off. Please forgive me." The reporters nodded one after another, expressing their understanding. In these 3 days, the rich young man of Haicheng was criticized by the whole network for millions of times. From his appearance, to his character, to his family tree, he was criticized to death. What a bastard turtle with no humanity, eating shit and shit, a dead bastard. His father was a prostitute. And his mother had syphilis. Some netizens even fabricated that he had watched women bathing at the age of 3. And forced women to watch him bathing at the age of 4. He didn't think of getting a circumcision until he was 5. Or 70. The abuse came like a tide. And no one could bear it. Qin Sun continued the topic and explained. "At that time, I felt sorry for the mother. And the company happened to ask me to do a marketing plan for charity. With a budget of 50,000 yuan. I wanted to donate the money to her. But it was not enough. So I did this marketing campaign." At this time, Chengwan pressed a button on the computer on the table. A screenshot of a WeChat chat was opened on the big screen. Qin Sun, the company's top management, held a meeting and decided to make a plan to expand the company's influence. With charity as the theme, plan a show that will shock the whole city, show the company's strength to all the companies in the city, and strive to become a hit. The meeting room was quiet for a moment. The reporter looked at Qin Sun's young face and couldn't help but admire him. They were a group of journalists, who were best at attracting attention, but compared with Qin Sun's plan, their previous methods were simply weak. Alas, comparing yourself to others is irritating. Some people are born to do this. At this time, another reporter asked, then was canceling the account of Haicheng rich man part of your plan? Qin Sun nodded. Yes. Reporter, why? Qin Sun said, I was worried that the impact of the incident was not enough. And I wanted to accumulate the anger of netizens. So I directly canceled the account. But fortunately, I saved enough money in the end. And I am also very grateful for the 100,000 donated by Oak Company, which is 50,000 more than the 50,000 previously. The reporters were speechless. This is like licking blood on the tip of a knife. Nowadays, society is very irritable and complacent. The reporter asked again, aren't you afraid of being exposed and beaten? Qin Sun smiled bitterly. I secretly returned to the rental house yesterday and found that my door was smashed and the things inside were smashed. I have been staying in an internet cafe for the past 2 days. Although he is thick-skinned, he cannot be shameless. In order to avoid the general public misunderstanding his character, Bath Center is replaced with an internet cafe. Reporters, colleagues, can't help but look at Qin Sun with sympathy. Chung Wan seized the opportunity and pressed it. The PPT page on the big screen turned, and it said, if you join the game, you will win half a step. The flashlights flashed again. Then, the conference room spontaneously burst into applause. It lasted for a long time. Another reporter asked, then Mr. Qin, are you really a rich second generation? Qin Sun smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm just an ordinary worker. I work diligently at Oak during the day, and I have to deliver food after work, save money, buy a car, buy a house, and get married. The reporter and colleague smiled knowingly. Wife, children, a warm bed. This is the life that has been passed down since ancient times. It sounds ordinary, but in this crazy era of internal competition, it seems that it also requires great efforts. All the men present seem to be striving for this goal. Suddenly, they have a much better impression of Qin Sun. They are ready to use more beautiful words to describe this lone hero in the news report, to increase his popularity and help him get married soon. Outside the door, Xia Ning's smile is a little strange. This Qin Sun, how dare he say he is so hard-working? He slacks off at work, and he slacks off while delivering food. He will never get married in his lifetime. Suddenly, she heard another reporter ask, that lady thank you and your girlfriend in the thank you video, especially. May I ask if your girlfriend is from this company? Is it convenient for you to accept some interviews? Xia Ning opened her eyes wide. What the hell? What girlfriend? Is he worthy? Seeing Qin Sun's eyes looking over, she had a cold face and shook her head. Qin Sun said, that elder sister misunderstood. The kind-hearted elder sister she met that day was not my girlfriend, but just an ordinary passerby. Hearing this, Xia Ning frowned slightly. A sister? A passerby? Ordinary? Humph! Are you starting to make things difficult for me? How childish. When the interview was coming to an end, there was a commotion outside the door. I saw an elder sister in simple clothes, carrying a few pounds of apples and a basket of eggs, squeezing in. Excuse me, I'm looking for that young man. When everyone saw the protagonist in the news these days, they couldn't help but show surprised expressions, and made way for her, watching her walk to Qin Sun. Qin Sun stood up. The elder sister's eyes were filled with tears. I heard that you work here, so I rushed over. She stuffed the apple and egg in her hand into Qin Sun's hand. Everything was self-explanatory. Click, click, click. Another burst of crazy flashes. After half an hour, the reporters finally dispersed. The elder sister also went back to the hospital to take care of the child. Qin Sun breathed a sigh of relief, collapsed on his workstation, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. I'm so tired. Xia Ning turned to look at Qin Sun and asked, is your rental house really smashed? Qin Sun nodded. That can't be false. I lent you 2,000 yuan and paid 1,500 yuan to the landlord. Xia Ning took out her mobile phone. I'll lend you another. Is 5,000 enough? Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning and said nothing for a long time. He looked her up and down and saw that there was no brand on her clothes, but it was obvious that they were of good quality. It might be more expensive than a branded one. He knew this might really be a hidden rich woman. He shook his head. Forget it, I'll find a way myself. Xia Ning was surprised, Why? I don't charge interest. Chin Sun smiled and said, borrowing your money again and again makes me feel like I'm being kept. Xia Ning. She put away her phone. Only a ghost would keep you. Chin Sun took a break, took out his phone as usual, and was ready to open the game and have fun, but when he looked up, he found that many people in the office looked back from time to time. When she met his eyes, she would smile in approval. Chin Sun felt a little sad. What are you looking at? I hid in this position. Didn't I want to be low-key? You guys pay so much attention to me. And I'm still slacking off? Damn it! I went from being an invisible person in the company to a firefly. When I went to get water just now, the girl at the front desk asked me to get water first. When I went to pee, my colleagues asked me to pee first. What's more terrifying is that Chungwon's eyes looking at me became more and more friendly. The environment of this company has become dangerous, and it is no longer suitable for me. Should I change to another company? Chapter 17. This small company, actually, has both Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. After lunch, Chin Sun took a nap for an hour and a half. Xia Ning was very interested in doing Weibo news, watching with a smile on her face all the time. The press conference was just over in the morning, and the news came out at noon, and now it is all over the place. The online reputation of the rich son of Hai Chung has slowly changed. If he were born in ancient times, he would be a counselor, using himself as bait, invite people from all over the world to join the game. Mr. Righteousness. If this happened in ancient times, an idiom would have been derived, insulting the mother to save the son. He understands traffic, and there are more people who want to scold him than those who want to help him. This guy is so handsome. As a man, I want to give birth to a baby for him. But there are also some bad comments. Is this considered a scam? Did you donate money? You're calling it a scam. I donated, I'm happy with it. Smart, really smart. Such a smart person is not far from death. His colleagues should be careful, especially female colleagues. Don't let him cheat you, and then count your money for him. From time to time, Xia Ning turned her head to look at the sleeping Chin Sun, and felt that he didn't seem so annoying anymore. The outside world was stormy, but he was still sleeping soundly. Pretending to be an expert? Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of Chin Sun's computer screen from the corner of her eye. On the computer version of WeChat, several friend request notifications popped up. She was a little worried that he was still being exposed and insulted by netizens, who didn't know the truth, and wanted to add him to WeChat to get to know him. Well, it must be. Xia Ning silently encouraged herself, looked up and observed that no one was paying attention to this side. Then she reached out and quietly opened the notification on Chin Sun's computer. 3 friend requests popped up in a row. Mr. Chin, hello. This is Hippo International. Can I invite you to dinner? Mr. Chin, hello. This is Cheetah Headhunting Company. There is a job with a basic salary of 20,000. Do you need to know more? Mr. Chin, hello. This is Sanduohua Company Limited. The salary is generous, and there is a lot of room for advancement. Would you consider it? After reading the 3 messages of poaching, Xia Ning's face looked a little bad, and he lowered his head to look at Chin Sun. Seeing that he was still sleeping soundly, she gently deleted 3 friend request messages and completely deleted them. Then, she set it in the settings, not allowing friends to be added through query. Hee. Once and for all. After doing these things, Xia Ning turned around, as if nothing had happened, picked up the thermos and started drinking water. Drinking water. Then, she quietly sent a message to Chungwon. 1:59 and 55 seconds p.m. Chin Sun's mobile phone alarm rang. He yawned, stretched, and opened his sleepy eyes. Great. Suddenly, he saw Chungwon coming out of the office, looking at him from a distance, with a gentle and meaningful smile on her face. Chungwon cleared her throat, raising a thick red envelope in her hand. Everyone, stop what you are doing. I have a good news announcement here. Just now, our overseas boss was very pleased to learn that the company has done such a beautiful marketing campaign, which has attracted national attention. As long as the company's name is well known, business will continue to flow in, and it is not a dream for everyone to get promoted and get a raise. For this, the boss specially rewards team building, eating, drinking, singing this Friday night. A round of applause rang out in the office. Wow! Great! Chungwon looked at the enthusiastic crowd. Her eyes fell on Chin Sun, and raised the red envelope in her hand higher. And the boss decided to reward our great contributor Qin Sun with a big red envelope of 20,000 yuan and train him as a reserve supervisor. Please invite Qin Sun to the stage to receive the award. A round of warm applause rang out in the office. They were not jealous of the money, after all. Not only was his idea unique, but he did take a big risk. Besides, they had dinner, drinks and singing on Friday thanks to Qin Sun. Moreover, most people who joined the company did not expect it to go bankrupt, but hoped to have more and more business and get more and more commissions. Qin Sun walked to Chungwan amid the applause. He took the red envelope with both hands. He bowed slightly. Thank you, everyone. He returned to his seat. Qin Sun stuffed the red envelope into his backpack, sitting upright, and typing on the computer with a serious face. Xia Ning saw his serious expression and felt relieved. Sure enough, money makes the world go round. Look, this carefree attitude straightened up instantly. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the words Qin Sun typed on the computer, and was stunned. The document was filled with densely written words. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Line after line, column after column. Xia Ning? A dog will always eat shit. This red envelope might as well be thrown into the cesspool. Seeing Qin Sun type swear words seriously for 5 minutes, Xia Ning couldn't help it anymore and asked, You don't seem happy? Qin Sun turned his head to look at her, typing hacky with his hands, and whispered, I'm happy that the boss can give me money, but he wants to train me as a reserve manager. I don't like it. Xia Ning felt puzzled. Why? Qin Sun answered confidently. As the core of the company, with so many eyes on me, how can I slack off in the future? Xia Ning was surprised and said, Do you go to work just to slack off? Qin Sun said, What else? Xia Ning. She understood the feelings of those who smashed Qin Sun's rental house, because she also wanted to beat him up now. After pretending to work hard for half an hour, Qin Sun typed more than 3,000 words of swear words on the keyboard. Xia Ning couldn't stand it anymore, and asked Qin Sun, Do you really look down on the boss of this company? Qin Sun looked up and found that everyone was busy working, gradually paying less attention to him. Relieved, bent down, turned to look at Xia Ning, and said in a low voice, Let me tell you, I heard that the founder of this company is a second-generation rich man who does nothing. What do first-generation rich people fear the most? They are not afraid of their sons eating, drinking and having fun, but they are afraid that he will start a business and ruin the family. When it comes to starting a business, 9 out of 10 companies lose. Xia Ning heard her cursing her company again and frowned. Can't you have some confidence in this company? Qin Sun snorted coldly, pointed at her, and then pointed at himself. Think about it, this small company actually has both Wulong and Fengchu, 2 lazy kings. Why worry about it not going bankrupt? Xia Ning. She suddenly felt that staying with Qin Sun might make her old age early. She might get sick from anger. Suddenly, Qin Sun lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Xiao Xia, do you know why the boss of our company has never come back to the country to come to the company? Xia Ning was startled and shook her head. Qin Sun whispered, I was caught soliciting prostitution in the United States. Xia Ning was stunned. Chapter 18 You two are having a conflict. Why am I the one who gets hurt? Xia Ning found out that she was wrong just now, extremely wrong. She would die early if she stayed with Qin Sun. She would be so angry. In the United States, prostitution is legal. Okay? The following time, Qin Sun resumed his happy slacking rhythm, played the game very well, got 3 pentakills, watched short videos for half an hour, learned a few dishes. The pleasant afternoon was about to pass. It was already 5:59 p.m. Xia Ning suddenly asked, Are you going to work overtime later? Qin Sun sighed. I am not allowed to do PPT now. And I have no work to do. Why should I work overtime later? Add air? It seems a bit artificial. And others will find out. Slacking off. You have to make it real and fake, so that it can be mistaken for the real. Xia Ning nodded, thinking it made sense. Suddenly, she was startled. What's the reason? I am the boss of this company. Why should I learn to slack off? Qin Sun looked at the door of the personnel office. His eyes flickered, and he nudged Xia Ning with his elbow. Xiao Xia, I think it's not easy to slack off in this company in the future. It might be very busy. When I signed the contract yesterday, I saw Sister Chung put the company's official seal on the table. He turned to look at Xia Ning and asked sincerely, Tomorrow, I will go to Sister Cheng's office. You find a chance to send Sister Chung away. and I will secretly stamp my internship certificate. Then I can run away at any time. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, stunned. What is this guy thinking about every day? Slacking off again? To steal the official seal again tomorrow? And he will steal the official seal with the company's boss. Still want to run away? Qin Sun saw Xia Ning was stunned, and waved his hand in front of her. Hello, hello. Did you hear that? Xia Ning nodded. Her face was not very good. I heard it. Qin Sun saw that she was not very good looking, said. You are not reluctant to leave me, are you? Xia Ning was startled, took a deep breath, then smiled sweetly. How could that be? I will help you steal it tomorrow. Qin Sun nodded with satisfaction. He is now a glorious planner in the company, but unfortunately, he does not understand planning at all, unless he has the help of the slacking system. But the current slacking environment is dangerous. He only managed to accumulate 20 slacking points after slacking all day today. On a normal day, he can earn 60 points in this company, and 40 points by delivering food at night. He can earn 100 points a day. At this time, the slacking value in the panel is only slacking value 1620. Note, when the host reaches 10,000, he can get a lottery. There are more than 8,000 slacking points before the lottery is drawn. At this rate, Xia Ning will not be able to achieve it even after menopause. Pick up the bucket and run away, it's imminent. When he looked at the time, it was already 6 o'clock. He looked at Xia Ning. I'll ride you by bike? Xia Ning put on her backpack and stood up, without looking back. No need, I have a car. Qin Sun, isn't your car broken? Xia Ning turned around, looked down at Qin Sun silently, and suddenly smiled. Is there only one car in your family? Qin Sun suddenly felt that her smile was so annoying. He puffed up his chest and said proudly, My family, there are 3 electric cars, 1 for each person. Xia Ning gave a thumbs up, said nothing, and turned away. Qin Sun looked at her back as she left, frowning slightly. My little assistant is in a moody mood today. Are you having your period? Will it not delay my plan to steal the company seal tomorrow? In the underground parking lot of the office building, Xia Ning walked into a red sports car, sat in the seat, editing a message to Chungwan. Chungwan, lock up the company seal, Qin Sun wants to steal. After thinking for a while, she changed it. Chungwan, lock up the company seal, someone wants to steal the company seal. In the personnel office, Chungwan saw the message and was stunned. She smelled a conspiracy. The business wars on TV were full of intrigues and life and death. In the real business war, someone was sent to steal the official seal. Did the company become famous overnight and attracted other people's attention? A tall tree attracts the wind. Immediately, she took the official seal on the table and locked it in the safe in the corner of the office. The next day, Xia Ning came to the office early again and was surprised to find Qin Sun sleeping on his workstation. She looked at the time. It was only 8:30. It was 30 minutes early, which was a big violation of Qin Sun's life principle of going to work on time. Xia Ning walked over gently, not wanting to wake him up. Just sat down at the workstation. Qin Sun sat up suddenly, with 2 dark circles under his eyes, looking at Xia Ning with a tired face, pointing to the half-open door of the personnel office. Xiao Xia, you are finally here. Xia Ning was a little surprised. You have been waiting for me? Qin Sun said. I waited so long that the flowers withered. Didn't you promise me yesterday to help me steal the official seal to stamp the internship certificate? Xia Ning. She thought about it carefully. Did I agree? Would he agree to let the company president help employees steal the official seal? Qin Sun continued. I just gave Sister Chung a bottle of sour plum soup that is thirst-quenching. Sweet and sour. And most importantly, a very diuretic. If nothing unexpected happens, she will have to go to the bathroom within half an hour. He took out a printed internship certificate from the drawer of his desk. When the time comes, I will pretend to have something to do and go in to find someone, and then stamp it in a flash. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun expressionlessly, and after a moment of silence, asked, What do I need to do? Qin Sun said with a smile, I'm worried that Sister Chung comes and goes like the wind. When Sister Chung goes in, you go in 30 seconds later. Pretend to meet her by chance, block her, and ask her some questions about the company. Delay time. Xia Ning nodded gently. Suddenly, Qin Sun saw Chungwan hurried out of the office and went to the bathroom. He stood up. After Chungwan left the bathroom, he quickly walked to the personnel office and turned back to give Xia Ning a wink. Xia Ning stood up slowly with a blank expression. Seeing Chin Sun turned around, he sat down again and sent a WeChat message to Chung Won. Chung Won, stay in the toilet for half an hour before coming out. After a while, Chung Won replied, okay. Mr. Xia, can I ask why? Xia Ning thought about it, smiled, and replied, Chin Sun went to steal the official seal to stamp his internship certificate. Chung Won, this kid, I'm not giving him the seal. Why did he have to steal it? Xia Ning frowned slightly and hesitated. You are not allowed to stamp it for him. I am the only one who can stamp his internship certificate. After a while, Chung Won replied, got it. Bathroom. Chung Won sat on the toilet, covering her nose, shaking her head and sighing. You two are having a conflict. How come I am the one who gets hurt? Xia Ning looked up, watching Chin Sun go into the personnel office. She smiled faintly. How interesting. Chapter 19. A donkey pulling a millstone wouldn't even think of giving itself 2 whips. You're always worried about not having enough energy at work? Xia Ning turned on the computer, logged into her mailbox, read the email from the business department forwarded by Chung Won, and looked up to see which employees came early and had a more correct attitude. Suddenly, she thought of Chin Sun again and shook her head. It seems that it doesn't work to judge whether an employee is good or not by whether he arrives early or leaves early. This guy even pretends to work overtime. The email sent by Chung Won made Xia Ning a little happy. The emails were from several companies that were contacted yesterday afternoon to seek cooperation, ranging from product marketing to character creation and advertising. Marketing companies have a wide range of business scope. The press conference yesterday morning really made the company a hit. We must hunt while the heat is hot. Otherwise, once this wave of wind passes, before we have made frequent achievements in the industry, we will be abandoned by the market. However, Xia Ning thought that the planning of the whole kneeling to save his daughter was actually completed by Chin Sun alone. He was just a bystander. If he resigns, what should I do? She raised her head and looked at the half-open door of the personnel office. We have to stabilize him first. Xia Ning thought silently. Chow Chow only promoted people based on their talents. I want to learn from him, no matter how bad the character of this thief is. First, bear the disgust and use him to get through the company's seedling period. She suddenly laughed. We'll settle the score later. 5 minutes later, Xia Ning estimated that Chin Sun might come out and closed the email to avoid Chin Sun finding out anything. She took out her phone and opened the news. The interview about kneeling to save his daughter and Chin Sun was still on the front page. She clicked on one of the articles and went to the comment section. Netizens were still praising Chin Sun, with some people questioning him. However, one of the articles was very interesting. Look! Is this Chin Sun? There was a picture below, showing the back of a person walking into the door of the Red Romantic Bath Center at midnight with a bag on his back. Xia Ning recognized him at a glance. And this person was Chin Sun. She sneered. I just got a 20,000 yuan red envelope, so I have to treat myself like this? A dog will never change its nature. Appoint only the meritocracy, appoint only the meritocracy. Not only is he lazy, he is also a thief, but also a pervert. It's dangerous for me to stay with him. Xia Ning continued to click on this comment, and some netizens followed up. I heard that this red romantic is famous for bayonet fighting. Right? She was stunned. Xia Ning is not a little girl pretending to be innocent, she knows what bayonet fighting means. Suddenly, a person passed by her chair and sat down at the workstation next to her. Xia Ning turned her head and saw Chin Sun's expression was a little excited. She couldn't help wondering. Did you steal it? Chin Sun thought about the time he walked into the personnel office just now. Unexpectedly, she turned off the light casually. To save electricity to such an extent, she really treated the company as her home. He found the official seal on the desk in the dark and stamped it hard. He sneaked out? No wonder others say that a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as stealing. Thrilling, exciting. An expert can tell whether it is true or not with one move. How can I not steal it? He unfolded the rolled-up internship certificate on the table. Suddenly, Chin Sun's smile froze. Xia Ning laughed. Idiot? The seal on the lower right corner of the internship certificate was actually a cartoon seal. A red piglet, raising a middle finger. 2 words were written on the pig's chest, idiot. Chin Sun saw this, crumpled the internship certificate into a ball with both hands, and threw it into the trash can. Chung Won is an old person. Why is she still so childish? Are you trying to switch with me? Xia Ning was afraid that Qin Sun would think too much and suspect her, so she hurriedly explained. How can a company's official seal be placed randomly? The official seal you left on her desk yesterday must be this one. Qin Sun shook his head, feeling unlucky. The revolution has not yet succeeded, and we need to continue working hard. Suddenly, he felt a little sore in his joints. He covered his right shoulder with his left hand and turned his right arm to relieve the soreness in his joints. Xia Ning saw his movements, looked at his dark circles, and asked in surprise. You don't look very well. Would you like a cup of coffee? I'll treat you. Qin Sun opened his eyes wide in shock and stared at Xia Ning quietly. Xia Ning felt a little guilty and asked, Did I say something wrong? Qin Sun snorted coldly. A donkey pulling a millstone wouldn't even think of whipping itself twice, and you're always worried about not having enough energy at work, and you make a cup of coffee to refresh yourself? You think you're so high-end, but in fact, you're not even as good as a donkey. Xia Ning. Her face turned cold. Turning around, she didn't bother to look at Qin Sun again. From the corner of her eye, she saw that he was still concentrating on turning his arms, 3 circles to the left, 3 circles to the right, and twisting his neck. She took out her phone and quietly sent a message to Chungwan. Ask the purchasing department to buy a coffee machine with the most refreshing coffee and supply it unlimitedly all day long. Soon. Chungwan replied. Thank you, Mr. Xia, for the benefits you provide to all employees. Xia Ning replied, You're welcome. Suddenly, she heard Qin Sun say, I didn't sleep much last night, and I had a fight with someone, in the middle of the night. Xia Ning's mind suddenly popped up the words red romance and fight, and instantly formed a beautiful picture. She looked a little unhappy. Can you say this to a girl? What's the difference between this and flirting with a girl in person? He seemed very proud. Qin Sun had a proud smile on his face. I'm fighting 2 people. Xia Ning's face was a little dark. It seems that the 20,000 yuan bonus is really too much. It's so extravagant. Qin Sun continued to laugh. I beat them hard for a minute. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's proud expression and wanted to laugh. 1 minute. Is it worth being so proud? Looking at Qin Sun with a smile on his face, Xia Ning suddenly felt that Cao Cao was really great and was able to thoroughly implement the principle of meritocracy. And she couldn't stand Qin Sun anymore. Qin Sun continued. Now those 2 idiots are still in the police station. Xia Ning felt that her brain was not enough and asked in surprise. Police station? Qin Sun nodded and explained. Yes. Yesterday I went to Red Romantic to take a bath and sleep, and I ran into 2 big idiots who yelled that the beast had to kneel down and came up to beat me up. Can I tolerate them? I immediately exercised the right of citizens' legitimate defense, beat them up, and sent them to the Public Security Bureau. Xia Ning. So that's it? Suddenly, she seemed to have found something. You slept in the bath center? Qin Sun answered. Yes. Wasn't my rental house smashed? Wasn't I driven out by the landlord? I couldn't find a suitable house in this area for a while, so I had to stay here for a few nights. The bath center is cheap. I can take a bath and sleep in the middle of the night for only 60 yuan. When Xia Ning heard 60 yuan, he felt better about Qin Sun and felt that he was not so dirty. 60 yuan. You can't even eat a real chicken. What's more, it's a fake chicken? Chapter 20 Good Guy. Is this a step to success? She was a little confused. You have 20,000 yuan now. Why don't you stay in a hotel? Qin Sun sighed. My grandpa is in the hospital. I sent 18,000 yuan to my family. Xia Ning was silent for a moment and asked with concern. What happened to your grandpa? Is it serious? Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning. It's a mild cerebral infarction. The blood supply to the brain is insufficient. I couldn't speak clearly yesterday. I talked on the phone this morning. Is he fine now? He pouted and complained. My mother insisted that my grandfather was mad at me. She insisted that I didn't find a girlfriend. My grandfather was so mad that he was hospitalized. She forced me to bring a girl back home for the Mid-Autumn Festival. He became angrier and angrier as he spoke. What girl? I want to bring a man back home. Xia Ning. It's hard for a judge to judge family affairs. She wasn't going to make any comments. Wait a minute. Man? Red romance? Bayonet fight? Is there something else going on? Qin Sun stretched his arms and asked. Xiao Xia, you just blocked Sister Chung in the toilet. What did you say? Xia Ning turned her head and slowly smiled. I asked her, what work do you have today? Qin Sun. Alas. You are so stupid. Why would you ask about work? 9:00 is the time for work. A busy day begins. The sound of keyboards clacking rang out throughout the office, louder and more frequent than usual. Xia Ning looked up at everyone busying themselves with their heads down, and felt relieved. The company seems to be on the right track. For a moment, she looked a little dazed, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly, she heard Qin Sun's voice. Xiao Xia, you also found something wrong. Xia Ning turned her head and looked at Qin Sun. What's wrong? Qin Sun looked at the busy people in the office. You said, although our company had a certain reputation yesterday, but we haven't started business yet. Right? We are all members of the planning department. Now we don't work as the planning department, technical department, execution department, coordination department for any company. What can they be busy with? As soon as these words came out, Xia Ning understood instantly. She suddenly felt like she was a little bit stupid. Yes. Forget about the business department, they are responsible for running business. It is normal to be busy at any time. The several departments that Qin Sun mentioned just now, it can be said that they all serve the planning department's planning proposals, and now there is no planning proposal at all. What are they typing on the keyboard for? Playing games? It turns out, they are all pretending to work. Xia Ning turned her head and looked at Qin Sun and said, Then we have to work seriously from now on. She emphasized her tone. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. If you slack off, they will have nothing to eat. Qin Sun suddenly felt a mountain of pressure. It seems that there will be no chance to slack off in the future. These hungry people will definitely come to communicate with him about the progress of work from time to time. How can I play games? How can I watch TV series? How can I slack off? 9:05. Just when Qin Sun saw the right time, took out his mobile phone and prepared to show his prowess, he suddenly noticed Chung Wan coming out of the office. Chung Wan was seen clapping and shouting. Everyone, stop what you are doing for a moment. At the request of the company's top management, an emergency meeting is being held. Everyone, gather in the office within 5 minutes. Qin Sun sighed and put away his phone. His happy life of slacking off ended before it even began. He couldn't help but complain. What company top management? Isn't it the boss who hasn't shown up yet? This damn guy just likes to hold these empty meetings. Hasn't he heard a saying? The more meetings a company holds, the faster it will go bankrupt. He turned to look at Xia Ning, wanting to seek approval, and asked, You said right? Xia Ning. She had no expression on her face, and suddenly found that she didn't seem that angry. I'm used to it. In the meeting room, Qin Sun took Xia Ning to sit in the corner of the company as usual. Whether he was at school or at work, he liked the corner seat, like a mouse, not wanting to attract anyone's attention. Low-key, Chung Wan, as the HR director and the administrative director, had always played the role of the company's host. In Qin Sun's eyes, she was the boss's trumpet. She first said some empty words. For example, the company was gradually getting on the right track. The business was increasing, and everyone would make more and more money in the future. Finally, her eyes fell on Qin Sun in the corner, and she said with a smile, All this is thanks to everyone's efforts, especially yesterday's hero, Qin Sun. More than 30 people turned around and looked at Qin Sun. Someone took the lead in applauding. A round of applause rang out. Qin Sun stood up like a sensible child and bowed slightly to express his gratitude. Yesterday's incident, thanks to everyone's help, it's not just my credit. As he said this, he wanted to sit down, but he saw Chung Wan waving at him. Qin Sun thought to himself that it was not good, but he had a smile on his face. He walked over. Chung Wan pointed to an empty seat in the first row of the conference room and motioned him to sit down. Qin Sun sat down reluctantly with a smile on his face. He sat upright, dared not to cross his legs, and even more afraid to take out his phone to play secretly. There were dozens of eyes behind him. Chung Wan looked at Qin Sun, her eyes gentle. According to the discussion of the company's top management, Qin Sun, as the company's only planner, is a core member, a backbone member, and an excellent model. He should have a higher status in the company. More resources. Sit in the first row at meetings in the future. When the company has any training, exchanges with other companies, Qin Sun will be given priority. He will go wherever he can, and he will become the pillar of the company at a rapid speed. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Qin Sun with complicated expressions. Envy, jealousy and hatred. 1 day ago, he was still an intern. 1 day later, he became a backbone of the company. A step up. At this rate, wouldn't it take less than half a year to become a junior supervisor? Chungwon saw everyone's reaction, and was very satisfied. She glanced at Xia Ning in the corner without leaving any trace. She looked normal, but seemed to have a sly smile. Chungwon looked at Chin Sun again, and saw that he folded his hands on the table like a primary school student, with a big smile on his face, but it seemed a little stiff. Hi. This kid must be very happy. At this moment, Chin Sun's heart was full of excitement. This kind of attention that others are eager to get, he doesn't care about it at all. Will there be fewer opportunities to slack off in the future? Chungwon's tone was a little higher, very happy. I'll tell you another good news. Thanks to Chin Sun, our company's boss is so happy that he asked the purchasing department to purchase a coffee machine within 3 days, and it will be supplied all day long without limit. As soon as the voice fell, dozens of people applauded. It was very lively. There were also a few cheers. Good. Good. Mom won't have to worry about me getting sleepy anymore. Chin Sun, well done. Surrounded by applause, Chin Sun was a little confused. Coffee unlimited? What's there to be happy about? Cheap bones. At this time, Chungwon's voice rang again, like a bolt from the blue. The company decided, in order to facilitate Chin Sun's communication with various departments, his workstation will be arranged in the middle of all the workstations. This way, all departments can communicate with him very conveniently. Chin Sun. Chapter 21 I don't blush, because I have a clean heart. After the meeting, as a popular person in the company, Chin Sun received enthusiastic help from everyone. In less than 10 minutes, he moved his workstation from the corner to the middle of the office. There were people all around. They all had pairs of big blinking eyes. As Chin Sun's assistant, Xia Ning adjusted her workstation accordingly. She looked at Chin Sun, who was slumped in his chair with a look of despair on his face, and was in a good mood. Even I am sitting in the center of the company. Does this count as one person's success, and everyone else's success? Seeing the smile on Xia Ning's face, Chin Sun felt betrayed. What happened to the agreement to slack off together? Why do you look like you want to shine in your company now? Heh. Women. You are so fickle. Chin Sun sat at his workstation, and felt that everyone's eyes would intentionally or unintentionally glance over here, and he sat up straight subconsciously. Half a morning had passed. He stared at the computer screen with lifeless eyes. Xia Ning saw that he was not playing with his phone, but he did not seem to be ready to work, but her mailbox already had many emails from the business department. She couldn't help it, picked up a pen, and poked Chin Sun gently. She whispered, "Work." Chin Sun came back to his senses and asked, "What work?" Xia Ning sent the email. These are 3 emails from the business department. They are the needs of 3 companies. You need to confirm which marketing plans we can make now. Now is the startup stage of the company. I suggest you choose the ones that are sure, so as not to ruin the reputation. Chin Sun was not interested, leaning lazily in his chair, and clicked on an email. The marketing master's ability was revealed instantly. With just a glance, a mature plan emerged in his mind, and more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A lot. He could choose. He closed an email and murmured, "This company wants to sell apples. We can cooperate. Let the company charge him 1 million marketing fees, and ask for 5% of their profits." As soon as these words came out, everything around him was quiet. The air seemed to stop flowing. Those who were secretly observing Chin Sun working were speechless. Ah. This. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. But it can't treat a tiger like a dog. Right? Xia Ning calmed down. She didn't ask why the price was so exaggerated. After all, Chin Sun might not understand the market, but judging from his tone and demeanor, his casual attitude revealed an unquestionable confidence. You mean, you already have a plan? Chin Sun nodded. Weekly. I plan to go the live broadcast route. You contact a few media companies this afternoon and select a few models. Tomorrow afternoon, I will select one with the right temperament and image. Let's try the effect first. Seeing that she was serious, Xia Ning took out the memo on her mobile phone and wrote down Chin Sun's request. Very professional assistant. Chin Sun clicked on the second email, glanced at it, sneered. Is this a media company? In a sense, it is a peer company. You want us to help them market their artists to be popular? Want to be popular? Eat shit. You will definitely be popular if you eat shit. Xia Ning. She looked at Chin Sun's expression, like a joke but not completely, hesitated. Are you serious? Chin Sun turned his head and looked at her silently. The timeline of Blue Star here is the 18th and 19th year of the previous Earth. But there is no Lao Ba. Lao Ba is not yet popular. But the artists of this company are going to be popular. Seeing the curious eyes around him, he said coldly with a blank expression. I am always serious when I work. And never joke. Many people around nodded slightly, expressing their approval. With this work attitude, no wonder he is a big star. Xia Ning. Let's talk about it later. Thick skin. Really? Really thick. Chin Sun ordered. You should come up with a draft of a marketing plan for live streaming eating shit. Xia Ning saw that he was really not joking. And he couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. Won't someone come to your door to beat you up? Chin Sun said coldly. If he doesn't want this overwhelming wealth, then don't cooperate with this company. Of course he has plans other than eating shit. Just now, all kinds of marketing plans for internet celebrities to go viral appeared in his mind. After all, those have been tested in the market on Earth. Absolutely reliable. But Chin Sun is in a bad mood now, and just wants to make people eat shit. He casually clicked on the third email. Chin Sun was no longer sleepy, and studied it carefully 3 times over and over again. This is a company that sells sex toys. The email also included some pictures of their company's products. The style is novel, and the function is unique. There are also photos of models. It opened his eyes. Suddenly, he turned his head, looked at Xia Ning, whose face was slightly red, and whispered, Give me a cup of coffee, to refresh myself. Xia Ning. The following time, Chin Sun has been studying the third email, with a solemn expression, more holy than the old monks in the ancient temple. Xia Ning is writing a planning proposal on the side, with a serious expression, like the old nuns in the nunnery. More than 2 hours later, Xia Ning finished writing a plan for selling apples, felt extremely satisfied, felt really fulfilled. Just about to show the plan to Chin Sun. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of Chin Sun zooming in on a photo of a sexy model in the email, and observing it carefully. Her face was slightly hot, and she frowned and asked in a low voice, Aren't you ashamed? Chin Sun turned his head and looked at Xia Ning, with an innocent and puzzled look on his face. Xia Ning asked again, Aren't you embarrassed to see this kind of thing at work? Chin Sun shook his head gently and sighed. Xiao Xia. I don't mean to say anything about you. We should respect customers enough. No matter what they sell. We should not discriminate. We should understand the customer's products and spend enough time. Xia Ning looked at his serious look and suddenly felt a little unconfident. Did I think too much? No. He has been watching for 2 hours. Does he need to understand it so thoroughly? Besides, the product displayed by the model is obviously a neck ring. What do you mean by zooming in on the waist of the female model? She was about to expose him. But she heard Chin Sun say lightly, As for why I don't blush, it's because I have a clean heart. Xia Ning. Is he scolding me? Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun coldly, took a deep breath, and relieved her depressed mood. I don't plan to argue with him. You can't win an argument with such a cheap guy. Besides, she has never been good at arguing. Xia Ning sent the plan she had written to Chin Sun, and said expressionlessly, This is a plan to sell apples using short video live broadcasts. Take a look. Chin Sun clicked on Xia Ning's file on the computer, and suddenly saw that the time on the lower right corner of the desktop was exactly 12 o'clock. He didn't say anything, and didn't even look at it, and immediately closed it. It was a close call. I almost had to work overtime. Xia Ning. Her eyes fell on a pen holder on the table, which was made of metal, and it must have hurt if it hit his forehead. She worked hard for several hours, and he could look at pictures of beautiful women for several hours, but he was unwilling to spend a few minutes browsing the plan. She took a deep breath, and dispelled the anger in her heart. Her breathing was heavy, her chest was heaving, and she seemed to be unable to suppress it. She stared at Chin Sun, and gradually clenched her fists. Chapter 22 Oops. I've been fooled by him again. Xia Ning clenched his fists, and stared at Chin Sun. But he found that he seemed to be in a daze. Chin Sun blinked and opened the system panel that only he could see. Slacking value, 1630. Note, when the host reaches 10,000, you can get a lottery. Suddenly, his face turned ugly. Yesterday was 1620, I worked hard all morning today, and it's only 10 o'clock? Is it in vain to look at those pornographic pictures of sex toys? This place, it's not suitable to stay for long. Suddenly, he heard Xia Ning's somewhat cold voice. Chin Sun, I almost wanted to hit you on the forehead with a pen holder just now. Chin Sun was startled, and immediately looked up, and saw Xia Ning's angular face, which seemed even colder. He remained calm and persuaded. Xia Ning, calm down. Xia Ning was stunned. She regretted the words as soon as she said them, and felt a little out of control. She was taught to be an elegant woman since she was a child. The words just now really lost some points, but I really couldn't help it. This person really deserves a beating. I didn't expect it. Chin Sun was not angry at all, and he persuaded himself seriously. Is this person really sick? Then, Chin Sun said again, at noon, I will treat you to a meal. Xia Ning looked at him quietly, and after a moment of silence, she asked, why are you so generous all of a sudden? Chin Sun snorted coldly. I have never been stingy, but I just don't have money. After a pause, he lowered his voice. We will have a farewell dinner at noon today. Xia Ning was shocked, and she didn't expect things to develop like this. Chin Sun said in a deep voice, I might have to run away. He now has the urge to run away directly. But thinking of the 3 companies he is in turn in, the other 2 were either in the police station or in the ICU. Only the boss of this company survived. Maybe not. Otherwise, why does he never show up? But at least the company is still there. And there is still half a month. It will be the time Chungwan promised to stamp. The dawn is just around the corner. But he is reluctant. Can't run away. Xia Ning and Chin Sun said in unison. They looked at each other, both a little surprised. This frequency is too high. Xia Ning was very confused. Just now, he was shouting that he wanted to run away. Now he is shouting that he can't run away. Does he not want to treat me to a meal? I saw Chin Sun raised his hands to his temples, frowning, directly turned on the overclocking mode. Brain activity suddenly increased. Thinking quickly. Swish. He suddenly asked. Xiao Xia, do you know what a planner in a marketing planning company does? He came in as a planner assistant, with a salary of 2,000 yuan, and the recruitment notice only listed some trivial auxiliary work. Not doing the core work of a planner. And now, he has been promoted. He wants to find loopholes in the work process, and find some opportunities to slack off. Seeing his serious expression, Xia Ning thought that he had repented and had a sense of mission to carry firewood for everyone. She also became serious. I know. Chin Sun, go ahead. Xia Ning, first, market research and analysis. The main thing is, Chin Sun's mind was in turmoil, and a huge amount of marketing planning knowledge poured in. Study target users, public opinion, reputation, competitors, and related policies and regulations? Xia Ning was a little surprised. You understand? Chin Sun remained calm. I don't understand. Go on. Xia Ning rolled his eyes at him and continued. Second, before he finished speaking, a bunch of information burst out in Chin Sun's mind. Second, planning and formulating marketing plans. Third, implementing marketing plans. Fourth, evaluating the effectiveness of marketing plans and reviewing them. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun in shock and found that his face was a little red, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. You still say you don't understand? Chin Sun, you obviously understand very well. In fact, you are very suitable for this job. Chin Sun still pressed his temples with both hands and said nothing. Suddenly, he loosened his hands, his eyes burst into light, and he wanted to slap himself. The system directly brought his marketing level to the master level. When he saw the customer's needs, the marketing plan would appear in his mind directly. It directly skipped those basic preparations. Instead, he suffered a great loss. Xia Ning saw his expression, which suddenly looked full of fighting spirit, and asked, What are you thinking about? Chin Sun answered, How can you come up with a good marketing plan by just sitting in the office? Too careless. Whatever. You have to go out and do an in-depth, detailed, comprehensive market research. Right? Xia Ning nodded vigorously. That makes sense. Chin Sun grinned. If I can't get anything done in the company, I'll go out and get it done. Suddenly, Chin Sun found that Xia Ning's expression was actually full of expectation. Just like parents who want their children to be successful. He didn't understand, and didn't bother to ask, so he just ordered. Xiao Xia, my assistant, go to the business department and ask if they have received any big jobs in the past 2 days. The harder the better. I'm going to start working seriously. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun and was suddenly moved. Finally, As expected, even if it was a stone in a manure pit, as long as he had enough patience, he would definitely change. Inexplicably, Xia Ning felt a little sense of accomplishment. Her face, which had always been cold and frosty, showed a hint of a smile. Actually, the apple selling proposal is quite rare. I understand that. The company is financially strong, and they hired more than one marketing and advertising company. If we can stand out, we will definitely be able to expand the company's influence. Qin Sun nodded. Okay. That's it. As he said that, he stood up, put on his backpack, and walked out with big strides. Xia Ning exclaimed. What are you doing now? Qin Sun said loudly. To do market research and analysis. I am out on the field. He spoke loudly, deliberately for everyone to hear. At this time, it was time for everyone to pack up and prepare for lunch. Many people turned to look at Qin Sun and saw that he was full of fighting spirit, like a general going to war. They couldn't help but admire his energetic work attitude. He is indeed a young man. So energetic. He didn't even want to eat. Qin Sun saw the eyes of the crowd, glanced around, and seemed to mutter to himself. I want to shed my sweat on the road of field work in this hot summer, to create a cool summer for customers. Everyone opened their mouths. Ah, this guy started it again. Started it again. Started to speak incoherently again. He always seems to be able to seize the opportunity to show his loyalty to the company. What a good dog. Chungwon heard the noise, walked out with a bottle of mineral water, and stuffed it into Qin Sun's hand. She looked at Qin Sun with great satisfaction. This kind of person speaks well, works hard, strong working ability. He is also handsome. Where can you find him? Who hired this kind of person? I hired him. Chungwon smiled. Xiaoqin, you've worked hard. Be careful of heat stroke. She glanced at Xia Ning and said in a low voice. You are the outstanding employee of this month. Qin Sun looked serious. Serving the people. I am not afraid of hard work. In the complicated eyes of the crowd, Qin Sun walked out of the company like a hero. At the workstation in the corner of the office, Xia Ning looked at the door of the company, where Qin Sun disappeared. Her eyes flickered, and she suddenly slammed her palm on the table. Damn! I was fooled by him again. What field work? He must have gone out to play. He can play games all day in the company. What's the point of going out? Xia Ning picked up the messenger bag, with a cold face, and chased him out. Chapter 23. Come with me. I will force you to work by holding your head down. When Xia Ning ran out of the office building, what caught her eye was a group of workers going to eat. Where could she see Qin Sun? She stood at the gate, and there were people around her. For a moment, she felt a little lost. Suddenly, Xia Ning caught a glimpse of an electric bike speeding by the side of the road. This speed? If it wasn't Qin Sun, who else could it be? She stepped on her high heels, ran to the side of the road, and just stopped a taxi. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xia Ning pointed at the electric bike speeding ahead and said coldly, Master, catch up with the electric bike in front. The master took a look at the electric bike, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Fuck. He has good skills, but it's hard to catch him. Xia Ning didn't say anything, and casually took out a few red bills from his messenger bag, and stuffed them into the taxi driver's hand. The taxi driver was overjoyed. Don't worry, he can't get away even if he has wings. A second later, the taxi sped away. The master had a stern face, with a serious look of deep hatred and deep suffering, and his eyes followed the direction of Qin Sun. In fact, he had already imagined all kinds of melodramatic plots in his mind. The FBI pursued the nuclear bomb thief. The urban female white-collar worker chased the poor boy. Or, did the boy steal some underwear from the beauty? Or did the boy have sex with a prostitute and was chased by someone? In the end, the master couldn't help asking, Beauty, why are you chasing him? Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's back in the distance, expressionless, and said in a cold voice, He's a thief. The master had an expression of I understand, and couldn't help but envy Qin Sun. I see. A heart-stealing thief. Hearing this, Xia Ning turned his head and glanced at the master, not understanding why a man of his age was still so superficial. Xia Ning explained. He's a thief. He doesn't work properly during working hours, and sneaks out. To play openly. Damn it. The master lost interest immediately after hearing this. What a boring story. He said, going out to play during work you won't die. Xia Ning was a little dissatisfied, frowned, looked at Qin Sun's back, and asked, Master, hit him to death. What's the price? The taxi driver turned his head to look at Xiao Ning. Seeing her beautiful but indifferent, he couldn't help but think of the words. Femme fatale? So scary. This kid is going to be in trouble. Qin Sun turned from the main road into a small alley, and parked the car in front of a shabby internet cafe. Just as he was about to go in, he suddenly heard a cold voice behind him. Qin Sun! He turned around and was startled. He saw Xiao Ning standing behind him. Xiao Ning smiled. Didn't you say you would treat me to lunch at noon? Qin Sun waved his hand. No. I have something to do today. Let's do it another day. But he saw Xiao Ning's determined eyes and unquestionable voice. No. I want you to treat me to lunch today. Qin Sun was a little helpless. Beef? Do you want to eat it? Xiao Ning nodded and said nothing. She is not picky about food. Then come in with me. Qin Sun turned and walked into the internet cafe. Network administrator, give me 2 buckets of instant noodles. Braised beef flavor. Today is a weekday. There are few people in the internet cafe. The two found a seat in the corner and finished a bucket of instant noodles. Qin Sun was a little surprised that Xiao Ning, a little girl who looked as delicate as a porcelain doll, did not dislike it at all, but instead had a vague feeling of joy of eating delicious food. Xiao Xia, do you like instant noodles very much? Xiao Ning shook her head and nodded. I liked eating it when I was a kid. But the adults wouldn't let me. I lost the habit of eating instant noodles when I grew up. Qin Sun sighed. You're so pitiful. Xiao Ning. After finishing the instant noodles, Xiao Ning looked at Qin Sun, was silent for a while, and asked slowly. So are we going to investigate the market for selling apples now? Qin Sun waved his hand. During working hours, don't talk about work. We both managed to escape, so of course we have to have fun. Xiao Ning. This kind of perverse logic, she had never heard of it before. But it was reasonable for Qin Sun to do so. After leaving the internet cafe, Qin Sun rode his electric bike and took Xiao Ning to a village in Haicheng. Xiao Ning sat in the back of the bike, looking unhappy. After spending the past few days together, she was sure that Qin Sun had some skills. But his work attitude was not correct, and he was always thinking about slacking off. Perhaps it was because of some shadow left by his childhood that he developed this habit. Just as she was thinking about it, she suddenly heard Qin Sun say, Xiao Xia, I'm going to rent a house now. I only have about 2,000 yuan on me now. If it's not enough, can you lend me some? Xiao Ning was about to agree, but she heard him say again, when the boss pays you, I will pay you back immediately and treat you to instant noodles. With sausage. Xiao Ning looked at Qin Sun's back, pursed her lips, and said in a cold voice, Can you stop saying boss? Boss? Qin Sun looked back at Xiao Ning, smiled, and nodded. You are right. It makes sense. Our boss is a man. He should be a boss. Xia, you are still rigorous. Xiao Ning? Renting a house went smoothly. 800 yuan for a shabby single room. 1 deposit and 1 payment. Qin Sun could barely afford it. After the landlord left, Qin Sun looked at Xiao Ning, and a kind smile appeared on his face. Xia, I actually know a delicious way to cook instant noodles. Xiao Ning felt something was wrong, and said hesitantly, You don't want me to help you move? Qin Sun laughed. It is said that good-looking people are also smart. Leave the physical work of moving luggage to me, and you help me clean the house. Xiao Ning. She turned her head to look at the dusty house, and walked out without looking back, walked a few steps, and turned back again. After cleaning the house, we start working? Qin Sun looked at Xiao Ning silently, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. This is a face that wants to improve. Work, promotion, salary increase, the vision of most workers. Especially for people like Xiao Ning who are not short of money, it is easy to regard work as a career and become stubborn. He completely understands Xiao Ning's mood at the moment. Qin Sun thought about it and nodded. After cleaning, it's almost time to get off work, just right to work time. Xiao Ning knew his quirk of liking to work after get off work, and was not surprised, and walked to the corner of the room silently. Picked up the broom, and started cleaning the room. From childhood to adulthood, she had hardly ever cleaned the house. But even if she had never eaten pork, she had always seen pigs running, sweeping the floor, wiping the table. It was not difficult. A gust of dust was raised. Xiao Ning was choked and coughed out tears. Qin Sun walked out of the room. I'll go move the luggage and be back soon. Qin Sun had very few things, and they were all stored at the Hongleman Bath Center. After going there and back, an hour passed. When he returned to the room, he saw the brand new house, and could not help but be stunned. Clean. It's so damn clean. And Xia Ning is still holding a rag, still wiping it carefully. If the landlord's house was in this state just now, would it cost more than 1,000 to rent it? Xia Ning was covered in dirt. Looking at the backpack on Qin Sun's back, she was stunned for a moment. Is this what you call a salute? Is this what you call physical work? She was really angry. For this hour, she swept the floor, mopped the floor, and even lifted the bed board to clean the bottom of the bed. Then she used a rag to wipe the bathroom, the sink, etc. carefully. She was so tired that she could hardly straighten her back. And there was some dust all over her body. From childhood to adulthood, she had never been so embarrassed. She thought Qin Sun left the heavy work to himself, and gave her the simple cleaning work. She never expected that the so-called physical work of moving luggage was just to carry a bag. Qin Sun scratched his head. Hee hee. He smiled a little shy. I didn't expect that you are so honest. You are not lazy at all. Hearing this, Xia Ning threw the rag in her hand to the ground, and wiped the sweat on her face with her sleeve. Qin Sun, from now on, you listen to me. Come with me. I will hold your head down to make you work. Chapter 24. As the company's CEO, not only was he led by his employees to slack off, but he now had to teach them to slack off. Coffee shop. In a corner by the window, Qin Sun had a look of despair on his face. It was time for him to ride his electric bike to deliver food, but he was forcibly brought to the coffee shop by his runaway assistant, who insisted that he write a plan. He spread his hands. I didn't bring my laptop. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun across the table, and thought about how she had accompanied him to rent a house, clean up, and was tired all day, and she was furious. She said coldly, you have to stay in the office all day tomorrow, and we will write the plan together. Qin Sun shook his head like a rattle. No, I want to work outside. Xia Ning glanced at the coffee on the table, and had the urge to pick it up and throw it in his face. She suppressed her anger and said, you can't hang out outside all day in the future. As the company's business expands in the future, there will be more and more communication with various departments, and you will definitely have to stay in the company for a lot of time. It won't be so easy to work outside in the future. Qin Sun said, it's okay, I just need to survive this month and get my salary. When the time comes, I will run away directly. Xia Ning was stunned, and suddenly lost her temper. He always keeps the word running away on his lips. Like a stinky and hard stone in a toilet. This is probably because barefoot people are not afraid of wearing shoes. Xia Ning said patiently. How many college students can't find jobs now? And how many college students go to deliver food and express delivery? And you directly became the core backbone of a company. Now is not only the company's key growth period, but also your growth period. Why don't you cherish it? Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, who was a little excited, and understood why she was so excited. Becoming an assistant to a planner with a promising future, her future is tied to myself. If I leave, she will lose her backer. He looked at Xia Ning, with an apologetic smile on his face. I'm sorry. I really have no choice. Wait until I find a new employer, a good company to slack off. If you are still willing to follow me, I will recruit you. Xia Ning saw Qin Sun's sincere tone, and was silent for a while. He found a good place to slack off, and he didn't want to forgive me. What a damn good man. After a while, she asked softly, then don't you want your internship certificate? Qin Sun showed a smug smile on his face, turned a little sideways, and waved to the waitress at the counter. The other party also smiled and waved. Xia Ning was a little confused. Qin Sun explained, when you went to the bathroom, I made an agreement with the store manager's sister, give her 500 yuan, and she will stamp it for me. Xia Ning looked back at the store manager's sister, turned his head, and looked at Qin Sun with a cold face. You are breaking the law. Qin Sun saw Xia Ning so angry, and felt a little puzzled. Then are you going to call the police to arrest me? Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun silently, and said nothing. He was just a lousy employee who slacked off all day and scolded his boss. You want to leave? Then get out. The two of them started to be silent again. 5 minutes later, Xia Ning broke the silence first. She tried to be gentle and reminded him. If you just want a good slacking environment, where no one disturbs you to play games, watch TV, or sleep, then it is not a solution to stay in the company. Qin Sun was a little surprised, and looked at Xia Ning silently. Xia Ning continued, this company pays you a high salary. Your position is also high. Sister Chung and the boss are very good to you. Jin Sun was a little surprised. Why did she insist on keeping me? Did she like me? Alas, another ignorant girl who covets men's beauty. He asked. What can you do? Xia Ning looked into Jin Sun's eyes, with a strange expression on her face, and said softly. In fact, as the core department of a marketing planning company, although there are only you and me now, as long as you are good enough, complete another beautiful plan. You can apply for an independent office. In your own office, you can slack off as you like. The premise is that you must have performance output, so that others can't suspect that you haven't worked all day long. Jin Sun thought about it, and felt it made sense. Performance output, this is too easy. I am already a first-class planning and marketing master, with successful cases on the entire earth in my previous life. What kind of planning proposal can't be done? When Jin Sun was in a daze, Xia Ning was in torment. As a company boss, he did this. It's really unbelievable. Not only was he led by his employees to slack off, but now he has to teach his employees to slack off. He also has to create a good environment for him to slack off. He was also used as a coolie. It's really cheap, If he hadn't failed in his business 3 times in a row, he would lose face in front of his father in the future if he failed again. Why should I treat this kid as a treasure and degrade myself? Jin Sun stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Wit! Give us another cup of coffee. 1 cup each. It's my treat. He looked at Xia Ning with a satisfied smile on his face. Xiao Xia, you are really my lucky star. After meeting you, I got a promotion and a raise, and my whole life will be brighter. From now on, only you are allowed to enter my office. I will drive out any other people, even a mosquito. Xia Ning glanced at Jin Sun, lowered her head and stopped looking at him, opened her mouth with a straw, and said in a muffled voice. The voice was cold. Your way of flirting with girls is too old-fashioned. Don't let your imagination run wild. We are colleagues now, we will be colleagues in the future, and we will always be colleagues. She has never been in a relationship, but she has a lot of suitors. She is very skilled in rejecting others. Simple, direct, rude. She wants to completely cut off the man's thoughts, and never leave any illusions for him. Jin Sun looked at Xia Ning, and shook his head. Xia Ning, you are very beautiful, I admit it. Even a blind man can feel that you are very beautiful, even more beautiful than many stars. He saw Xia Ning raised her head, and looked at him with some doubts. He continued, I believe, you must be surrounded by many lickers. But, do you think I wasn't pursued by girls all the way since I was a child? I'll tell you, you may not believe it, I was almost kissed by a group of girls. That scene, wow! Drums and gongs were loud, firecrackers were blasting, red flags were waving, and there were crowds of people. Xia Ning raised her head, looked at Jin Sun and smiled, very faintly, very faintly. She lowered her head and picked up her phone. Regarding the kiss Jin Sun was forced to have, no matter how grand the scene was, she had no interest in listening, nor did she care. As long as he figured it out, he could stay in the company, and not think about running away all day. Suddenly, she heard Jin Sun's voice was a little serious. Xiao Xia, you contact a colleague in the business department, and get the contact information of the company that sells apples. We will provide door-to-door service tomorrow. I'll show you my skills, for the company, for the client, and for you. Xia Ning raised her head and smiled. Very happy. This stubborn donkey with a rebellious nature is finally willing to work. It's worth feeding him so much feed these days. Chapter 25. This will be a plan that will cost his mother his life. The next day, on the plane to Shuitian City, Longyuan Province, Jin Sun sat by the window, watched the sea of clouds outside the window for a while, turned his head to look at Xia Ning who was reclining on the chair with an eye mask beside him. He smiled with satisfaction. This assistant's ability and attitude in doing things are first class. He actually worked overtime to write a business trip application last night, and got the approval in the middle of the night. Early this morning, Jin Sun didn't even go to the company, and was called to the airport by Xia Ning. Business trip. Good news. The sky is high and the emperor is far away, there is more room for slacking. After yesterday's hard work. Outside work, the slacking value increased by 300 in one day, more than 3 times the usual. At this time, in the system panel, slacking value, 1930. Note, when the host reaches 10,000, you can get a lottery. Outside work can earn 300 a day, business trips will take off? According to this progress, you will be able to draw a lottery in less than a month. Qin Sun is in a good mood, and what is more pleasing to the eye is that Xia Ning is too dressed today. Hi. White shirt, black small jacket. Professional group. Black stockings. High heels. That's so authentic. Just like the uniform temptation in the movie. Sure enough, art comes from life. The plane landed and left the airport. Qin Sun was thinking about where to have a meal, experience the local customs, and play a few games. Xia Ning hailed a taxi. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Mr. Zhao from the Yellow Land Agricultural Trade Company will be waiting for us at a holiday villa 30 kilometers away. Qin Sun got on the taxi reluctantly. Although the other party contacted the company first, wanting to seek cooperation. But after all, they are Party A, and everything should be based on Party A's requirements. Cannot be neglected. The taxi driver is probably a retired racing driver, or wants to show off his driving skills in front of the beautiful Xia Ning. He drove very fast. In less than 30 minutes, we arrived at the Old Orchard Holiday Villa. Qin Sun got off the car and looked around. I saw that this huge holiday villa was actually built among the mountains. There were apple trees on the hills outside the villa. The branches were full of red fruits. The air was filled with the sweet smell of apples. The two walked towards the villa. Xia Ning was like a hard-working little bee, dragging the suitcase, running around, reporting her identity, and was taken to a tea room in the villa by the receptionist. The receptionist knocked on the door. "Mr. Zhao, your distinguished guest has arrived." Qin Sun looked at the tea room. The furnishings inside were not exquisite. They were all rough solid wood furniture with black tree scars, exuding a strong mountain atmosphere. At this time, a middle-aged man with a big belly, about 50 years old, gray hair, and wearing a yellow t-shirt, stood up. He smiled and stretched out his hand. "I am sorry to have come to welcome you. I am sorry to have come to welcome you. My name is Zhao Dihai, and I am very happy to meet you too." Qin Sun glanced at the eye-catching word Shanghuaguo fertilizer on the chest of Zhao Dihai's t-shirt, and was somewhat impressed. Sure enough, when a person's wealth reaches a certain level, he no longer cares about the brand of clothes. Look! This promotional shirt given away when buying fertilizer still makes Mr. Zhao look handsome. Several people shook hands, sat down, and exchanged polite greetings. Then they got to the point. Zhao Dihai sighed, stood up and opened the curtains. Outside the window were apple trees all over the hills. Qin Sun looked at his sad face, and a classic image of an old farmer appeared in his mind. Apples are unsaleable. Please help us. Zhao Dihai sighed. Mr. Qin, it will be the end of August soon, and apples will be picked one after another. This year will be another bumper year. Qin Sun glanced at the spectacular scenery outside the window and nodded. Indeed. Mr. Zhao stood in front of the window, his hands behind his back, looking a little lonely. A good harvest should be a good thing. But I can't be happy. Except for this large area. He pointed to the distance. There is also that area, the one at the end of Shangxi, which is the orchard I contracted. At least 100,000 tons of apples can be picked. Besides, I am the largest apple wholesaler in Shutian City. At this time of day, many farmers will contact me, wanting me to pick the fruits. He turned his head and looked at Qin Sun, with a somewhat excited look on his face. I saw such good apples, but I couldn't sell them. I was so anxious. I couldn't sleep all night. He sat down, picked up the teacup and drank it all in one gulp. Just like drinking wine. Although apples can be frozen in the cold storage and sold slowly, they can't be frozen for too long. Only about 10 months. Last year, the apples frozen in the cold storage were finally sold to the juice factory at a low price. Such good apples are used to make juice. Do you think this is fair? Qin Sun. He had heard a saying. Good meat is not used for stuffing. Good fruit is not used for juice. But how can it be unfair to use good apples to make juice? He loved drinking apple juice. Zhao Dihai continued. This year's apple production is higher than last year. If we don't expand the market, I'm afraid I'll have to beg for food next year. He smiled bitterly twice. Qin Sun also smiled. He knew that. It was a joke. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. Zhao Dihai might go bankrupt and be in debt, but he won't beg for food. Qin Sun's eyes fell on the fruit plate on the coffee table. There were several big red apples on it. You look beautiful, and you smell good. How do you taste? Zhao Dihai quickly took 2 apples, and gave them to Qin Sun and Xia Ning respectively. The Huanyo fruit produced in our Shuitian is absolutely delicious. Otherwise, how dare I bet my fortune on contracting so many orchards? With good mountains, good water, good climate, and good people. The fruit produced is of course top-notch. As he said this, Zhao Dihai picked up an apple, took a big bite without peeling it. It tasted so good. Qin Sun also took a bite. It was crispy, sweet and juicy. The flesh was delicate and crunchy. The flour was sweet. His eyes lit up. It's really a good thing. Zhao Dihai laughed happily. Then he sighed again. Yes. Such a good thing, but the people of the whole country can't eat it. I feel very sad. Qin Sun. Mr. Zhao's vision is so big that he is a little allergic. Zhao Dihai continued. This Huanyo apple is indeed a good thing, but it is not easy to store among apples, so across the country, the red Fuji, which is easier to store, has occupied a large market. Qin Sun understood. Just like most tomatoes on the market now are hard, and the taste is not as good as when I was a child. Because we changed to a hard-skinned tomato, which is for the convenience of storage and transportation. Zhao Dihai continued. But in the past few years, the price of Huanyo apples has risen again, and it is loved by people. After all, its quality is here. I thought it was an opportunity, and I bet my fortune on it. I contracted an orchard and replanted Huanyo apple trees, and the scale is still large. In the past 2 years, the fruit trees have matured and started to bear fruit. The yield is also very gratifying, but the market is still not big enough to eat so many good fruits. And the apple market is also fiercely competitive. There are no less than 30 varieties on the market. It is a bit difficult for us to stand out. So, I found one advertising company after another, and promoted it round after round, hoping to promote Huanyo apples nationwide. At this point, Zhao Dihai slapped the table with a slap on his face. Looking a little excited. Those advertising companies said a lot of nice things. But the effect is limited. We spent a lot of money, but sales didn't increase much. But we dare not spend this money. Otherwise sales may be even worse. He became more and more angry. I really hacked the mothers of these advertisers. Qin Sun was stunned, and slowly turned his head to look at Xiao Ning. Xiao Ning pursed her lips slightly, pretending not to see or hear. She knew that Qin Sun was blaming herself for not investigating in detail when looking for customers, and not understanding the temper of the customers. This Zhao Dihai has a hot temper. If Qin Sun's plan can't satisfy him, I'm afraid his mother will be in danger. This will be a plan that gambles his mother. Qin Sun was helpless, turned his head, looked at Zhao Dihai, and asked, So, what are your specific needs? Chapter 26. A good-looking model must be a man? Zhao Dihai waved his hand. I just want the people of the whole country to know that there is such a variety of apples, big, red and sweet. It can also be crispy or soft. Qin Sun nodded. Understand? Crispy or soft. Maybe the apples are different in maturity, or the length of time they have been stored after being picked, presenting different tastes. When Zhao Dihai talked about his grand vision, his voice became much louder. Nowadays, logistics is so developed. As long as the reputation of Huanyo apples is spread, I believe there will be a market. Such a good thing. People all over the country can't eat it. I am very sad. Qin Sun understood Zhao Dihai's request. He was about to speak. At this moment, Zhao Dihai suddenly walked over quickly. He held Qin Sun's hand tightly with both hands, like grabbing a life-saving straw. Apples are unsaleable, help us. Qin Sun. His palm felt the rough calluses on Zhao Dihai's palm. Mr. Zhao, we will do our best. But Zhao Dihai shook his head quickly. Mr. Qin, you can't just try your best, you have to fight. He sighed and continued. In fact, I have already found 4 companies to do promotion and marketing. And this year's marketing budget has been spent. But a few days ago, I was watching videos online, and saw a video of kneeling to save a girl. I thought it was amazing at the time. It's only 50,000 yuan. How can it be known to everyone? At that time, I was thinking, if she was holding a bag of Huanyo apples instead of a child in her arms, how great it would be. Qin Sun. Xiao Ning? This guy is crazy about selling apples. What kind of person would kneel down with a bag of apples? Zhao Dihai looked at Qin Sun, unable to hide his excitement, and kept praising him. At that time, I thought the person who planned this marketing event was really awesome. Later, I saw in the news that it was planned by a young person, and I wondered if I, an old antique, could not keep up with the times. The advertising plans that I agreed to were all based on my aesthetics. But they were actually outdated and had no popularity at all. So, I thought of using young people's thinking and aesthetics to increase the popularity of Wanyo Apple. Chin Sun took a look at the word Shangguo fertilizer on Zhao Dihai's clothes and gave a high evaluation of his aesthetics in his heart. Zhao Dihai glanced at Chin Sun and Xiaoning and said with a smile, I saw Mr. Chin today, and I found that he was indeed so. He is really young and promising. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Chin Sun just smiled. Xiaoning's expression did not change, but she was a little unhappy. This CEO is not well educated. He used idioms inaccurately. A talented man and a beautiful woman is used to describe lovers or couples. Is Chin Sun and I supposed to be in cahoots with each other? Zhao Dihai sat back on the sofa and continued. So, I want Mr. Chin to plan an advertisement for me to increase my national reputation and expand the market. Is it okay? Chin Sun lowered his head. His mind was working like crazy, and one plan after another flashed through his mind. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Xia Ning turned her head and looked at him silently, knowing that he had fallen into his unique rhythm again and devoted himself to his work. She was in a good mood, and felt that Chin Sun was not annoying at the moment, but rather somewhat. No, only a little handsome. Chin Sun was silent, and a storm was brewing in his mind, but he heard Zhao Dihai's urgent voice. Money is not a problem. Chin Sun was startled by the loud voice, and came back to his senses, raised his head, and said with a smile, Boss Zhao, it's not about money. Zhao Dihai's face changed slightly, and he quickly stretched out 3 fingers. I'll give you this number. Chin Sun saw it, and knew it meant 300,000. For a startup marketing company, stretching out 3 fingers is indeed full of sincerity, and a very good price. But Boss Zhao really misunderstood. He was really not thinking about money just now. After all, the money would not fall into his pocket. At present, his salary does not seem to include commission. He was just thinking about taking this deal seriously, choosing the most popular one among many plans. Try to help Mr. Zhao become famous. Also establish his own status. In the future, he will apply for an independent office and create an environment where no one can disturb him. Chin Sun looked at Zhao Dihai, who was a little nervous, and said with a smile, Mr. Zhao, I am not good at negotiating prices. You can talk to my assistant later. I just thought of an exquisite advertising plan. Or, let me explain the plan to you first. After you read it, let's talk about the price. Zhao Dihai heard this. But I think Chin Sun is not satisfied with the price. 300,000 is not enough for him. He probably wants to take advantage of me. Or, give them some kickbacks? But since he used the word exquisite, it shows that he is very confident. And he proposed to look at the preliminary plan first, which is also full of sincerity. If the advertising plan is really good, then adding a little more money will not be a problem. Zhao Dihai smiled. Mr. Chin, you are really talented. You have an idea so quickly. Then let's take a look first. Xia Ning was a little confused. Contingency plan? What contingency plan? She did bring a laptop in her suitcase, but there was no plan in it. Yesterday, I just ate instant noodles with him in the internet cafe, and cleaned his room. Chin Sun stood up, and looked at the red apple trees all over the hills outside the window. Mr. Zhao, this plan emphasizes a small-scale plan, spending you the least money, and achieving the greatest effect. It is through network marketing. Zhao Dihai heard this. Looking at Chin Sun, he became more and more satisfied. He also knows how to save money for the client. Other marketing companies are eager to make a big show. The bigger the show, some even proposed an apple festival. Imitating the tomato festival abroad, prepare tens of thousands of kilograms of apples for an apple war. Isn't this a fool? Apples can kill people. Zhao Dihai stood up and extended his hand. Mr. Chin, stop teasing me. Show me now. Show me. Let me see. Chin Sun looked at Zhao Dihai's hand-stretching appearance, which looked like a child stretching out his hand for a red envelope during the Chinese New Year. So impatient, so impatient. He laughed. The plan is in my mind, I haven't written it down. The smile on Zhao Dihai's face froze. He continued, however. I can demonstrate it to you directly. The frozen smile on Zhao Dihai's face came alive again. Do you need any help? Chin Sun smiled. Mr. Zhao, please gather all the good-looking male employees in the villa. I need to choose a suitable model. Let's go to the orchard to shoot the commercial directly. Mr. Zhao was stunned. He smiled again. What efficiency. Awesome. They just met and chatted for a while. And the commercial is about to be launched? This young man is so impatient. So impatient. I like it. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. Mail? Chin-sun nodded. Yes. Mail. Xia-ning looked at Chin-sun quietly, narrowed her beautiful fox eyes, and showed a little suspicion. Chapter 27. Who are you calling baby? Half an hour later. In the orchard outside the villa. The fruit trees on the mountain are all red, and the fragrance of fruit is everywhere. Mr. Chin, look, the best-looking male employees of our villa are all here. Who do you think is suitable? Zhao Dihai straightened his back. As if he wanted to show off his charm, his round belly looked particularly cute. Chin-sun saw that he had changed into a pink t-shirt, with mountain fruit pesticide printed on the chest of the shirt, and was stunned. Did he think that if he changed to pink, his appearance would be better? Chin-sun smiled at Zhao Dihai. His eyes fell on the dozen male employees lined up behind him. There were also 7 or 8 female employees watching, whispering, and excited. They were just like the rich women who chose the young masters in the mall. As he scanned them one by one, Chin-sun became more and more disappointed. Mr. Zhao, do you have other male employees in your villa? If there are no better-looking ones, normal-looking ones will do. As soon as these words came out, the dozen male employees stared at Chin-sun with red eyes. If the boss was not present, they would have beaten him up. What do you mean by normal? Do we look like monkeys? Zhao Dihai looked back at his employees and shook his head. Alas, they are in agriculture, dealing with pesticides and fertilizers every day. Where can they find handsome guys? Suddenly, he turned his head and stared at Chin-sun, and laughed a little bit meanly. Mr. Chin, aren't you very handsome? Chin-sun was stunned and waved his hand. Hey, I'm just average. Just average. Zhao Dihai looked at the 7 or 8 female employees who were watching and asked loudly. You say, is Mr. Chin handsome? The female employees looked like they had taken medicine and shouted at the top of their lungs at Chin-sun. Handsome. Good looking. Super handsome. Chin-sun. Alas, my damn charm. Zhao Dihai said with a smile. Are we making plans now? We should shoot a few drafts of the advertisements first? Or Mr. Chin, you should take the trouble first and act as a model. I'll find a professional model to shoot according to your video later? Chin-sun hesitated. At this time, Zhao Dihai said loudly. I'll pay more. Chin-sun was startled, and smiled and waved his hand. It's not about the money. Although he was not happy, his body was honest. He quickly took out his mobile phone and handed it to Xia-ning. Then let's start shooting. Mr. Zhao. Xia-ning. Female employee? Male employee. This is probably a double-edged sword. In fact, Chin-sun was not just doing it for money. He just wanted to finish a busy day's work quickly, so that he could continue to slack off. He secretly checked the panel. Since the business trip, his slacking value has not increased at all. Xia-ning picked up Chin-sun's phone, looked at it, and then gave it back to him. She took out her own phone. Use mine, my photos are better. Chin-sun had no objection. You get what you pay for. Xia-ning took out her phone, turned on the camera, and adjusted various parameters according to the weather. They say that photography makes you poor for 3 generations, and SLR cameras ruin your life. These are all hobbies of rich people. But she can afford it. And she plays it well. Chin-sun turned his head, looked at the pairs of expectant eyes behind him, feeling like the center of attention. He walked to an apple tree, bent down, and picked up a branch slightly thicker than a thumb from the ground, broke it, and made a wedge-shaped break. Chin-sun turned his head, looking at Xia-ning holding the phone in both hands. I'm going to start. Xia-ning nodded, without saying anything, looking serious. She had already started filming. Those extra scenes can be cut out as a sideshow. When they saw Chin-sun picking up a branch, the onlookers were already excited. At this time, they heard Chin-sun say, I'm going to start. They stretched their necks one by one, and some girls even took out their mobile phones. Suddenly, Chin-sun took action. He jumped up, picked a big and red apple from the tree, turned his head, and looked at the camera of the mobile phone in Xia-ning's hand. With a smile on his face, he said softly, Baby! Xia-ning was so scared that the phone shook and almost dropped it. Who is he calling baby? She raised her head from behind the phone, looking at Chin-sun in surprise, but saw him smiling. Shuigen's apple, Shuigen's people. He used a branch to poke the apple open. A rustling sound was heard, revealing the pink and yellow flesh inside. Such a pink and sandy apple. Do you want to take a bite? Xia Ning. She felt like she saw something very new. Although she didn't understand, she was shocked. As soon as the voice fell, the smile on Qin Sun's face faded, and he ran to Xia Ning, reviewed the video, and nodded. It's well shot, but the camera seems to be a little shaky. Next, you need to keep your hands steady. Be more professional. Xia Ning turned around and looked at Qin Sun, who was reviewing the video seriously, with a helpless look on her face. No matter which girl was suddenly called baby by a man, it would be impossible for her to have no reaction at all. Right? After checking the video, Qin Sun turned around and saw a group of people behind him staring in amazement, as if they were completely dumbfounded. Zhao Dihai opened his eyes wide. Is that all? Qin Sun shook his head. No. Zhao Dihai breathed a sigh of relief. Scared me? Is he joking with me? This young man. Then, he saw Qin Sun picking an apple from the tree, lying on the ground, letting Xia Ning take a picture of him. It started again. Baby, Shuiyan's apple, Shuiyan's people. Zhao Dihai. What's the difference? For the next half hour, Qin Sun was performing all the time. Xia Ning took a photo with his phone. After a while, Qin Sun lay on the ground. After a while, he climbed up a tree again. After a while, a shovel entered the camera. After a while, he poked his head out of a mud house where farm tools were placed. He was agile and natural. The onlookers could not help but admire him. He was really thick-skinned. However, he kept saying it back and forth, with only one set of words in his mouth. Baby, Shuiyan's apple, Shuiyan's person. Xia Ning held the phone, and was called baby by Qin Sun more than 20 times. From the beginning of shyness, restraint, gradually became calm, and finally a little disgusted. He is so good. After taking another shot, Qin Sun jumped down from the tree, and took Xia Ning to Zhao Dihai and his group. Xia Ning saw that the other party's face was a little ugly, and felt that this deal was going to fail. Qin Sun walked over. Zhao Dihai looked at him, and hesitated to speak, and finally spoke. Is that all? Qin Sun said, Ahem, there is still one missing. Zhao Dihai, it won't be an apple of Shuitian, a Shuitian person. Qin Sun raised his thumb. Mr. Zhao is wise. Zhao Dihai. This thumb directly silenced Zhao Dihai. The people behind him were also whispering. What kind of advertisement is this? How shameful. That's it? Can this be called an advertisement? It's just a repetition. I can shoot 100 of them a day. This is too easy to make money. Could the boss be scammed? Zhao Dihai's face became more and more ugly. Qin Sun saw that he looked unhappy, and hurriedly said, Boss Zhao, don't worry. The previous videos are just foreshadowing, and the last video is the finishing touch. However, the cost of shooting will increase a lot. Chapter 28. Don't worry. There will be a time when he kneels down to beg me. Zhao Dihai thought of what happened in the tea house just now. Qin Sun said that he wanted to make a big profit with a small investment, and save him costs. He was a little happy. But when he saw that he used a few apples and a mobile phone, which cost almost nothing, he felt unreliable. This is not a big profit with a small investment. Qin Sun is clearly trying to get something for nothing. At this time, Zhao Dihai heard him say that he wanted to increase the cost. But he was a little happy. Mr. Qin, the effect is the most important, and the cost is secondary. What do you need? Just ask. Qin Sun smiled. An outdoor swimming pool, hundreds of kilograms of apples. Zhao Dihai. What is the cost of this? Hundreds of kilograms of apples? You can just pick up the fallen fruits in the orchard. However, everyone has come, there is only one video left. Let's watch it first. What if there is a surprise? In the villa. An outdoor swimming pool halfway up the mountain. A layer of big red apples floated on the blue water. Qin Sun took off his shirt, revealing his strong upper body, under the gaze of everyone, walked into the swimming pool as if no one was around, and got into the pile of red apples. He dived into the water, and came out immediately. He wiped the water off his face, wiped his hair with his hands, and combed it into a 3:7 split with his fingers. Xia Ning stood on the shore, pointing her phone at Qin Sun. For some reason, her face was a little hot, and her complexion gradually approached the color of a red apple. A dozen male employees standing on the shore looked at Qin Sun with a playful look on their faces. It was like looking at a monkey. But the female employees were all shy. wanting to look but embarrassed. So they turned their heads sideways to look, and secretly took out their phones to take pictures. Oh! 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 What a cute little brother. It's a pity. Why did he enter the water wearing jeans? Shouldn't he just take off his underwear? Zhao Dihai was wearing a pink t-shirt, which made his face look particularly dark now. He looked at the red apples all over the mountain. He sighed. Jin Sun made an okay gesture to Xiao Ning, and when she nodded, he picked up an apple floating on the water and raised it to show it. Baby, Shuigen's apple, Shuigen's person. As he said that, he picked up a branch and poked the apple open, except that it showed more. This video is exactly the same as the one shot in the orchards just now. The actions and lines are exactly the same. The video is finished. Jin Sun swam to the shore, raised his head, looked at Zhao Dihai, who had a face full of hatred, and asked, Mr. Zhao, this is the plan. Wait until tonight. We will edit the video and send it to you. You can find a model to copy these videos, and then upload them to your Douyin account. Just spend some more money on Douyin and buy some traffic. Mr. Zhao looked down at Jin Sun and saw that he looked confident. He wanted to say a few dirty words, but couldn't. He raised his head, glanced at the red apples all over the mountain, and suddenly felt sad. His eyes gradually moistened. Not only did the heaven want to kill me, but it also wanted to play tricks on me. Who sent this funny guy Jin Sun? Suddenly, Zhao Dihai jumped into the swimming pool, like a toad jumping into the water. It splashed a lot of water. Jin Sun was startled, swam away, and saw Zhao Dihai's head emerging from the water, and asked, Mr. Zhao, we were chatting well. Why did you suddenly jump into the water? Zhao Dihai wiped the water off his face, his tone excited. Mr. Qin, is this your idea? I am also an old comrade who has lived for nearly 60 years. And I am also a person who cares about my reputation. How can I withstand your torment? Do you still want to put the video on my Douyin account? I don't care about my reputation. If my relatives, friends, and business partners see it, will I be able to hold my head up in my life? Jin Sun smiled and comforted. Mr. Zhao, believe me, this video will definitely explode in traffic. Zhao Dihai waved his hands twice, and moved away from Jin Sun. It was as if he was a plague god. Whether the traffic will explode or not, I don't know. I only know that I'm about to explode. Jin Sun followed and swam over, persuading. Mr. Zhao, as long as this video goes viral, won't your Shuitian apples become famous? Then the sales volume will increase steadily. Zhao Dihai swam faster, leaving him far behind. Whether the sales volume is high or not, I don't know. I only know that my blood pressure is very high now. Jin Sun sighed, looking at his escaping back, with a sincere face. Mr. Zhao, please believe me. I will not joke about the company's reputation and my personal reputation. Hearing this, Xiao Ning frowned slightly. Company's reputation? You take it lightly. Personal reputation? You are thicker skinned than anyone else. These two things do not exist in your mind. Zhao Dihai turned back helplessly and glanced at Jin Sun. Although he is not in the advertising industry, he has seen pork run even if he has never eaten pork. In the past 2 years, he has seen at least 80 advertising plans, if not 100. They all look great, but they are useless. But there has never been any advertisement like Jin Sun's, holding the phone and calling, baby, as if it were a joke. This kind of advertisement would be quite explosive in the entire advertising industry. He turned around and waved to a little girl on the shore, extending 3 fingers. Shaoli, give Mr. Qin a red envelope of 3,000 yuan. And bring a few bags of apples. Send the distinguished guest down the mountain. After saying that, he dived into the pool and refused to come out. Jin Sun. He looked at the big toad swimming underwater and just wanted to laugh. Little old man, there will be a time when you will beg me. He swam towards Xiao Ning on the shore. Xiao Ning was a little disappointed, with a cold face, seeing Jin Sun swimming to her feet and about to look up. She quickly squatted down. She was wearing a work dress. There was usually no risk of exposure, so she didn't wear safety pants. But it couldn't stop someone from looking up at the stars. Xiao Ning habitually extended her hand politely. It was just a courtesy, because a normal man would never climb up to the swimming pool by holding a girl. Men always like to show their strength in front of women. Jin Sun was about to climb up, but saw Xiao Ning reaching out her hand, and felt that it was a bit redundant, and hesitated for a moment, thinking that he couldn't let down someone's kindness. He took Xia Ning's hand. He borrowed the force. Ah! Xia Ning screamed and fell into the swimming pool. Oops. Qin Sun turned his head and looked at Xia Ning struggling. His face changed drastically, and he suddenly plunged into the swimming pool. 10 seconds later, he came out of the water, holding Xia Ning's phone in his hand, and pressed a button. The phone screen lit up normally. He felt relieved. Fortunately, this phone is waterproof, otherwise all these videos would have been in vain. Suddenly, he felt a murderous intent that was as solid as a substance. He turned his head and saw Xia Ning's wet hair sticking to his face, and the shirt on his body was also tight, slightly transparent. Those eyes, without any emotion, stared straight at Qin Sun. Qin Sun was a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Next time, I'll save you first. Zhao Dihai stared at Qin Sun's actions in the corner of the swimming pool, and became more and more certain. This guy is mentally ill. Seriously ill. He didn't want such a chance to be a hero and save a beautiful girl. To save a broken phone? Or a phone that took so many greasy videos? If this phone had known that this day would come, it would be better to leave it in the rotten factory. It seems that the plan to kneel down to save the girl was just an occasional flash of inspiration for him, and it used up all his luck in his life. Qin Sun took Xia Ning's cell phone and climbed up the shore in a few steps. He turned around and saw Xia Ning swimming over. He extended his hand apologetically. Xia Ning glared. No! Take your hand away. Qin Sun retracted his hand. He watched Xia Ning crawling by the swimming pool with her hands and feet for several times. But she couldn't climb up and just splashed water. He felt embarrassed for her. Suddenly, Qin Sun turned around and saw the male employees of the villa, staring at Xia Ning with their eyes. And some of them were even ready to take out their cell phones. He glared and cursed. Look! 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 Look at your mother! Xia Ning? Who is their mother? The male employees stared with their eyes wide open, but when they saw Mr. Zhao in the corner of the swimming pool, they dared not say a word. They were pointed out, felt a little embarrassed, and turned their heads away, no longer looking at Xia Ning. Qin Sun turned his head to look at Xia Ning, clenched his fist, and waved it gently. Xiao Xia, come on! Come on! Xiao Xia! Xia Ning! Add your mother. 3 words, almost blurted out. She swallowed them back with great difficulty. She has been a civilized person since she was a child, never swearing, and has no such need. It was only after meeting Qin Sun that she had some impulses. She stretched out her hand and said coldly, Help me. Qin Sun. Heh. Woman. The two changed clothes at the villa. A receptionist politely sent them to the entrance of the villa. Qin Sun was carrying a big backpack, with a 3,000 yuan red envelope in his pocket and a bag of big apples in his hand. Xia Ning followed Qin Sun with a cold face, pulling a trolley case. There was also a bag of red apples on the box. Suddenly, Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's back with a slightly sarcastic tone. This deal has failed, and your office has failed too. Qin Sun turned his head and frowned slightly. Baby, don't say it too early. There will be a time when Mr. Zhao kneels down to beg me. Xia Ning was stunned. Her face turned red, redder than the apples on the mountain. She looked around and saw a stone with a sharp edge on the side of the road, which was exactly the shape of a dagger. It was really a murderous weapon. She ran over and picked it up, and rushed towards Qin Sun. You are so mean. Qin Sun ran away. You made a slip of the tongue. Xia Ning, you have to die. Qin Sun ran faster than a dog. Chapter 29. Only 3,000 yuan. You two are going to show your love. The two of them went home. In the airport terminal, on a row of benches with more than a dozen seats, Qin Sun sat on the far left, and on the far right, Xia Ning sat. There were more than a dozen empty seats between the two of them, like 2 elementary school students who had just had a quarrel. Xia Ning was sulking, turned his head to look at Qin Sun, and found that he didn't seem to be affected by the failure of the cooperation at all. He was still playing games on his phone, and was shaking from playing? Qin Sun didn't notice Xia Ning's temper, and at this time, he was holding his phone, editing the video sent by Xia Ning, directly turning on the overclocking mode, editing very quickly. Her body was trembling slightly. Flying back to Haicheng on the plane, Qin Sun was sitting in the front seat, and Xia Ning sat at the end. She bought the ticket. She did it on purpose. Suddenly, she heard a passenger in front of the plane complaining with some dissatisfaction. Young man, please be civilized when flying. Don't watch videos on your phone while shaking. And watch those swimming pool movies without clothes. Only Chin Sun's voice came, and the tone was not low. Hey! Slander. You are slandering me. The person without clothes in my video is me. My body is shaking. Because I am editing the video. If you say that, others will definitely think I am a pervert. Xia Ning chuckled, in a good mood. She turned her head and looked out the window. Below were the dark and desolate mountains. At the end of the mountains, there were thousands of lights. After getting off the plane, neither of them paid any attention to each other. Xia Ning took a taxi. Chin Sun took the subway. All can be home. Back in the newly rented house, Chin Sun started editing the video again. After half an hour, he finally finished. He created a Douyin account. Uploaded all the videos in one go. Pinned the video of calling the baby in the outdoor swimming pool. And invested 3,000 yuan in Douyin. A total of 150,000 traffic can be purchased, which means it will be pushed to 150,000 people. After doing all this, Chin Sun called up the slacking off panel and took a look. Damn! Today's slacking off value didn't increase at all. My hard work, serious work attitude, was actually recognized by the system? Shame! The next day, Chin Sun checked in for work and saw Xia Ning had already arrived and was sorting out documents. He sat down at the workstation in the center of the office, looked around at the colleagues who nodded to him, sighed, and looked forward to an office of his own. Suddenly, an announcement popped up in the company's WeChat group. It was a meeting notice. In addition to the heads of various departments, the participants also included Chin Sun and Xia Ning. Chin Sun turned his head and looked at Xia Ning. You are just a small assistant planner, and you didn't expect to be able to participate in the executive meeting. This is probably the case of one person's success, and everyone else's success. Xia Ning turned his head silently, glanced at him lightly, and turned back silently, looking at her cold face. Chin Sun shook his head. This girl. She looks like the kind of person who won't even scream when exercising. So boring. After a few seconds, Xia Ning was afraid that he would think too much, so she noticed something, turned around and explained. I need to take minutes, so they let me in for the meeting. Chin Sun felt puzzled. Who asked you? 9:30. Meeting room. Chin Sun sat in the first row, the leftmost position. Xia Ning sat in the last row, the feng shui treasure place that Chin Sun reminded her of during the morning meeting, which was not visible to the surveillance camera. The heads of various departments were all present, including Cheng Wan. There were only 8 people. On the projection screen at the front of the conference room, a few bold and black titles were displayed. Evaluation and Review of Shuitian Apple Planning Case. Looking at this title, Chin Sun silently complained in his heart. What? Another unpleasant day. I can't slack off again. Cheng Wan walked forward, stood behind the podium, and began to preside over the meeting. She glanced around, and her eyes stayed on Xia Ning for a second longer. Last night, she suddenly received a message from Xia Ning, asking the organization to hold a review meeting today. Generally, this kind of meeting is held after the plan is implemented, has been put on the market, and has achieved certain results. This one was held yesterday, and it is held today. It is a bit unreasonable. But she did not ask much. Just think that President Xia is blinded by love. Want to show off his lover in front of others. Today, just highlight Chin Sun's ability. Flattering? She is still good at it, very good at it. Cheng Wan smiled. Hello, friends of Oak Tree. As you all know, yesterday our company's planner took his beautiful assistant Xia Ning to Shuitian City, Longyuan Province, to discuss cooperation with a powerful agricultural product wholesaler. Now they are back in triumph. Everyone applaud. Applause broke out in the conference room. Xia Ning's face looked a little bad. How did Cheng Wan know that it was returning triumphantly? And how can returning triumphantly and returning be used together? Grammatical error. Cheng Wan's eyes fell on Chin Sun's face, and with a smile, she asked straight to the point. Chin Sun, I checked online. This boss Xiao is very powerful, and he is always generous. So how much is he going to pay for the planning fee? Chin Sun stood up, and proudly held up 3 fingers. Cheng Wan saw Chin Sun's proud expression, and she knew that she had flattered the right person, and exclaimed, 300,000? Wow! This boss really values our company. And this is also thanks to the efforts of Chin Sun and Xia Ning. Everyone applaud. The applause rang out. Very enthusiastic. A good start. The more the company earns, the more performance they will get. Although Qin Sun is young, he is still capable. Amid the applause, Qin Sun slowly put down his hand and said weakly, 3,000. Chung Wan suspected that there was something wrong with her ears, and her face was almost deformed with fear. 30 million. Qin Sun. Not 10,000. Chung Wan secretly glanced at Xia Ning, and saw that she had no expression on her face, and the smile on her face was completely restrained. Not 10,000. That's one? 3,000? The round-trip air tickets for 2 people cost more than 3,000. Okay. Are you going to show your love? Are you really going to do charity work to the end? Chung Wan looked at Qin Sun. 3,000, 3,000. Ah. She racked her brains, organizing her words. The company is still in its early stages. Reputation is more important than money. We can cooperate with a strong company, and it can also endorse our future business. Qin Sun saw that Chung Wan's face was not very good, and comforted her. 3,000, it's just temporary. Chung Wan's heart was filled with hope again. Deposit? Qin Sun shook his head. No. We haven't signed the contract yet. The 3,000 yuan is for Xia Ning and me. Mr. Zhao is a very nice person. Chung Wan. She has been in the workplace for more than 10 years, and has seen all kinds of storms. But this is the first time she has seen a warrior like Qin Sun. She glanced at Xia Ning, and seeing that she looked unhappy, she turned to Qin Sun and said, let's use this 3,000 yuan to offset your travel expenses. Financial director, that makes sense. Qin Sun thought it didn't make sense. He shook his head. I spent this 3,000 yuan on the advertising video we shot for Mr. Zhao, and bought 150,000 traffic. Chung Wan. Sure enough, sincerity is a killer move. Qin Sun kills without bloodshed. She suddenly felt that she could not control the situation. Slowed down. Chung Wan squeezed out a smile and looked at Qin Sun. We haven't even reached a cooperation agreement, and you still invest money in his advertising. You are a good person. Then can you share your advertising video? Chapter 33,000? Give me 30,000, I won't shoot this. Qin Sun nodded, and openly said his Douyin ID. Everyone searched Douyin for Niu Pang Pang loves to eat bear biscuits, and there is the advertisement that Xia Ning personally shot for me. He turned his head, and gave Xia Ning an encouraging look. Meaning, Xiao Xia, let's share the happiness. Brother, I am very righteous. But Xia Ning immediately raised his hand, said a little nervously. That's right, 99% of this video is Qin Sun's work, I'm just holding the phone. Qin Sun nodded with satisfaction. This kid's sensible. Not greedy. What a good assistant. Everyone searched for Qin Sun's Douyin account one after another. In the conference room, voices came one after another. Baby, Shuiyan's apple, Shuiyan's people. Baby, Shuiyan's apple, Shuiyan's people. Baby, Shuiyan's apple. Baby. Baby. In the corner, Xia Ning blushed. Everyone showed shocked expressions on their faces. Shocked. Is this an advertisement that anyone can come up with? Is this an advertisement for the White Horse Club to recruit new members? 3,000 yuan? Even if you give me 30,000 yuan, I can't shoot this. Have some shame. Oh. It's too shameful to watch. It's too shameful to watch. After watching the video of Qin Sun in the swimming pool, Chung Wan secretly sighed that he had a good figure. No wonder he could fascinate President Xia. She raised her head, and keenly caught Xia Ning's red face. I couldn't help but sigh. I was wondering why they suddenly had to hold such a meeting. It turned out to be a show of affection. Chung Wan took another look at the video, and really couldn't flatter them. It was beautiful, but it was indeed a bit greasy. It was a pity that such a beautiful video only had more than 400 likes. It was still morning, and there might be more later. She cleared her throat. Dismissed. Longyuan Province, Shuitian City. In a guest room in a villa halfway up the mountain, Zhao Dihai sat on the bed, took out his mobile phone, and filmed the red apples all over the mountain through the window. Family, look at these beautiful mountains, good water, good apples. Big, red, and sweet. If you need them, click the yellow car in the lower right corner. Finished filming. He uploaded it to his Douyin, turned the volume of his phone to the maximum, listened to it again, and was very satisfied. This is an advertisement. What the hell was that Qin Sun filmed yesterday? He lay on the bed, and started to watch Douyin, to relieve his recent melancholy mood. He watched the popular science of pesticides. He cursed, swindler. I saw the popular science of fertilizer. He cursed again. Swindler. I saw Fuji red apple selling well. He cursed even more fiercely. What the hell? The phone swiped across the next video. A familiar voice came. Baby, Shuigen's apples, Shuigen's people. It was the video of Chin-sun standing in the swimming pool. He looked at the number of likes and sat up. 50,000? 50,000 likes. That means nearly 1 million people have watched it. It's only been less than a day since yesterday? Zhao Dihai opened the comment area and found that the comment area was very lively. There are already many comments with over 1,000 likes. What should a man do if he likes to watch Shuigen's apples? Zhao Dihai replied below. This apple is good for beauty for women and diuretic for men. Then, he sent a series of kiss emoticons. He has no awareness of a business tycoon. Princess Apple. To be honest, Shuigen's apples are delicious. I want to eat Shuigen's apples. Why did I see it 3 times today? But I love to watch it. Shame. Zhao Dihai immediately realized, pressed and long pressed the video, and invested 10,000 dojia in Chin-sun's video. Only 3 times? Don't think about sleeping if you don't check it 10 times today. A comment with 1,500 plus likes. Come on, selling apples this way is really cool. Sexy. Zhao Dihai was stunned. Is Chin-sun really a marketing genius? It's just that mortals like me can't reach his level. It's over. No contract was signed yesterday. A comment with 3,000 plus likes was pinned. I don't want to buy apples either, but he called me baby. Zhao Dihai was touched by the word buy apples, and immediately became energetic and didn't feel sleepy at all. He quickly replied below. He doesn't sell it, I sell it here. Go to my homepage, Authentic Shuitian Apples. After a while. Soon, the host replied. Uncle, go play somewhere else. I don't want to buy apples, I want to buy the desire in my heart. Zhao Dihai. His face darkened. What do you mean by desire? I think you just want the body of the young man. You are cheap. Zhao Dihai was so angry that he threw his phone on the bed, walked out of the door, and shouted loudly. Shaoli, give me Mr. Chin's phone number. A voice came from outside the door. Which Mr. Chin? Zhao Dihai punched the door angrily. The whole corridor was quiet. The young man from yesterday. The handsome guy. The handsome guy who kept calling me baby all day long. Xiao Li's voice sounded. Okay. Mr. Zhao, I've sent it to your phone. Zhao Dihai walked back to the bed and found that the video had been exited from the phone interface. When he clicked on it again, he found that the video was gone. There was nothing on the homepage of Niu Pang Pang who loves to eat bear biscuits. He was shocked. Hidden? Could it be deleted? Is this handsome boy angry with me? Suddenly, Mr. Zhao raised his hand and slapped himself. Yesterday, someone said that he would upload my Douyin. I am so short-sighted. I deserve to go bankrupt. Although this video has only 50,000 likes at present. But it has only been one night. Plus a few hours in the morning. If it continues to ferment, it will only take a few days to become a hot search. By then, Shuigen's apples will be known all over the country. Zhao Dihai glanced at the apple trees all over the hills outside the window, and murmured, these hundreds of thousands of tons of apples can be sold. He ran out of bed, without even having time to put on his slippers, and shouted outside, Shaoli, buy 3 plane tickets to Haicheng. The sooner the better. Call the best-looking one in the public relations department. No, the most capable Xiao Lu to meet at the airport. Zhao Dihai returned to the room, picked up his mobile phone, and took out a box of unopened watches from the drawer, with a bitter smile on his face. Is this what people say online? If you ignore me today, you will be out of reach tomorrow? Forget it. I will apologize in person. Haicheng. During lunch break, Chin-sun was sleeping on the table. Suddenly, he felt someone pushing his arm. He opened his eyes and saw Xia Ning's cold face. He asked sleepily, What's wrong? Xia Ning asked. Did you hide your video? Just now. She suddenly became curious about the number of likes on Chin-sun's video and wanted to check it out. Unexpectedly, the video was gone. Chin-sun lay on his elbow, nodded gently, and continued to sleep with his eyes closed. But Xia Ning was as persistent as an annoying fly. Why did you delete it? Chin-sun opened his eyes and said, Mr. Zhao bought me 10,000 dojia, which scared me so much that I hid it directly, lest he take advantage of me. We haven't signed the contract yet. Xia Ning. Ha! He really didn't want to see the rabbit, and didn't want to take any loss. Suddenly, she realized that something was wrong. He bought you 10,000 dojia? He's in Shuetian, and he saw your video? At this moment, there was a commotion outside the door. The anxious voice of the girl at the front desk sounded. Hey! Don't come in! Who are you looking for? Hey! This is a workplace, no entry for outsiders. Zhao Dihai's familiar loud voice rang out. The voice was miserable, like a village girl who had lost her husband, and it was really sad to hear it, and to see it, and shed tears. I'm looking for Mr. Qin Sun Qin. Mr. Qin! Mr. Qin, where are you? Where are you? Chapter 31. These gifts nourish yin and strengthen yang. Qin Sun instantly became energetic. He slowly straightened up, tidied up his appearance, and turned on the computer. He then took out a folder from Xia Ning's desk, opened it, and pretended to read it, nodding from time to time. Xia Ning glanced at the page of the document, blank. It's a pity that this grandson doesn't become an actor. She glared at Qin Sun, quickly got up, and trotted to the door. Zhao Dihai was wearing a black suit today. Not a pesticide or fertilizer advertising suit, which made him look particularly solemn. Behind him were two ladies in business skirts, each holding a bunch of gift boxes. Seeing this, Xia Ning knew that the matter was settled, and a smile appeared on her face. In an instant, it was like the rising sun on the snowy mountains. Mr. Zhao? Hello. Why are you here? Zhao Dihai saw an acquaintance, and quickly stretched out his hands, holding Xia Ning's hands, and shaking them warmly. I came to see Mr. Qin. I was in a hurry yesterday, and didn't have time to entertain you properly. I'm here to apologize for my crime. Aren't I? Xia Ning smiled softly. You're too kind. Zhao Dihai waved his hand, looked into the office, and asked, Where's Mr. Qin? Is he in the company? Xia Ning hesitated for a moment, and said without blushing or beating his heart, He is busy. Zhao Dihai was relieved when he heard Qin Sun was there, and his face was full of smiles. He turned around and said to his two subordinates, Look at Mr. Qin's professional attitude. So talented, and so hard-working. Even during lunch break, he still works. As he spoke, he took a beautifully wrapped gift box from his assistant Xiaoli and stuffed it into Xia Ning's hand. You left in a hurry yesterday, and didn't have time to prepare a gift. This is just a small token of my appreciation, not a sign of respect. Xia Ning evaded the question, How can I do this? Zhao Dihai, it's just a small token. A small token. The two pushed back and forth, and went through the process of receiving gifts, giving gifts, and refusing gifts 3 times, which showed that both parties were well-mannered and polite people. The atmosphere became cheerful. Xia Ning held the gift box in her hand, and said with a smile, Mr. Zhao's kindness is hard to refuse, so I'll accept it. Zhao Dihai pointed to the office, and reminded. Then, Xia Ning smiled softly and instructed the girl at the front desk. Xiaoli, you take Mr. Zhao to the reception room, and make a pot of good tea. I'll go see if Qin, Manager Qin, has finished his work. She directly called Qin Sun Manager, which raised his status, not only enhanced Qin Sun's weight, but also represented respect for Zhao Dihai. Xiaoli greeted Zhao Dihai with a smile and ushered him into the reception room. The reception room was at the other end of the office, a separate room of more than 20 square meters. The decoration was elegant and luxurious. Zhao Dihai sat on the sofa, his palms on his knees, his fingers tapping his knees. His assistant Xiaoli saw that Mr. Zhao was a little nervous at this time. She didn't understand why. Mr. Zhao suddenly went crazy in the morning and hurriedly flew over. What's more curious is that he actually brought Xiao Lu with him. Don't look at her formal business suit. But once she takes off her coat, she may be wearing lace or suspenders underneath. This woman is not a good person. Xia Ning walked into the office with a big gift box in both hands. The office was terribly quiet at this time. Those who were taking a nap had been woken up long ago, and they stretched their necks like groundhogs to look at Xia Ning. They heard the conversation at the door, and knew that the person who came was the agricultural product manager of Shuitian City, who was discussed in today's meeting. A powerful boss. The exquisite packaging of the gift box in Xia Ning's hand shows that it is worth a lot of money. And vaguely saw that the two assistants behind the boss, the 4 hands, were holding a lot of gifts, which should be for Qin Sun. They were confused. Usually, Party B begs Party A, invites Party A to dinner, sings gifts. This Party A flew to Haicheng to give gifts, begging Party A, this is the first time I have seen it. Xia Ning walked behind Qin Sun, seeing him with a serious face, drawing on her folder with a gel pen, drawing a pig. After drawing Peppa Pig, Qin Sun solemnly put down his pen, closed the folder, and slowly let out a sigh of relief. It was as if he had just signed a nuclear non-proliferation treaty at the United Nations. He picked up the thermos cup on the table, blew on the boiled water, and asked in an official tone, "Xiao Xia, who is making a fuss outside?" Xia Ning. She really wanted to pick up the gel pen and stab Qin Sun to death. She looked around and saw that all her colleagues were looking over here, smiling, and slowly leaned over, her mouth close to Qin Sun's ear, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Don't be a jerk." Qin Sun was stunned, slowly put down the thermos cup, picked up the gel pen, and opened Xia Ning's folder. With a big stroke of the pen, he wrote a few words. "Xiao Xia, wait for death." Qin Sun stood up and walked towards the reception room. Xia Ning followed him, step by step, in front of everyone. She gave Qin Sun enough face, and was a very qualified assistant. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded. It was the head of the business department. "Qin Sun, let's talk about business. Our business department is professional. I will go with you." As he said, he stood up, with a strong intention to force himself on her. It was obvious that he wanted a share of this big order. He would not give it to him, and he would force it. Qin Sun stopped and turned to look at the head of the business department. Feeling embarrassed, Cheng Wan stood at the door of the personnel office. Seeing Xia Ning winking at her, she spoke quickly. "Wang Ping, sit down. Mr. Zhao came all the way here for Qin Sun and Xia Ning. How could you squeeze in? Don't make any mistakes. Qin Sun and Xia Ning are enough." Wang Ping, the head of the business department, sat down awkwardly, feeling a little embarrassed. "I just want to negotiate a good price." Reception room. As soon as Qin Sun entered the door, Zhao Dihai stood up, rushed to the door like a wild boar, and held his hands with both hands. It was as if he had seen his long-lost father. He was so excited that he almost burst into tears. "Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin, Mr. Qin, you made me look so hard." Zhao Dihai's two assistants saw that he was about to lose his composure, and hurried up. They smiled and handed over the gifts in their hands. "Mr. Qin, this is the gift that our President Zhao has carefully prepared." Zhao Dihai came back to his senses, pointed at the gift box, and introduced them one by one. 30-year-old mountain ginseng, nourishes yin and strengthens yang. Top-grade deer antler, nourishes yin and strengthens yang. High mountain cordyceps, nourishes yin and strengthens yang. Qin Sun. In just 3 short sentences, he knew that in Zhao Dihai's mind, the best gift for a man is to strengthen yang. Xia Ning stood behind Qin Sun, her face slightly red, and I don't know what she was thinking. Chapter 32. It's really easy to make money from the rich. I still have a watch here, but I haven't worn it for a long time. I think it's destined for you, so I'll give it to you today. Zhao Dihai picked up a box and stuffed it into Qin Sun's hand. I hope Mr. Qin won't despise it. Xia Ning remained calm, with a polite smile on his face. Qin Sun was also very calm, pretending. He refused against his will. No merit. No reward. These things are too expensive. How can I feel good about it? Zhao Dihai forcibly stuffed the watch into Qin Sun's hand. A watch worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. It is a blessing for it to be worn on the hand of a man like Mr. Qin. Just as he was about to follow the international practice of 3 rejections and 3 offers, he saw Qin Sun smiled, took the watch box, and handed it to Xia Ning. Then I won't be polite. Zhao Dihai didn't expect Qin Sun to accept the gift so quickly, and he was stunned, and then laughed heartily. I like to make friends with people like Mr. Qin, who are generous. The two sat down. Xia Ning stood behind Qin Sun. Qin Sun and Zhao Dihai were chatting casually, like old friends reminiscing about the past. No one mentioned signing a contract, but they both knew clearly that they both needed to sign the contract. It was just a matter of price. Suddenly, Qin Sun's cell phone alarm rang. It was his nap alarm. He took out his cell phone, turned off the alarm, and opened Douyin, hid the video, and played it. Then, he handed it to Zhao Dihai. Mr. Zhao, this is the video we shot yesterday. We worked overtime last night to edit it. Take a look. Does it work? Zhao Dihai held up the phone with both hands, like holding a baby, and saw that it had more than 50,000 likes, and 1.57 million views were displayed below. He could not hide his excitement. If it had not been hidden for so many hours, With its explosive spread speed, wouldn't it have reached more than 2 million views? Zhao Dihai raised his head, looked at Qin Sun, and said loudly, Mr. Qin, let's be frank. I am very satisfied with your advertisement. I have never been so satisfied with any advertisement. I want to buy your Douyin account. Name your price. Hearing this, Qin Sun pursed his lips and fell silent. He sighed. Mr. Zhao, this Douyin account is not my property alone, it is the property of the company. I can't decide alone. Xia Ning was a little surprised. This kid finally took a look at the company? Zhao Dihai said loudly. 1 million. Qin Sun, sell. Xia Ning was shocked. This price? So high. Massive profit. It's really easy to make money from the rich. Xia Ning hurried out of the office and called Cheng Wan to prepare the contract. Zhao Dihai sat in the reception room and wanted to smoke. But he had to hold it in. He could tell at a glance that Qin Sun didn't smoke. People who don't smoke don't like the smell of smoke. Damn it! When I was negotiating contracts with other advertising companies before, is there any time when I didn't smoke? Sometimes I even put my legs on the conference table. But today, hold it in. This little Qin Sun has no idea how much profit this Douyin account can bring him. What if he changes his mind? What to do? Zhao Dihai and Qin Sun looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Both of them felt a little nervous, fearing that the other party would change his mind. Money or not, was not the first priority for Qin Sun. The main thing was that the mooching system had not grown for 2 days, and now the most urgent thing was to get the order and apply for an office. As for 1 million, 2 million, he didn't mind too much. This thing, I'm sure there will be a lot of it in the future. Cheng Wan's office. Several department heads huddled together. Their eyes widened in shock. 1 million. That's 1 million? Then the company is profitable? It's profitable after more than half a month of opening. Cheng Wan knocked on the table. Don't discuss this anymore. Review the contract again, no problem, I'll print it out. Let Xia Ning take it over to sign the contract. Xia Ning stood in the corner, watching them silently, with a faint smile on her face. The company seems to be on the right track. This is my third business venture, it shouldn't go bankrupt. Right? 15 minutes later. The contract was reviewed again and again. After confirming that there were no problems, it was printed out. Xia Ning took 2 copies of the contract and returned to the reception room. Zhao Dihai glanced over it quickly, signed immediately, pressed it. Qin Sun looked up at Xia Ning. I sign? Where's Sister Cheng? He didn't know who usually signed a contract of this level. It should be the CEO, but the CEO of the company might be detained in the United States for soliciting prostitution. Then it was the turn of the boss's #1 lackey, Cheng Wan. How could it not be the turn of an intern like me? Xia Ning said, the company's boss is still abroad and can't come back for the time being. Sister Cheng's level is not high enough. You got this order? You sign it. Qin Sun was stunned. Cheng Wan is not high enough. Then I am high enough? Zhao Dihai hurriedly said, Mr. Qin. You sign it. I will trust you. Qin Sun had no choice but to sign it. It felt like signing a contract to sell himself. What kind of thing is this? I am just a slacking employee. How can I do the boss's job? If the boss is a woman, it's almost the same to be the boss. After signing the contract, Zhao Dihai insisted on taking Qin Sun to the restaurant to drink and talk about brotherhood. Qin Sun refused. I'm still working? Xia Ning glanced at him indifferently, thinking, you finally realized that you have to work in the company? Zhao Dihai pulled Qin Sun. Entertainment is also part of work. Qin Sun said, I just finished lunch not long ago. Zhao Dihai held Qin Sun tightly. Then let's have some afternoon tea and drink a little wine, so that we don't feel full. Helpless. Qin Sun had no choice but to follow Mr. Zhao out of the company. Cheng Wan probably wouldn't say anything more. 3 beauties followed them. Xiao Li, Xiao Lu, and Xia Ning. There is a very good tea restaurant near the office building. Qin Sun led them there. Suddenly, they passed by a fruit shop. There was a big pile of apples at the door, which was filled with boxes of apples. Some young ladies were seen chattering around the door of the fruit shop. Is this the Huanyo apple from Shuitian on Douyin? You also saw that Douyin. Many girls in our office are crazy about that handsome guy's figure. Buy a few pounds and try it. Is this apple delicious? I think it's okay. People call me baby, how can they cheat me? Okay, then I'll buy 2 and try it. This apple is not cheap. Good things are not cheap. It's cheaper than durian. Forget it. It's a gift anyway, So you have to give something good. Several people watched from a distance. Zhao Dihai smiled like an ant. At a glance, he saw that it was a Huanyo apple. He turned to look at Qin Sun. Is it so effective so quickly? Qin Sun was also a little surprised. Could it be because Douyin's algorithm recommendation prioritizes local dissemination and dissemination where the video content occurs? This has an immediate effect on the sales of apples? Zhao Dihai suddenly walked to Qin Sun's side, put his arm around his shoulders, and called him brother. Little brother. Today, we two brothers must drink well, and drink some good wine. Qin Sun. Brother. You are older than my dad. Suddenly, Xia Ning came over from behind and handed Qin Sun a high-end black mask. Put it on. Don't let those crazy fans recognize you, or they will eat you alive. Qin Sun quickly put on the mask. Like a Loki star. Suddenly, he smelled a faint fragrance from the mask and turned to look at Xia Ning's red lips. He knew that some lipsticks would have a fragrance. Have you ever worn this mask? Chapter 33. This Mr. Zhao is not very honest either, and actually wants to use a honey trap on me. Xia Ning saw the disdain between Qin Sun's eyebrows, and was a little dissatisfied, hesitated for a moment, and shook her head gently. Qin Sun sniffed hard. Then this mask smells pretty good. Xia Ning's face was slightly red, and her face was slightly cold. She thought Qin Sun saw that the mask had been unpacked, and judged that it had been worn by someone. Unexpectedly, he actually smelled it with a dog nose. For some reason, she felt that she had been taken advantage of. The group walked a few dozen meters. There was another fruit shop on the side of the road. Zhao Dihai couldn't move when he saw the fruit shop, and smiled at Qin Sun. Little brother, let's go to the fruit shop and buy some fruit to sober up when we drink. Qin Sun had no choice but to nod. How can fruit sober up? This old man is really impatient. The group walked into the fruit shop. They heard the shop owner shouting, Shuitian Huanyo apples. 6 yuan a pound. You won't lose money. You won't be fooled. A group of young ladies surrounded him. Boss, is this really a Huanyo apple? Why is it a little different in the video? Yes, not quite. The shop owner introduced enthusiastically. How can this not be the same? Look at the color, the head, and smell the fragrance. It is definitely a Huanyo apple. Baby, buy some. Shuitian apples, Shuitian people. A group of young ladies made nausea gestures. Boss, you are not good looking enough, don't do this, I can buy it. I am envious of the face of Niu Pangpang who loves to eat bear biscuits, not yours. That's right, that's right. Qin Sun was a little nervous when he heard it, and pulled up the mask to cover his face. Suddenly, Zhao Dihai took a look at the apples on the shelf, rushed up angrily, and kicked them over. The apples were scattered all over the floor. Qin Sun was shocked. This old man was quite strong. Zhao Dihai put his hands on his waist and cursed. Hack your grandma's profiteer. This is your grandpa's Huanyo apple. If Huanyo apples look like this, it will be a shame to our ancestors. Xia Ning. He originally thought that Qin Sun was invincible in the world when it came to swearing. Unexpectedly, this kind of craftsmanship becomes more and more amazing with age. The boss jumped over. You old man. Dare you kick my apples? Zhao Dihai took out his wallet, grabbed a wad of money from it, threw it in the boss's face, and walked out of the store angrily. I'll compensate you. Use it to buy a coffin. The store owner looked at the red bills on the ground, and then looked at the 3 beautiful women in work clothes beside him. He knew that he was a person who could not be provoked, and closed his mouth with a face full of resentment. Qin Sun suppressed his smile and followed Zhao Dihai out of the fruit store. This Mr. Zhao is really a man of temperament. Yes, he is the largest apple wholesaler in Shuitian City. If someone passes inferior products as good ones, it will only damage his reputation. He knows. In the previous life on Earth, the phrase, baby, Tianshui apples, Tianshui people, attracted 6 million netizens to plant grass, and reached a total of 227 million topic discussions. Unfortunately, with such high traffic, the blogger only bought 300,000 apples a month at most. Why? Because he didn't catch it. The supply was insufficient, so they shipped randomly. They passed off small products as big ones, and inferior products as good ones, and even a large number of bad fruits and rotten fruits appeared. More than 80% of the buyers who received the goods gave bad reviews. He pushed the rating to the lowest in Douyin, and the comments were full of abuse. So he finally removed all the products from the shelves. But on second thought, despite so many negative reviews, He still managed to sell 300,000 in a month. That's awesome. The one who benefited the most was not the blogger, but the local wholesalers. With this favorable wind, they shipped out truckloads of fruits and made a lot of money. Qin Sun looked at the sulking Zhao Dihai and felt that this old man should be able to handle this wave of traffic. He is a reliable person. Yesterday, he thought he had played a trick on him, but he still gave him a 3,000 yuan red envelope and 2 bags of apples. He is a real person. Zhao Dihai took out his mobile phone, opened Douyin, and saw that the video had been played 2 million times, and the number of likes had reached 100,000. Many netizens asked for links in the comment area. The apples on Shuitian. The men on Shuitian. There were also 99 plus private messages. In addition to the lewd words of those crazy young women, there were many voices seeking cooperation. Zhao Dihai was both happy and worried. He was happy that the video was spreading faster than he thought, and he was worried that the qualifications of the small yellow car were not yet completed. But fortunately, he was engaged in bulk wholesale. He didn't care about the small amount of small yellow cars. Suddenly, his cell phone rang, and it was Boss Wang. Zhao Dihai answered the phone. The other party was a little excited, and spoke like a string of cannonballs. Hello, old Zhao. Long time no see. Are you free this afternoon? Let's talk about the apple business. I saw that your apples are very popular today. Let's join forces and take advantage of this wave of momentum to hype it up. Sell all the apples this year, sell them at a good price, and make hundreds of millions. He and the man practiced Tai Chi for a while and made an appointment, and then hung up the phone. Just after hanging up the phone rang again. It was an employee of his company, with a rough voice, and it was very loud. Mr. Zhao, it's very strange today. 3 waves of people have come to buy our apples. The price is very low, but the quantity is large. Look, should we sell them as soon as possible? This year's production is more than last year. Zhao Dihai scolded him when he heard it. Sell? If you dare to sell at a low price, I will peel your skin off. These things, I begged them to buy them a few days ago, but they didn't buy them. Now they want to buy them, and they dare to lower my price? Fuck them. No matter how expensive or cheap. The voice on the other end of the phone was a little embarrassed. Boss Zhao, you can't be so impulsive. Zhao Dihai interrupted him. Somewhat proud. Didn't you check Douyin today? Our apple is popular. On the other end of the phone. During working hours. No fun is allowed. Xiaoning heard this and felt that it hit her heart. She turned her head and glanced at Qin Sun. But she saw that Qin Sun was like nothing happened, without any awareness, and she couldn't help but frown slightly. Zhao Dihai hung up the phone, a little worried that he would be taken advantage of if he was not in the company. He turned to look at Qin Sun. His face was a little embarrassed, as if he was constipated. Qin Sun guessed it, and said with a smile, Mr. Zhao, you can drink wine anytime, but if Apple misses this opportunity, it will not be able to sell anymore. Zhao Dihai smiled when he heard this. He walked to Xiaoli, took the handbag from her, took out 2 stacks of cash, 20,000 yuan, and handed it to Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu, in the next 2 days, you will discuss the follow-up cooperation with Mr. Qin, and you must take good care of my little brother. I have to go back quickly to sell apple all over the country. Don't let those people who give birth without anus smash the signboard. Zhao Dihai and Qin Sun said goodbye reluctantly. He got on a taxi and left with his assistant Xiaoli. Looking at the car going away, Qin Sun breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly felt a graceful person approaching him. He turned around and saw Xiao Lu standing beside him with a charming smile on her face. Mr. Qin, my name is Lu Yi. Please take care of me in the next 2 days. Qin Sun, take care of me? Take care of what? Xia Ning glanced at Lu Yi and found that although she was wearing a professional suit, she was scheming everywhere. Her clothes were slightly opened here and buttons were half unbuttoned there. There was a faint smell of prostitution. She asked, Ms. Lu, which department of your company are you from? Lu Yi smiled like a flower, and was not shy. Public Relations Department, the kind that doesn't usually take action easily. In the next few days, I will be responsible for negotiating in-depth cooperation with Mr. Qin. As she said that, she glanced at Qin Sun secretly. Her eyes were as charming as silk. Very attractive. Qin Sun. Oh, this old Zhao. It turns out that he is not very honest. He actually wanted to use a beauty trap on me. Suddenly, he felt a sharp gaze, and slowly turned his head, only to see Xia Ning's face as cold as ice, staring at him intently. Chapter 34. Mr. Qin, you don't want me to lose my job, do you? Qin Sun's eyes swung left and right, looking at Lu Yi, and then at Xia Ning. One face was smiling like a flower, and the other face was as cold as ice. He just felt a headache. I'll go back to work first. He had never been so eager to go to work. I love going to work, and it's glorious to go to work. Wait a minute. At this time, Qin Sun saw Lu Yi with a smile on her face, walking slowly towards him, raising the 2 stacks of money in her hand. Mr. Qin, if we don't spend all the 20,000 yuan left by Mr. Zhao, I won't be able to report back. She stood in front of Xia Ning, blocking Qin Sun's side of Xia Ning. Qin Sun looked over and saw Lu Yi's gentle eyes, biting her lips lightly, with a little grievance on her face. He knew she was pretending to be pitiful. But fortunately, she was pretty, and not annoying. Just as hesitating, Qin Sun heard Xia Ning's somewhat cold voice. Miss Lu, can you be more dignified on the street? Lu Yi slowly turned her head, and met Xia Ning's cold eyes. Qin Sun felt his scalp tingling. He was afraid that the 2 women would fight in the street. They would pull hair, spit, and tear clothes. That scene was too beautiful to watch. He quickly walked between the 2 women. Stop arguing. We'll go with money. 3 of us together. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun coldly. Do you really want to go out and have fun? Qin Sun, then why not? Xia Ning glanced at Lu Yi, and an inexplicable desire to win a battle arose in his heart. Go, why not? They are the client. What's wrong with you accompanying the client? Lu Yi smiled, somewhat proud. Qin Sun led 2 beauties with different temperaments, walking all the way to a milk tea shop, attracting the attention of many passers-by. In the milk tea shop, ordered 3 cups of milk tea. Lu Yi paid for it, a total of 55 yuan. The 3 of them sat in the corner by the window. The passers-by coming and going outside the glass window couldn't help but secretly take a few glances. But the business of the milk tea shop seemed to be much slower. When this handsome man and beautiful woman sit in this shop, it really makes the shop shine and improves its style. It makes passers-by feel that the milk tea in this shop is not cheap. The 3 of them sat at a small round table in the corner. No one spoke. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Qin Sun lowered his head and played with his mobile phone. Lu Yi stared at Xia Ning, and Xia Ning stared at Lu Yi. The 2 kept staring at each other. Suddenly, Lu Yi smiled and asked, Do you like Mr. Qin? Xia Ning was shocked and immediately denied it. No, I don't like him. Lu Yi smiled sweetly, gently moved her chair closer to Qin Sun, and wrapped her hands around his arms. Then I like him. Don't fight with me for him. Qin Sun was shocked, and looked down at the 2 white and tender hands wrapped around his arms. Her chest was almost touching his biceps. He was so scared that he kept shrinking into the corner. Let go. Let go. Don't do this. I'm scared. Lu Yi let go of her hands, pretending to be sulking, and pouted while drinking milk tea. She looked as tea as possible. Xia Ning glanced at Lu Yi, then looked at Qin Sun, who looked scared, and said nothing. She was a little suspicious whether Qin Sun's fear and panic just now were just fake. According to his personality, shouldn't he just put his hand into the girl's collar? Why was he scared like a quail? He must have pretended to be innocent in front of me. If there were only the 2 of them, who knows what would happen? Qin Sun rubbed his face, secretly glanced at Lu Yi, and saw that she was concentrating on drinking milk tea, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that he is a gentleman, but in his past and present lives, he really has no experience in love. Although he has been pursued many times in this life, he feels that the girls who are attracted by his looks are a little crazy, and he rejected them all very rudely. Where has he met a passionate and unrestrained woman like Lu Yi? He knows. As long as he nods, this woman dares to grab his head and press it against her chest. What instructions did this Zhao Dihai secretly give her? Did he take nude photos of me, so that he could threaten me to do things for him later? Outside the milk tea shop, the sun is shining. Xia Ning didn't say anything, didn't drink milk tea, didn't play with her phone, and leaned sideways to look at the pedestrians outside the window. She didn't know what she was thinking. Lu Yi quietly looked at Xia Ning. Her profile was so beautiful that it made people jealous. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. No wonder her little trick didn't work on Qin Sun. With such a beautiful woman around him every day, he must be immune to other women. She turned her head to look at Qin Sun and saw him sleeping on the table. She felt helpless. He can fall asleep with two beautiful women sitting next to him. It's really amazing. He's either a monk or a eunuch. Chin Sun was taking a nap. Suddenly, he was awakened by a cell phone ring. He didn't sleep well during the lunch break and was woken up again. Chin Sun opened his sleepy eyes and felt a little uncomfortable. He glanced at the phone display, Empress Dowager. Chin Sun picked up the phone. "Mom, what's the matter?" Hearing this, Xia Ning and Louis beside him looked at Chin Sun and pricked up their ears. "Chin's mother, I saw a person stripping naked and making waves in the swimming pool on Douyin. Is that person you?" Chin Sun was a little happy and straightened his chest. "Yes, it's me. What details do you want to know?" "I can tell you. Every mother hopes her son will become successful. Every son likes to brag in front of his mother." But Chin's mother's question poured cold water on him. "I saw many girls in the comments claiming to be your girlfriend, wife, and even mistress. Which one is real? Can you bring your girlfriend home to show us during the holidays?" Chin Sun frowned. "None of them is real." Chin Sun's mother, "Hey! Just now I saw a big sister who knelt down to save her daughter, saying that you have a very beautiful girlfriend. It's your female colleague. It's all found out on the internet. Surname is Xia. Right? Xiao Xia." Chin Sun's mother is a cheerful person, called Mother Zhang Fei, and has a loud voice. He was worried that Xia Ning beside him might hear what he said. So he turned his head quickly, and saw her staring at him in shock. He smiled at Xia Ning apologetically. Then, he said to the phone, "Mom, I really don't have a girlfriend. You know, I never liked to play with girls since I was a child. I only played with boys. How could I have a girlfriend?" There was silence on the other end of the phone, and it seemed that she was very angry. Next to Chin Sun, Xia Ning heard his words, and vaguely felt that she had discovered some incredible secret. She turned her head quickly, and pretended to play with her phone seriously. "Don't listen to anything indecent. Don't listen to anything indecent. Society is developing. Times are progressing. And we should respect everyone's sexual orientation." After a while, Xia's mother's voice rang again on Chin Sun's phone. The older sister said she saw that Xia got into your car. Chin Sun corrected. It was an electric car. Chin's mother, "That's also a car." Chin Sun was a little helpless. "Mom, I'm still an intern now. I should start my career first. Buy a car first. Then buy a house. And then consider getting married." Chin's mother's voice became louder. "Buying a car. Buying a house. Isn't it just for marrying a wife? You had the opportunity to skip the first two steps and marry a wife directly. Why not? Do you know how difficult it is to marry a wife now? Since that girl can get on an electric car, she can get on your bed. Before the new year, you must trick her into it. If you get pregnant by accident, I'll take care of the baby for you. Otherwise, don't go home." Beep, beep, beep. Chin's mother used a combination of punches to confuse Chin Sun. Before he could even talk back, the other party hung up the phone. At this moment, he suddenly felt a murderous intent that was as solid as substance. Turning around, he saw Xia Ning with a cold face, but with a faint smile. Like a goblin in the mountains. Want to eat people. Chapter 35. We were all taught by the same browser. You can't break my trick. Louis lowered her head and drank her milk tea, pretending to hear nothing. Chin Sun showed an awkward but polite smile on his face. "Don't listen to my mother's nonsense." Xia Ning's brows slowly wrinkled into a Chuan character. No matter which girl heard it, the man around her was always ready to trick her into bed and get her pregnant. She would not be in a good mood. Not slapping her immediately, it was already a good manner. Chin Sun looked at Xia Ning, like a volcano about to erupt. He looked at Louis again. She was like an old wolf ready to eat him at any time. In order to completely solve the two problems, he made a decision that went against his ancestors. Chin Sun sighed, looked at the two ladies, lowered his voice, and whispered, "Actually, I like men." Xia Ning raised his eyebrows, and then thought of how he had just avoided Louis like a plague god, and his eyebrows slowly fell. She comforted him. It's okay. Everything is fine." Chin Sun looked at Xia Ning and said seriously, "This is a secret." Xia Ning nodded. "Secret?" Chin Sun turned to look at Louis, who was shocked, and solemnly instructed, "This is a secret." Louis felt a little better, feeling that it was not too embarrassing to be avoided by him just now, and smiled softly. "Mr. Chin, don't worry, I have been tight-lipped since I was a child." She smiled, slightly flickering, obviously not believing it. However, Qin Sun's image in Xia Ning's mind suddenly became soft. The atmosphere in the milk tea shop seemed even more awkward. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun from time to time, thinking that he had no gentlemanly manners towards her on weekdays, and his eyes never stayed on her too much, not to mention glancing at places he shouldn't look at. She believed it a little. But he usually likes to swear so much, and he says so many different things, and it's so ugly, it doesn't seem like it. Is he lying to me again? The three of them continued to drink milk tea. The atmosphere was even colder than the air conditioning in the milk tea shop. Qin Sun saw Xia Ning looking at him again, and knew that she didn't believe it completely. He took out his mobile phone, while drinking milk tea, operated with one hand, and typed in the browser. What kind of man is gay? Suddenly, a series of messages popped up, dazzling. He glanced at it, and caught some key words. Tight pants. White socks. Like to play badminton. Volleyball. Used to stretching out his hands to look at his nails. And very narcissistic. At the same time, Xia Ning also lowered her head to search with her mobile phone, secretly observing Qin Sun from the corner of her eyes, comparing them one by one. It seems that he is really not gay. Suddenly, she put away her mobile phone, looked at Qin Sun's fingers, and reminded him with a normal expression. There is dirt in your nails. Qin Sun was startled, and smiled in his heart. This little girl is also searching how to tell if a man is gay. We were all taught by the same browser, you can't break my trick. What? Qin Sun looked a little panicked, slowly stretched out his hand, the back of his hand facing himself, 5 fingers spread, tilted his head, and looked at his nails. No. Very clean. My fingers are so beautiful. Xia Ning. Isn't this exactly the same as what was found? Ah. This is not over yet. Qin Sun picked up the cup of milk tea, gently took a small sip, his facial features squeezed together, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Wow. It's really delicious. Refreshing. Oh my god. You know, I've been drinking Perrier since I was a child, and some Evian and the like. But today I drank this 10 yuan cup. He picked up the cup of milk tea, took another small sip, with an intoxicated look on his face. It's delicious. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun quietly for a while, and found that he really looked like an old sister-in-law, silently lowered her head, took up the milk tea and took a sip. Suddenly, I felt that the action of drinking this sip was very similar to Qin Sun's just now. So, I took a big sip. I choked and coughed. Tears came out. Ah, what a bad day. Louis sat aside, watching the two people perform quietly, and silently complained in her heart. What a stupid assistant. One day I will be tricked by Qin Sun and get pregnant without knowing what's going on. She picked up the milk tea cup, lowered her head and took a sip. But her eyes fell on Qin Sun, who was still pinching his orchid fingers. Tonight, I'll put on my battle robe, and see if you can still pretend? After drinking the milk tea, at Louis' strong request, the three of them watched a movie, and went to the amusement park for 2 hours. In the end, they spent less than 2,000. In the end, Louis coaxed and begged, and bought Qin Sun a few sets of clothes and pants, and configured a computer. This cost 10,000 yuan. No matter how thick Qin Sun was, he was really embarrassed. No more. No more. But he saw Louis' face was wronged, and there were already crystal tears in her eyes. Mr. Qin, you have to cooperate with me at work. You don't want me to be unemployed, do you? Qin Sun was a little embarrassed, and glanced at the gradually darkening sky. The remaining 10,000 yuan. Let's talk about it tomorrow. The three of them took a taxi, and moved their things to Qin Sun's rental house. Louis was a little surprised when she saw Qin Sun's room. I didn't expect that there would be such a clean room in this kind of urban village. Qin Sun glanced at Xia Ning, and smiled a little embarrassedly. Xia Ning thought of the scene of cleaning for him that day, when he was exhausted here, and turned around and walked out. It's time to get off work. I'm going home first. When she reached the door, she looked back, and saw Louis sitting on the edge of Qin Sun's bed. Louis looked at Xia Ning, somewhat provocatively. I have no place to sleep tonight. Qin Sun pulled Louis up, dragged her to the door, and closed the door. He locked the two beauties out. Xiao Xia, arrange a hotel for Miss Lu. Remember to issue an invoice, and ask the company to reimburse you. Louis. Xia Ning didn't even look at Louis, turned around and left, and went down the stairs. Just as she walked out of the stairs, she suddenly heard Lui's voice behind her. Only a fool would believe that he is a homosexual. Xia Ning turned around and saw Lui like a proud swan, walking out of her without looking around. She didn't wait for Xia Ning and walked directly out of the village. Xia Ning looked at her back, thinking. 3 seconds later, she turned and walked out of the village in another direction. The road is open to the sky, and each of them walks on his own side. At night, Xia Ning soaked in the bathtub, took out her mobile phone to look at Qin Sun's swimming pool video, and found that the number of likes reached 400,000. In just one day, there were 400,000 likes. The speed of spread was amazing. At this moment, she couldn't help but admire Zhao Dihai's courage. No wonder he dared to directly ask for 1 million to buy Qin Sun's account. For a wholesaler of his size, as long as Apple's reputation is spread out, and the subsequent reputation can support this popularity, the money earned may be calculated in billions. Suddenly, Xia Ning thought of Lui's words before they parted, and she felt a little uneasy. She took a screenshot of Qin Sun's video and sent the photo to her bestie. Brother Niu, please help me check if this person is gay. Soon, her best friend Grandpa Niu replied. Once my eyes were open, I knew that this person was a sex-hungry ghost and a wolf king. Gay? There is no such thing. Xia Ning thought of Lui, the vixen, and thought to herself that it was not good. She stood up and the bath water splashed. She spoke directly. I'll give you an address. Hurry over. We'll meet there. Wei Xian replied soon. What are you doing in this place at night? Xia Ning replied. Catching an adulterer. Chapter 36. You are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Why are you here to catch someone having an affair? 9 o'clock in the evening. In a rented room on the 3rd floor of a dilapidated building in a village in Haicheng, Qin Sun had assembled a computer and was downloading games. He took Lui to the computer city to assemble this computer. He chose some configurations that he particularly wanted when he was in school. It cost more than 6,000 yuan in total. It can run some large standalone games. Unfortunately, the internet speed in this room is too bad, and the download is extremely slow. He had no choice but to lie on the bed, turn on the data and play with his phone, so as not to take away the computer's internet speed. Suddenly, he thought of the slacking value, called up the panel and took a look. He was shocked and flipped over from the bed. Slacking value, 5,000. Note, when the host reaches 10,000, he can get a lottery. He was a little surprised. It was less than 2,000 before. The slacking value increased by more than 3,000 today? At this rate, won't it be possible to draw a lottery in 2 or 3 days? He reviewed the day's schedule. In the morning in the office, surrounded by many colleagues, I didn't even dare to play games. I could only watch secretly, and I couldn't increase much slacking points. Then in the afternoon, Lui? Could she be my lucky star? If I leave Xia Ning behind tomorrow and go slacking off with Lui alone, will my points increase faster? Just as Qin Sun was thinking about tomorrow's slacking off plan. Downstairs, in the shadow beside the path, on a stone pier, 2 people were sitting, looking up at the window of Qin Sun's rental house. After a while, a low and hoarse voice sounded a little impatient. Sister Ning, what are we waiting for? Aren't you going up yet? If you don't go up and catch the adulterer, they will start the second round. Xia Ning looked up at the light coming through the window and shook her head. It's just past 9 o'clock. The light is still on. That woman should not have gone up yet. As soon as these words came out, the slightly plump girl next to her, wearing big black framed glasses and a short buzz cut, suddenly turned her head and looked at Xia Ning. Sister Ning, have you watched too many TV dramas? When it comes to that kind of key plot, the lights are turned off, and then the roosters crow the next day. Xia Ning turned her head and looked at the cheerful girl whose reputation was called Grandpa Niu. Her real name was Niu Xiaojun, which also sounded like a boy's name. They grew up together, and she took a lot of care of him. She drove away many of her annoying suitors. Xia Ning was a little confused and asked, Is there any problem with this? Niu Xiaojun patted his forehead and said helplessly, Think about it. If you were lying on that man's bed, he would definitely turn on the light to admire your beautiful body and your half-dead expression. How could you bear to turn off the light? Some men say it's the same with the light off, but it's just because their wives are ugly, and they comfort themselves. Who would turn off the light when you have a pretty girlfriend? You really should find a boyfriend. You don't even understand this. Xia Ning. She blushed when she heard that. When she thought of Niu Xiaojun comparing herself to Qin Sun, her face became even hotter. The wind of the summer night cannot blow away. She turned her head to look at Niu Xiaojun, said seriously, "Brother Niu, you are a woman after all, speak more politely." Niu Xiaojun chuckled twice, and shook his head. I can't change. Dogs can't change eating shit." Xia Ming was helpless. Suddenly thought of a possibility. If Qin Sun and Niu Xiaojun were put together, what sparks could the two swear kings collide with? One thing subdues another, or can Niu Xiaojun subdue Qin Sun? Suddenly, a series of sizzling sounds were heard beside him, accompanied by a flash of electric light. Xia Ning was startled. What is this? Niu Xiaojun raised a black stick in his hand. An electric baton. A pig can be knocked unconscious with just one blow. Xia Ning was shocked. This is too exaggerated. Niu Xiaojun was not convinced. Catching an adulterer. I am civilized enough that I didn't bring a machete. As she said that, she looked up at the window on the third floor, then turned to look at Xia Ning and smiled a little bit meanly. Sister Ning, is the guy upstairs your boyfriend? Xia Ning hurriedly shook her head. No. Don't talk nonsense. Niu Xiaojun asked again. Is he your sweetheart? Xia Ning shook her head like a rattle. That's definitely not the case. Niu Xiaojun was a little disappointed, and threw the electric baton to the ground, saying unhappily, He's not your boyfriend. Nor is he your sweetheart. Why did you bring me here to catch someone cheating in the middle of the night? It's just normal communication between a man and a woman. Okay? We can't ruin their happiness. Xia Ning felt that these words made sense, and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. She was silent for a while. Brother Niu, the person upstairs is an employee of my company. I suspect someone is trying to poach my people by despicable means. Niu Xiaojun asked. Is this person very popular? Is he very important to your company? Xia Ning thought of Qin Sun's various behaviors in recent times, somewhat reluctant to admit it, but there was no way. After a hesitation, she replied. For the time being, very important. Hearing this, Niu Xiaojun felt very boring. It turned out to be the intrigue in the business world, not the life and death struggle in the love field at all. Xia Ning has been a quiet person since she was young. She has no interest in many things, and even men. She once suspected that Xia Ning liked women, and she was so scared that she hid from Xia Ning for a long time. However, Xia Ning is very enthusiastic about starting a business. After graduation, she lost 3 battles and 3 times, and now it is her 4th startup. It seems that this time, she attaches great importance to it. As a company president, she did not sleep at home at night, but stayed at the bottom of the building where her employees lived to prevent someone from seducing and abducting her employees. At this time, Niu Xiaojun saw Xia Ning pointing to a place not far away, and said in a low voice, Brother Niu, she is here as expected. Niu Xiaojun looked up and looked in the direction she pointed. He saw a graceful woman wearing a belly-revealing tank top and a short hip skirt, walking slowly towards the corridor under the street lights in a pair of bright red high heels. She slapped her thigh. She is so fucking coquettish. If she goes upstairs, the male employees in your entire company will not be enough for her to beat. Not to mention there is only one person. She will definitely be squeezed dry. Eat her alive, and leave her body to die. Xia Ning. Although they grew up together, she was still not used to the way Niu Xiaojun spoke. She is a girl. Niu Xiaojun's bold personality once made her think that he was a real man who liked girls, so she was scared and hid from him for a long time. Xia Ning saw Lu Yi about to walk into the corridor, and she was a little worried. What should we do now? It was said that she was catching an adulterer, but she really couldn't do those things in TV dramas, pulling hair and leading people in a parade. Besides, she didn't seem to be qualified. Niu Xiaojun bent down and picked up the electric baton. Watch me. At the entrance of the corridor, Lu Yi had a lazy look on her face, exuding the breath of spring. She knew she was not as pretty as Xia Ning. Far from it. But she was not bad looking. And she was also very attractive. She was Xia Ning's ancestor. Qin Sun was at the best age to fight. And when a girl with hormones knocked on the door in the middle of the night, wouldn't she go crazy on the spot? She yawned, walked into the corridor, and suddenly heard a low and hoarse voice behind her. Hey, your mother is dead. Lu Yi was startled and turned around to see. I saw a slightly fat person standing behind me, with short hair and big black framed glasses. who looked like neither man nor woman. She was holding a black stick in her hand. Louis's eyes fell on the stick, and she was a little nervous. "What are you doing?" Niu Xiaojun looked up and down at Louis several times, touched his chin, and laughed twice. "Bitch. Are you selling it?" Louis was a little angry. "No." Niu Xiaojun was happy. "If you don't sell it, then it's free? I want it. I want it once." Louis used to hang out on the street in the middle of the night in her seductive clothes. But she had never been to the village in the city. She didn't expect it to be so chaotic here. And she even ran into a stinky hooligan. "Ah! Help!" Her face turned pale with fear, and she rushed into the corridor. She wanted to run to the third floor to seek Qin Sun's help. "Qin Sun! Save me! Help! Help!" Suddenly, a black shadow jumped in front of her, stood on the stairs, and opened his hands to block her way. "Bitch! You ran the wrong way. Don't shout. I'll electrocute you if you shout again." He pressed the electric shock button, and a flash of lightning flashed. Louis's mind went blank. She was stunned for a moment, and turned around and ran out of the corridor in fear. She cried all the way but didn't dare to shout. She ran out of the village in the city like a wild dog. On the third floor, in the room, Qin Sun was wearing headphones, sitting in front of the computer, concentrating on playing games. Suddenly, he took off his headphones and pricked up his ears. He was a little confused. "Someone called me." He listened for a while, but didn't hear anything anymore. So he sighed. "You're so young. And you're already hallucinating." He put on his headphones and continued playing games. He didn't care about what was happening outside, and only focused on beating up the old cunt. "Goddess! Die for me!" Downstairs, Niu Xiaojun happily walked back to the stone pier in the shadow, but heard Xia Ning's somewhat dissatisfied voice. "You're making too much noise. What if my employee hears it?" Niu Xiaojun was a little unhappy. "You are the president. He is an employee. How can you control him?" Xia Ning hesitated. "I can't control him." Niu Xiaojun activated the electric baton again, with flashing lights, sizzling sounds, and said angrily, "You can't control it. I'll control it for you." Xia Ning looked at the powerful Niu Xiaojun, and her eyes gradually brightened. "It's settled. Get ready, come to my company in 2 days, to be the president. Teach this traitor a lesson for me." Niu Xiaojun. "What? To be the president?" She pointed at her nose with her backhand, looking embarrassed. "Me? Chapter 37. Something terrible is going to happen." The CEO finally showed up. The next day. Because the slacking value increased too quickly yesterday, it increased by more than 3,000 in one day. Now only 5,000 is needed to participate in the lottery. This made Qin Sun a little excited. Early in the morning, before the alarm went off, he woke up first. After washing up, he rode an electric bike for the first time, to deliver food early in the morning. He tried to get another order of fish before going to work, to help the progress of the lottery. After going to work, he would go to Louis to catch up with the old times, and try to get the slacking value in 1 or 2 days. Win a prize. Qin Sun took a breakfast order from 3 kilometers away. It took him 40 minutes to deliver it on time. In return, he received a bad review from the customer. He was very happy. His bad habit of slacking off was recognized by another customer. He got 10 points of slacking off. When he looked at the time, it was already 8:30, which was exactly the time for him to go to work. Suddenly, he saw a bunch of unread messages in the WeChat work group. He clicked in and took a look. Received. 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 The queue was neat. He flipped it up and saw Changwan had posted a notice. "Dear Oak friends, because the general manager of the company will start working today, there will be a morning meeting today. Please dress in standard clothes and be on time." He was finally released from prostitution? Qin Sun was a little uneasy, thinking that his appearance would disrupt his happy rhythm of slacking off. Suddenly, he thought that it was already 8:30 and felt that something was wrong. He was now in the opposite direction of the company, which meant he was 3 kilometers away from the company than usual. "I'm leaving at this time. I usually go to work on time. So I must be late today? Isn't it a bit impolite to be late to give the general manager a warning on his first day at work? Isn't it a bit impolite to be late to give him a warning? Isn't it a bit impolite to be treated as a troublemaker? I must give the general manager a good impression. Let him know that I am a good citizen who is civilized. Sets a new trend. Loves work. And never slacks off. Take the long way." Qin Sun thought for a while, and got on the electric bike, turned the ignition, and a buzzing sound was heard. This one is an electric motorcycle. It's a third-hand one, but it's very powerful. He ran directly to the mountain road on the edge of Haicheng, preparing to avoid the crowded electric vehicles in the city center, the traffic lights, the old ladies crossing the road, and directly go around a big circle to the company. Chin Sun directly turned on the overclocking mode to drive. The wind whistled in his ears. 5 or 6 minutes later, the electric motorcycle went up the mountain road. The mountain road was winding and rugged. But fortunately, the road quality was very good, and there were no other vehicles. Chin Sun's speed was faster. Suddenly, he heard a roar behind him, and looked in the rearview mirror. It was a black motorcycle approaching from afar, catching up. He should be a motorcycle enthusiast. The kind with a disease. Those who are not sick are those who go out to race at night. Beep, 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 beep. A series of dense and harsh sounds rang out. The motorcycle caught up with Chin Sun. Chin Sun turned his head and looked over. He saw a slightly fat man wearing a black helmet on the motorcycle. The man turned his head and raised a middle finger. A voice came from the tightly wrapped helmet. It was deep and magnetic, but it was hard to tell whether it was male or female. Electric motorcycles are also suitable for mountain roads. He finished speaking. The motorcycle sped away, leaving Chin Sun far behind. Chin Sun, who had a bad temper, could tolerate this? He turned the accelerator to the bottom and chased after it. Now this section of the road was straight, and he was getting farther and farther away. But Chin Sun knew that the next section would have more than a dozen bends. He didn't believe that this motorcycle would dare to turn the corners without slowing down like him. On a straight road, just turn the accelerator. But on a bend, you need skills. Chin Sun was in overclocking mode. Turn the accelerator to the bottom, and the speed did not decrease at all. When he passed the 10th bend, he finally caught up with the motorcycle. Niu Xiaojun, who was on a motorcycle, saw Chin Sun catching up with him. He was shocked. He slowed down, turned around and looked at Chin Sun. He was about to praise his riding skills. Maybe they could be friends. But he heard Chin Sun mocking him loudly. With this skill, you still dare to learn to turn? After saying that, he turned beautifully, almost touching the ground, and went straight away. Niu Xiaojun was stunned for a moment. Hey! Fuck you! He turned the throttle and turned the corner. The speed was very fast, but slower than Chin Sun. After that, there was another short straight road. Niu Xiaojun caught up with Chin Sun and cursed loudly. Fuck your uncle. Chin Sun would never tolerate her, and turned around and cursed back. Fuck your mother. Another bend. He left Niu Xiaojun behind again. After that, there was another straight road. Niu Xiaojun caught up and cursed again. You son of a bitch. Chin Sun cursed back. You are worse than an animal. This repeated, and the next 8 or 9 bends. They cursed each other 8 or 9 times. Neither of them had their family trees protected. 10 minutes later, the two entered the city. Chin Sun and Niu Xiaojun drove side by side at a snail's pace, slowly following the torrent of electric bikes of office workers. The two still enjoyed swearing at each other. Beast. Dog. Asshole. Bastard. They became a beautiful scenery on the road. The electric bikes beside them were so scared that they dared not approach them. Suddenly, Chin Sun saw a few traffic police standing at the traffic light in front of him from a distance. He didn't know if they were checking helmets or checking the license plates of electric bikes. However, motorcycles are prohibited in Haicheng, no matter whether they are gasoline or electric motorcycles. Niu Xiaojun took a look from a distance, turned his head, opened the windshield of his helmet, revealed his eyes and nose, and looked at Chin Sun coldly. Boy, remember my face. Today, I have something important to do, so I'll let you go for now. She emphasized her tone and continued. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, I'll wait for you on the mountain. After that, she rode her motorcycle, turned the car head and drove to the left fork road, avoiding the traffic police who were checking. Female? Tomboy? Chin Sun shook his head, thinking she was childish. Looking at her back as she walked away, he sneered and murmured, Stupid, there are traffic police waiting for you at the intersection over there. After saying that, he drove the car directly onto the sidewalk next to him, find a place where there were a bunch of electric bikes placed in a mess, and stuffed the electric motorcycle in. Hidden inside, pretending to be an ordinary electric bike. Then, he scanned a shared electric bike, and drove to the company with full firepower. Finally, Chin Sun arrived at the company on time. He sat down at his workstation, unbuttoned a button, and released the heat wrapped in it. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at Xia Ning, and saw that she was wearing a mask, and there was a trace of pain between her eyebrows. Xiao Xia, what's wrong with you? Xia Ning turned her head to look at Chin Sun. Nothing, maybe I have the flu. My stomach hurts a little. Chin Sun was very warm. Drink more hot water. Xia Ning. Chin Sun looked around, and saw that every colleague was dressed very smartly today, white shirt, black trousers, as formal as an MLM company, and he looked down at his t-shirt, and he couldn't help feeling a little dissatisfied. This is just like when someone who is late for class sees another late person. He will feel comfortable. It is better to have a companion when committing a crime. Now he feels very lonely. His eyes fell on the general manager's office from afar, and he asked Xia Ning softly, Xiao Xia, where is our beloved general manager? Xia Ning was a little surprised. You don't call him a dog anymore? Chin Sun waved his hands repeatedly. It has never happened before. I have always been civilized. How could I say bad words? Xia Ning snorted coldly, turned his head, and was too lazy to look at him again. This guy is a good hand at changing his attitude according to the situation. Now the general manager is about to appear, and he doesn't call him dog anymore, but dear? Chapter 38 Good Guy. This tomboy whom I scolded all the way is the general manager. 9:45. There was already a buzz of discussion in the office. Isn't there a morning meeting? If we don't hold it, it's already noon. Where is the general manager? No accidents will happen. Xia Ning's face was not looking good. She felt her stomach hurt more. She quickly drank a sip of hot water. She had the flu today, and her period came again. Drinking hot water is actually really helpful. But suddenly he found that Chin Sun beside him was leisurely, holding an A4 paper to fold a frog. And he felt a little unhappy. You look happy? Chin Sun folded the frog, put it on the table and pressed it. And it jumped a few times. He said with a smile. The general manager was almost an hour late on his first day at work. It seems that he is the same as us. We all like to slack off. The days ahead should not be too difficult. He is a good president. Xia Ning. She was a little helpless. This guy is always thinking about slacking off. It seems like he will die if he doesn't slack off for a day. Even the standard for judging whether the company president is good or not is whether he can slack off. Suddenly, she heard Chin Sun's voice was a little loud and slightly distorted. Fuck. This president is really the same as me, and we are the same way. Xia Ning turned her head and saw that Chin Sun's eyes were fixed on the entrance of the company office, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. She followed Chin Sun's line of sight and saw Niu Xiaojun, greeted by Cheng Wan, slowly walked into the company, looking at Niu Xiaojun in a suit and tie, with a serious look on his face. He really had the aura of a superior. Just when she breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly heard Chin Sun said in a hurry, Xiao Xia, give me a mask. Xia Ning turned her head and saw that Chin Sun was a little nervous, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. What's wrong? Chin Sun, you infected me with the flu. Xia Ning. No more. I only have this one mask. Chin Sun nodded, thank you. Xia Ning was confused, not knowing where his thank you came from, and was wondering if he had really become too civilized and polite. A big hand came and took off her mask. With lightning speed, it was put on Chin Sun's own face. Xia Ning. She reached out to grab it back. What are you doing? But Chin Sun grabbed her wrist, making her unable to move. Chin Sun's voice softened a lot. She glanced at Niu Xiaojun, who was welcomed into the general manager's office by Cheng Wan, sighed, and explained, if I tell you, you may not believe it. On my way to the company, I had a little conflict with our beloved general manager. Xia Ning was stunned, and felt that this fate was really ridiculous. Seeing him snatch her mask, and he wanted to pull it wider to cover his whole face, she was a little unconvinced. How small is the festival you're talking about? Chin Sun sighed again. I cursed her. Xia Ning, did it sound bad? Chin Sun, just ordinary Chinese curses. For example, hack your mother. Xia Ning. Chin Sun, and hack your sister. Xia Ning? Chin Sun continued, and hack your grandmother. Xia Ning. This is not over yet. Chin Sun said again, and hack your milk. Xia Ning was speechless for a long time, turned his head, sighed. You're dead. The morning meeting started at 10 o'clock. Chin Sun mixed in the crowd, entered the meeting room, and stood in the corner, where there was no surveillance. He just felt a little overwhelmed. I'm only 4,990 points away from the lottery. I'm fired today. The atmosphere of the morning meeting was very warm. The applause today was particularly loud. Jin-sun didn't want to listen. In a trance, heard Chung-won introduce the general manager. What's Nyo Shiju's name? What big industry does his family have? What about studying abroad? Then Nyo Xiaoju came to the stage to greet everyone, said a lot of meaningless official language, and drew one big picture after another. There was rounds of applause. Xia Ning stood beside Jin-sun, and saw his absent-minded look, and felt a little funny. It is true that there is always someone who can defeat someone else. As soon as the general manager came, this guy immediately became as obedient as a kindergarten kid. I don't know how long it took. The morning meeting finally ended. Jin-sun mixed in the crowd again, returned to his workstation, hid his head behind the computer screen, and buried it low. The sound of keyboards rang out throughout the office. Crackling, especially loud. It seemed that the pie the general manager had painted was particularly sweet. 5 minutes later, Jin-sun returned to normal, turned on the computer, and began to pretend to work again. Xia Ning turned her head and glanced at him, and found that his expression was more serious than usual, and she felt a little proud. She felt that she had made long-term progress on the road to taming this stubborn donkey. She planned to turn Jin-sun into a truly outstanding employee step by step under the pressure of Nyo Xiaojun, the fake president. Seeing Jin-sun working seriously for 5 minutes. Although he didn't write anything, but at least his expression was serious. Xia Ning quietly left his workstation, took the opportunity to go to the toilet, and sneaked into the general manager's office. Closed the door. Nyo Xiaojun was sitting lazily on the sofa behind a large desk, sighing, and a trace of resentment flashed across his face from time to time. It seemed that he was recalling something painful. Xia Ning thought of what Jin-sun said. He had greeted all the women in Nyo Shijuan's family tree in the morning, and held back his smile. What's wrong with you? You don't look happy. Nyo Xiaojun was so angry that he pounded his fist on the table. I had a good plan for today, but who would have thought that I would meet such a fool on the road? I argued with him all the way, and finally the traffic police seized my motorcycle. As a result, I was late, and I embarrassed you. Xia Ning quickly corrected. Now you are the president, I am just a small assistant planner. Don't talk about embarrassing me. Nyo Xiaojun straightened his suit, smiled a little embarrassedly, and waved his hand. Let's not talk about this. Let's not talk about this. I'm just a decoration. As she said this, she took out a pen from the pen holder on the table and stabbed it in the air a few times. I'm thinking now, tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, I'll change to my best motorcycle, go to the mountain to find that idiot, and I'll definitely teach him a lesson. I'm just afraid he doesn't dare to go. Xia Ning was silent for a while, and suddenly laughed. Why wait until tomorrow? He's in this company, the temporary core employee we were waiting for downstairs last night. Nyo Xiaojun was stunned, somewhat unbelievable. This damn fate. 3 seconds later, she slammed the table. I want to fire him. I must fire him. Seeing Nyo Xiaojun lose his composure, Xia Ning raised her index finger and made a gesture of silence. Calm down. The current situation is that he can leave the company, but the company cannot do without him for the time being. Nyo Shijuan's face was uncertain, and finally she sat down weakly, hanging her head, seemingly thinking about something. Gradually, her eyes lit up, and there was a dangerous arc at the corner of her mouth. Then I'll keep him in the company and slowly kill him. Xia Ning frowned slightly, and knocked on the table. Pick it up heavily, and put it down gently. Don't scare him away. I'll ask Chung-won to call Jin-sun to your office later. You can make some concessions, and reconcile with each other to avoid affecting his work efficiency. Nyo Xiaojun. She sighed. I'd rather let me suffer than let him suffer. I understand. You don't love me anymore. Xia Ning. Xia Ning left the general manager's office, and walked back to her workstation. But she saw that Jin-sun was not at his workstation. She couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Was he scared away? Chapter 39. No. Is he sick? Taking girls to a place where girls drink and have fun? Xia Ning hurried over and saw an open document on Jin-sun's computer, with a sentence written on it. Xiao Xia. I'm on a field trip. There are still some follow-up in-depth cooperation matters to discuss with Mr. Zhao. Talked to Sister Chung today about applying for an independent office for me. Xia Ning was a little helpless, and shook her head. I still underestimated him. It was the general manager's first day at work, and he turned out to be more cool than the general manager. He ran out to play by himself. She looked at the words on the computer desktop, her face gloomy, and she couldn't help thinking too much. Follow-up cooperation? Or the kind of in-depth cooperation? Besides looking for that Louis, what else can he do? This guy just scolded the general manager of the company this morning. And now he has the nerve to apply for an independent office? What a shame! Xia Ning sat down, turned her head, and glanced at the sky outside the window. The sky was bright, and the sun was shining. But some things seemed not to be done only at night. She called Qin Sun. No one answered. She sent a WeChat message. Where are you? No one responded. Her face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. Xia Ning was stunned for a while. Xia! Suddenly, someone called her. She raised her head and saw the colleague in the business department in front of her turned around and said to her with a smile, "Take a look at your mailbox, which contains cooperation intentions from some companies, all of which we have screened. Let Qin Sun choose what he can do. We will talk to party A again." Xia Ning smiled and suddenly thought of the word screening and felt a little strange. "Are there any other potential partners that you have eliminated?" The colleague answered. "Some are spam emails, sent randomly by bored people who found the company's email address. For example, they want Qin Sun to give birth to a child for her. They want to support Qin Sun and let him call her baby all day and all night. There are also some emails about marketing himself as the world's most handsome man. There are also several emails from headhunting companies asking us for Qin Sun's contact information, probably to poach people." Xia Ning heard poaching people and felt a little uneasy. These headhunting companies are really omnipresent. Qin Sun, this annoying guy, has really become a hot commodity. She opened her mailbox and found that there were 8 emails from the business department, all of which were from the client, who wanted to seek cooperation with the company. She was a little happy. 8 emails. That means 8 companies. This can be considered a booming business. It seems that with the fermentation of the Apple marketing incident, Oak has made a name for itself in the industry. And more companies are willing to extend olive branches. She was about to click it, but saw Chungwon coming over. Chungwon leaned over, lowered her voice, and said, "Boss Xia, my former colleague works in a headhunting company. She just transferred 1,000 yuan to me and wanted Qin Sun's contact information." Xia Ning turned around, looking surprised. Chungwon continued, "I refused. However, I heard from her that several marketing companies have offered very high prices to poach Qin Sun. Headhunting companies are competing for Qin Sun." Xia Ning looked solemn. This Qin Sun seems to be more popular than she thought. She looked at Qin Sun's empty workstation and felt a little worried. Will this guy leave without saying goodbye? Xia Ning looked at the emails in the mailbox. 8 in total. If they can get all of them, then the company can expand its influence again, and then use the reputation of this company to recruit some powerful talents in the industry. A virtuous circle will be formed, and the company will be on the right track. At that time, it will not be so dependent on Qin Sun. I won't be manipulated by him at will. Xia Ning's thoughts were a little confused, and she felt that her head was a mess. She got up and went to the general manager's office. At this time, Niu Xiaojun was playing a mobile game and looked up at her. "If you keep coming to me, others will think I am taking advantage of you." Xia Ning, she sighed. She felt that Niu Xiaojun and Qin Sun might be like-minded. She sat on the chair opposite the desk and said seriously, "Now there is a big problem." Niu Xiaojun looked up and saw that her face was serious, put down the phone, leaned forward, and asked, "What's the problem?" Xia Ning said, "Now many headhunting companies are trying to recruit Qin Sun. With their methods, they can get Qin Sun's contact information and even his address in a few days and visit him. I'm worried." Niu Xiaojun answered with a smile. "Are you worried about being poached?" Xia Ning was startled and shook his head slightly. "Be serious." Niu Xiaojun frowned. "What do you want me to do?" Xia Ning lowered his head and thought for a while, then raised his head and said, "Smash Qin Sun's rental house." Niu Xiaojun suspected that there was something wrong with his ears and was shocked. "Why? Why smash someone's house? Wouldn't it be better to just beat him?" Xia Ning looked serious and continued to explain. "I want to make him have nowhere to go and find a way to frame him and let him live with me, and I will take care of him for 3 months. During these 3 months, I will give him money, give him status, and give him respect, but I won't let him leave the company. After 3 months, he can go wherever he wants. Hearing this, Niu Xiaojun was silent, stared at Xia Ning for a long time, and reminded, I should have told you that this guy is a pervert and a wolf. You lived with him for 3 months? Xia Ning thought for a moment, reached out, and took out a pen from the pen holder on the table, and pulled out the cap. The tip of the pen was sharp. She said seriously, I will be careful. Niu Xiaojun looked at the pen in her hand, and gave a thumbs up. You are awesome. A high-end restaurant in Haicheng. Louis's eyes were as charming as silk. She cut the steak elegantly, and kept making small seductive movements. On the other side, Qin Sun just lowered his head to eat. She sighed, with a kind of helplessness, like throwing a wink to a blind man. Qin Sun lowered his head to eat, feeling a little unhappy. Just now, he checked the panel, and found that the slacking value only increased by 50 in half a day, which was a world of difference from the increase of 3,000 in 1 day yesterday. He was a little confused. Is it because there are not enough girls around today? This system can't be so pornographic. Or, do you have to slack off in front of your colleagues to increase your value quickly? Qin Sun took out his mobile phone, and called Xia Ning. The call was quickly connected. Xia Ning's voice came. Where are you? Qin Sun replied, eating with Party A. There was only some noisy voices on the other side. He asked, Xiao Xia, where are you? Is anyone renovating nearby? Xia Ning, no. It's on the roadside, it's a bit noisy. Are you going back to the company in the afternoon? Qin Sun did not answer, but said directly, I'll give you a location later. You can come out in the name of field work in the afternoon, and we will accompany Partia together. There was silence for a moment on the other end of the phone, and then a soft voice came. Okay. The phone was hung up. Qin Sun was in a good mood, but he found Louis on the other side, with a face full of resentment, pouting her lips, complaining. Mr. Qin, how can domestic flowers smell as good as wild flowers? A village in Haicheng. A dilapidated building on the 3rd floor. Inside Qin Sun's rental house. Niu Xiaojun picked up the bedside table and threw it hard, breaking it into pieces, and then rushed over and kicked it twice, as if to vent his anger towards Qin Sun. Xia Ning stood aside expressionlessly. Beside her, a woman in her 40s, who was the landlord, looked at her with a smile on her face. Smash it. Smash it hard. Do you want me to help? After receiving the money? Let alone smashing the house. I am willing to smash her head. 10 minutes later. The rental house was in a mess. Xia Ning looked at the landlord. After the matter is done, I will pay you the balance. The landlord said with a smile. Don't worry. Beautiful lady. I will definitely let him live in the shared house you arranged. Xia Ning and Niu Xiaojun left. The landlord looked at their backs as they walked away, and couldn't help sighing. In this world, are the tricks to pursue handsome guys so deep? I cleaned your house a few days ago, and now I come to smash the house. You still want to trick people to share the house with you? Just walked out of the village in the city. Xia Ning received Qin Sun's prestige, which was a location, frowned, and whispered Yeshin KTV? Niu Xiaojun opened his mouth in shock. He took the girl to a place where other girls drink and have sex. Are you sure he's not a psychopath? Chapter 40. You say, is he physically ill? Or mentally ill? Half an hour later. Yeshin KTV. Xia Ning reported the room number, and was taken to room 69 by the waiter. Standing at the door, she looked up at the door number, and suddenly felt that the number was a bit erotic. Listening to the singing of the girls inside, her brows gradually frowned. Standing at the door, she hesitated for a long time, feeling a little uneasy. She was afraid that she would open the door and see a beautiful scene. After adjusting her mood, she pushed the door open. The lights in the private room were ambiguous. A large group of girls sang in a mess. She looked at it with a cold face and was stunned. There were 3 big sofas in the room. On the sofa on the far right, there were 4 princesses dressed in glamorous and revealing clothes, singing a popular love song. Louise sat alone on the sofa in the middle, drinking wine in boredom. On the coffee table, there were several bottles of red wine, beer, foreign wine, and a bunch of snacks. And Qin Sun, he was lying on the sofa in the corner. He seemed to be asleep. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun sleeping in the noisy environment. A little strange. Muttering, is he exhausted? She walked in expressionlessly, hesitated for a moment, and sat next to Louis. What's wrong with him? Louis pierced a piece of watermelon with a toothpick, put it in her mouth, and sighed. I suspect that Qin Sun's statement that he is gay is true. Xia Ning was shocked. What do you mean? Louis turned her head and glanced at the sleeping Qin Sun, and pointed at the 4 princesses next to her. Who would spend 10,000 yuan to come to this place? Order 4 princesses, and then sleep on the sofa? He could actually fall asleep. She lowered her voice. Do you think he is physically ill? Hearing this, Xia Ning also lowered her voice. I think his brain disease is more serious. The two smiled at each other, like plastic sisters. Louis listened to Xia Ning's words and felt that it touched her heart. And she talked about an interesting story. His mind is indeed not normal. Just now, a few girls came in and saw Qin Sun, recognized him as the one selling apples at the swimming pool, and were so excited. They rushed up to hug him, but were pushed away by Qin Sun like a fly. Then, the 4 princesses insisted on performing a vigorous dance for him, and as a young man, Qin Sun actually stopped them and insisted on them singing the Great Compassion Mantra. Isn't this ruining the party? Xia Ning. She thought Qin Sun was sick, but she didn't expect that his illness had reached this level. Louis shook her head and continued. The girl didn't know how to sing, so he taught her. The result, she sang, in a way that's hard to describe. You'll experience Qin-style singing later, and it will definitely refresh your worldview. When Xia Ning heard this, he turned his head and glanced at Qin Sun on the sofa, and his mouth curled up slightly. Can it be worse than a dog's barking? 3 hours later, Qin Sun woke up leisurely, stretched his waist, and sat up from the sofa, and his ears were immediately filled with a group of chirping songs. He looked over and saw that the 4 princesses were very happy. Yes, they didn't drink a single drop of wine, nor did they eat a piece of tofu. They just sang for a few hours. It was easy to earn several thousand yuan. Suddenly, under the dim and ambiguous light, he saw Xia Ning's profile. Dignified, elegant, and cold. She was out of tune with the surrounding environment. She was sitting on the sofa next to her playing with her mobile phone. Qin Sun walked over and hadn't spoken yet. Louis rushed over with a high-heeled cup, and her tongue was already slurring when she spoke. Mr. Qin, you brought me here to play. Why are you only concerned about yourself? Sleeping alone. Smelling the smell of alcohol. Qin Sun slightly turned sideways, avoiding Louis's pounce. He stretched out his hand and snatched the wine glass. Louis tripped again, and her body tilted and fell on the sofa. Does it hurt? She acted coquettishly. Qin Sun ignored him, put the wine glass on the coffee table, and sat next to Xia Ning. Do you sing? Xia Ning turned her head and glanced at Qin Sun, and moved slightly away from Qin Sun. No. She glanced at Louis, who was lying on the sofa, pounding her hands in anger. Qin Sun, you really don't like women. Qin Sun shrugged and said, there are some I like. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, was silent for a while, and asked slowly, who? Qin Sun, my mother. Xia Ning felt like she was fooled, but inexplicably, she was relieved. She turned her head and said coldly, childish. After a while, Louis fell asleep. Xia Ning was browsing her phone. Qin Sun also took out his phone to play games. The princesses at the 4 dots were still singing. After a while, Xia Ning felt something was strange. She turned her head and glanced at Qin Sun. He looked calm and seemed to enjoy the atmosphere. She was a little surprised. You spent so much money just to listen to others sing? Qin Sun didn't even raise his head. It's not my money anyway. Xia Ning. After a while, she thought of smashing Qin Sun's rental house and felt a little guilty. She made small talk and took the initiative to bring up a topic, which was considered an apology. Today, the business department sent an email, and there was a lady who wanted to seek cooperation. She is a singer, and she wants a marketing campaign. Qin Sun was playing games, and still didn't look up. Lady? Is she pretty? Xia Ning thought about it. Not bad. Qin Sun nodded, staring at the screen of the phone and operating it. Even you think it's okay? Then it's very beautiful. Xia Ning was slightly startled, and looked at Qin Sun's expression seriously. After a while, he finally confirmed that he was not trying to please her, just stating a fact. She smiled softly and continued. Her profile shows that she is a second-generation rich, and her family has some money. Qin Sun didn't care. Rich woman. Xiaoning, I guess so. Qin Sun finished the game, raised his head, looked at Xiaoning, smiled and sighed. Missed. I don't sing very well. If I could sing, I would take this order, and during the pleasant cooperation, I would have a life and death love affair with her. Xiaoning smiled, and didn't believe it. She now believes more that Qin Sun will fall in love with a dog, not a woman, no matter how beautiful that woman is. Qin Sun told Xiaoning. Cancel this order? Xiaoning took out her mobile phone, looked at the email, and was reluctant. After all, it was a business deal. She persuaded. We are in marketing. And whether you can sing or not doesn't matter. You can't grow apples, but you can still sell them well? Qin Sun turned his head and looked at Xiaoning, picked up a microphone on the coffee table, and decided to give her a little shock. He spoke into the microphone. Sister, please pause for a moment. I want to give a song to this diligent assistant of mine, who doesn't forget to work even in KTV. The sound of the speakers immediately quieted down. The four princess sisters sat on the sofa, looking at each other, and finally their eyes fell on Xiaoning, as if they were waiting to see her make a fool of herself. Xiaoning looked at their eyes, and was just wondering. Qin Sun startled her with a shout. Xiaoning. Chapter 41 Lottery. Get the power of a singing god. Just Force. Candle Night Tour. Midnight Chicken. Hour, like running oil. Cover. Every scab of yours. Roar. Mother. The old fierce situation. Xiaoning. She got goosebumps all over her body, and immediately understood the meaning of the eyes of those four girls. It seems that they have already experienced Qin Sun's singing voice. Then, she saw Louis, who was sleeping on the sofa, shocked all over, suddenly woke up, raised her head, with a blank face. Seeing that it was Qin Sun singing, his face wrinkled into a bitter gourd, and his hand slowly covered his ears. His face was buried in the soft sofa. Xiaoning looked at the four princesses again, and couldn't help feeling helpless. The four girls, like frightened quails, huddled together. The four people hugged each other tightly. It was as if they had encountered some terrifying murderous demon on a rainy night. However, Qin Sun sang more and more happily, and couldn't help himself, and stood up. The voice became louder. Invite you to squeeze in, and see the roar missing in my heart. The warm roar remains in the cracks. Xiaoning felt that his head was buzzing. She looked up at Qin Sun, who didn't care about other people's lives, and only cared about his own happiness. And her brows were getting tighter and tighter. This tone-deaf, out-of-tune singing went to the horizon. She would rather listen to the donkeys bray at the entrance of the village than listen to Qin Sun singing. And he was still intoxicated. He was really bad and playful. Suddenly, the singing stopped. The room was quiet. Xiaoning breathed a sigh of relief, as if a drowning person climbed up the river bank and finally breathed fresh air. Qin Sun was stunned. A cold mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host, you have reached 10,000 slacking points, and you have won a chance to win a prize. He was a little surprised. What happened? How long has it been, and it has reached 10,000? In half a day, it has increased by almost 5,000? Qin Sun looked down at Xiaoning. Does it really have to slack off in front of colleagues, where there are many women, in order for the slacking points to increase rapidly? Xiaoning saw that Qin Sun looked a little strange, and then looked at herself, feeling a little uncomfortable, and said with a smile, Qin Sun, you are very modest. You actually call this not very nice? She emphasized the word too. But he saw Qin Sun didn't answer, just staring at him blankly, a little dazed. Xiaoning was a little panicked, and his heart was beating fast. Why is he staring at me? Or tonight, I won't go to share the room? It feels so dangerous. Qin Sun was in a daze, because a mechanical and cold voice sounded in his mind again. Does the host want to draw a lottery? He said in his heart, draw? Suddenly, on a panel that only he could see, a turntable appeared on it, and the pointer stopped. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God of Song ability. Instantly, a huge amount of singing knowledge, skills, flowed into Qin Sun's body. He shuddered all over. At this moment, Xiaoning looked a little nervous. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have made fun of you. Qin Sun smiled slightly, moved his fingers, and the microphone spun beautifully in his hand. Xiaoning was startled. Qin Sun smiled and said, It's okay, knowing shame will lead to courage. Xiaoning was relieved to see him come back to his senses. But suddenly see Qin Sun jump onto the coffee table, and knock over the fruit plate. Qin Sun looked down, and looked around. The four girls looked up at him. their eyes sparkling, as if they were impressed by his handsomeness. Lui sat up on the sofa, looking up, with a confused look on her face. Xiaoning, on the other hand, looked up with her mouth slightly open. She was a little dazed, which was rare. It was hard to see such an expression on her face. Qin smiled, picked up the microphone, and put it to his mouth. His voice came from the speakers. I didn't sing well just now. I'll sing it again now. For my assistant. The four girls said huh, and hugged each other again. Lui fell on the sofa, looking like she had lost all hope in life, and slowly buried her head in the sofa again. Xiaoning. She suddenly stood up, and hurriedly dissuaded him. That's not necessary. Qin didn't care about their lives, and started singing. At this time, the flowers are blooming, and the one I love is on the way. I know he has been traveling through wind and rain, and he doesn't appreciate the sunset, crossing the sea of people just to hug you. At this moment, the moon is bright in the sky, and the one I love holds the stars in his hands. I know he has ridden the wind and waves, and went to the darkness. I feel the same and give you the desire for redemption. As soon as he opened his voice, the whole audience was shocked. The four girls were a little stunned for a moment. They loosened their hands and looked up at Qin. The peach blossoms in their eyes flowed out like a waterfall. This appearance, this figure, this singing voice, this aura, are not inferior to first-line idol stars. If he comes to work in KTV, wouldn't he become a top young master? Lui climbed up from the sofa, looking up, looking at Qin blankly. Was he just playing tricks on us? Seeing Xiaoning coming, he sang seriously? Hey, what song is this? I haven't heard it before. It's so beautiful. Listening, she felt the emotions in the song, remembered some old things, and her eyes gradually became moist. Suddenly, Lui's sight fell on Xiaoning again, and her eyes dimmed slightly. She was so pretty. Xiaoning stood, looking up, looking at Qin, gradually brought into the atmosphere of the song by him. Gentle. Healing. But why would there be a dull pain in my heart? It seemed that I had lost something. My heart was so empty. Suddenly Qin lowered his head and smiled at her. Xiaoning also smiled, a calm smile, with a hint of bitterness. Her eyes gradually became moist. Heart, seems like a piece is missing. Somewhat lonely. Let the starlight add a little rainbow. Let the cherry blossoms kiss your forehead secretly. Let the beauty of the world be linked with you. After singing the song, Qin stood on the coffee table, slightly raised his head, standing upright, waiting for applause. After waiting for a while, but he found that the surroundings were terribly quiet, and there were faint sobbing sounds. He looked down, and saw four girls hugging each other, burying their heads and crying. Qin was a little amazed. This singing god's ability was too domineering. He asked softly, "What's wrong with you?" Several girls said with tears in their voices, "I just suddenly felt so sad. I remembered my first love. I remembered my ex-boyfriend. I remembered my ex-boyfriend. He cheated on me. I remembered my ex-boyfriend. He was hit by a car and died." Qin felt a little guilty, and was about to comfort her. The girl said again, "Good death." Qin. He turned his head, and glanced at Lui. Seemingly she also had tears in her eyes. Seemingly, she was also reminded of many past events, and gave her an encouraging look. Lui wiped the tears from her eyes, and nodded gently in response. Finally, Qin's eyes fell on Xiaoning's face. He saw that her eyes were just slightly red, and there were no tears. As expected, she was an iceberg beauty. Qin asked with a smile, "You don't have an ex-boyfriend?" Xiaoning was stunned and smiled. "I have never been in love," Qin said with a smile. "Then you should cry the most." Xiaoning. She looked up at Qin and saw that he wanted to get off the coffee table. She politely extended her hand and wanted to help him. "What song is this?" Chapter 42. What's my level? The level of singing to make 6 princesses cry in KTV. Qin looked at her hand, thinking that she wanted to comfort him, reached out her hand, and squeezed it tightly. The beauty of the world is closely linked with you. Feeling the broad palm, the warmth of the palm came. Thinking of the lyrics. Let the cherry blossom secretly kiss your forehead. Xiaoning's face was slightly red, a little hot. Her throat was a little tight, pretending to be calm, very polite. "Thank you for the song you gave me." But Qin let go of her hand and rubbed his palm on his pants. "You're welcome." He jumped down from the coffee table and saw Xiaoning staring at his hands, and said a little embarrassedly, "Your hands are a little sweaty." Xia Ning. Heh. Is he disgusting me again? The lottery has already been drawn. Qin Sun seemed to have entered the sage time, and was a little uninterested. He took Xia Ning and Lu Yi, and left the KTV amid the four girls begging. Sing another song. At this time, it was almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. It was another pleasant time to get off work. He was going to deliver food and slack off. The system just gave another reminder. Slacking off value, 0. There are 50,000 slacking off points before the next draw. Qin Sun was a little helpless. This system might have been changed by a capitalist. Before, 10,000 points were enough to draw a draw, but now, probably because of my talent, I met the draw conditions all at once, and it actually increased 5 times. Now it's 50,000. How cruel. Qin Sun sent Lu Yi, who was slightly drunk, but pretending to be drunk, and was drunk, to a taxi and asked the driver to take her to the hotel. Then, turning his head to look at Xia Ning, who seemed to be smiling behind him, instructed, "Contact that little rich woman. I'll take her order." Xia Ning was a little confused. What rich woman? Qin Sun reminded, the rich singer you just mentioned who wants to be popular. Contact her quickly. I will have a friendly exchange with her tomorrow. Xia Ning, why did you suddenly change your mind? Qin Sun replied, it's different now. What do you think my singing level is now? Xia Ning thought about it carefully. I don't quite understand this. But I think you sing better than my vocal teacher in high school. She attended an international school in high school, and her vocal teacher was very good. She often served as a judge in various large and small competitions in Haicheng. She repeated it, emphasizing her tone. You sing very well. Qin Sun straightened his chest. A little proud? What's my level? The level of singing to make 6 princesses cry in KTV. Xia Ning. She clenched her fists. Who do you say is the princess? Qin Sun saw that Xia Ning seemed angry. He walked to the side of the road in 2 or 3 steps, got on the electric bike, and ran away. See you tomorrow. Xia Ning looked at his receding back, with a look of surprise on her face. Gone now? Really gone? Suddenly, she thought of something and frowned slightly. He is riding a bike now. So he should have come here by bike just now. He brought Lu Yi here, but refused to take me back? Xia Ning stood on the side of the road, watching Qin Sun disappear at the corner of the street. With a cold face, she picked up her phone and called the traffic police. Hello. I want to report that someone is speeding on an electric bike. After a pause, she raised her voice. And he's carrying people. There was silence on the other end of the phone. It seemed that she had never received such a ridiculous report before, and she didn't know what to do for a while. Qin Sun delivered food for 3 hours. After delivering 3 orders, he increased his slacking points by 30 points and went home contentedly. Back in the village, he went up to the 3rd floor, walked into the corridor, and saw that his room door was open. Qin Sun was a little surprised and quickened his pace. Were we robbed? He walked to the door and looked inside. He was shocked. Fuck. He saw a big hole in the middle of the wooden door, as if it had been kicked by a wild boar. The tiles on the floor were smashed. The bedside table was broken into a pile of wood chips on the ground. The bed was torn apart, and the quilt was thrown on the ground. The light bulbs on the ceiling were smashed. He walked in and saw that the toilet in the bathroom was also smashed, and the shower head was torn off. Qin Sun hurried to the computer desk to check his computer. He found that the computer was not damaged at all, and he was relieved. This computer was almost all his property. The other party only smashed the house, and did not damage his property. It seems that he had a grudge against the landlord. He was very measured. Qin Sun immediately called the landlord. The landlord lived upstairs. 3 minutes later, a middle-aged woman rushed into the room, and her face changed immediately. She sat on the ground and slapped the floor, shouting with a crying voice, "Who the hell smashed my house? How can I live like this?" The landlady cried for a full 5 minutes before she gradually calmed down. Qin Sun felt that women were amazing creatures, crying so exaggeratedly. The landlady calmed down, stood up, and looked at Qin Sun. "Young man, my house was smashed, you can't live in it. But I won't return your 1,600 yuan deposit." Qin Sun raised his eyebrows and said loudly, "What? No refund for the deposit?" He raised his fist. "Have you ever seen a fist as big as a casserole? Don't think I don't hit women." The landlady saw Qin Sun's aggressiveness and retreated to the corner of the wall in fear. She huddled inside, trembling, and her hands waved in panic. The deposit won't be refunded. But I can give you my other house. That house is better than this one. It's compensation. Don't worry. Jin Sun was startled and thought about it. He made 1 million for Oak Tree Company. And he still hasn't mentioned the bonus to himself. Now he only has a few $100s left. Besides, it's so late now. And it's not convenient to find a house. It's not easy to find a house. He smiled at the landlady, put down his fist, and scratched his head. Sister, why didn't you say it earlier? Look, you've made the atmosphere so awkward now. The landlady looked at Jin Sun, a little speechless. Didn't I just want to act more realistically? I almost got an electric shock. I don't know what that beauty saw in you. Jin Sun was taken by the landlady to a community not far from the urban village. 6th floor. 6th unit. 601. Building 6. He walked in and took a look. It turned out to be a 2-bedroom, 1 living room house. About 80 to 90 square meters. And the decoration was pretty good. It looked like it would cost more than 2,000 yuan. He was a little surprised. Sister, are you giving me this house? We're sharing the house, the landlady said. The other person went back to his hometown today. And you'll see him tomorrow. Jin Sun, the landlady explained. I'll only charge you 800 yuan a month. She pointed to a room on the right and handed him 2 keys. That small room is yours. Jin Sun held the key in his hand, feeling a little bit nervous. But he could do nothing about it. The person who shared the apartment with me, was he a man or a woman? But he saw the landlady running away. Jin Sun looked at her back as she left, then turned to look at the room opposite his own room, frowning. Is it a man? Is it a woman? He walked in, closed the door, and glanced at the balcony, and found that there were no clothes hanging on the balcony. And he did not find any clues to determine whether it was a man or a woman. Please don't be a woman. Annoying. The next day, Jin Sun arrived at the company as usual. As soon as he sat down, Xia Ning came over and said to him, Today we have 2 main tasks. One is to write a plan for a young singer to go out of the circle, and to discuss the details of the cooperation with the singer. The other thing is that there is a meeting in the morning. Jin Sun turned his head and looked at Xia Ning, a little helpless. This little girl's work attitude has been a little too good recently. Isn't it still 30 seconds until 9 o'clock? You're in a hurry to work? He sighed, a little annoyed. Meeting? What kind of a shitty meeting? Xia Ning was stunned, a little helpless. She took out her phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on the company group. You don't read the company news? Jin Sun said calmly. Blocked. Xia Ning. She pointed to the group announcement and, read it. Dear Oak friends, tomorrow morning at 9:30, all staff will attend the Outstanding Employee Commendation Conference. At that time, there will be 3 good news announced. Please dress in standard clothes and be on time. Jin Sun asked, Outstanding employees? Who? Xia Ning. She didn't want to talk, but she had no choice. You? Jin Sun held the back of his head with both hands, leaned back on the chair, and crossed his legs. This is a good meeting. Xia Ning. Jin Sun asked, Who will give me the award? Xia Ning said, as a matter of course, Mr. Niu. Hearing this, Jin Sun thought of the fat boy who was pissed off by him. His face changed slightly, and he turned to look at Xia Ning. Where is your mask? Hurry up. I have the flu again. Xia Ning. Chapter 43 What kind of quality? Have you seen your roommate? You call him a fool? As soon as 9 o'clock came, Jin Sun saw the door of the company's office. The little fat general manager walked in, carrying a bag in his hand. Her walking posture was a little weird, limping, seemingly injured. She walked from the corridor on the left side of the company, along to the general manager's office, and was about to pass by Jin Sun's row of workstations. Jin Sun quickly turned his head, lying on the table pretending to sleep. Hearing the footsteps gradually fade away, he stood up, turned his head, and watched Niu Xiaojun limping to the end of the corridor, and enter the general manager's office. Jin Sun cursed silently. Stupid. He turned his head and looked at Xia Ning, who had a smile in her eyes with some doubts. Her eyes were always cold, and she rarely showed such joy. And with a hint of mockery? He asked. Are you happy? Xia Ning shook her head quickly. Jin Sun asked again. Xiao Xia. Do you know why Fatty Niu walks with a limp? Xia Ning was a little nervous. Without waiting for her to answer, Jin Sun spoke to himself. She must not be good enough at riding a motorcycle. But she insisted on pretending. And she fell hard. Xia Ning. Niu Xiaojun walks with a limp because he smashed the house in your rental house yesterday and kicked a little hard. He kicked and called Qin Sun bastard. It seemed that the two of them had a grudge for killing their father and stealing his wife. She turned her head and glanced at the general manager's office. A little worried. Today's commendation meeting for outstanding employees. Will these two people fight? The commendation meeting for outstanding employees will start at 9:30. Xia Ning went to the bathroom at 9:10, and when she came back, she saw that Qin Sun's workstation was empty again. She felt something was wrong, and hurried over, only to see a note left on her desk. Xiao Xia, President Zhao has something to ask me. It's urgent. I'll go out on a field trip first. Today's commendation meeting, you take those prizes for me first. After reading it, she crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it into the trash can. This Qin Sun is really lawless. She walked to the general manager's office, pushed open the door, and saw Niu Xiaojun lying on the sofa playing with his mobile phone. She frowned slightly. She sat at one end of the sofa and said in a deep voice, Brother Niu, you will have nothing to do in the future. You don't have to go to the company every day. You scared Qin Sun away again. Niu Xiaojun suddenly stood up and looked at Xia Ning, as if he was looking at a stranger. Then blame me? She snorted coldly. If you can't bear to let him go, go after him and marry him. Xia Ning sighed and felt a little overwhelmed. It is easy to invite gods, but it is difficult to send them away. 10 o'clock in the morning. Qin Sun returned to the rental house and did not see the mysterious roommate again. He walked into the room and lay on the bed playing with his phone. 20 minutes later, he suddenly saw a bunch of messages pop up in the company group. Chungwan, congratulations to the outstanding employee Qin Sun for receiving a huge bonus of 300,000 yuan, which will be paid out with the salary at the end of the month. Congratulations to Qin Sun for being promoted to junior supervisor, and his salary will be adjusted according to his level. Congratulations to Supervisor Qin Sun for being approved for an independent office. Below are the congratulations from colleagues. Boss Niu, congratulations. Xia Ning, congratulations. Sun Hai, congratulations. The queue was neat. Qin Sun saw the words 300,000 bonus, picked up the remote control, and turned the air conditioner to the lowest setting, which was very luxurious. Although Boss Niu was of low quality, he was not stingy. However, when she knew that I was the tough guy who greeted her family, she wondered if she would deduct her bonus. Qin Sun looked at the messages in the group and was struggling whether to reply a few words to thank everyone for their congratulations. After thinking about it, I decided to forget it. Reply in an hour. I should be busy with Louis now. Suddenly, a message from Xia Ning popped up in WeChat. Where are you? Qin Sun did not reply. A minute later, Xia Ning sent another message. Don't play dead. Qin Sun took a look and reply a message. Discuss the follow-up of the cooperation with Louis. Very quickly, Xia Ning replied. I just asked Louis. She has returned to Longyuan. Qin Sun. Another message from Xia Ning came. I'm out of the company now. There's no one around. I'll call you right away. Don't ignore it. Then, the phone rang. Qin Sun answered the call. Xia Ning's voice was a little cold, and he accuses her like a machine gun. Why do you always like to run away? Do you know how awkward it is to have a commendation meeting today without you? The main character? Chungwan wants to tear you apart. Originally, Boss Niu brought you 300,000 yuan in cash, but seeing that you, a busy man, were absent from the meeting, he asked Chungwan to deposit it back in the bank. Qin Sun laughed awkwardly, somewhat helpless. It's not that I want to run away, but I really scolded that fat guy too harshly that day. If she recognizes me, I will definitely be fired. Xia Ning was silent for a moment. You can't hide from her forever. Why not just sit down and reconcile? Qin Sun shook his head hurriedly. I won't take that risk. She is a person with a very bad character. She is a girl, and her mouth is really stinky. Xia Ning. Qin Sun continued. What I want now is to hide from her for a week, get the plan for the little rich woman done, get it done well, and make it a sensation across the country. Let him know my value. Let her think twice before letting me go. Can she afford it? Xia Ning on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time, using a very low voice and a gentle tone. Why do you have to stay in this company? Hearing this, Qin Sun sighed. In the eyes of outsiders, he could definitely change jobs at will, and he would definitely be in high demand. But he didn't dare to take the risk. After he started his internship, he worked in 3 companies in total. The CEO of the first company went to jail. The CEO of the second company had a car accident. Now this Niu Xiaojun, on his first day at work, was scolded all the way, and his motorcycle was confiscated by the traffic police. The next day at work, he limped again. Some fate. You have to believe in it. He was worried that, after leaving this company, there would be no such a tough boss. Where would he go to slack off? He couldn't rely on delivering food for an hour and 10 minutes of slacking off to increase at a snail's pace. Could he? Hearing that Qin Sun hadn't spoken for a long time, Xia Ning changed the subject. Where are you now? Qin Sun, in the rental house. Xia Ning, I'll find you. Qin Sun hurriedly said, don't. My previous rental house was smashed by a bunch of idiots who couldn't even give birth to a child. The landlord changed my house. You don't know where it is. There was silence for a moment, and then Xia Ning's voice was heard. Tell me the address of your new house. I'll come find you, and we'll go find the rich lady you like this afternoon. Qin Sun knew she was referring to the little singer who wanted to be popular. My new house is shared with a big idiot. It's not convenient for you to come here. Give me the contact information of the rich lady and the place we agreed on this afternoon, and we'll meet there. Xia Ning's voice seemed even colder. Have you met your roommate? Qin Sun was a little surprised. No. I don't know whether he is a man or a woman yet. Xia Ning said coldly. Then why are you calling him an idiot? Qin Sun smiled. If someone can share a house with a stranger, what else can he be but a big idiot? Xia Ning. The phone was hung up. Qin Sun listened to the beeping sound in the microphone and frowned. This little assistant is getting more and more arrogant, and has no manners at all. Soon, Wei Xin received Xia Ning's message, but there was only one location. At 3 p.m., Red Forest Art Photography, meet at Studio 6. Chapter 44. Didn't your school teach you to liberate your nature? Your artistic talent isn't high either. 2:30 in the afternoon. Red Forest Art Photography, Studio 6. The studio is luxuriously decorated. Qin Sun is chatting with a young man in his 20s, talking about money, women, the future, the Middle East war, having a great time. It seems like they have known each other for a long time. Suddenly, the young man covered his stomach, his face changed drastically, took off the camera hanging around his neck, and placed it on a stool. Brother, I think I got an upset stomach from eating drunken crabs. I feel a little pain. I need to go to the toilet, in order to do a good job on this plan and serve the customers well. Qin Sun corrected his attitude and arrived at the place agreed with the rich woman at 2 o'clock. It was an hour early. Seeing that there was only one photographer in the studio, he went over to chat with him. Unexpectedly, he was a chatterbox. The two chatted for half an hour. After the photographer left, Qin Sun looked at the SLR on the stool and thought of a photography master named Chun in his previous life. He couldn't help but feel itchy. He carefully picked up the camera, which was heavy and felt good. Suddenly, he saw a cowboy hat hanging on the vertical hanger next to him, and walked over to put it on his head. He took out a mask and put it on his face. This was a mask he bought temporarily to avoid Niu Xiaojun recognizing him in the company in the next few days. He was prepared to have the flu all the time. Qin Sun hung the camera around his neck, imitated the photographer, held up the camera, and closed one eye. He murmured in a low voice, "Girls, open your legs." After saying that, Qin Sun got goosebumps all over his body and shook his head. Would that master really be so obscene as to guide others to pose? Qin Sun lowered his head to play with the camera, and suddenly heard a female voice, coming from afar. "Teacher Ma, I'm here." He looked up and saw a beautiful girl, wearing a single ponytail, full of youthful vitality, walking in hurriedly 3 meters outside the door. Qin Sun was startled. She greeted him from such a distance. Is this girl so impatient? I am Song Ying. As soon as Song Ying entered the room, she announced her identity. She untied her pink sun protection jacket and threw it to the only man in the studio. He should be the famous photo photographer in the industry, Mr. Ma. Cowboy hat, black mask, SLR camera, put together, he looks quite artistic. But the photographer was quick-witted and took the sun protection jacket and threw it into the trash can at his feet. Song Ying was stunned. She was very quick and decisive in her work, and she looked a bit cool to outsiders. When she casually threw a coat to a boy, the boys would happily take it and hang it on the hanger for themselves. In the past few years, it has always been like this. Those boys were even proud of it, and even fought over the clothes. I didn't expect that. I would meet a idiot today? Song pointed to the sun protection clothes in the trash can, and her voice was a little dissatisfied. Teacher you are. Jin Sun looked down, bent down, picked it up, shaken it, and casually hung it on the hanger, smiled awkwardly. My hand slipped. My hand slipped. I thought you didn't want it anymore. Song glanced at the paper scraps and fruit peels in the trash can. Walked to the clothes rack. Took off the sun protection clothing. And threw it into the trash can. She looked at the eyes on Jin Sun's mask. I don't want it now. There was a faint smell of gunpowder in the air. Jin Sun looked at her silently. And after a while, he didn't intend to argue with her. And asked, Little girl, are you here to find? Before he finished speaking, he saw the girl waved her hand and turned to walk into the dressing room in the corner of the room. Stop talking nonsense. I'm in a hurry. Jin Sun sneered. She stared at her for so long without saying a word, and when he opened his mouth to speak, she turned around and left. Isn't this a disdain for me? After a while, Jin Sun saw the door of the locker room open, and Song walked out barefoot. She was only wearing a fiery red tube top on her upper body, and a pair of fiery red safety pants on her lower body. It should be a set, very beautiful, and very hot. Jin Sun was shocked. Little girl, what are you doing? Why are you taking off your clothes all of a sudden? When Song heard him say the words, take off your clothes, she was so nervous that she dug her toes into the ground and looked down at herself. She raised her head, looking at Jin Sun, frowning slightly. Teacher Ma, the tone you use when you say this makes me look too exposed, but I'm not showing anything, okay? She tried to keep her tone calm, with a hint of sharpness, trying to overwhelm the photographer in front of her. This was her first time taking photos, and she only planned to take a simple set of photos, to try her hand at it. She didn't even dare to tell her family, let alone bring her best friends with her, so she had to be as strong as possible, so that she looked like a veteran. But Jin Sun was about to explain. He was not a photographer, and she did not need to take off her clothes in front of him. But he was interrupted by Song. No way. Uncle. What era is this? You can dress freely. Understand? Besides, my outfit is considered very conservative in the photo. Right? Uncle, you are also an artist. And I seriously doubt your artistic level. She paused, looked Jin Sun up and down, and her eyes were teasing and provocative. Uncle, you are not shy. Are you? Do you have some evil thoughts in your heart? Jin Sun felt uncomfortable when she called him uncle all the time. And now he heard her slandering him. She said he was a pervert. How could he tolerate this? He opened the cover of the camera, pressed the power button, turned on the camera, and looked at Song expressionlessly. Come on. Let's start. The two began to perform for each other. Song was a person who took photos for the first time. In order to act like a veteran, she boldly showed her figure in front of the camera. Jin Sun, who had never used a SLR, also pretended to be an art master. He walked to the left, walked to the right, stood up, squatted, pretending to find various good angles. He kept giving instructions. Come on. Take a group first. And you can do whatever you want. Song swung in different poses, which were no different from her usual movements, except that she didn't wear much today. A little too little. Listening to the constant click sound of the camera in Jin Sun's hand, her nervous heart gradually calmed down. Jin Sun was filming, and he was directing again. Just insert your hands. Don't be in a daze. Hey! Put your hands on your waist, not into your pants. Song retracted her hand that was touching the edge of her pants, a little annoyed. Speak more politely. She regretted it now. She should have found a female photographer. But others said that Mr. Ma was good at taking photos, and could discover the beauty of women. Click. 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 Jin Sun started directing again. Come. Turn your back to me. Stick your butt up. Lift it up a little. And then turn around and show a seductive expression. Song turned her back to him, turned her red face, and looked tangled. It seemed that she couldn't pretend anymore. Jin Sun saw that she didn't cooperate and snorted coldly. I see that you are also an art student. But now it seems that your art level is not that high. Liberate your nature. Didn't you teach that in school? Song heard the words she had just mocked him, and he threw them back. And a stern look flashed across her face. Her eyes were slightly cold, and she met Jin Sun's gaze. Their eyes met. Neither of them backed off. The two of them started to compete. Suddenly, Song Ying lifted her hips, narrowed her eyes slightly, and smiled sweetly. Teacher, is this the expression? The air was filled with more gunpowder. Jin Sun pressed randomly, and nodded. Not bad, not bad. He poked his head out from behind the camera, looked at Song Ying who was pretending to be calm, smiled gently, and said slowly. Okay, now take off your bra, safety pants, and wear only your underwear and take another set of photos. Song Ying? Chapter 45 Indecent Assault. Ah! I will call the police to arrest him. Wearing only underwear. Another set of photos? Song Ying looked at the photographer in front of her. Her hair stood up. And she was so nervous that she dug her fingers into the ground. She looked at Jin Sun quietly, stubbornly saying nothing, refusing to give in. Seeing this, Jin Sun smiled and put down the camera. That's it? That's just the beginning? Wearing underwear. It doesn't show anything. Song Ying pursed her lips, wanting to say something but stopping herself. Jin Sun looked at her with a playful expression, and continued. After we finish the photos of her wearing only underwear, we will take another photo of her completely naked, with one hand across her breasts to cover 2 points, and the other hand to cover the other point. He saw that the little girl in front of him had obviously changed her expression, and was a little panicked, and pretended to comfort her. You won't be exposed at all even if you do this. Song Ying looked at Jin Sun, and clenched her hands nervously. She knew there were such photos, and had even seen more explicit ones. But she wasn't going to do it all at once. She was only 18 years old. This kind of thing always had to be done slowly. Seeing the smug smile on Jin Sun's face, Song Ying was furious. She pointed at his nose and said fiercely, I'm going to complain about you. Jin Sun shrugged. Whatever. Song Ying was stunned and said again, deduct your salary. Jin Sun didn't care. Whatever. Seeing that he was as fearless as a dead pig, Song Ying jumped lightly in anxiety. Fire you. Jin Sun sighed. It's all right. Song Ying. She was about to cry. No wonder this photographer wore a cowboy hat and a black mask. It turned out that he was not artistic, but perverted. Jin Sun looked at the childish girl in front of him, and taught her in the tone of a school dean. Little girl, don't take off your clothes so cleanly in front of strangers in the future. Men don't only have bad intentions towards naked women. Song Ying felt strange. How did this photographer suddenly become a life mentor? Isn't his job to take photos of various women every day? Is he going to ruin his own job? Song Ying frowned. What do you care? Suddenly, woo, woo, woo. The sound of an ambulance sounded downstairs. Jin Sun turned his head and looked down from the window. He saw a young man being carried into the ambulance on a stretcher. It was the photographer he had just chatted with. He must have fainted. No wonder he didn't come back for so long. Song Ying saw that Jin Sun was distracted by the excitement outside the window when he was confronting her, and she felt that he looked down on her. She became even more dissatisfied and shouted, Hey! 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 What are you looking at? Jin Sun turned his head and looked at the girl who was about to die of anger, and smiled slightly. I'm watching this. The photographer in the studio, being dragged into the ambulance. He had diarrhea and was dragged into the ambulance. Isn't it strange? Song Ying? As soon as these words came out, the air in the room seemed to stop flowing. It was terribly quiet. Song Ying frowned, looked at Jin Sun, and asked word by word. Then who are you? Jin Sun took off the lanyard around his neck, put the camera back on the stool, and said calmly, I'm just passing by. Just a passerby. Song Ying looked at Jin Sun, and the scenes just now flashed through her mind. Teasing? Posing? Stick out the buttocks? Charming? Liberating nature? Song Ying was stunned. She was stunned for a long time. After a while, she regained consciousness. Song Ying looked at the pervert in front of her wearing a mask, with a horrified face, folded her hands in front of her chest, and screamed. The sound was so loud that it almost drowned out the sound of the ambulance. Indecent, Jin Sun. His eardrums were hurt by the vibration, and he covered his ears with both hands, and waited until she stopped screaming, and then let go of his hands. Jin Sun looked at Song Ying, with a speechless face. You took it off by yourself. I didn't force you. Song Ying said angrily. Why don't you say you're not a photographer? Jin Sun raised his eyebrows. I wanted to say it at least 3 times, but you interrupted me every time. Song Ying shook her head, and covered her ears. I don't want to listen. I don't care. Chin-sun. Damn, this little bitch. Gradually, a group of people gathered at the door and peeked in. There was a lot of discussion. Suddenly, a voice familiar to Chin-sun sounded in the crowd. Make way. Please make way. He turned his head and saw Xiaoning, wearing a professional suit, pushing through the crowd and walking in. Xiaoning walked to the studio, looked at Chin-sun, who was wearing a mask and a hat and dressed strangely, and then looked at the girl next to him, who was dressed coolly. She looked suspicious and frowned slightly. What happened between you? Chin-sun hadn't spoken yet. Songing spoke first, pointing at Chin-sun's nose and cursing. Sister, this hooligan wants to take nude photos of me. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar at the door. Chin-sun! He turned to look at Song-ying, feeling more wrong than Do-yi. Xiaoning was shocked when she heard it, turned around and closed the door, isolating the onlookers. She glared at Chin-sun, and then looked at Song-ying, just about to ask the reason. Although Chin-sun was not a good person, he was not so bad. Little girl, you. She didn't finish her words. But she saw Song-ying running to the locker room, after a while, ran out in neat clothes, and took out her cell phone. She pointed at Chin-sun. I'm going to call the police and arrest him. Chin-sun? Xiaoning was a little nervous, and hurried over, and pressed her phone. Let's talk it over. Chin-sun got angry, and stopped Xiaoning, and took the camera from the stool, and opened the photos inside. He handed it to Xiaoning to see. Xiao Xia, look, where are the nude photos here? How can the police believe her? Xiaoning looked down, and saw that the interface was just a picture, and on it was a pair of small feet. There was only a pair of feet, and no one was photographed. She subconsciously glanced at Song-ying's feet. Chin-sun quickly pressed the keys. Pictures flashed by, all of them were pairs of feet. As he pressed the keys, he talked about the whole story. After listening, Xiaoning breathed a sigh of relief. It's all a misunderstanding. Suddenly, she found that Song-ying leaned her head over, stared at the camera for a while, and her face turned ugly. Song-ying raised her head and stared at Chin-sun. You are a pervert with a foot fetish. How boring. Chin-sun snorted coldly, and was too lazy to pay attention to her. Song-ying opened the door, looked at Chin-sun and Xiaoning, and made a gesture to invite them in. So you are all in the same group. Get out of here. I have something important to do later. I'll settle with you later. Seeing her aggressive, Xiaoning knew that she had actually calmed down. Calling the police, she wouldn't win. It would just cause more trouble. Chin-sun and Xiaoning squeezed through the crowd at the door and walked to the corridor outside the studio. They sat down on a chair not far away. Seeing that there was nothing to eat, the crowd gradually dispersed. Xiaoning looked at the time. It was already 2:50, and it was almost 3 o'clock as agreed with the little rich woman. Suddenly, Chin-sun and Xiaoning thought of a question at the same time, looked at each other suddenly, with a strange look on their faces, and said in unison, could it be? Xiaoning took out her cell phone and called the little rich woman. Chin-sun looked at the name displayed on her phone, Miss Song-ying, and turned to look at the closed door of Studio 6. Through the door, the sound of a cell phone ringing could be heard faintly from inside. He couldn't help but spit out a swear word. Coincidentally, it merged with Xiaoning's greeting. Xiaoning, hello? Chin-sun, fuck. Chapter 46. This girl is too sincere. In the studio, Song-ying heard the voices of hello and hack on the phone at the same time, and felt familiar. She turned her head and looked at the closed door. Her face became very interesting. Could it be that? On the phone, both ends were silent for a while. Xiaoning hesitated for a moment, and asked politely, Miss Song-ying, I'm outside the agreed studio. When will you arrive? There was no response from the other end of the phone. Beep, beep, beep. Xiaoning turned to look at Chin-sun inside. She hung up. Chin-sun looked at the closed door of the studio and snorted. This little girl is so rude. Suddenly, Chin-sun saw the door of the studio was pushed open. Song-ying walked out, looked over here, bowed without hesitation, and shouted loudly, Mr. Chin, I'm sorry. The voice was loud and clear, and it seemed to be sung in bel canto. It resounded throughout the photography building. Upstairs, the staff downstairs, and the customers who came to take pictures, dozens of people looked over, turned into a crowd of spectators, casting curious eyes, as if they wanted to see a rare and wonderful love story. This girl must have been cheated on, to make her apologize so sincerely, and so loudly. Chin-sun was shocked. This woman is indeed a music student, her voice is so black. She can really take it, and let it go. She apologized as soon as she said she would, without a second of hesitation. Xia Ning saw that everyone was looking over here, and pulled Qin Sun's hand, motioning him to go to Studio 6. This is not a place to talk business. Let's go in and talk. Qin Sun and the other person walked all the way to the door. Song Ying heard the footsteps approaching, and then she straightened up, looking at Qin Sun 2 meters away, and giggled awkwardly. Mr. Qin. Miss Xia. Hello. I'm Song Ying. Qin Sun glanced at Song Ying indifferently, without saying a word, and walked straight into the studio, and found a sofa to sit down. She took off her hat and mask, revealing her whole face. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun, somewhat helpless, and then looked at Song Ying with a smile. Let's go in and talk. The two of them came in. Xia Ning made a gesture to invite him to sit down. Song Ying glanced at the cold-faced Qin Sun, mustered up the courage to sit next to him, only half a meter away. She stretched out her hand and smiled. No fight. No acquaintance. No fight. No acquaintance. Mr. Qin. Qin Sun looked at her childish face, and his anger disappeared. It was not because he was greedy for beauty, but he really didn't want to argue with a child. He extended his hand and shook it. No fight. No acquaintance. Seeing this, Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of the embarrassing scene just now, Song Ying felt a little awkward, put her hands on her knees, not knowing what to say. Xia Ning sat down and asked with a smile. Ms. Song, your information says you are 28 years old. Song Ying was a little embarrassed. Actually, I'm only 18. I was afraid that you would think I was too young and wouldn't take my business, so I wrote 28. She scratched her head. I just tried it out. I never expected that your company would actually accept my cooperation invitation. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun and felt like laughing. At first, Qin Sun chose this one from the 8 invitations with the idea of picking up a rich woman. I never expected that he would be deceived. Qin Sun noticed Xia Ning's expression and was a little dissatisfied. He turned to look at Song Ying and joked. Little friend, you are sending us an invitation letter. Do your parents agree? Song Ying shook her head. My family doesn't know yet. But it doesn't matter whether they agree or not. I've been disobedient since I was a child anyway. Qin Sun was stunned, sighed, and pointed it out directly. I mean, do you have money? Song Ying nodded repeatedly. I do. I just had my 18th birthday, and I received a lot of red envelopes. Qin Sun. Xia Ning wanted to laugh even more. Qin Sun thought of the email he had glanced at before, and remembered that the budget column of this so-called rich woman said 30. Birthday red envelope? Your budget is 30 yuan? Song Ying said quickly. No. It's 300,000. I received a 500,000 red envelope, and a sports car, and I'm going to use 300,000 as a budget. If I become famous, the sports car will be given to Mr. Qin. Qin Sun was shocked. Sure enough, poverty limited his imagination. On his 18th birthday, he only received 300 yuan, and a big cunt pocket, because the pornographic book Pan Jinlian vs. Shiman Chushua hidden under his pillow was discovered. He said, It seems that you didn't lie about the little rich woman. Song Ying shook her head. I'm not a rich woman yet. I will be one after my father dies, and the family property is divided. Xia Ning. Qin Sun. He was speechless. This kid spoke so truthfully. I'm afraid she didn't enjoy the 7 wolves since she was a child. She was spoiled by her family all the way, which is why she developed such a willful and capricious character. With this kind of character, whether she is in the internet celebrity circle or the entertainment circle, she will probably fall flat on her face. Qin Sun looked at her slightly immature face. Little friend, do you know how deep the water in the entertainment circle is? Your 3 views have not been fully formed yet. It may not be a good thing for you to become famous too early. Song Ying's eyes lit up when she heard it. From this, she heard that he was confident that he could become famous. She said anxiously, Mr. Qin, people say that you should become famous as early as possible. The older you are, the lower the probability of becoming famous. Xia Ning nodded. She knew that this was the truth. The most fanatical fan groups are junior high school students and high school students. And most of the idols they pursue are not much older than themselves. To become famous, you really have to do it as early as possible. Qin Sun glanced at Song Ying, a little helpless, and repeated it again. I told you. The entertainment industry is a very deep place. You are still too young. You can't grasp it. He emphasized. Unwritten rules. Do you know what they are? Xia Ning turned around and glared at Qin Sun. She is just a little girl. Why are you telling her this? Song Ying didn't care. Unwritten rules. Just sleep with her. Qin Sun was startled. And said, You know? Song Ying waved her hand indifferently. My dad has slept with so many female stars. They are a bunch of bitches. But I am different from them. Qin Sun. Xia Ning. Sincerity is a killer move. But this little girl is too sincere. Family disgrace should not be made public. Don't you know? Qin Sun slowed down. And asked, Doesn't your mother care about your father? Song Ying answered immediately. And her expression did not change much. My mother died when I was 1 year old. Qin Sun. Xia Ning. Qin Sun finally understood how this problem child developed such a character. Family lack of love. This kind of people usually have some abnormal psychology, will do things very extreme, will persistently pursue some things, seek psychological comfort. And she pursues fame. Qin Sun stood up and shaked his head. Little friend, you are still young now, wait until you are 28 years old, and then come to me. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun, and then stood up. Song Ying saw it and became anxious. Brother. She changed the address. Don't leave. I'll tell you a secret. Chapter 47. Can you write songs? I just learned it. Actually, I inherited my mother's heart disease. If it doesn't happen, I can live to death. But if it happens, I might die tomorrow. She stood up, looking at Qin Sun's back, with tears in her eyes. Although I'm 18 years old now, I might be a half-buried person. Before I die, this is just a small wish. Can't you satisfy me? Qin Sun was startled, turned around, looking at the tears in her eyes, not knowing whether what she said was true or false. He hesitated for a moment, and said with a serious face, Little boy, take good care of yourself. He turned around and put his hand on the door handle. But he heard Song Ying's voice behind him rise a few degrees, somewhat sad. You forced me to do it. Qin Sun was shocked. She wouldn't jump off the building. Would she? Turning his head quickly, Qin Sun saw Song Ying bend her legs, rush up, half kneel on the ground, hold his thigh tightly, shaking hard. Brother, I beg you. I beg you, brother. Just promise me. Okay? Xia Ning. She looked at Song Ying hanging on Qin Sun's legs like a koala, and couldn't help but open her eyes wide. This coquetry, is it so hardcore? Is this still the aggressive little hot pepper from before? It turns out that she is not a hot pepper, but a sickly one. Song Ying hugged Qin Sun's thighs, and shook them vigorously while acting coquettishly. This is her ultimate move, and it is easy to deal with her father, her uncle, and her grandfather. No matter how cold-hearted you are, you can't resist this kind of tricks. Suddenly, she heard a voice. Fuck you, yours. The leg she was hugging suddenly exerted force, and actually flipped her over. She untied her hands, half knelt on the ground, fell backwards, and hit something with the back of her head. Then, her eyes went dark. She smelled a sour smell in her nose. Qin Sun looked at Song Ying, who was knocked over by his leg, and fell to the ground with her head tilted back. But her head was stuck in the trash can. He felt a little embarrassed. This. 2 seconds later. Woo-woo. Cough. Woo-woo. A low sobbing sound came from the trash can. And because her head was against the trash can, it seemed to have a reverberation. The crying sounded even more miserable. Xia Ning's face changed slightly. She quickly walked over and squatted, removed the trash can on Song Ying's head, and found that her head was covered by a sunscreen, covering her face. She took off the sunscreen, and gently patted the fruit peels and paper scraps on Song Ying's head and shoulders. She took out a wet towel and wiped her face. I'm sorry. There's a barber shop nearby. I'll take you to wash your hair. Song Ying looked up at Qin Sun, who looked guilty, covered her chest with both hands, and shook her head. Woo-woo. Forget it. Woo-woo. Forget it. Wah. You guys go. Qin Sun sighed at the crying girl sitting on the ground. He never knew how to coax a child, but today it seemed he had to. He walked over, looked down at Song Ying and sighed. That, little friend, don't cry. Song Ying cried even louder. Qin Sun said again, I'll take your order. Song Ying suddenly raised her head, her face was full of tears, she chuckled, and almost snorted a bubble of snot. The three of them left the studio. Xia Ning took Song Ying to a luxuriously decorated barber shop and spent 300 yuan on a hair wash, which shocked Qin Sun. 300 yuan? A hair wash. This is enough to wash a small head in Honglingmen. After washing their hair, Qin Sun took them to a deserted park nearby. The three of them sat on a bench beside a bluestone road, with a big willow tree above their heads and a lake behind them. The lake breeze blew. It was especially cool under the shade of the trees. Qin Sun was in the middle, Xia Ning was on the left, and Song Ying was on the right. Just now, Xia Ning and Song Ying spent 5 minutes to sign the contract, and the 300,000 yuan has been transferred to the company. He admired the girl's generosity. She spent 300,000 yuan more quickly than he spent 30 yuan. It made him feel like he was cheating a child out of pocket money. Qin Sun turned to look at Song Ying. Little friend. You? Song Ying interrupted, brother. My name is Song Ying. You can call me Ying Ying. Qin Sun was helpless. Song Ying? Sing a song for me. Song Ying was not shy at all. I have an original song. Sing it for you? Qin Sun, whatever. As soon as the words fell, Song Ying began to sing. Her voice was melodious, like a willow branch swaying gently in the wind. Pick a small flower and give it to an adult. Flowers bloom but no fruits. The song was finished. Xia Ning clapped lightly, and they praised each other. You sang very well. Qin Sun turned his head and glanced at Xia Ning until he saw that she blushed a little, and then he let her go, and then he turned his head and looked at Song Ying. Are you going to become an internet celebrity with this song? Song Ying was a little embarrassed. Generally, boys are very gentlemanly to her, but Qin Sun seems to be stricter than his father. As expected of a marketing genius, it's normal for him to have a bit of temper. She explained. I just learned to compose music not long ago. Qin Sun turned his head and looked at the grove in the distance, said lightly. Your singing skills are okay enough. Whether you are popular or not, I never look at your singing skills, otherwise the most popular singers in the world should be teachers in major music colleges. Song Ying nodded like pecking rice. This sentence touched her heart. Whether she is popular or not, it is actually very strange. No one dares to say that there is a secret to being popular. Even if she is a beautiful girl who has a quirky personality, good singing skills, and can compose music, post singing videos on short video platforms such as Douyin. She has tried all kinds of methods. Singing in the classroom. Singing in the park. Singing in the vegetable market. Singing in the opera house. Singing sad songs. Singing sweet love songs. She also spent tens of thousands of yuan to buy traffic, but in the end, she only naturally gained more than 10,000 fans on Douyin. At this rate, I am afraid that she will not reach 100,000 until she dies. Her current number of fans is not as good as that of an old man who picks up cow dung from the fields online. If her family had not been so strict about keeping herself clean, she would have even wanted to get close to it. Perhaps this is the password for traffic. Song Ying glanced at Qin Sun, a little resentful. Alas, I finally mustered up the courage. The first time I got close to it in the studio. This happened. What bad luck. Qin Sun closed his eyes slightly, feeling the lake breeze beside him, and a bunch of marketing cases in his past life about a song that became popular and gained millions of fans came to his mind. He searched and picked, looking for a good one. Song Ying saw Qin Sun closed his eyes, and was about to call him, but saw Xia Ning made a gesture to silence him. She closed her mouth. A minute later, Qin Sun opened his eyes, and turned to look at Song Ying. What kind of songs do you like to be good at? I'll write one for you. Song Ying was surprised. You can write songs? Qin Sun, I just learned it not long ago. Song Ying. Then his level is not the same as hers, or even worse than hers. She was a little worried. Writing a song is very troublesome. You have to compose music, write lyrics, and arrange music later. Otherwise, Qin Sun interrupted. My question is, what kind of songs are you good at? Song Ying saw Qin Sun's serious face and hesitated for a moment. What I am good at you can write? Qin Sun, yes. Song Ying, composition and lyrics? Qin Sun, yes. Song Ying looked at Qin Sun silently, and then looked at Xia Ning, seeing that she had a cold face, and was not prepared to speak for herself, and her face gradually showed an embarrassed look. Only laymen would think that composing music and lyrics is easy. Well, it's not that difficult indeed. Because more than 20,000 songs are uploaded to the original music website every day, and more than 7 million songs a year. But it's really hard for an amateur to become popular with a song. It's 1 in a million. After all, it's a lot to have 1 or 2 songs that go viral online in a month. Songing looked at Chin Sun and said seriously, "Brother, I should sing a song that's popular online. They have their own traffic, so you can market it. And the effect will be better. We're safer. She has money. But if this marketing campaign is not successful, she may not be able to get another chance to work with Chin Sun. If he hadn't kicked her into the trash can by accident today, he would definitely not agree to help her." Chin Sun listened, thought about it, and nodded. "You make sense. Let's be safe and restore the marketing scene 1-to-1. Songing didn't understand and looked at Xia Ning. Xia Ning was also confused. She didn't understand either. What scene should be restored? Chin Sun asked Xia Ning to give him the notebook she brought with her. He picked up a pen and started writing on the paper. Chapter 48 Song, Keep It. People, don't worry about it. 10 minutes later. The lyrics and music were finished. He tore off the paper, like tearing off a cheat sheet when studying, and handed it to Songing. Songing took it with both hands, looked down, and sang silently in her heart. Gradually, her expression became a little nervous, raised her head, looked at Chin Sun, her eyes were full of emotion. "Brother, you gave me this song?" Chin Sun crossed his legs. "Give? You have to pay extra." Songing. She folded the paper carefully, and put it in her bag. "Brother, what should I do next? Should I post the song directly on my account?" Chin Sun shook his head and stood up. "Don't act on your own. You should follow my instructions. Learn the song well in the next 2 days, and then find a music company to compose a song for it. Leave the rest to Xiao Xia and me." Songing stood up. "Okay, brother." Chin Sun nodded, strode out of the park, looked back at Xia Ning who was still sitting stupidly on the bench, and shouted, "Xiao Xia, let's go! We need some props for the marketing case. We have to hurry and try to finish it this afternoon." Xia Ning came to her senses, stood up, and quickly followed. She was stunned for a while, thinking that his potential seemed endless, and she couldn't help but marvel at it, and became more and more worried that he would be poached. At this time, Chin Sun had walked more than 30 meters away. Xia Ning quickened her pace to follow. Suddenly, she heard a burst of hurried footsteps behind her, and when she looked back, she saw Songing catching up. "Sister, can you give me my brother's WeChat?" Hearing the words "my brother," Xia Ning felt a little jealous for some reason, and replied with a smile, "He has a weird temper, and never adds random people on WeChat." Songing glanced at Chin Sun's back as he walked away, and was unwilling to give up. "What about his phone number?" Xia Ning looked a little unnatural. "His private number is confidential. If you have any questions, you can contact me directly. I am his assistant. You can contact me at any time, even at night. I am at your service 24 hours a day." Songing was relentless. "But I couldn't sleep in the middle of the night, and I just wanted to chat with him." Xia Ning was stunned. This little girl was so brave. "Why?" Songing looked at Chin Sun's back and said slowly, "He understands music. And he also understands me." Xia Ning felt a lump in her chest, and she lost her temper because of the girl's straightforward temper. She looked at Songing, and said slowly word by word, "Keep the songs he wrote. Don't worry about him." Seeing Songing frowned, she continued, "He likes men." Songing opened her eyes wide, and froze in place. Looking at Xia Ning's gradually receding back, she finally came to her senses, walked to a big willow tree by the lake, reached out, and grabbed a willow branch swaying in the wind. "Pull it down hard." She looked at the straight willow branch, and laughed. "Isn't it straight now?" When they were about to leave the park, Xia Ning finally caught up with them. Her breath was a little messy, but she didn't say anything. She followed Chin Sun silently. She asked, "Do you have a plan? Next, what are we going to do?" Chin Sun turned his head and glanced at Xia Ning with a calm expression. "Let's go take wedding photos now." Xia Ning walked forward and nodded habitually. "Oh!" Suddenly, she reacted and stood there, looking at Chin Sun in shock. "Take wedding photos?" Chin Sun nodded, and his tone was very casual. "Yes." Xia Ning was stunned for a moment. "You are going to get married?" Chin Sun raised his eyebrows. "Don't talk nonsense. How old am I? How can I get married so young?" Xia Ning asked in confusion. "Who is going to take wedding photos?" She had already imagined some bloody stories, such as Chin Sun going to watch his ex-girlfriend take wedding photos, What a self-deprecating person. Qin Sun pointed at himself, then pointed at Xiaoning, said slowly. Me and you. Xiaoning? She looked at Qin Sun's serious face, not like he was joking, and felt that he was even more hateful, taking advantage of her nakedly. Suddenly, she smiled lightly, took Qin Sun's hand, walked 4 or 5 steps, and led him to the lake. Qin Sun turned his back to the lake, looked down at Xiaoning, and looked nervous. Did she misunderstand? He was afraid that Xiaoning would stand on tiptoe, close her eyes, and kiss him. Just when he wanted to explain, Xiaoning let go of his hand, opened her hands, patted Qin Sun's shoulder, and smiled. Qin Sun, can you swim? Qin Sun nodded. More than that, my skills are. Suddenly, his pupils shrank slightly, and he saw Xiaoning slap his chest with both hands. Fuck! Qin Sun yelled, and fell backwards, falling into the lake. A huge splash of water was created. The water was rippling. Qin Sun emerged from the water and yelled. Xiao Xia, what are you doing? Xiaoning stood on the shore, with her hands folded in front of her chest, looking down at Qin Sun coldly. You're so mean! Qin Sun climbed up the shore, rushed to Xiaoning, and put one hand on her shoulder. Xiaoning looked a little panicked, but said nothing. I'm really screwed. Qin Sun looked at her, and after several attempts, he suppressed the urge to push her into the lake. When he let go, he cursed. Didn't I tell you to prepare props? The venue design of Song Ying's marketing plan is at the wedding site. We need some props, including wedding photos. Xiaoning. She was much weaker. Why didn't you say so earlier? Qin Sun complained. Didn't I tell you to prepare props? Xiaoning thought about it, remembering that he had just shouted. The marketing plan still needs some props. We have to hurry, try to get it done this afternoon. She looked at the wet Qin Sun, a little embarrassed. Why does it have to be me? Qin Sun wiped the water off his face with his hands, and waved his hands repeatedly. You think too highly of yourself. It's just that you happen to be by my side. The bride Chungwan could be it, the cleaning lady could be it, or even the fat guy Niu Xiaojun could be it. Why does it have to be you? Xiaoning. Seeing that Qin Sun's resentment could feed 10 evil spirits, she didn't dare to say a word in return, and could only bear it silently. Qin Sun walked to a nearby stone bench and sat down. Xiaoning followed him and whispered. Actually, we can hire a model to take the photos. Qin Sun took off his shirt, revealing his strong chest, and twisted his clothes vigorously. Xiaoning blushed slightly and looked away. Qin Sun snorted coldly. I'm just thinking about saving money for the company. It's better to use our own people than to hire models from outside. We have to pay them for taking wedding photos, and we have to pay them again for pretending to be newlyweds to attend the wedding ceremony. He emphasized his tone. What did I tell you? The company is my home, and it depends on everyone to maintain it. You must always remember to save money for the company. Xiaoning was a little surprised when she heard this, and looked down at Qin Sun, obviously not believing it. Qin Sun continued. Only in this way can the company have spare money to give us bonuses. Xiaoning. Heh! This is him. She raised her head, looking at the sparkling lake, thinking about taking wedding photos, pretending to be newlyweds, and felt it was ridiculous. With her personality, she would never do these things. But think about it. So far, the 2 playing cases of kneeling to save the daughter and Shuitian apple were almost all done by Qin Sun alone. And there was very little trace of Oak Company. Almost none. This is a hidden danger. If we must increase the influence of the company in the playing case of Song Ying's song going viral, it would be a good idea to use people in the company as new models. Then the most suitable person for the entire company must be the president. That is himself. Xiaoning struggled for a long time, took a deep breath, and made up his mind. Chapter 49 Leading a new trend in wedding photos, domestic violence? Xiaoning looked down at Qin Sun, her face slightly red. Then let's go take photos now. Qin Sun raised his head, asked knowingly. What photos? Xiaoning's face was a little red. Wedding photos. Qin Sun asked again, who with whom? Xiaoning's face was a little hot. Me, with you. Qin Sun shook his head. Sister, look at me, I'm all wet. Okay? I'm wet. Xiaoning was a little embarrassed. I'll compensate you for your clothes. Qin Sun waved his hand. No. No matter how rich or poor you are. I won't take pictures. Xiaoning was furious, looking at Qin Sun quietly. thinking of the scene when Song Ning hugged his legs and acted like a spoiled child. Men seemed to like this. But she couldn't do it. So she stood beside Chin Sun, said nothing, and looked at him quietly. Chin Sun looked at her. The lake breeze blew, and he sneezed. Xiao Ning said, "I'll make you ginger soup." Chin Sun immediately lost the desire to fight her, stood up, and walked out of the park. "Let's go. Buy some clothes first, then take the wedding photos." Xiao Ning followed him and whispered, "Oh, like a young wife." Red Forest Photo Studio. Chin Sun ordered the cheapest package, which also cost 3,000 yuan. Xiao Ning paid for it. The front desk clerk smiled professionally. "Sir, when do you want to make an appointment to take wedding photos?" Chin Sun said. "Today." The front desk clerk was startled, and glanced at Xiao Ning, who was looking down and a little embarrassed behind Chin Sun, and was once again amazed by her beauty. No wonder they are so impatient. Such a beautiful bride, it would be a loss to bring her home one day later. The receptionist smiled. "Then I will arrange a photographer for you, and we can take pictures later. I wish you two a happy marriage and a baby soon." Chin Sun waved his hand. "No, no." Xiao Ning's face was like the sunset in the sky. The third floor of the photo studio. Chin Sun and Xiao Ning changed their clothes, put on makeup, and followed the photographer to the studio. Chin Sun turned his head and took a look at Xiao Ning in a snow-white wedding dress. Dignified, elegant, beautiful and charming. He smiled and said, "Whoever marries you is really lucky." Xiao Ning had a tense face and pretended not to hear. She clenched her fists slightly, her palms were sweaty, and she kept brainwashing herself in her heart. "This is acting, it's fake." In Studio 1. Photographer, "Come on," the two newlyweds hug each other. Xiao Ning hesitated for a long time, and finally hugged Chin Sun gently, leaving a large gap between the two. Photographer, "Hold tight, there's a mountain between you, you're all family, why are you still so distant?" The two looked at each other, both reluctant. But at the photographer's urging, they got a little closer and hugged each other. They could clearly feel each other's body temperature. Suddenly Chin Sun frowned. "Xiao Xia, how come you're getting hotter and hotter?" Xiao Ning blushed when she heard this, and stared at Chin Sun. At this time, click, click, a series of shutter sounds rang out, and the photographer shouted, "Hey! That's right. You look so cute with your coquettish expression, and you look so imposing, you'll be the boss after you get married. Handsome guy, be careful or you'll become a henpecked husband." Xiao Ning. "Chin Sun? Are all photographers so sloppy? They must have been beaten a lot." The photographer shouted again. "Hey! One kiss each." Chin Sun and Xiao Ning looked at each other, as if they were electrocuted, and suddenly pushed each other away, saying in unison, "No kiss." The photographer was shocked. "Are you guys having a quarrel?" "We're husband and wife. We quarrel at the head of the bed, and make up at the foot of the bed." Xiao Ning's face became redder and redder. Chin Sun turned his head, looked at the photographer, and explained, "She has bad breath." Xiao Ning's eyebrows stood up when she heard it, stepped forward, reached out and grabbed Chin Sun's ear, and lifted it hard. "I'll make your mouth stink." "Chin Sun, ouch, it hurts. It hurts." Click, click. Another burst of shutter sounds rang out. "Yeah. It's really beautiful. The domestic violence style wedding photos are popular recently. I plan to hang your photos in the showroom downstairs to attract customers." The shooting lasted for 3 hours. Chin Sun was exhausted and almost fell asleep on the chair several times. Xiao Ning changed several sets of clothes, changed several hairstyles, and spent half a day on makeup every time she changed her style. She was much more tired than Chin Sun, but she didn't complain. It's just that her face was always cold, and she only forced a smile when the photographer asked her to. It's also very beautiful. Every time Chin Sun and Xiao Ning walked to another studio on the corridor, they would attract a lot of attention from passers-by. "Oh my god! A perfect couple. The man is handsome, and the woman is pretty. Are they some celebrity? Check it online." 5 hours later. It was already dark. The fountain at the entrance of the photography building lit up, making the water column look very beautiful. Chin Sun and Xiao Ning followed the photographer here, standing next to the fountain pool, taking the last set of photos. Chin Sun was a little weak and almost exhausted. He whispered to Xiao Ning beside him, "If I had known that wedding photography was so tiring, I would have asked a model to take the photos." Xiao Ning stammered, and finally said nothing. The photographer raised the camera. The groom uses his left hand, and the bride uses her right hand. The two of them make a heart shape with their hands above their heads. The two did as they were told, and made a heart shape. The fountain behind them was flowing, splashing a little water droplets. It fell on their heads, and it was very cool. Xia Ning took a sneak peek. The night, the fountain, the flowing light, a couple of newlyweds making a heart shape. It was indeed a romantic atmosphere, and she couldn't help but feel a little yearning. Her groom should be a gentle, gentlemanly man. The photographer smiled. Two newlyweds, under this beautiful fountain, make your wedding wishes. Qin Sun said casually. The red flag is flying at home, and the colorful flags are flying outside. Photographer. This is really fearless. Xia Ning. She turned around with a cold face, walked to Qin Sun, and pushed his chest with both hands. Fuck again, fuck. Qin Sun yelled, and fell into the water. Splashing water, like flying pearls under the light. Click. Click. Good. Very good. Beautiful picture. Domestic violence is carried through to the end. The two returned to the studio in silence, changed clothes, and walked to the roadside in silence. Qin Sun took out his mobile phone, and was about to scan a shared bicycle, but saw Xia Ning wave to stop a taxi. Master, Xiang Yushangqing. Xia Ning had a cold face, opened the car door, and got into the back seat. I don't know why, hearing Qin Sun's wish, there was an unknown fire in her heart. The red flag at home does not fall. The color flag is fluttering outside? Rubbish. It's about to close. Suddenly leaned out a hand, hold the door. I saw Qin Sun drilled in, watching Xia Ning laughed. Coincidentally. Isn't it? Let's go along. Do you also live in Xiang Yushangqing? How many units? Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, my heart trembled. Oops. Chapter 50. This guy, is he shy too? Xia Ning turned to look at Qin Sun, and saw the smile on his face, and felt more and more embarrassed. She thought for a moment, and said lightly. There is a delicious roast meat restaurant at the gate of Xiang Yushangqing. I plan to pack it up, and take it back for dinner. Qin Sun works part-time as a delivery man after work, although he is mostly slacking off, but he still knows famous restaurants in various places. He reminded, that restaurant is not clean. Xia Ning was startled, and said with a stiff upper lip, I love to eat. Qin Sun. This little Xia usually looks quite clean, but I didn't expect that he is such a carefree foodie. Suddenly, Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun and smiled. I'll treat you. Qin Sun. Thank you. He laughed. It's not that dirty. It won't make you sick if you eat something dirty. Xia Ning also laughed. The car seemed to be filled with a pleasant atmosphere. A roast meat shop on the left side of the gate of Xiang Yushangqing. Xia Ning ordered half a roast goose, half a white-cut chicken, a pound of barbecued pork, and paid 249 yuan. Boss, please cut it carefully. Qin Sun, who was sitting in the shop, saw this and widened his eyes. This little girl only makes 3,500 a month, and she dares to be so arrogant? After paying, the boss was cutting and packing, which would take about 10 minutes. Xia Ning walked to the chair opposite and sat down. 3 seconds later, before the stool was even warm, she stood up expressionlessly, said stiffly and mechanically, Forget it, I suddenly don't want to eat. You eat alone? I want to go home. After saying that, without waiting for Qin Sun to react, she stood up and walked out of the store, for fear that Qin Sun would follow her. She wanted to hide in the room before Qin Sun came home. When she walked to the door, she suddenly heard Qin Sun shouting, I forgive you. Xia Ning was startled, turned around, and saw Qin Sun sitting on a chair with a smile on his face. He continued, I forgive you for pushing me into the water. Xia Ning stared at Qin Sun for a while, said nothing, and turned away. Forgive? What do I want you to forgive? You deserve it. Qin Sun carried a big bag of roast meat, went to the convenience store at the door and bought 5 cans of iced beer, and returned to the rental house happily. As soon as he entered the door, walking into the living room, he keenly noticed that there was a surveillance camera installed on the ceiling, and it was the kind with 360-degree coverage. He frowned slightly, and glanced at the closed door of his roommate across from his room. The mysterious roommate should be in the room today. He lowered his head to look at the beer and barbecue, and hesitated. Do you want to share it with him, and enhance the friendship between roommates? Qin Sun walked slowly to his door, and saw a light under the door, and reached out to knock on the door, but put it down again. Forget it. It's okay if it's a man. What if it's a woman? She comes out in pajamas. I also said I would buy her a drink. Isn't this a conspiracy? What if she is accused of sexual harassment and sentenced? Even if it's a man. What if she is working? In the bedroom. Xia Ning sat at the table, watching the surveillance screen on the computer, seeing Qin Sun carrying something to her door, actually knocking on the door. Her heart was hanging. She was going to play dead. She had just taken wedding photos with him today. She felt a little complicated. She didn't want him to know that he and she lived under the same roof. She would hide for a few days first. Seeing Qin Sun hesitate, she put down her hand and turned back to his room across the street. Xia Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, she frowned again. Oh no! I haven't taken a shower yet. Qin Sun returned to his room, eating roast meat and drinking wine. It was so beautiful. He opened the slacking off panel and took a look. He was shocked. Slacking off value, 1,000. Note, when the slacking off value reaches 50,000, you can draw a lottery. Didn't he work diligently all day today? He just slacked off for a while in the morning. But that kind of slacking can only increase the slacking value by a few dozen points. In the afternoon, I competed with Song Ying. In the evening, I competed with Xia Ning. This is all work, right? How can it be considered slacking? Could it be that Song Ying has some magical qualities? It can greatly increase my slacking efficiency? Is it because she is a rich woman? Eat and drink enough. Qin Sun habitually took a pair of clean shorts, burked, and slowly walked to the bathroom to take a shower. All the clothes he changed were thrown into the washing machine. 5 minutes later, the bathroom door opened. He walked out again, passing the living room, and suddenly looked up and saw the camera. His face changed slightly. Generally, the people who install surveillance cameras in rental houses are women, right? He turned around, rushed into the bathroom, took a towel and wrapped it around his lower body, barely covering it. He covered his chest with his hands and rushed into the bedroom with his head down. After closing the door, Qin Sun leaned against the door, pulled off the slightly damp towel, and looked down at his pants. There were cute cartoon pictures printed on them. It was a close call. My image as a macho man almost collapsed. Xia Ning's bedroom. She supported her hot face with her hands, staring at the computer monitor, frowning slightly. It would have been fine if Qin Sun hadn't wrapped himself in a towel. After he wrapped himself in it, it felt like there was nothing inside. So erotic. She sighed. You openly upload swimming pool videos online, calling people baby, but you act shy at home, and even cover your chest? She shook her head, and got up and walked to the closet. Among the dozen or so colorful pajamas, I chose a black one. The style is very conservative, the kind that nuns like. Xia Ning looked at the bedroom door and sighed. When will I have a chance to take a shower? The next day, Qin Sun got up after a good sleep and went to wash up. He found that the wash basin was a little wet and there was a faint fragrance in the air. On the wash basin were the roommate's toothpaste and toothbrush. The toothbrush was a green automatic toothbrush. Green? Still can't tell the difference between men and women. He smiled. You got up early enough. After brushing his teeth, he looked at the time and saw 8:40. Qin Sun was shocked. Fuck. I got up late. I'm going to be late. Sparks and lightning all the way, Qin Sun finally arrived at the company on time. When he walked into the company, Xia Ning was already sitting at her workstation. She looked more and more like an excellent employee. It's true that people get redder by the company. He sat over, turned on the computer, and stared at the time in the lower right corner of the computer with a serious face. Xia Ning saw that although he was wearing a mask, his eyes were bright and sharp. He felt strange and followed his line of sight. He was even more confused. The time was just displayed normally. 3 seconds later, it was 8:59. The time jumped to 9 o'clock. Qin Sun immediately turned around and told Xia Ning. Xiao Xia. Ask Sister Chung for help. There will be an emergency meeting this morning. All the staff in the company must attend. Xia Ning glanced at the time on the computer, which was 9 o'clock, and sighed. This guy. He can pretend to work overtime, but he will never participate in work before the working hours. Even for a second. She looked at Qin Sun. All the staff of the company? But Mr. Niu didn't come today. She may not be able to arrive in the morning. Or transfer to the afternoon? When Qin Sun heard this, he took off his mask and threw it into the trash can. He crossed his legs. No need. She doesn't need to attend. A good company president should be dead and never show up in the company. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, and her temples throbbed. Alas, I will be cursed to death by him sooner or later, she asked. What is the content of the meeting? Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, thought of her temper yesterday, moved his chair a little further away, and then said, Invite colleagues to attend our wedding. Chapter 51. She looks aloof. But she is fast, accurate, and ruthless. Xia Ning? She opened her eyes wide, looked at Qin Sun in disbelief, and was furious to see that he was not afraid of death. She looked around, quickly pulled out a gel pen from the pen holder on the table, and took off the cap. She pointed the pen at Qin Sun. Xia Ning looked at him coldly, without saying a word, but her face gradually turned red. Qin Sun looked at her, was silent for a while, and suddenly smiled, and spoke very slowly, word by word. Plot murder. Xia Ning knew that he was about to spit out the word husband from his mouth, so she quickly dropped her pen and covered Qin Sun's mouth with her hand. You, shut up. The voice was very loud. More than 30 people in the entire company looked over, with a look of surprise. Xia Ning, feeling the gazes from all around, she slowly put down her hand, turned her head, no longer looking at Qin Sun, and said in a very cold and small voice, I really owed you in my last life. 10 a.m. A meeting titled Wedding Singer's Plan to Go Viral was held. Except for the general manager. Everyone in the company attended. More than 30 people sat in 5 rows. Xia Ning sat in the back corner, where the surveillance camera couldn't see, with his head down, not knowing what he was thinking. And on the podium at the front, Qin Sun was beaming with joy. Hello, fellow Oak friends. Everyone was in a neat line. Good. Qin Sun picked up the laser pen and circled the word wedding on the projection screen. Everyone should know that the company has taken on a business of a wealthy female singer going viral. This is my proposal. The scene is a wedding. We need to build a fake wedding scene. And we need the cooperation of all colleagues in the company. The general manager Niu Xiaojun was not there, and the atmosphere of the company meeting was relaxed. In addition, Qin Sun was a big celebrity in the company, and was already a reserve manager. At this rate, he would be the top manager in the company in less than half a year. Many people were willing to flatter Qin Sun. Cheers rang out from below. Okay. I will definitely cooperate. Manager Qin said to go east, I will definitely not go west. At this time, a man's voice was loud and stood out. Do you want to pick a fair-skinned and beautiful girl from our finance department to play the role of the bride? Then, there were waves of shy girls' voices. How embarrassing. Oh, Brother Wang, what are you doing? Most of us are married. Get married again? That's fine. Listening to these discussions, there were bursts of laughter in the conference room. Xia Ning lowered her head, not daring to look up, and scribbled lines on her notebook with a pen. Like a mess. Ladies, what a pity. In order to save costs for the company, we did not hire models, but directly used the company's people to work overtime as newcomers. I am the groom, but I have a boyfriend. Qin Sun laughed twice and pressed the page-turning pen. The PPT turned to the next page, and a photo appeared on the projection screen. This was what Qin Sun asked Xia Ning to do yesterday for 300 yuan. The electronic negative was mailed this morning. The whole conference room suddenly became quiet. What caught everyone's eyes was a wedding photo. Under the night sky, the groom was in a suit and tie. The bride was in a white veil. The two newlyweds stood in front of a fountain with colorful lights, stretched out their hands, and made a heart shape above their heads. The man was handsome, and the woman was pretty. It was Qin Sun and Xia Ning. Gradually, the sound of people sucking in cold air rang out in the conference room. More than 30 people stared at Qin Sun on the podium in a daze. Each had his own thoughts. Good fellow. It's only been a few days, you acted fast enough? You got her pregnant? The most beautiful woman in the entire company, got married so young? No wonder this guy is so capable, but he doesn't want to change jobs. It turns out that he has some plans for money and sex. After a while, more than 30 people turned their heads again and looked at Xia Ning in the corner. Xia Ning lowered his head, and his expression could not be seen clearly. But her ears, which were usually white as jade, were already red. The girls in the company had complicated expressions, especially those who were not married, and they felt even more jealous. Men may not understand. But how can women not understand? Wedding photos. Even if they were pretending to be lovers, if the boys did not have a certain weight in the women's hearts, They would never agree to pretend. This Xia Ning usually looked aloof. It turned out that he was quick, accurate, and ruthless. Qin Sun glanced at Xia Ning, who was lowering her head, and her ears were like rhododendrons in the mountains, very beautiful. He couldn't help but tremble in his heart, and remembered a poem. The most gentle thing is that bowing head, like a water lotus that is shy in the cool breeze. Chungwan looked at Xia Ning for a while, and smiled like an ant. Most people in the company must have thought that Qin Sun was flirting with girls. Only she knew that it was the president who was playing with the young man. He promoted Qin Sun, gave him a salary increase, and built an independent office. Now he pretended to be a couple again? What a good trick. Chungwan turned her head, looked at Qin Sun, and smiled even more, praising him. This wedding photo is so beautiful, the best I've ever seen in my life, more than 100 times better than my eldest nephew's, who's getting married next weekend. A burst of laughter rang out in the conference room. Suddenly, Qin Sun was stunned for a moment, his eyes lit up. He looked at Chungwan and asked hurriedly, Sister Wan, do you have a good relationship with your eldest nephew? Chungwan. What a question. My eldest nephew, how can he not be good? She replied. Very good. Qin Sun smiled, looked at Chungwan and said, Sister Wan, I have a good idea. Since your eldest nephew is getting married, there is a ready-made venue. So we don't have to waste money to book a hotel, hold a banquet, find a wedding planner, or hire extras. Can we just go to the banquet with the money? This can save the company a lot of money. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly realized and looked at Qin Sun, nodding their heads. They thought this kid was really smart. The higher the net profit of a business, the more bonus he will get. What you save is what you earn. Just when Chungwan thought this was a great idea, which could save money and bring a lot of red envelopes to her nephew, she was about to nod in agreement. Suddenly, in the corner, Xia Ning's voice came, which was quite loud and a little anxious. Then our wedding photos will be taken in vain. Chungwan was startled and turned to look over. Xia Ning raised his head, and the expression on his face was a little angry. More than 30 colleagues looked over. Qin Sun also looked at Xia Ning from a distance, confused, seeing that everyone was looking at her. Xia Ning suddenly felt that she had lost her composure just now. She pursed her lips and said calmly, I mean, this wedding photo cost 3,800 yuan. If it's not needed, then... She looked at Qin Sun. Then can't it be reimbursed? Qin Sun changed his face when he heard it, and looked at Chungwan. Chungwan was the head of personnel and administration, and she had certain rights to decide whether to reimburse. Chungwan just smiled. Report it? Why can't I report it? You can report it. Chungwan's voice was loud. The wedding photos taken by the president will not be reimbursed. Should I continue to work? Qin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. In the corner, Xia Ning was stunned for a while, feeling complicated, somewhat regretful, but also relieved. It's a pity that I still couldn't add my own traces to Qin Sun's plan. I also felt relieved that I didn't have to walk the red carpet with him in public. After struggling to the end, there was still a faint sense of loss. As if something was lost. Chapter 52. I'll tell you a secret. My roommate is a pervert. When Chungwan contacted his eldest nephew on the spot and explained the situation, things became simple. Qin Sun stood on the podium and said to his colleagues with a smile, Next weekend, you can eat and drink as much as you want. The company will pay for the red envelopes. There was a cheer from the audience. The company will also pay for overtime pay. 3 times. There was another cheer from the audience. Everyone was very happy, thinking that this company was really good. No need to pay for red envelopes on weekends, a free meal, and 3 times the salary. In the corner, Xia Ning had a faint smile on his face, looking at Qin Sun without blinking, said in his heart, You have the final say on everything, or I'll give you the position of general manager of this company. The meeting was over. Qin Sun walked to his workstation, and the colleagues he met made way for him, making him feel like he was 9,000 years old. He returned to his workstation. After a while, Xia Ning came back with a notebook with a cold face. Just as he put the notebook on the table, he saw Qin Sun reaching out to take it, and opened it to read. This is my first large-scale meeting in the company. Let's see what my assistant has recorded. Xia Ning's lips curled up, and he snorted coldly. Qin Sun opened the notebook, and his smile froze. There was a mess of black pen on the paper, and the blank space below was written in a flamboyant manner. Qin Sun. What a fool. He raised his head and looked at Xia Ning. Xia Ning looked at him. Not afraid at all? Qin Sun sighed. Meeting minutes? You have to learn to polish it. There is no need to be so realistic. As he said, he picked up the pen and wrote on the blank page. Xiao Xia. I'm sorry. Xia Ning watched him write and was startled. She looked at Qin Sun with a puzzled look on her face. But she didn't ask anything. She just looked at Qin Sun quietly, waiting for him to explain. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning and was speechless. He really wondered if Xia Ning was a mute who only learned to speak at the age of 8. He looked at Xia Ning with a serious face. Have you deleted the wedding photos in your mailbox? Xia Ning couldn't help asking. Why? Qin Sun said. When I was in the meeting today, I saw the expressions of the girls in the finance office, and I suddenly realized it. Taking wedding photos is a physically demanding job for men. But for a woman, it can be sacred. I shouldn't let this kind of thing become careless. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, her eyes evasive, and 2 blushes flew onto her cheeks. Qin Sun continued. Delete it? If your future husband sees it, I'm afraid he will either kill me or abuse you. Xia Ning. She hesitated, opened her mailbox, and deleted the email. But he glanced at the recycling bin. Qin Sun let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he saw Xia Ning took the notebook and pen from him. Xia Ning put the notebook on the table and seriously drew a line on the word big in Qin Sun. A big idiot. Then, she carefully wrote the word small on the word big. The fighting power of that cursed word suddenly weakened a lot. Thank you. Qin Sun looked at the sentence, smiled, and read it out. Qin Sun, little idiot. As soon as the words fell, his smile froze. He looked up at Xia Ning and saw that her face was also a little strange. It didn't seem so when he just read it on paper, but when he heard Qin Sun read it out loud, it suddenly tasted wrong. Little idiot? Little idiot? How can this be an insult? It's more like flirting. How can it have any lethality? Xia Ning closed her notebook, pretended to be calm, with a cold face, and her hands on the keyboard. Work. Seeing that Qin Sun was still looking at her, she was a little nervous, and took out a pair of headphones, and put them on. He looked like he didn't want to be disturbed and wanted to become a monk on the spot. No matter how straight Qin Sun was, he knew that Xia Ning was shy. He didn't want to embarrass her, and was ready to be an elegant gentleman. 5 minutes later, he lost his gentlemanly patience, and turned to look at Xia Ning, who was still typing on the keyboard, looking like he was going to die of exhaustion at his workstation. He was a little worried. I don't know what happened yesterday, but I just played around for a while, and my slacking points increased by 1,000 points. How could he not take his assistant out on the field today? Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's serious expression, and was ready to ease the awkward atmosphere. To deal with this situation, he has a trick. That is gossip. After his mother offended someone, she wanted to reconcile, and usually pretended to gossip with the aunt. For example, whose husband was caught for prostitution, who had an affair with the boss in the company, whose fat boy is actually not his husband's. This trick never fails. Women love to listen to gossip. It's their nature. Qin Sun reached out and gently pushed Xia Ning's arm, and saw that she had no reaction and was still typing seriously. He reached out and took off one of her earphones. Xia Ning turned around and frowned. Qin Sun lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Xiao Xia, I want to tell you something. Seeing his cautious look, Xia Ning thought it was something serious, bent down slightly, and moved closer. Qin Sun stretched out his right hand, imitated the ant at the information transfer station at the entrance of the village, and covered his mouth, and whispered, I'm telling you. My roommate now, actually. Xia Ning's heart was hanging. Was he discovered? But he heard Qin Sun continue to say, he is a pervert. He actually installed a surveillance camera in the living room. Maybe he wanted to spy on me. Xia Ning? She looked at Qin Sun, her eyes widened. This surveillance camera was indeed installed to monitor Qin Sun. But why did he use such a dirty word as spying? Qin Sun saw her expression, and thought she was in the mood. I heard the door opposite open at 2 o'clock yesterday morning, and he actually got up in the middle of the night. He lowered his voice, as if he was telling something incredible. Take a shower. Xia Ning. Last night, she was sweating from the wedding photo shoot, and when she returned to her room, she never found a good opportunity to take a shower. She had to wait and wait. When she thought Qin Sun was asleep, she sneaked out to take a shower. Unexpectedly, He was not asleep. Xia Ning smiled. Ha ha. Ha ha. Qin Sun asked, Tell me, is he a pervert? Xia Ning. Are you bored? Qin Sun scratched his head awkwardly. A little bit. Seeing that Xia Ning was about to put on the headphones again, he said hurriedly, Let's go to the field now. Contact that rich little woman Song Ying. I want to give her emergency special training. Time is tight. The task is heavy. And there are many ways. He had a tense face and tried to make a serious expression. Hurry up. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's serious expression, but still felt that he just wanted to go out and play. But this was Qin Sun's plan after all, and he had to grasp all the details, and only he could grasp them, since she became famous through singing. The quality of her singing must be very important. At KTV, she had already experienced Qin Sun's singing skills. She believed that he had the ability to guide Song Ying. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun and sighed. I will trust you one last time. She took out her mobile phone and agreed on a time and place with Song Ying. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Huanhu Park where Qin Sun fell into the water, Qin Sun took Xia Ning over and saw a fashionable girl wearing a miniskirt and belly-exposing clothes standing at the entrance of the park. It was Song Ying. When they were 5 meters away, Qin Sun saw that Song Ying saw him and ran over, her skirt fluttering, not afraid of exposing her beauty. She was still shouting, Brother! Qin Sun was as if facing a great enemy and hid behind Xia Ning. Chapter 53. Who knows that the food on the plate is different? Seeing Song Ying rushing over, Qin Sun was afraid that she would jump and ride on his neck. He quickly hid behind Xia Ning and poked his head out from her shoulder. Song Ying rushed over, stood in front of Xia Ning, was stunned for a moment, turned around and wanted to avoid Xia Ning. Xia Ning opened her hands, like an old hen protecting her cubs, said in a cold voice, Stop. Song Ying had to give up. She looked over Xia Ning's shoulder, looking at Qin Sun, who looked a little scared, frowned slightly, and asked, Brother, am I not good-looking today? Qin Sun smiled and was about to say something polite. He heard Xia Ning speak first. Average. Song Ying. Qin Sun? He knew the lethality of the word average. Looking at Song Ying, who was dumbfounded, he could even imagine her inner thoughts. What do you mean by average? Why is it average? When the sun is high and the field is wet, sweat drips on the ground. Who knows what is on the plate? No one is average. Xia Ning remained calm, raised her head slightly, looked at the lake in the distance, and looked like a master who had hidden his achievements and fame. This day, Qin Sun took Xia Ning and Song Ying shopping, eating, drinking milk tea, and eating stinky tofu. Song Ying ate stinky tofu happily. Xia Ning didn't eat a single bite. Xia Ning followed behind Qin Sun and Song Ying, feeling like a light bulb. Brother, drink milk tea, it's delicious. Brother, octopus balls, it's delicious. Brother, Shengjianbo, I'll feed you. No, forget it. I'll eat it myself. Song Ying turned around and looked at Xia Ning. Sister, you eat too. You eat by yourself. I won't feed you. Xia Ning. Childish. This day, Song Ying had a smile on her face all the time, as if she hadn't been so happy for a long time. Xia Ning's face was always like an iceberg. As soon as 6 p.m. arrived, Song Ying still wanted to go to the amusement park. Qin Sun waved his hand. I have something important to do. After saying that, he took Xia Ning away. Xia Ning knew that the important thing he said was to deliver food, pretending to be very diligent, but in fact he was just slacking off. Suddenly, Qin Sun ordered, Xiao Xia, remember to reimburse the money you spent today. Xia Ning. Her face became even worse. Is this the special training you mentioned? Qin Sun sighed, pretending to be profound. She is a problem child. On the first day, I will do psychological massage, bring us closer, so that I can be more rude to her later. She can bear it. Do you understand? Xia Ning didn't understand, and turned around and left. She had to take a bath before Qin Sun came home, so that she wouldn't be called a pervert again. That day, Qin Sun still didn't see his roommate, but when he got home, he saw a puddle of water in the bathroom, and he felt that he was even more mysterious. He took a shower as he pleased, without any rules. The image of his roommate became more and more perverted in Qin Sun's mind. Suddenly, Qin Sun glanced at the balcony, and saw only his own clothes, but not his roommate's clothes. He was stunned and complained, Oh my god! Take a shower without changing clothes? So dirty. In Xia Ning's bedroom, she looked at the surveillance camera and heard his complaints in the headphones. And her face looked a little bad. She murmured, "You even eat stinky tofu. And you still have the nerve to complain about my dirtiness?" Her clothes had been sent to the laundry long ago. Some clothes the washing machine can't wash, and they have to be dry cleaned. Lying on the bed, Chin-sun called up the panel and punched the bed board with excitement. Slacking value, 10,000. That's 10,000? It increased by 90,000 in one day? Then it will take less than a week to get to 50,000 for the lottery. The next day, Chin-sun and Xia-ning met at the company, punched in, and went directly to the field to meet Song-ing. It was at the Hwanhu Park again. Chin-sun took them shopping for another day without saying anything. Song-ing chattered a lot, not at all the coldness when they first met, but cool, like a sparrow. Xia-ning said nothing, like a good-looking mute. During the break from shopping, Chin-sun asked Song-ing to sing a song. He gave her some advice. You shouldn't tremble at the end of this sentence, and don't switch between real voice and false voice too much, which will affect the emotional expression of the song. Song-ing sang it again according to Chin-sun's instructions, and her eyes lit up. Brother, you really understand me. She hugged Chin-sun's arms with both hands. Chin-sun! Xia-ning came over, cold and ruthless, and glanced at Song-ing indifferently. Song-ing stammered and let go of her hand. Somewhat scared. This sister has such a strong aura. If she were in a fairy tale, she would definitely be a demon queen. At night, Chin-sun didn't see his roommate again, and felt a little uneasy. This guy, wouldn't he have died in the room? Back in the room, check the slacking value. Slacking value, 21,000. He was satisfied, and it was worth his hard work for a day, and his salary increased by 11,000. It seems that Song-ing is indeed unique. If she were my assistant, it would be great if she stayed by my side every day. The third day. In addition to eating, shopping, watching movies. Finally, Chin-sun taught Song-ing how to perform stage style in the park. Your singing is no problem. Next is stage style. He demonstrated and sang, while singing, shaking his legs. Xia-ning. Song-ing looked at him, feeling a little embarrassed, turned her head away, dared not to look again. Brother, you are so sexy. On the fourth day, Song-ing performed for Chin-sun and Xia-ning in the park. Xia-ning nodded frequently. Not bad. Chin-sun saw it and nodded. It's enough. If it doesn't get popular again, it's not your problem. It's my problem. Song-ing heard it, and trotted over. Standing in front of Chin-sun, raising her little face, reached out and grabbed the single ponytail on the back of her head to his eyes. She asked with a smile. In a few days, I'm going to get a haircut, short hair, 3 centimeters at most. Chin-sun was shocked. Have you seen through the world? Song-ing. She looked up at Chin-sun, her eyes were bright, like the stars in the sky. In this way, I will be more like a man. Chin-sun was stunned, and didn't understand. He looked at Xia-ning, but saw Xia-ning silently turned around, with his back to them, as if it had nothing to do with him. As soon as 6 o'clock arrived, Chin-sun took Xia-ning away. Song-ing stood alone, watching their departure, and her eyes finally fell on Xia-ning. She sighed. When can I be as feminine as her? On the road. The two walked silently, and when they reached the intersection, they were about to separate as usual. Chin-sun suddenly heard Xia-ning say something, but her voice was very low, so it was easy not to hear it. After this order is over, stay away from Song-ing. Chin-sun turned his head, and saw Xia-ning looking ahead, not looking at him, and asked, Why? Xia-ning whispered. She is seducing you. She still didn't look at Chin-sun, and with a blank expression, she reached out to stop a taxi and got in. Chin-sun looked at the taxi going away, thinking for a long time. He finally said, You are sick. After a while, he added, Everyone is sick. Got out of the taxi. Xia-ning walked on the road, not knowing what to eat for dinner, and suddenly saw a stall selling stinky tofu. She hesitated for a moment and walked over. Boss, give me one. Boss, large, small. Xia-ning smelled the smell and couldn't help thinking. Big shit, small shit? She hesitated. Small. The happy field life is over. Tomorrow is the wedding of Chungwon's eldest nephew. Chin-sun lay on the bed, opened the panel and looked, and felt happy. Slacking value, 45,000. I'm only 5,000 away from the prize draw. I have to play with little Song-ing for at least one day. Let's draw the prize first. Suddenly, in the company group, Chungwon sent an electronic invitation. Then an announcement was issued. Friends of Oak Tree, please, go to bed early tonight, be full of energy tomorrow, show your fighting spirit, and attend the wedding. All under Chin Sun's command. Right away. Received. 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 The cue was neat. Chin Sun also replied. Received, and suddenly noticed that Xia Ning did not reply. He was a little surprised. This little girl hasn't always had good professionalism. Received. Replying more diligently than anyone else. Chapter 54. Why are you as childish as an elementary school student? What happened to Xia Ning? Chin Sun thought for a while, and then stopped caring about her. You couldn't just send a WeChat message to ask her about it just because she didn't reply after receiving a received message. What's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Is something wrong with you? Isn't this just a dog licker? Half an hour later, he suddenly felt a stomachache and wanted to relieve it, so he walked out of the room to the bathroom, but saw that the bathroom door was closed. The light was on inside. Is there anyone? Chin Sun was startled and sighed inwardly. This roommate, who always appears and disappears like a ghost, finally appeared. He returned to the room, waited for 10 minutes, felt like a volcano was about to erupt, and went out again. But he saw that the bathroom door was still closed. He frowned, moved closer, and listened carefully. There was no sound of water in the shower. That was a fellow traveler, taking a big dump. Chin Sun was helpless. It was very impolite to urge others to poop faster. He couldn't do it, so he had to go back to the room. 5 minutes later, he was sweating. As the saying goes, holding back urine can make you travel 1,000 miles. But holding back poop can make you walk an inch. Chin Sun walked out of the room with sweat on his forehead, and saw that the bathroom door was still tightly closed. He was a little anxious, and greeted loudly. Hello? In the bathroom. Xia Ning squatted on the toilet, holding a shampoo bottle in her hand, and looking at the ingredient list on it to relieve her boredom. Maybe the stinky tofu she ate at night was not clean. So she rushed into the bathroom, just now, and forgot to bring her mobile phone. I had to look at the ingredient list of shampoo and shower gel to relieve my boredom. I squatted for a long time. At this moment, I suddenly heard Chin Sun's voice. I was startled and blushed. Who would wait at the door of the bathroom to greet a girl when she was relieving herself? Is this polite or impolite? Outside the door, Chin Sun's voice rang again. Brother, can you be faster? Xia Ning said nothing, thinking of the scene of the two meeting at the door of the bathroom. The scene was so embarrassing that she had to find a way to hide. Outside the door, Chin Sun's voice was a little anxious. Brother, if you are constipated, let me go first. I'm quick. Give me 3 minutes. Xia Ning's face turned redder, and she didn't dare to speak. Outside the door, Chin Sun's voice was a little panic. No, brother, did you faint in the bathroom? You didn't say anything. Paused. I kicked the door to save you. Xia Ning was so scared when he heard it that the shampoo in his hand slipped, and his hands were folded on his legs to cover the snow-white scenery. She pinched her throat and said in a low voice, Someone. Outside the door, Chin Sun heard this low voice that was obviously pinched, and frowned slightly, with a look of suspicion on his face. Is this a man dressed as a woman, or a woman dressed as a man? Looking at the closed bathroom door, Chin Sun clenched his fists. This pervert want to compete with me for both superiority in life and death? He snorted coldly, returned to the bedroom, picked up the key and rushed out the door, looking for a public toilet on the street. He made up his mind. After receiving the salary, he gave the old pervert a beating, and then rented a new house. Occupying the bathroom. What kind of character is this? Relieved, Chin Sun returned home, looked at his roommate's closed door, and silently raised a middle finger. In Xia Ning's bedroom, looking at the surveillance video, Chin Sun raised his middle finger. She hesitated for a moment, and then slightly responded to the computer screen. Early the next morning, Chin Sun got up, had breakfast, and delivered another takeaway, increasing his slacking points by 10 points. At this time, slacking points, 45010. Not far from 50,000 points, the next lottery is just around the corner. 11:30 am. Chin Sun followed the location given by Chung Wan and arrived at a 3-star hotel in Haicheng City, in a banquet hall called Ryuan on the 3rd floor. At the door, he met a couple of newlyweds and Chung Wan, who was accompanying the family to welcome the guests. Chung Wan came forward and introduced them to her eldest nephew and his wife. This is our company's future vice president, Chin Sun, dear sir. The groom just smiled at Chin Sun, looking a little embarrassed, seemingly not used to this kind of scene. The bride was more flexible. She was startled when she saw Chin Sun. She felt like she had seen him somewhere before. She greeted him warmly. "Mr. Chin, you are so young and you have become the vice president. You are so young and so promising. It is a great honor to have you here. Please come in. Please come in." Chung-won smiled and led Chin Sun into the banquet hall. She seated him at a table near the main table, just next to Xiaoning. "Manager Chin, according to your instructions, I have placed our company's employees at different tables. Make sure you can shoot videos from all angles." Chin Sun nodded with satisfaction. Chung-won has always been reliable in her work. Chung-won left with a smile. Chin Sun looked around and took a look at the banquet hall. The banquet hall was neither too big nor too small. There were more than 30 tables. In the front was a stage. It was surrounded by beautiful plastic flowers. A long corridor extended from the stage. There was a red carpet on it. There were also plastic flowers on both sides. It was for the newlyweds to walk on the red carpet. At this time, almost all the people in the banquet hall had arrived. More than 300 people were chatting and talking nonsense. It was very noisy. Suddenly, Chin Sun turned his head to look at Xiaoning and saw that she actually put on light makeup, which made her face look more delicate and beautiful. He smiled. "You are still wearing makeup. Isn't this ruining the party and stealing the bride's limelight?" Xiaoning glanced at him indifferently and turned away. Chin Sun saw that she was cold and felt a little strange. "Did I provoke you again today?" Xiaoning turned her head. "When did you not provoke me?" Chin Sun snorted disdainfully. "I just met you for the first time today, and I haven't started to provoke you yet." Xiaoning thought of the embarrassment of being blocked by Chin Sun in the bathroom last night. Her face was slightly hot, and she turned her head and looked at the empty stage. "I don't want to pay attention to him. I won't talk to you." Chin Sun heard her angry words, like a primary school student, and looked at her cold and arrogant appearance with her waist straightened. He couldn't help but feel curious. Should this cold and arrogant lady be called on the wedding night, or not? Chin Sun ignored Xiaoning and looked around to kill time. Suddenly, he heard the chattering of the table behind him, which was very similar to the atmosphere of the intelligence station at the entrance of the village. He turned around and glanced. All he saw was that the table was full of women, and he didn't know if they were the bride's classmates, daughters, colleagues, or the groom's ex-girlfriend. They all smiled, talked in low voices, but were too excited to suppress it. Chin Sun heard it clearly. "It's not a big show. It's not bad in a small place like Haicheng. It's just SOSO. They don't even use fresh flowers, but plastic flowers that have been used hundreds of times in the hotel? Don't newlyweds want everything new? Frugality is a virtue. Zhou Lily's husband is a little fat, seems a little dumb, and doesn't like to talk. I heard that her husband is very honest. I heard from Zhou Lily that her husband invited a singer from Haicheng with 400,000 fans to help him put on a good show. That must have cost a lot of money. Zhou Lily just cares about face. Sister Wan, we are all colleagues, since we are here. What's the matter at work? Don't bring your personal emotions to someone's wedding. TSK. I paid 600 yuan. You're not allowed to talk? Chin Sun felt his ears were dirty after hearing this. This is human nature. Hate others for what they have. Laugh at others for what they don't have. Relatives, friends, colleagues, I hope you live well, but not better than him. Chin Sun smiled bitterly, murmured. I'm afraid my brother will suffer, and I'm afraid my brother will drive a Land Rover. Xiaoning turned her head. What did you say? Chin Sun straightened his body, looked forward very cold. I won't talk to you. Xiaoning. Childish. Chin Sun picked up a chopstick and placed it on the table between him and Xiaoning. 38th parallel. Don't cross the line. Xiaoning. She looked at the chopstick and knew that some schools had desks for two people. When classmates didn't get along with each other, they would carve a line in the middle with a knife. It was called the 38th parallel. She looked at the chopstick and endured it for a long time. But she couldn't help it and looked up at Chin Sun. Stupid. After saying that, she was a little surprised. She is getting more and more fluent in swearing now. This habit is not good and must be changed. But Chin Sun asked with a smile. Big one or small one? Xiaoning was startled and immediately understood, and her cheeks were as red as the red wine in the glass. Big stupid one? Or small stupid one? She turned her head and stopped looking at Chin Sun, feeling helpless. It seems that the habit of swearing cannot be changed, and the skills must be improved and continue to be carried forward. Otherwise, I will suffer a great loss from Chin Sun. Suddenly, the lights dimmed. The wedding MC walked onto the stage. Dear guests, dear friends, men are the boat, women are the sail, family is the harbor. Chapter 55. After the song was sung, it seemed like there was no splash. The wedding was going on. The waiter started serving the dishes. The MC presided over the wedding. It was a stereotyped process. The bride and groom entered. The groom waited for the bride in the flower pavilion and took her hand to the main stage. The groom greeted the bride. The bride was held by her father's hand and walked towards the groom. The groom took it and handed her the bouquet. The witness gave a speech. The couple only had each other in their eyes and exchanged rings, served tea, and changed their words. On the stage, the newlyweds were so moved that they were dying. Off stage, a group of guests were just eating, occasionally looking up, following the host's guidance, and shouting a few times to add a little atmosphere. Chin Sun held a chicken leg in his mouth and clapped his hands vigorously. Woo! Good! Xia Ning glanced at Chin Sun, feeling a little helpless. She put down her chopsticks and looked at the newlyweds under the lights on the stage. She couldn't help but think of the wedding photo she and Chin Sun took a few days ago. She clapped her hands seriously. She said in a low voice, "Okay." In the corner of the stage, the MC was full of emotion. In the end, the bride has a small wish, which is to throw the bouquet in her hand. After the MC shouted again and again, more than 20 unmarried women finally gathered under the stage reluctantly. With a burst of chaotic screams, the bouquet was thrown by the bride with her back turned and fell into the crowd. Chin Sun looked over and saw that the bouquet was above the crowd, being slapped and fought over by dozens of hands, and finally drew a high parabola. It fell on the table in front of Chin Sun and Xia Ning. It just happened to knock down the chopsticks that served as the 38th parallel. Xia Ning was stunned. She knew that the bouquet symbolized happiness, luck, and protection. The person who received the bouquet would be considered the next person to enter the marriage hall. She looked at Chin Sun, a little at a loss. Chin Sun was also dumbfounded. Then he heard the MC say happily, "Please invite the person who received the bouquet to come on stage." Before he finished speaking, Chin Sun grabbed the bouquet and threw it to the girls gathered under the stage. "I'm getting married." A burst of laughter rang out. The MC, Xia Ning, looked at Chin Sun stunned. Finally, it was time for the performance. The MC was probably an amateur, and he started with a beatbox. A wedding scene instantly felt like a nightclub. Listening to the cheers from the audience, the MC got even more excited and sang another love song. That level is just enough to listen to, after all. It is amateur. When the MC was performing on the stage, the bride changed into a toast dress and started to toast one table after another. After toasting Chin Sun and Xia Ning's table, she went to the table behind her. That table was full of gossips. The bride smiled. "Sisters, is the food to your taste?" Everyone agreed. "Delicious, delicious." She toasted, and the atmosphere became more pleasant. At this time, the MC had enough of playing on the stage, picked up the microphone, and resumed the role of host. "I just made a fool of myself. Next up is a beautiful girl from our entertainment company who just finished the college entrance exam, an 18-year-old girl. A top student in music, come on stage and perform for everyone." Everyone below was busy eating, playing with their phones, and there were a few occasional cheers. Chin Sun picked up his phone and sent a message to the company's WeChat group. "Everyone get ready, shoot." Immediately. Received. 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 Suddenly, Chin Sun heard a slightly mean woman speaking with a thick tongue behind her, her voice carrying a teasing smile. "Lily, didn't you say that a celebrity with 400,000 fans was going to be on stage? I was thinking of shooting a video to get some traffic. Why did you hire a summer worker?" Chin Sun turned around and saw the groom's embarrassed face, and the smile on the bride's face froze. The middle-aged woman was still chattering. The banquet hall was chosen as the smallest reunion hall in this restaurant. The celebrity singer was replaced by a temporary singer. "Even the flowers are plastic." She laughed. "I even prepared tissues. I was ready to cry with emotion at your wedding, but you made me laugh." After these words came out, the table fell silent. The women looked at each other. No one knew what to do. Suddenly, a hand pulled the chattering woman. "Sister Wan, you are drunk." The bride smiled, raised her head, and drank the wine in the glass, turned and walked to the back of the stage. The groom quickly followed. "Lily." The bride's voice trembled a little. "I'm tired. I want to take a break. Chin-sun finished eating the melon and couldn't help sighing. Alas, the grudges and hatreds between women. I can't afford to offend. I can't afford to offend. The groom is also honest. If it were me, I would shut her up with a big cunt. Turning back, Chin-sun saw Xia-ning holding up her phone seriously, pointing it at the stage. She was not attracted by the bloodless murder scene just now. He looked around and saw that there were colleagues at almost every table, holding up their phones, pointing them at the stage. Chin-sun said to Xia-ning, "Your angle is the best, and it is also the most important. Take a closer look." Xia-ning nodded gently, without saying anything. Chin-sun just said, "I won't talk to you, then I won't talk." On the stage, a girl with long hair, a white t-shirt, a gray-black plaid jacket, and tight light blue jeans came up. This is the clothes Chin-sun picked for her, a very ordinary outfit. Off the stage, many men's eyes lit up. What a pretty girl. Those people further away, although they couldn't see Song Ying's face clearly, but they could see her figure, which was very strong. Song Ying stood on the stage, watching the people eating, drinking, chatting, and the children running around, and took a deep breath. She looked at the phones raised to shoot at her, knowing that it was Chin-sun's arrangement. Finally, her sight found Chin-sun, and she nodded gently. There was a look of confidence in her eyes. "Brother, just wait and see. I'm going to blind their dog eyes." The music started. Song Ying started to sing. The smoke from cooking fires curls up in this world. Romance is like the wind, flowers, snow and moon. Infatuated people are mostly greedy. Love, hate and hatred are all beautiful. As soon as she opened her voice, the guests in the banquet hall could not help but be delighted and thought it sounded good, and many of them took out their phones and started filming. Chin-sun watched Song Ying's performance on the stage, and saw her shaking her legs naturally with the song, and stepping on the music notes, and nodded with satisfaction. This kid looked unreliable, but she worked hard in singing. "I must have practiced a lot." Song Ying sang, looking at someone filming her again under the stage, feeling a little happy. "I want to ask the sky how long this life is. I'm afraid the past days will be too bitter. I want a cup of lovesickness for the past. If I'm still as persistent as before, I'm obsessed with you, then I may be too sentimental." The song was finished. Song Ying stood on the stage and bowed to express her gratitude. She only heard a sparse applause in her ears, and a few cheers occasionally. She stood up and looked towards the banquet hall. The old man who was drinking was still drinking. The one who was chatting and cursing was still chatting. The child who was running around was still running around. The woman who was playing with her phone was still playing with her phone. In addition to the tables near the stage, there were many men who were still staring at her, but they were clearly the eyes of perverts. After the song was finished, there seemed to be no splash. It was not as lively as the atmosphere caused by the MC's dog barking beatbox just now. Song Ying glanced at Chin-sun from a distance, pursed her lips, turned around, and walked off the stage. The figure was a little lonely. Chapter 56. This 300,000 yuan was spent. It's like being scammed. Will this be popular? Xia-ning put down her phone, looked at the mess in the banquet hall, turned to look at Chin-sun, and asked. She was a little worried. This song doesn't seem to fit the wedding atmosphere. The atmosphere is not very warm. Chin-sun was not in a hurry, replied. We'll know tomorrow. As he said, he stood up. Xia-ning asked, You're going home? Chin-sun shook his head. I'll go backstage, see the kid, she seems very unhappy. Xia-ning nodded. Yes. They spent 300,000 yuan, and asked a young girl to work as a temporary worker at the wedding. They only asked more than 30 non-professionals to take photos with their mobile phones. If Chin-sun was not famous, Song Ying would definitely call the police to arrest him, saying that she had encountered a scammer. Backstage, Song Ying sat on a small stool in the corner, with her head down, looking disappointed. Looking at the scene under the stage, just now, it was not as lively as the atmosphere at her own campus party. There were many people giving flowers when she sang at school. She really couldn't figure it out. How could this be popular? Suddenly, she heard footsteps, raised her head, and saw Chin-sun. She looked at Chin-sun, was silent for a moment, and smiled bitterly. Brother, I don't blame you. Chin-sun was startled, and smiled. Children are just anxious. He walked over, and sat on the small stool next to Song Ying, and was about to say a few words of comfort, when he suddenly heard a low sob. He turned around and saw, just 4 or 5 meters away in another corner, The bride threw herself into the groom's arms, and her voice choked. "It's all my fault. If my grandfather hadn't suddenly fallen ill, and you had given out hundreds of thousands of dollars, we wouldn't have had such a shabby wedding." The groom comforted. "It's okay. We're all family." After saying this, there was nothing else to say, seemingly not good at speaking. The bride was even sadder. What plastic flowers, the banquet hall is too small. And what about the internet celebrity singer with 400,000 fans? Zhao Wan doesn't care about these things normally, but today she had to mention them, saying that she had prepared tissues to cry, but ended up seeing a joke. She sobbed. "Did I just hold up her expense report? It's obviously a mismatch in the accounts, and it's her problem." The groom gently patted the bride's shoulder, and said nothing. The bride continued, feeling more and more aggrieved. "It's okay for Zhao Wan to say a few sarcastic words to me, but it's also a burden for you. A grown man. To be looked down upon by them." The groom, "It's okay, I'm fine." The bride felt even more sad when she heard it. "How about you scold me?" The groom chuckled. "No. I can't bear to do it." Chin Sun looked at it, and was somewhat moved. In this impetuous society, it's a blessing to see a couple who support each other. At this time, the voice of the MC came from the front. "Next, please invite our bride's niece to the stage to perform a nursery rhyme. A happy life is like a flower." Chin Sun turned around and saw a little girl running into the backstage, preparing to run up to the stage from the stairs. Thinking of the time not long ago, his own grandfather was also hospitalized. He immediately got excited, quickly stood up, caught up with the little girl in 2 or 3 steps, pulled her pigtails. He snatched the microphone from her hand. "I'll go first." The little girl looked confused, feeling bullied, and wanted to cry. Song Ying sat in a corner, with a confused look on her face. The bride and groom were also confused. Ruining the place? Chin Sun walked onto the stage without any hurry. The MC was startled when he saw a tall and mighty handsome man coming up. Thinking, "Isn't it a little girl? Excuse me. Who are you?" Chin Sun glanced at the MC, swallowed the words "I'm your father" that were about to come out, and picked up the microphone. Looking at the guests eating, drinking, and playing with their phones under the stage, he spoke in a low, magnetic, and not greasy and artificial voice like the MC. "I'm the singer hired by the groom for 100,000 yuan. When these words came out, everyone was shocked. There was a sound of falling dishes. 100,000 yuan? This is not cheap. You are just bragging. This sentence, like a thunderclap, instantly attracted the attention of the whole banquet hall. Seeing a handsome man, with a straight figure and clean temperament standing on the stage, for a moment, I don't know whether what he said is true or false. Some girls were immediately attracted by peach blossoms, and quietly took out their mobile phones to take pictures. Who cares if it's true or not? How can we waste the chance to secretly take photos of handsome guys? MC, according to their procedures, this person will not appear. Is he here to mess things up? He was smiling, and was about to say, "Thank you, sir, for the jokes you told us to ease the awkward atmosphere." Chin Sun's next words made the MC feel even more embarrassed. "I'm the best singer in Haicheng. For the sake of the bride and groom, I'll give you a discount and only charge 100,000 yuan. I'll sing a song for you today." In the banquet hall, there was silence. Everyone stared at each other. For a moment, they were shocked by Chin Sun's shameless confidence. They didn't know this was a comedy show. It was really a singing show. Chung Wan. Colleagues. Xia Ning. She frowned slightly. Is this Chin Sun's way of making Song Ying happy? Going on stage to show off? That's a big sacrifice. Ha, men. Backstage, the bride looked up at the groom. Is that true? The groom looked nervous. No. The bride became nervous. It's over. I'm going to make Zhao Wan laugh again. On the stage, Chin Sun held the microphone and lowered his head slightly. The deep and magnetic voice flowed out slowly like a stream. He will be your groom. From now on, he will be your life partner. Everything about him will be closely related to you. And you will share the good and the bad. The spotlight shone on Chin Sun, and his singing was affectionate and gentle, filling the entire banquet hall with an atmosphere like rain, fog and wind. She will be your bride. She is entrusted to you by others. You must take extra care of her throughout your life. We must share the pain and joy together. After singing this part, many couples in the banquet hall were stunned. And Chin Sun singing, they heard the responsibility of a man, the trust of a woman, the value of a woman, and the responsibility of a man. Good fortune and misfortune are equal, and joy and sorrow are shared together. The singing touched the hearts of all the couples present, making them fall into a long contemplation, recalling every bit of the past. Gradually, tears welled up in many people's eyes. The couples under the stage looked at Chin Sun on the stage infatuatedly, their chests constantly simmering with emotions, which made them feel uncomfortable, just as they tried their best to hold back their tears and avoid losing their composure. The last straw fell gently. Chin Sun sang, "It must be a special fate we can become a family after walking all the way. The more he loves you, the more you give him back. The more you can find happiness, you will no longer be alone. You must always think of us. The more you give, love is more complete." Suddenly, in the corner of the banquet hall, a woman's cry was heard. Chapter 57. What kind of fate does it take to become a family? The crying stopped soon. Then, there was crying again in another place. Gradually, there were crying at 7 or 8 tables. At one table, a little boy of 5 or 6 years old, sitting on his mother's lap, raised his head and asked, "Mom, why are you crying?" Her mother cried and laughed at the same time. "It's okay, Mom is okay, Mom is okay." Another table. A middle-aged man, thinking of his 15 or 16-year-old daughter at home, thinking of the scene when she got married, his heart tightened, and his eyes instantly turned red. This song, fuck. Beside Chungwan, a middle-aged man hugged her waist. His voice was a little hoarse. "Wonder, I shouldn't have been so mad at you yesterday because you put too much salt in the cooking. You had to go to work and take care of the children. His voice was choked. Chungwan's eyes were filled with tears. "I shouldn't have punished you to kneel on the washboard just because you hid 300 yuan of private money." The two smiled at each other and hummed softly with Chin Sun. "It must be a special fate. We have become a family after walking together. The more he loves you, the more you should give him back and find the possibility of happiness." Backstage, the bride and groom hugged each other tightly and cried loudly. The groom comforted, "Don't cry. It will only be hard for a while. It will pass." The bride said coquettishly, "I am happy. Others think you are not good at talking, but they don't know that people who are not good at talking have good hearts." When Songing heard Chin Sun singing, she ran from the backstage to the hall. When she heard him start singing, her scalp tingled. She had been taught to sing by Chin Sun before, but Chin Sun had never demonstrated it himself. This was her first time to hear it. She was immediately conquered by Chin Sun's singing skills. Is this a live a cappella? It was so contagious. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would have thought it was audio. Songing quickly took out her phone and filmed Chin Sun. "Brother, I'm not popular. But you are?" Xiaoning looked around. She saw women crying everywhere. Some crying alone, some crying in each other's arms, and some kissing passionately. She was somewhat moved, turned her head, and quietly looked at Chin Sun on the stage. Must it be a special fate? From childhood to adulthood, she had never been attracted to men. For this reason, she was forced by her family to take a test, which confirmed that she was a woman with normal sexual orientation. She was also forced to see a psychologist. The psychologist said, "Everything is normal for you, but you just haven't met someone who makes your heart beat." Xiaoning supported her cheek with one hand, looking at Chin Sun on the stage, a little dazed. What kind of fate is it that can make you and a stranger become a family? After singing a song, Chin Sun breathed a sigh of relief and glanced at the table of the bride's colleagues. He pointed to the back of the stage, where the wedding photos of the newlyweds were playing on the big screen, and said softly, "The groom is not good at speaking, and he has a few words to say to the bride through me. The reason why he chose the Ryuan Hall among the many banquet halls in this hotel is because of his wishes for the bride." In the banquet hall, everyone listened attentively. They were impressed by his song just now, and believed that he really had the ability to earn a 100,000 yuan appearance fee. And they were particularly serious about what he was going to say. Chin Sun said slowly and affectionately, "As you wish. May you be warm in the winter, and not cold in the spring. May you have a light when it's dark, and an umbrella when it rains. May you have a good companion along the way. May time slow down, and may old friends stay together." Listening to Chin Sun's words, everyone felt a warm current flowing through their hearts. We have attended too many stereotyped wedding banquets, and today, it's an eye-opener. I am moved and surprised. Chungwan smiled like an ant, wiped the tears from her face, looked at Chin Sun, and thought about giving him all the conveniences he could in the company in the future. If you can't do it, you have to do it no matter how hard you try. This is really a great honor for her nephew. Xiaoning looked at the serious Chin Sun on the stage. thinking, he can be serious. Why is he so cheap usually? Is it because of songing today? If so, it's even more shameless. Shin-sun finished his speech about Wish You. In the banquet hall, there was a warm applause, and the bride's colleague, Xiao Wan, had a face as black as a pot cake. Someone at the same table mocked. I was so moved that I cried, and my eyes turned red. Sister Wan, why didn't you take out the tissues you prepared? Aren't you going to cry? Xiao Wan stood up. I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Suddenly, from the back of the stage, the groom came up holding the bride's hand and stood in front of Shin-sun. The two of them had tears in their eyes and bowed to Shin-sun at the same time, and thousands of words condensed into one sentence. Thank you. In the hall, even more enthusiastic applause broke out. In order to avoid people coming to toast one after another, Shin-sun quietly left the scene after singing the song. A message was sent in the company group. Everything is going according to plan. The people in the technical department will work overtime. All colleagues will send the recorded videos to the technical department. The technical department will cut the videos according to my previous meeting requirements. Except for Xia Ning's video. All others will be blurred to prevent the audience from seeing Song Ying's face clearly. Only a small part of each video will be edited. And the complete song will not be played. After editing, give it to me for review. The group quickly replied to the message. Technical department, Lu Hong, got it. It will be done within 2 hours. Shin-sun rode his electric bike and returned home. He turned on the computer to play games. He played for more than an hour. Suddenly, a message popped up in the lower right corner of the computer desktop. Clicked it and saw it. It was a message from Lu Hong in the technical department. Manager Chin, the video has been cut. Please review it. Shin-sun opened his email, read it quickly, and nodded. As long as the faces of these 35 videos are not clear, and there are no complete songs, it's fine. Nothing else matters. Shin-sun replied to Lu Hong. Very good. Send everyone's video back to the original owner. Then, he sent a message in the company group. All Oak friends, upload the video to your Douyin, or create a new account. At the same time, invest 1,000 yuan in Douyin, and buy 50,000 traffic. The company will reimburse. Very quickly. Chungwon replied. Received. And at everyone with her administrator's authority. After a while. Received. 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 Shin-sun took a look. Xia Ning was the first one to reply received. Besides Chungwon. He sneered. Humph, a lackey of the capitalists. Suddenly, he thought of the slacking value, and opened the panel to take a look. Slacking value, 45030. It only increased by a pitiful 20 points. Alas, I should have taken Xia Ning and Song Ying out to play for a while. Slacking off during overtime is also considered slacking off. Right? He picked up his phone and sent a message to Xia Ning. Xiao Xia, please make an appointment with Song Ying for me. Let's go to the milk tea shop to have a chat and enlighten this unhappy child. Opposite Shin-sun, Xia Ning's bedroom. She used the monitoring interface on her phone to confirm that Shin-sun had entered the bedroom and returned to the bedroom with trepidation not long ago. Suddenly, she saw Shin-sun's message, frowned, and replied, Uncle, I'm a kid. No need to date. Soon. Shin-sun replied, You're older than me. Grandma. Xia Ning was startled, and her face gradually turned cold. She walked to the corner of the bedroom, dragged out a red password box, and took out a stun gun, anti-wolf spray, a baton, and needle-nose pliers from it, and placed them on the ground one by one. She turned her head and looked at the closed bedroom door. Shin-sun, you will die in my hands sooner or later. In a villa in Haicheng. Song Ying sighed while soaking in the rooftop swimming pool. Don't let my classmates know that I spent 300,000 yuan and wasted it. They will laugh to death if I do that. She covered her face with her hands. It's embarrassing. Ah! If a classmate sees the video of me singing at a wedding, how should I explain it? 300 yuan a day, a summer job? 10 minutes later. 35 different angles of the same girl singing on the wedding stage. Uploaded to Douyin. From this moment on, with the blessing of buying traffic with money, many people saw it, which triggered a lot of likes, collections and comments. So a larger wave of natural traffic broke out. This series of videos seemed to have mastered Douyin's algorithm. And like the plague, it spread at a terrifying speed. Gradually, it formed a storm that would sweep the entire network. And the instigator, Jin's son, was still playing computer games. Let the wind and waves rise. And sit on the Diaoyu Island. Fairy, where are you running? Chapter 58 Shocking Data, a flatterer in the office. The next day. The alarm clock hasn't rung yet. Jin's son woke up habitually. People are just mean. Not enough sleep on weekdays, can't sleep on weekends. He got up and washed up, and found that the mysterious and perverted roommate had left a long time ago. He was no longer surprised. Perverted? Love work, and it's understandable to go to work in the company on Sunday. While brushing teeth, he played with his phone, and found that there was an announcement in the company group. It was posted at 10 o'clock last night. Dear Oak friends, I am very sorry. The company's top management has decided that we will have to work overtime one more day tomorrow. Please dress in standard clothes and be on time. Then Nyo Xiaojun sent a big red envelope in the group. The colleagues below replied, Received. Received. Thank you. Mr. Nyo. Thank you. Jin's son opened the red envelope with a gloomy face. The amount was 44.44. He raised his eyebrows. Hey Ji-Li. There was another long string of messages in the group. It was very long. He was too lazy to read it. A bunch of flatterers, who have never seen money, are so excited? Arrived on time. In order to prevent that damn Nyo Xiaojun from showing up in the company, Jin's son wore a mask as usual. He walked into the company gate, took a glance, and found that his colleagues had already arrived. They were really a bunch of good cows and horses that could be slaughtered at will. The moment he stepped into the corridor, almost everyone stood up in unison. Their movements were uniform, just like they had rehearsed. Everyone smiled, their eyes fell on his face. Jin's son was startled. And stopped. Something was not right. He smiled and greeted. Good morning. Everyone. Immediately, a large number of responses came one after another. Good morning. Manager Chin. Good morning. Good morning. Manager Chin. Almost everyone responded enthusiastically. The voices were very loud. Jin's son was startled. And silently took a step back, retreating to the door, so that he could run away at any time. He looked at his colleagues who were full of smiles. High morale. And like chicken blood. And felt like he had accidentally entered a pyramid scheme. Jin's son held the door frame with both hands, looked at Xia Ning, asked with his eyes. But she just glanced at him lightly, and turned her head away. At this time, Chungwon walked out of the office door, with a smile on her face, and took the lead in applauding. Let's applaud and welcome Director Chin, who successfully planned the event for the young singer to go viral, and made great contributions to the company. The applause rang out warmly. It lasted for a full minute, and it lasted for a long time. Looking at this face with a sincere smile, Jin's son tidied up his appearance and walked back into the office. Like an old cadre, he stretched out his hand to suppress the applause. Signaling everyone to stop clapping, he said in a pretentious tone, Oh, we are all colleagues. No need to be so distant. This is what I should do. The applause became more and more enthusiastic. After more than 10 seconds, it gradually subsided. Chungwon smiled. Everyone, report the battle situation to Manager Chin. I will go first. She cleared her throat. The video of Song singing at the wedding that was posted at about 3:30 yesterday afternoon. I have already had 600,000 views. And received 40,000 likes. Applause rang out. The finance director spoke loudly, somewhat proudly. I have 800,000 views, and 60,000 likes. The applause rang out again. The technical director spoke louder, and more proudly. I have 1 million views, and 70,000 likes. The applause rang out again. I have 200,000 views, and 10,000 likes. I have 150,000 views, and 12,000 likes. I have 330,000 views, and 20,000 likes. The voices of counting continued. The atmosphere in the office was cheerful. After everyone finished talking, Chungwon smiled and made a summary. Except for the videos shot by Xia Ning, Manager Chin has other uses. I have counted the videos of other colleagues. A total of 33 videos, 8.32 million views, 780,000 likes. Jin's son nodded gently. In less than a day, this data is already very good. This is a data that many million-dollar internet celebrities find difficult to achieve. Chungwon looked at Jin's son's calm expression, and couldn't help but admire him. If this was a case she planned, her mouth would have been grinning from ear to ear. This is all thanks to the dedication of our Manager Chin. The careful planning before the wedding, and the strong command during the wedding have greatly improved the execution of our colleagues. After a pause, she looked at Chin Sun and asked with a smile. Then how many likes does our manager Chin have? Add them together, maybe we can break the 1,000,000 mark directly. A burst of happy laughter rang out in the office, and everyone looked at Chin Sun, waiting for his answer with expectation. Chungwon was flattering, and they were happy to add fuel to the fire. Chin Sun's plan was so successful. The company must have a bonus for them. So what's wrong with applauding him? Xiaoning, however, was speechless. Chungwon's flattery was too hypocritical. Chin Sun played with songing outside every day, which had nothing to do with meticulous planning or hard leadership. But he was almost exhausted at work. Chin Sun looked at everyone's expectant eyes, and scratched his head awkwardly. I didn't post it. The pot of mutton with skin at the wedding banquet was so delicious, I didn't have time to take a photo. Xiaoning. She was so busy taking photos at the time, she really didn't notice it. This guy was slacking off even at this critical moment. Chungwon. Her smile froze for a second, then she laughed again. I was abrupt. Manager Chin is right. You just need to take care of the overall situation, and leave the other small things to us. She led the applause, to ease the awkward atmosphere. In the office, applause broke out. It was very warm. Listening to the applause, Xiaoning looked at Chin Sun, who remained calm and sighed. Chungwon, you are really good at making things happen. No wonder Chin Sun suspected that you wanted to take advantage of him. You are too much. Spoiling him. Right? You even want to flatter his stinky feet. The warm welcome ceremony for work finally ended. Chin Sun sat at his workstation, thinking about how to take Xiaoning to date Song Ying, and get the remaining 4,970 points of slacking off points. Suddenly, Xiaoning asked, Chin Sun, your colleagues gave you such a warm applause. Do you feel a little guilty? Chin Sun turned his head and glanced at Xiaoning, and found that she had a half smile on her face. He turned his head, and did not intend to pay attention to her. He glanced at the time on the computer desktop, and it was already 9:10. He was startled and slapped his thigh. My warm horse. Xiaoning. Chin Sun turned his head and looked at Xiaoning, with a face full of pain. I forgot to punch in, and I will be deducted 30 yuan. Xiaoning? Chin Sun sat on the stool in a daze. He found that since his position in the company had risen, he could daydream openly, and others would not even disturb him, as long as he did not go too far. He could just put his legs on the table. This was also considered slacking off. But the value of slacking off increased so slowly. After a while, Xiaoning's voice woke him up. Strike while the iron is hot. I sent you 3 emails, each of which was an invitation for cooperation from 3 companies. Take a look. They are all powerful big companies. Chapter 59. This little girl, 8 million views, still not satisfied? No hurry. Chin Sun turned his head and looked at Xiaoning. Song Ying's case is still 1 step away. Let's talk about it after we finish Song Ying's case. He sighed, looked around to see that no one was looking at him, then lowered his voice and taught her the secret of work. At work, you have 10 points of strength, but you can only give 3 points, at most 5 points, but you have to pretend to give 12 points of strength. Otherwise, the damn president will see it, and will keep giving you tasks, and won't raise your salary. These capitalists see us idle, and it's more painful than him losing money. Xiaoning. Another damn president? Why does this guy have so many crooked ideas? Thinking, she was silent for a while. It seems to make some sense. Chin Sun continued. Look, there's nothing special going on. But you still asked us to work overtime today. Isn't that crazy? Xiaoning looked at Chin Sun quietly. And after a while, she sighed. She knew that Chin Sun must not have read the announcement in the company group. Today's overtime was to prepare for the team building in the afternoon, mainly to celebrate Chin Sun's success. She had asked Chungwon to book a large private room in a 5-star hotel in Haicheng, including the meals and drinks. It cost nearly 20,000 yuan. Chin Sun is still in the dark. Xiaoning was too lazy to tell him. When the preparation time came, she took him to the hotel directly, which was also a surprise for him. Suddenly, Xiaoning's cell phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Song Ying. Hello? Song Ying's voice was lost and sounded very tired. Is my brother with you? I couldn't sleep last night. I have something to say to my brother? Xiaoning was a little surprised when he heard Song Ying's tone. Insomnia? She seemed very hurt. Just when Xiaoning was hesitating, Chin Sun took the phone from her. Hello? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while, and then Song Ying's low voice came out. Brother, I really don't blame you. Chin Sun was stunned. Blame me? Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun with suspicion. She suspected that Chin Sun had secretly run out of the rental house without her knowledge last night, and went to find Song Ying alone. She pricked up her ears to listen, trying to hear some clues. On the phone, Song Ying continued. Her voice was very low. People make mistakes. And horses stumble. I can't get angry. It's because I'm not charming enough. Not because you're incompetent. Xia Ning couldn't hear, and was a little anxious. But Chin Sun frowned and said, What do you mean you're not charming enough? I'm not competent enough? My performance yesterday wasn't good enough? Charm? Ability? Performance? Xia Ning widened his eyes, staring at Chin Sun. His mind was in a mess. Chin Sun? Beast? He's only 18 years old. He's not. Just an adult. Chin Sun was a little dissatisfied. This little girl Song Ying is too greedy. In less than a day, the video of her singing at the wedding has more than 8 million views and more than 770,000 likes. And it is still spreading rapidly. She is not satisfied yet. In the phone, Song Ying's voice sounded again and she sighed. Brother, don't be angry. When I receive a wave of New Year's money at the end of the year, I will ask you to mark it for me when I have money. Chin Sun waved his hand and said, Don't. Since the effect yesterday can't satisfy you, then go find someone else, don't find me. As for me, I don't have the ability. After saying that, Chin Sun hung up the phone. But he saw Xia Ning staring at him in shock, with a hint of murderous intent in her eyes. He was a little surprised, and asked, What's wrong? Is it because I wasn't gentle enough to Song Ying? Not gentle enough? Hearing this, Xia Ning got goosebumps all over his body, and imagined the scene of Chin Sun treating Song Ying roughly yesterday. He must have worked as hard as Lan Yo, but today Song Ying called and mocked him for his incompetence. He deserved it. Chin Sun saw that Xia Ning didn't say anything, and handed the phone over, but she dodged backwards. Xia Ning pointed to the table with a cold face. Put it on the table. Chin Sun was confused, and put his phone on the table. What's wrong with you? Xia Ning did not answer, and did not even look at him. She took a bottle of alcohol from the table, and sprayed it on the phone. Chin Sun? What are you doing? Xia Ning lowered her head and sprayed alcohol, without looking up, and her voice was very cold. Disinfection. She turned over and continued to spray alcohol. I think you are dirty. Chin Sun. He was stunned. Is there no woman with a normal mind in this world? In a villa somewhere in Haicheng. Song Ying hung up the phone and sighed. She heard the dissatisfaction in Chin Sun's tone, and felt a little wronged, and sighed deeply. She was clearly trying to comfort him, but he took it as a mockery. It was really speechless. A dog licker. He really didn't die well. Suddenly, her cell phone rang, and it was her father. After answering, she pressed the speaker button and threw the phone to the end of the bed. She fell headfirst on the pillow. Song Ying's father's voice rang on the phone. Hello. Ying. Song Ying lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling with lifeless eyes. I'm here. Not dead yet. Song Ying's father seemed to be used to her way of speaking, and ignored her and asked directly, Did you shoot Douyin? When Song Ying heard the word Douyin, she thought of the scene at the wedding yesterday, when she flirted with a blind man, and she was so embarrassed that she picked her toes. I shoot it often. Song Ying's father, yesterday there was a video of a little girl singing at someone's wedding on Douyin. Was it you? Song Ying, no. Yes. Song Ying's father, although I can't see your face clearly. You grew up under my watch. How can I not recognize you? Song Ying. She covered her face with her hands. Even more embarrassing. If my father found out that I spent 300,000 yuan to shoot such a thing, I would be nailed to the family's pillar of shame. But I heard my father sigh, and then said, How did you make such a big fuss? You are all on Douyin, and you are about to dominate the charts. Is there someone behind you who is giving you advice? Song Ying let go of her hand covering her face, looking confused. After a while, Song Ying's father said again, If someone wants to sign you, don't sign. If you insist on entering the entertainment industry, I will open a studio for you. After saying that, I guess he heard Song Ying didn't respond for a long time. Hang up the phone. Song Ying lay on the bed, confused for a while, then sat up, confused for a while again. Coming to her senses, She rushed to her phone and opened Douyin. Since returning home from the wedding yesterday, she has been a little disappointed and dared not open Douyin, fearing that she would see herself, and even more afraid that she would not see herself. However, from the atmosphere at the scene, she judged that it was impossible for her to become popular. So she never used it. Just now, she heard what her father said, and thought of what Chin Sun said. I performed so well yesterday, and you are still not satisfied? She seemed to understand. Song Ying quickly swiped Douyin, swiping through one after another. Unexpectedly, when I swiped the 10th one, I saw myself. In the phone, there was a girl dancing at a wedding. I couldn't see her face clearly, but I could see that she was slim and moved gracefully. I want to ask the sky how long this life is. I am afraid that the past days will be too bitter. I want a cup of lovesickness to drink. If I am still as persistent as before, I am obsessed with you. Then I may be too sentimental. It's not a complete song, I just selected a short video of more than 10 seconds, but the number of likes has reached 100,000. Song Ying was so excited that her feet were shaking. I quickly opened the comment area. Chapter 60 Xiao Ning, you are obscene. In the comment area, there are already more than 10,000 comments. Tell me, who is she? Haicheng native, age, 18, unmarried, occupation, summer job. Name, Kai Jinhua, height 176, weight 46 kg, brothers, just get these information for now. She is shaking not her feet. She is shaking my old girlish heart. I believe, her feet must not smell. I can play with these legs for a year. The sound of heartbeat. God is giving me food. Is there going to be another big internet celebrity in Haicheng? This is probably the cheapest time she has ever been paid. From yesterday to today, I have already watched it more than 10 times. Please let me go. I will watch it one last time. Song Ying looked at those words of praise, and actually felt a little embarrassed, and blushed, and crawled into the bed, and continued to watch it. She scrolled through a few videos. She scrolled through herself again, watched for a while, liked, followed, collected. She scrolled through a few more videos. She scrolled through herself again, watched for a while, and once again clicked 3 times. Hee hee. As she scrolled through, she felt a little strange. Where is my face? Why can't I see my face clearly? Is it intentional? Brother Chin Sun is really good at teasing people, and he has a good grasp of the netizens' minds. Meanwhile, at Chungwon's eldest nephew's house, yesterday's bride scrolled through her own wedding, was a little surprised, and turned around to wake up her sleeping husband. Husband, look! Our wedding is a hit! Chungwon's nephew woke up, watched for a while, and laughed innocently. The bride was a little proud. Can an internet celebrity with 400,000 fans have such an effect? This will make Xiao Wan so angry. She hugged her husband's neck. Yesterday was a really good day. I met such a good person as the vice president of your aunt's company. He is handsome, can sing, and is so good at talking. I saw my own wedding again today. That's great. Chung Wan's nephew, you. The bride laughed. Look how anxious you are. How can I be worthy of him? 9:35. Chin Sun had been sitting there for half an hour. He found that after Song Ying called, Xiao Ning became even more aloof, and didn't even say a word to him. It was like she was having her period. Just when he couldn't stand it anymore. Xiao Ning's cell phone rang. She looked down and saw that it was Song Ying. After thinking for a while, she answered the call and deliberately pressed the speaker button. Sister, I'm looking for my brother. Xiao Ning had no expression on her face, and directly pushed the phone in front of Chin Sun, without saying anything. Chin Sun glanced at Xiao Ning, who was as cold as ice, and lowered his head to look at his phone. Seeing that it was on speakerphone, he didn't care. It was just right for colleagues to hear my work attitude. He said, Song Ying? It's me. Song Ying's voice was very cheerful and happy, which was completely different from the previous call. Brother, I'm sorry. I blamed you wrongly. You performed very well yesterday. And you are super capable. Last night, I seemed to be famous. I found out today that I may not be the ignorant girl I used to be. She was a little excited, and her voice was very loud. The sound was transmitted to the surroundings through the speaker button. Chin Sun lowered his head, and immediately figured it out. This little girl has such a big contrast now, and then, she must not have dared to use Douyin last night. He lowered his head, and did not notice that his colleagues around him turned their heads, looked over, with a look of shock on their faces. Good performance? Strong ability? One night. Became famous? Not a girl anymore? What kind of lewd words are these? Could it be that Chin Sun took the first blood of someone else? Xiaoning listened to the explosive content of the chat and noticed the eyes of his colleagues around him and wanted to remind Chin Sun to turn off the speaker. But seeing Chin Sun, this shameless guy, his face was red and his heart was not beating, he said very confidently, "What are you talking about? My ability is far more than this. I will let you see my ability again today." Xiaoning's face turned red. I felt that their ears were dirty. Other colleagues heard it and quickly turned their heads away, looking at the sky, looking at the ground, looking at the flowers, looking at the grass. Even if there is no one in the company, you have to look. In short, you can't look at Chin Sun. This guy is so fucking openly seducing beautiful girls in the office, bragging about his ability. He is not embarrassed. We are embarrassed for him. On the phone, Song Ying was a little excited. "Brother, do you have any tricks yet?" Chin Sun nodded. "That's right. Didn't you give people a feeling of half revealing, looming, and half covering yesterday?" Xiaoning got goosebumps when she heard this. "Half revealing? Looming? You're playing it very hard." She stood up with a cold face, preparing to leave, but saw Chin Sun looking up, looking over. I saw Chin Sun smiling. "In addition to me, your good brother, you also have Xiaoning. Your good sister. She has a treasure on her body. She has a complete one here." Xiaoning's face flushed, and her whole body was hot, and the glasses that had always been cold burst into a hot light like magma. This beast actually wants to play 3P? Drag yourself into it? Complete? Of course I am complete. Shut up. Xiaoning interrupted coldly, reaching out and grabbing Chin Sun's hair tightly. The office immediately became quiet. You could hear a pin drop. Colleagues shook their heads and sighed. "Chin Sun, this scumbag. I just took wedding photos with you a few days ago, and you took advantage of me, and turned around and found a little girl. That's not all, you're going to drag me into group sex? Isn't this asking for a fight? No, isn't this looking for death?" Xiaoning stared at Chin Sun coldly. "Do you know that I won the championship of the 7th Children's Taekwondo competition in Haicheng? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart." Chin Sun looked at Xiaoning's cold face, and found that her eyes were a little red. He couldn't help but look confused. He tilted his neck slightly, and glanced at Xiaoning's hand on his head. "It's not that I don't believe you. It's just, you are a children's taekwondo champion. And you are a leg trainer. You use your hands to pull someone's hair. Isn't it a disgrace to your master?" Xiaoning heard him joking, and knew that this was his tolerance for her. After spending these days together, she knew that Chin Sun was not serious about small things, but seemed to be very sensible about big things. For example, now, if someone else grabbed his hair, he would probably kick him. Maybe he thought of the friendship they had over the past few days, so he used a joking way to ask her to let go. Xiaoning took a deep breath, let go of her hand, and looked at Chin Sun coldly. Chin Sun also looked at Xiaoning coldly. At this time, Song Ying's voice rang in the phone. "Brother, sister, please stop fighting. I just want a complete video where you can see my face clearly. Why did it become like this? You even use taekwondo?" Hearing this, Xiaoning was stunned, and his mind was spinning. Did I misunderstand? Strong ability refers to Chin Sun's strong marketing ability. Famous, referring to fame? One night, then it was indeed only one night yesterday. Xiaoning figured it out, her face turned red, and she just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. She looked at Chin Sun with embarrassment, wanting to apologize, but she couldn't say it. Seeing the embarrassment on Xiaoning's red face, Chin Sun figured it out in an instant, and couldn't help but be shocked, pointing at Xiaoning. She said in a trembling voice, "Fuck. You are vulgar." Xiaoning. Her face turned redder, and she had nothing to say. In this situation, she could only let him scold her without saying anything, and let him hit her without fighting back. Suddenly, Chin Sun pointed at the computer and ordered in a cold voice, "Xiaoning, send the complete video to Party A, that is, Miss Song Ying." Xiaoning sat down silently, and obediently sent the video to Song Ying. Song Ying said on the phone, "Brother, I got it. What should I do next?" Chapter 61. Is it him? It's him. It's him again. Chin Sun pressed the speaker button, turned off the speaker, picked up the phone, and put it next to his ear. He said slowly and seriously, "Song Ying, because of those 33 videos yesterday, I invested 1,000 yuan in Dojo, and spent a total of 33,000 yuan, and bought more than 1.65 million traffic. So, the video of you singing at the wedding went viral faster than I thought. He emphasized his tone. What we need now is to strike while the iron is hot. While the whole network is looking for you, you'd better show up at the right time, and don't wear out the patience of netizens. Song Ying's voice was a little nervous. Brother, so what should I do now? Jin soon smiled and said, by tonight at the latest, while netizens are getting anxious, you should post the complete video to your Douyin account. Depend on the situation, and then decide whether to invest in Douyin. Don't waste money. Attract all the fans, traffic, likes, comments of our colleagues' Douyin account scattered online to your own account. Song Ying was a little stunned. Is it that simple? Jin soon smiled. Just do as you are told. Song Ying answered loudly. I will be absolutely obedient. Absolutely good. Hang up the phone. Jin Sun thought of what Song Ying said. Is it that simple? And shook her head helplessly. She is really a girl who has never been beaten by society, and doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Is it simple? She thinks it is simple, because she doesn't see how many ordinary people's bones are behind the rise of every internet celebrity. In her previous life, Jin Sun saw many bloggers who did everything they could to get out of the circle. Singing, dancing, eating shit, swallowing maggots, rolling in the rice fields, riding a sow up the hill. In the previous life, 15 million videos were uploaded to the Douyin platform in one day. Yes, 15 million. Million. That's 100 million in 1 week. But how many videos can make it out of the crowd? Although Doujia can buy traffic with money, that's just auxiliary. 1,000 yuan can buy more than 50,000 traffic, that is. It can be delivered to more than 50,000 people. That's why when people browse Douyin, they may see some boring videos with very few likes. They spent money on it. However, it doesn't mean you can become popular just by spending money to buy traffic. The video content also needs to be good, which can attract netizens to watch, like, comment, follow, and collect. If the data is good enough, it will trigger the platform's recommendation mechanism, obtain natural traffic, and push it to more netizens. Gradually, it will snowball. So the most headache for many media companies to create internet celebrities is, after shooting 7 or 8 videos for an artist, which one should they invest in Douyin? If they invest in all of them, the cost is too high. If they choose one to invest in, if they invest in the wrong one, the money will be wasted. It's really a dilemma. However, Jin Sun doesn't have this problem. He had many ready-made marketing cases in his mind, and knew what would be popular with a high probability. A villa in Haicheng, Song Ying's bedroom. Song Ying watched the videos sent by Xia Ning over and over again, and swiped Douyin several times. She saw several wedding singing girl videos. She was eager to watch. Forget it. Post it now. Song Ying couldn't wait any longer. She picked up her phone and hid her previous videos, and then uploaded the complete video of the wedding singing. She made up her mind, and invested another 10,000 Doujia, and bought 500,000 traffic. 10 seconds later, Song Ying refreshed her Douyin interface, and found no likes, comments. She smiled bitterly. I was too impatient. A minute later, she refreshed again, and still nothing changed. 5 minutes later, still nothing changed. Song Ying felt a little sad, and put her phone on the bed, and covered it with a quilt. What about 10,000 yuan? Is it all down the drain? What she didn't know was that, after investing in Douyin, it would not be pushed immediately, but would enter a review period of about an hour and a half. The platform is afraid that someone will promote some content that is worth trying. After a while, Song Ying opened the quilt again, took out her phone, refreshed. Disappointed. Once again. Disappointed, still disappointed. She was a little depressed. Others can become popular by taking photos of me. Can't I post the full version myself? She put her phone aside, fell on the bed, and began to sleep. Can't sleep, forced to sleep. Half an hour later, Song Ying took out her phone in boredom and looked at it, got a big shock, and immediately sat up from the bed. It's already 20,000 views, 1,000 likes, and 200 comments? So sudden? Song Ying quickly clicked into the comments section. Wow! Finally there's a full version. Is the avatar the real person? She looks like my long-lost wife. Finally saw the real person. To be honest, I guessed it was a beautiful girl. Wow! What should I do? I'm in love. What should I pay attention to when marrying her? Reject beauty. Start with you and him. I can't do it. I just sent her a private message. She's really nice, polite, and concerned about me. She asked me what kind of toad I am. Songying flipped through the comments, shaking her feet with joy, and rolling around on the bed. I accidentally liked someone's comment. After a while, the netizen commented in surprise. Oh my god! I was picked up! I was picked up! Songying watched for an hour, watching the ever-increasing number of views, likes, and comments. She laughed until tears came. According to this fan growth rate, wouldn't it be hundreds of thousands of fans in one day? She raised her head, a little disappointed. Am I considered out of the circle? She smiled. Brother is really amazing. Songying thought for a moment, and uploaded the song for you that she sang on the wedding stage yesterday to her Douyin. At this time, major marketing companies across the country were all in an uproar. Outsiders watched the excitement. Insiders watched the doorway. It's obvious that these videos were not taken casually by wedding guests. This is a carefully planned marketing campaign. First use the clips, not the full version. Then blur the singer's face, which whets the appetite of netizens. When everyone couldn't hold back, the full video was released. It turned out to be a beautiful girl, satisfying the expectations of netizens. At this speed of attracting fans, I'm afraid she can attract more than 1 million fans in one day, and 3 to 4 million fans in 2 or 3 days. Which company planned this? Who is the planner? Check it for me. Check it. Check it. As Songying uploaded the video of Chin-sun singing for you, many marketing company staff who analyzed her video immediately understood. It's him again? Damn it! It's the guy selling apples again? Who? The planner who knelt down to save his daughter? Yes. It's him. It's him again. The marketing professionals were all shocked. With the rise of short videos, it has become an essential entertainment activity for almost everyone in the country. Whoever can control the traffic of short videos can call the shots in the industry and become the king of the industry. In less than half a month, 3 planning cases were planned, all 3 of which were trending searches, causing discussions across the country. Who is he? Is he Douyin's godson? No, he is Douyin's real father. Give him traffic for free? Someone sighed. I'm going to print out his photo, hang it on the wall, and worship him like a patriarch. The president of a marketing company shouted loudly. You are a bunch of useless people in the planning team. Dozens of people added together are not as good as a hair of others. Find a headhunting company and issue a hunting order. Chapter 62. Chin-sun's family is talented, but they are a little bit loyal. Haichung, company. Chin-sun waited until 10:30 and saw that his colleagues were a little slack, and they were all pretending to work, which was a little strange. They were all chatting quietly. They were working overtime. Go fishing. Xiaoning saw that Chin-sun couldn't sit still, and his butt had left the chair, and wanted to open her mouth to remind him that there would be a celebration party for him later. For a moment, she couldn't open her mouth. The misunderstanding just now, and the scene of pulling hair, was already the most embarrassing scene in her life. She digested it silently for a long time. But she was getting more and more embarrassed. She was a little afraid to face Chin-sun. Seeing Chin-sun stand up and try to run away, Xiaoning was anxious, and reached out to grab the corner of his clothes. Chin-sun turned his head, looked at Xiaoning with a slightly red face, lowered his voice, and said seriously, Don't ruin my good thing. He shook off Xiaoning's hand and was about to leave. He heard a cell phone ring. Xiaoning hurriedly said, Chin-sun, your phone. Chin-sun turned his head and saw Xiaoning lower his head slightly, holding the phone in one hand and handing it to him. Don't you think I'm dirty? He said sarcastically, seeing Xiaoning lower her head even more. Pick up the phone, and it's Songying. Chin-sun answered, and deliberately pressed the speaker button, so that Xiaoning could hear how pure she is. Songying's voice rang out on the phone, like a string of cannonballs. Brother, I have 100,000 fans now. And it's growing rapidly. Where are you now? So happy. I have a very valuable gift for you, brand new, unopened. Chin-sun. Some other day. Xiaoning suddenly looked up, and looked at Chin-sun with wide eyes. Chin-sun glanced at Xiaoning calmly, and explained, Come back when your fans exceed 3 million. After that, he hung up the phone. Xiaoning. She breathed a sigh of relief. So that's what he meant. Seeing Chin-sun put his phone on the table, and was about to leave, Xiaoning hurriedly said, Chin-sun. Wait a minute. We're going to the hotel soon. Chin-sun turned around suddenly, stared at Xiaoning, and was stunned for a while. He quietly took a step back. It's just a little misunderstanding. You don't have to sacrifice yourself to apologize. Xiaoning? She blushed anxiously. He stood up quickly and pointed to the colleagues, who were looking around. At 12 noon, all of us will go to the hotel to hold a celebration party for you. You? Don't talk nonsense. Qin Sun. Heh, what a fucked up day. I can't slack off again. 11 o'clock. Many colleagues who drove to work scrambled to let Qin Sun ride in their cars, willingly being his full-time drivers. Qin Sun finally got in Lu Hong's car from the technical department. Xia Ning got in Cheng Wan's car. In the passenger seat, Xia Ning leaned against the table silently, looking sideways at the green trees flying upside down outside the window. Her face turned red and then white. And then white, and then red again. Suddenly, she heard Cheng Wan's worried voice. Boss Xia, I want to tell you something. Xia Ning turned her head and looked at Cheng Wan. Cheng Wan said with a wry smile while driving. Boss Xia, my friend in the headhunting company just told me secretly. Many other headhunting companies have received the same order, and they have given a very high commission. The task is to poach Qin Sun. She wants to give me 20,000 yuan, so that I can cooperate in poaching Qin Sun. Xia Ning was silent for a moment. Not surprised. Next month, your salary will be increased by 3,000 yuan. Cheng Wan smiled, somewhat happy. After a while, she sighed. Her face looked a little strange, and said, for this reason, their industry also issued, some kind of Jianghu killing order. Xia Ning? She smiled lightly. Childish. Cheng Wan smiled, hesitated for a moment, and said again, even Jianghu. Rape and murder orders were issued. Xia Ning exclaimed, ah? Cheng Wan explained, it means that no matter if it's money, women, or tricks, you must find a way to poach Qin Sun. After listening, Xia Ning snorted heavily, was silent for a moment, and nodded. I know. After saying that, she took out her mobile phone and sent a message to Niu Xiaojun. In addition to the benefits I told you last night, I will give Qin Sun one more thing, 10% of Oak Company's dry shares. 5-star hotel. In a restaurant room with a KTV. Niu Xiaojun sat on the sofa, looking at the message sent by Xia Ning. She was so angry that she threw her phone on the sofa, jumped up, stomped her short legs on the ground. Give him a share. Give him a share? I don't have any shares. Give him a share? 10% of the shares. How much money is that? I'll give him a share. Arrived at the hotel. Everyone surrounded Qin Sun and walked to the reserved private room, letting him walk in front. Under the guidance of the waiter, they came to the door of a private room. Pushing the door open, Qin Sun looked inside. It was a private room with a KTV. In the middle was a super large dining table. Sitting at the main seat was a woman with black frame glasses, short hair, slightly plump. It was Niu Xiaojun, who had been arguing with him all the way that day. Seeing Niu Xiaojun looking over, Qin Sun pretended that she didn't recognize him and greeted him openly. Mr. Niu, good afternoon. Niu Xiaojun didn't respond. Cheng Wan saw that Niu Xiaojun was a little stunned and didn't reply. The atmosphere was a little weird. She quickly greeted everyone warmly and asked them to take their seats. Many of the colleagues sitting around the restaurant looked at Qin Sun in the corner from time to time and gave him a kind smile. Qin Sun had no choice but to keep smiling in response, and his face was almost stiff. Suddenly, he saw Niu Xiaojun sitting in the main seat next to him with a blank expression, and he didn't seem very happy. It seemed that he was not attending a celebration banquet, but a funeral. Suddenly, Cheng Wan stood up, and her smile was like a spring breeze. Hello, fellow Oak friends. Today is a celebration party, so we don't need to be so serious, but I'll give an opening speech. As you all know, our company has been open for less than 20 days, and we have already planned 3 beautiful marketing campaigns. One is Kneeling to Save a Girl, which made our company famous overnight, and made us famous. Another issue against Apple, which is still on the hot search on the internet. This not only expanded the company's influence, but also attracted many companies to extend their olive branches. Moreover, it also directly achieved a turnover of 1 million, which is also a profit of 1 million. Speaking of this, she paused. The colleagues in the conference room were somewhat moved and could not help but look back at Qin Sun. 1 million. Just a few doing videos. Almost zero cost. It is indeed a profit of 1 million. If it were them, They would probably run away from the company, sell the account privately, and take the 1 million directly. How could they share the profits with the company? Shin Sun is a talented kid, but he is a little loyal. Shin Sun looked at his colleagues, understood their thoughts, but didn't care. He has been in 3 companies. The CEOs of the first 2 companies were in trouble. Only this little fat guy managed to hold on. If he ran away, where could he find a company where he could slack off and get points like crazy? Chung-won said loudly with a smile on her face. And just today, our company has caused a storm on the internet again. The wedding singing girl is dominating the Douyin charts. And the key person in these 3 cases is our outstanding employee. She smiled and pointed at Shin Sun, raising her voice. Shin Sun. Chapter 63. It's a good celebration party. What are you doing? Are you going to kill me? Chung-won took the lead in applauding. The restaurant was filled with thunderous applause, which was genuine. Neo Xiaojun listened to the applause, turned his head to look at Shin Sun, feeling a little uncomfortable. Thinking of how he insulted him on the mountain that day, he wanted to fire him, but was stopped by Xia Ning. In order to take care of Shin Sun's feelings, Xia Ning also asked him to appear less in the company. But I still have to celebrate his success today. This is really a great shame. The applause lasted for half a minute, and then gradually stopped. Chung-won continued. Now, please invite our protagonist today, Shin Sun, to share his thoughts. Shin Sun stood up, pretending to be shy. He looked around and saw his colleagues were all envious. Xia Ning sat opposite the low-level employees. She smiled, lightly. Finally, his eyes fell lightly on Neo Xiaojun's face beside him, and smiled. Mr. Neo, good afternoon. Neo Xiaojun was stunned for a moment, looked around, and gradually squeezed out a not-so-good-looking smile on his stern face. She looked at Shin Sun, smiled, and nodded. Good afternoon. Shin Sun was relieved when he saw this. Sure enough, as long as the employee's own value is enough, they can bring huge profits to the company. Then the employees can occasionally be so successful that they can shock the boss. I laughed. And you have to laugh too. At least we have to maintain harmony on the surface. Then I should be able to stay in this company. And I can fish boldly in the future. At this time, Neo Xiaojun felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly. This damn thing. I just ignored his greeting and gave him a cold shoulder. And now he hit me back in public? Shin Sun turned his head, looked at his colleagues at the dining table, and said loudly, I know, some people may think I'm stupid. Boss Zhao Dihai obviously wants to buy my Douyin account. Why should I sign a cooperation contract through the company, instead of running away from the company directly and taking 1 million directly? In this way, wouldn't I be rich? As soon as these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar. The colleagues widened their eyes, and couldn't help but respect Shin Sun. Fuck. This guy is so brave. Can you say this directly? Some people spoke out. No. No. I haven't thought about it. Neo Xiaojun raised his head suddenly, staring at Shin Sun, thinking, yes, given the character of this bastard, he should run away with the money. Right? Could it be that he... Neo Xiaojun turned his head and looked at Xia Ning in the corner, frowning slightly. Xia Ning stood in the corner, expressionless, unable to tell whether she was happy or angry. Is there something fishy? Is this the power of love? As the host, Chung-won was a little confused for a moment, not knowing how to ease the awkward atmosphere. Sincerity is indeed a killer move, both fierce and accurate. Just when she was at a loss, Shin Sun spoke again, speaking in a high-sounding manner. Why don't I leave? Because I said, do what you love. The company is my home, and it depends on everyone to maintain it. I am very grateful to Oak for being a platform that has helped me grow. After hearing what Shin Sun said, Chung-won was like a chicken with blood, and clapped her hands crazily. Well said. The colleagues were shocked by Shin Sun's words. This, except Chung-won. No one would believe this. Right? How could you say this? Are you embarrassed? Although they thought so, but they had no choice, they could only say good with their mouths, and applauded. Xia Ning stretched out his hand, clapping gently, and became more and more confused. Is this still him? Is this man really sick? Or does he have a bigger plan? Shin Sun listened to the warm applause, bowed slightly, looking at the floor, feeling helpless. It's not that he doesn't want to run away with the money, but compared to 1 million, an environment where he can slack off is more important. He has worked in 3 companies during his internship. The bosses were either in jail or had a car accident. There are not many bosses as tough as Fatty Nyo. The applause stopped. Chungwon said loudly with a smile. Next, please invite Mr. Nyo to announce some good news. Hearing this, Nyo Xiaojun was somewhat reluctant, quietly rubbed his hands, stood up, turned to look at Chin Sun. Chin Sun also looked at Nyo Xiaojun. The four eyes met. The atmosphere was subtle. Nyo Xiaojun was silent for a moment, stretched out his hand and patted Chin Sun's shoulder heavily in an encouraging manner, with a smile on his face. Chin Sun, thank you for taking care of my family that day. Chin Sun. In an instant, he realized that day was the day when the two of them quarreled. I cursed her all the way. Fuck your mother. Fuck your sister. Fuck your grandmother. But, you call this taking care of your family? Feeling the burning pain on his shoulder, Chin Sun smiled, reached out, and patted Nyo Xiaojun on the shoulder. Thank you for taking care of my family too. Xia Ning sat in the corner, she understood their secret code, and gradually frowned. The scene seemed harmonious, but it was full of gunpowder. These two funny guys, are they really going to fight in front of the whole company? When the colleagues heard this, they couldn't help but be shocked, and their eyes turned strangely towards Chin Sun. No wonder he is so favored in the company. It turns out that in addition to his ability, he also has a private friendship with the general manager. Their relationship is so good that they take care of each other's families? Are they relatives? Or, Nyo Xiaojun looked at Chin Sun, stared at him for a long time, before letting go of his hand. She smiled with a fake smile, looking very majestic. I am a straightforward person, let's get straight to the point. She looked at her colleagues in the restaurant. First, promote Chin Sun to a junior manager position, and his salary will be adjusted with this position, effective next month. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. It's been less than a month since I left the job, and I've jumped 8 times from an intern to a manager? Second, in addition to the 300,000 bonus I mentioned last time, I'll give you another 50,000 for planning the wedding dancing girl. At the end of the month, it will be paid with your salary. All the colleagues were envious. The bonus I got this month is higher than the salary of many people here for 2 years. Comparing people is really annoying. At this point, Nyo Xiaojun glanced at Xia Ning, who was sitting in the corner with a faint smile on her face, and frowned. She turned her head and looked at Chin Sun. She was very reluctant, swallowed her saliva, and cleared her throat. Cough. Cough. Well, I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. At this point, she sighed heavily. Seeing this, everyone felt a little strange. What kind of reward was this that made the president look so embarrassed? Chin Sun was also confused, staring at Nyo Xiaojun's round face. Nyo Xiaojun coughed twice again, and spoke again with difficulty. I will do it for you. Suddenly Chin Sun's scalp numbed, and he took a step back, and knocked over the chair behind him. He said anxiously, I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do you. The whole restaurant was silent, and all the colleagues seemed to have stopped breathing. They didn't dare to breathe heavily. This, are the unspoken rules exposed? Is this what we can listen to? Who said that good looks can't be eaten? Isn't Chin Sun full? Promotion, salary increase bonus, I'm so envious. Xia Ning was stunned. What the hell? Nyo Xiaojun was stunned, glanced at his colleagues, and saw that they met his sight, and lowered their heads, and didn't dare to look at her. Her round face swelled up like a red apple. Suddenly, fuck you. Nyo Xiaojun rushed towards Chin Sun, and grabbed Chin Sun's neck with both hands. Who the hell asked you to do it? I'll fight you. Chin Sun broke free from Nyo Xiaojun's hand, and grabbed her head with a dragon claw, and grabbed her hair. Little fatty. Die for me. Xia Ning stood up, with a look of astonishment. He imitated me? Chapter 64. You are in trouble. You have fallen in love. Little fatty, you are choking me? Chin Sun grabbed Nyo Xiaojun's hair and sneered. Haiching 7th Children's Taekwondo Competition. Do you know who is the champion? Xia Ning. He is really learning from me. Nyo Xiaojun was grabbed by Chin Sun's hair, and her hands were slapping and hitting, but she couldn't break free. She suddenly screamed, and her right hand was in the shape of a claw, and swung towards Chin Sun's crotch. Xia Ning exclaimed. Be careful with your things. Chin Sun jumped back, avoided the insidious attack, and gave Xia Ning a thumbs up. Xiao Xia. Well done. Nyo Xiaojun was stunned. She turned to look at Xia Ning, thinking of the two of them playing together since childhood. But today she felt a strong sense of betrayal. Seeing Niu Shijun's somewhat resentful eyes, Xia Ning quickly covered her mouth and blushed. Niu Xiaojun turned to look at Qin Sun. Little white face. I must hack you to death today. Qin Sun shouted. I won't let you. Niu Xiaojun was angry and anxious, and rushed forward. The colleagues sitting at the dining table only then reacted, rushed forward in unison, and separated the two. The male colleagues held Qin Sun. Female colleagues holding Niu Effect dragged them on both sides, until one side leaning on the left wall, one side leaned against the right wall. The colleagues were shocked. I lived for half my life. See this battle for the first time. Isn't this a celebration banquet? Why did the outstanding employee beat the boss? Qin Sun. This kid, how dare. 2. This old man is too wink. Qin Sun. A young man who just graduated. My face is a little thin. Some things, just say it in private. How can I put it on the table? What do you do? Qin Sun and Niu Xiaoyun were hugged by colleagues. Can't rush to each other. I had to scold them across the air. They also took care of each other's families. I hack your mother. I hack your sister. I hack your uncle. I hack your grandmother. Niu Xiaojun was anxious and aggressive. I won't even let your dog go. Qin Sun was stunned. Please do as you please. Niu Xiaojun was stunned for a moment. Felt that he had suffered a great loss. And cursed. Why the hell don't you play by the rules? Qin Sun sneered. Stupid. Niu Xiaojun was so angry that he was incoherent. There aren't many people in this world who are as low quality as me. I didn't expect that your mouth is even more foul than mine. Qin Sun was stunned. He didn't know whether this was a compliment or a scolding. Niu Xiaojun was so angry that he said loudly, I'll give you a promotion, a raise, a bonus, and also give you. She gritted her teeth. I'll also give you shares. 10% of the company's shares. You're scolding me? This time. She didn't stutter. As soon as she said this, the room immediately fell silent. Colleagues opened their eyes wide. Even Chung Wan was so scared that her mouth opened wide, and she glanced at Xia Ning quietly. Dry shares? You don't have to invest, but you can get dividends. In order to retain talents, small and medium-sized companies usually give core employees a certain amount of dry shares, but how can they get 10% at once? Qin Sun has been working for less than a month. He hasn't graduated yet. 10% dry shares? Doesn't that make Qin Sun the second largest shareholder of the company? He is second only to one person in the company, and second to 10,000 people? Qin Sun looked at Niu Xiaojun, and was also stunned. Dry shares? 10%? He shook his shoulders, letting his colleagues release him. You don't want me to sleep with you? Niu Xiaojun stamped his feet in anger, swearing. I'll sleep with your uncle. You go sleep with Xia Ning. She wants to sleep with you. I won't sleep with you. I'd rather sleep with a dog than with you. Qin Sun. The colleagues were shocked, feeling so embarrassed. Why did the company's CEO Niu speak so fiercely? They all turned to look at Xia Ning. This usually cold and aloof beauty sat elegantly and dignifiedly on the chair, with no expression on her face as usual. She was just a little too red. Chung Wan sighed, thinking, she is indeed President Xia's best friend, and understands her thoughts. She is just so careless with her mouth. Can you say such a thing? Xia Ning pretended to be calm, facing everyone's gaze, neither retreating nor avoiding, looking like someone who has done nothing wrong, and is not afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. Suddenly, she saw Qin Sun coming. Her eyes flickered slightly, and she lowered her eyes. She lowered her head. Swallow, I said silently. I don't. Qin Sun understood her lips. Turn your head to look at Niu Effect. The eyes are a little cold. President Niu, the innocence of a girl, it's not easy to slander. Xia Ning didn't want to sleep me. Niu Xiaojun snorted coldly. There are no silver here for 302. Some things, I can't see clearly, others can see clearly. Qin Sun has no expression, continued to say. I want to sleep in Xia Ning. This remark came out. Colleagues were shocked, and their hearts were full of rage. Damn it! Sending flowers, singing, writing love letters, kissing. There are so many romantic ways of confessing love in the world, they have seen them all. But saying in public, I want to sleep with you. Is this human language? Xia Ning suddenly raised her head, opened her eyes wide, and stared at Qin Sun quietly. She thought about it, and judged from the usual bits and pieces. Qin Sun is lying. He doesn't want to sleep with me at all. Then he Is he trying to put the blame that Niu Xiaojun put on me on his head? Xia Ning's mouth curled up in an arc that no one noticed. This guy is a rare gentleman. Niu Xiaojun saw through Qin Sun's little thoughts at a glance, turned his head to look at Xia Ning, and saw that there was actually a hint of joy in her eyes. She broke free from her colleague's restraints and walked out the door. It's boring, not fun. You guys play by yourselves? I'm leaving. Colleagues looked at each other, watching Niu Xiaojun's back as he walked towards the door of the private room, not knowing what to say. Chengwan glanced at Niu Xiaojun, and then looked at Xia Ning. Seeing Xia Ning get up and follow, she hurriedly followed. Boss Niu. Boss Niu. Wait a minute. Everyone's eyes finally fell on Qin Sun's face. They felt it was so absurd. It was clearly a celebration banquet that turned into a fight. They couldn't help but feel sorry for Qin Sun. The cooked duck flew away. Promotion. Salary increase. Bonus. And the most important stock? I'm afraid they will all be gone. Qin Sun looked at Niu Xiaojun opening the door of the box and asked hurriedly. Boss Niu. Then will you still give me stock? Colleagues? This silly boy. How dare you ask such a question? Niu Xiaojun turned around suddenly, looking at Qin Sun with a shy smile on his face, and raised his eyebrows in surprise. She sneered twice, said nothing, and walked out. Chengwan and Xia Ning chased after him. Chengwan kept saying nice things, but Niu Xiaojun ignored her and walked out of the hotel with her head down. Only when she was out of the hotel did Niu Xiaojun turn around, her eyes slightly red, and she seemed a little aggrieved. She pointed at her hair. Xiao Ning, my hairline is already high, and he still pulled my hair. Is there any law? Are you asking me to be the president? Or to get beaten? Xia Ning reached out to adjust Niu Xiaojun's hairstyle, patted her shoulder, and felt a little guilty. She whispered, 3 months later, 3 months later. Qin Sun, you can kill me or chop me up, it's up to you. Niu Xiaojun snorted coldly. I didn't believe it at all. I heard Xia Ning say again. But for now, 10% of the shares still have to be given to him. Niu Xiaojun was startled, pointed at Xia Ning. You're in trouble, you've fallen in love. She walked out. I'm going to tell your dad that you're bringing a shameless person like me into the Xia family as a son-in-law. Xia Ning? She knew that Niu Xiaojun was mad. When he scolded people, he actually used the method of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting himself by 10,000. Chapter 65. You can ask me to forgive you, but you have to go home with me. In the hotel box. It was quiet. The atmosphere was a little awkward. More than 30 colleagues, both men and women, were playing with their phones silently. From time to time, they looked up, looking at Qin Sun, who looked like nothing had happened, and could not help but sigh. Suddenly, the door opened. Everyone looked up quickly, seeing Chengwan and Xia Ning walking in. Mr. Niu was not persuaded to come back. Chengwan looked at everyone, and said with a smile, Niu is always afraid she is present. We can't play endlessly, just go home by yourself. Colleagues. Hee hee, this is to cheat children. This is obviously being run by Qin Sun. Okay. Chengwan continued. President Niu said, the celebration feast continues. Everyone stunned, they looked at Qin Sun. Chengwan raised his voice, said loudly. Niu also said, 10% of the dry stock still gave Qin Sun. And in order to prove that this is not a big cake, Niu always decides this Friday. Just sign a contract with Qin Sun. Chengwan finished. Colleagues were stunned, and their eyes changed when they looked at Qin Sun. They were full of admiration. Is this what they call talent defeating capitalists? Even though he was shitting on Mr. Niu's head, Qin Sun could still get 10% of the dry shares and become the second person in the company? How could this be a manager? This is the vice president. Suddenly, someone applauded. Then, everyone reacted and applauded. The applause rang in the private room, and it lasted for a long time. Qin Sun was stunned for a moment, and then he admired Niu Xiaojun a little. This little fat guy is really a capitalist. For money, he can really sell his soul, dignity, and body? I beat her like this. She doesn't fire me, but keeps me as a cash cow? This fat guy can do great things. No wonder he has a tough life. Thinking of this, Qin Sun suddenly felt a little scared. Thinking, I was impulsive just now. I was impulsive. Now there are not many people who are as tough as the little fat guy. Who can stand up to us? The first time I saw him, I scolded him. The second time I saw him, he limped. The third time I saw him, I'd beat him again. He nodded and decided. In the future, I must take good care of Niu Xiaojun like a protected animal. And I can't let her get hurt again. If something happens to her, which company that won't go bankrupt will she go to? The food is here. The wine is here. The atmosphere of the celebration banquet was extremely warm. Colleagues are not stupid. Seeing Qin Sun beat up the president, and still getting 10% of the shares, how could they not know his importance? They couldn't help but guess. What is the relationship between these two people in private? Besides, the county magistrate is not as good as the current manager. Niu doesn't often appear in the company, but Qin Sun goes to the company to punch in every day. If I don't please him today, I will be in trouble in the future? Colleagues came to toast one by one. Qin Sun likes to drink a little, but he doesn't like to drink too much. He wanted to refuse, but colleagues are all very generous. Boss Qin, you are welcome to drink, I'll drink it. Boss Qin, I will rely on you in the future, I'll drink it. Boss Qin, if there is anything in the future, you can tell me as you like. They drank without hesitation. Some drank 2 cups in a row, some drank 3 cups in a row. Qin Sun had no choice but to drink it one sip at a time. Gradually, he drank several cups of white wine. Half an hour later, he was drunk. There was a KTV in the private room. Chung Wan was responsible for leading the atmosphere, sang a song first, and then asked everyone to sing. The colleagues were a little dizzy from drinking, and they were all excited and wanted to sing. Xia Ning sat quietly at the table, with a faint smile on his face, and looked at Qin Sun from time to time. Seeing that he was drunk, his eyes were blurry, and he was singing with a big tongue. Good. Brother Wang. You sing. Well? Good. Sisterly. You sing. Well? Good. Brother Lu. You sing. Well? Like a broken repeater. It's really interesting. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly. Boss Qin. Come on. Everyone started to cheer and shouted. Boss Qin. Come on. Boss Qin. Come on. Boss Qin. Come on. Qin Sun had to stand up shakily because of the kindness. Chung Wan rushed over with the microphone and supported Qin Sun, who was a little unsteady. Qin Sun took the microphone and shouted loudly. Let's sing folk songs. Chung Wan, good. Colleagues cheered, and applauded. Xia Ning sat below, supporting his chin with his right hand, looking forward to his singing. He had seen Qin Sun's singing skills. To this day, she often thinks of the song The Beauty of the World is intertwined with you. But unfortunately, she can't sing it. She didn't dare to ask again, fearing that Qin Sun would think too much. Qin Sun coughed twice and sang directly. Old driver. Take me. I want to go to Kunming. Old driver. Take me. I want to go to the provincial capital. Xia Ning? He was really drunk. After the song was finished, the private room became quiet. Chung Wan smiled, clapped against her will, and cheered. Good. Then, colleagues followed suit, cheered, applauded. Good, good, good. Great. Just when Qin Sun was about to put down the microphone and hide his achievements and fame, he suddenly heard a fearless shout. One more. The room was quiet for a moment, casting a resentful look at the foul-mouthed man. Satisfy you. Qin Sun shouted incoherently, not at all shy, picked up the microphone, and sang again. I'll give you a pair of flowered shorts, which my wife has worn. Chung Wan. Xia Ning? Colleagues? The male colleague who shouted. One more. Reached out and slapped himself lightly. Isn't this asking for trouble? Qin Sun finished singing the song. Everyone shouted a few good s against their will, and no one shouted one more song. Qin Sun put down the microphone, walked to an empty sofa next to him, and sat down. The after effect of the wine came, and his head became more and more dizzy. Suddenly, he saw Xia Ning coming over with a full glass of red wine, and sat next to him. Qin Sun waved his hand. I really can't drink anymore, and you won't let me go? But he heard Xia Ning say something. I'm sorry. Xia Ning drank a full glass of red wine in one breath. Qin Sun was stunned. He knew that she was apologizing for misunderstanding him as a beast and pulling his hair in the morning. He smiled and stuck out his tongue. Xiao Xia. I'm glad that you can apologize to me. But I don't like your inconsiderate way of doing things. Seeing Xia Ning's puzzled face, he explained. Let me teach you another workplace rule. This bottle of red wine is 1,800 yuan a bottle. The company paid for it, Not. You? You drink such a big glass by yourself. Which is almost more than 400 yuan. What will others think of you? Xiaoning looked at the empty wine glass. How come this isn't my money? Qin Sun looked at Xiaoning and said, Xiao Xia, I can forgive you. But you have to do me a favor. Xiaoning, you say. Qin Sun was drunk, squinting his eyes, looking at the people around him warily, seeing that they didn't pay attention to this side. He put his mouth close to Xiaoning's ear. Come home with me. Xiaoning immediately opened her eyes wide, looking at Qin Sun blankly, with a face that was terribly cold. Qin Sun quickly covered his hair. Don't pull my hair. There's a pervert in my rental house. Come with me to catch him. Xiaoning? Qin Sun took a deep breath. I'm afraid, if she's a woman, I'm afraid she'll sue me for sexual harassment when I knock on her door. It's better to bring a woman with you. After saying that, he couldn't resist the sleepiness anymore. He turned around and fell asleep on the sofa. Xiaoning looked at Qin Sun, speechless for a long time. She felt helpless. Her elusiveness. Did Qin Sun finally get anxious? Was she going to catch me under the influence of alcohol? What should I do? Chapter 66. In this world, there are not many women as gentle and delicate as you. The celebration banquet is over. Everyone drank. Those with cars called for a designated driver. Those without cars took a taxi and left. And Qin Sun, who was lying on the sofa, everyone was very tactful and left him to Xiaoning. At this time, Qin Sun was half drunk. Xiaoning had only drunk a little wine, still very sober, helped Qin Sun up, and slowly walked him to the door of the hotel. As soon as he went out, a cool breeze blew. Xiaoning looked up. The leaves of the green trees rustled in the wind, and there were patches of gray clouds on the horizon. It's raining. The rain with the ground, splashing up a smell of dust. The bangs were blown by the wind. Xiaoning supported the half-awake Qin Sun, smiled gradually, muttered. It's raining. It's so beautiful. People with cold temperaments seem to like rainy days. At this time, Xiaoning suddenly felt a burst of heat beside his ears, turned his head and saw that it was Qin Sun who opened his eyes. He smiled unconsciously, turned his head to look at the horizon, and sang a song indistinctly. Then, he lowered his head again, and leaned on Xiaoning's shoulder. Xiaoning looked at Qin Sun's profile. The wind blew on her face, but it became hotter and hotter. She heard the song Qin Sun sang clearly, which was, The most beautiful thing is not the rainy day, but the ease where I hid with you. In the taxi, Xiaoning and Qin Sun sat in the back seat. She helped Qin Sun lean against the corner by the window, and sat beside him. Suddenly, the car turned a corner. Bang! Qin Sun's head hit the doorpost, and he cried out in pain, but he still didn't open his eyes. Then, his body fell to the left, and he lay on the seat, and his head rested on Xiaoning's thigh. Xiaoning was startled, and wanted to reach out to help him up. But she saw Qin Sun, like a kitten, unconsciously arching his head on her thigh, and finding a comfortable position. He couldn't get up. Seeing this, Xiaoning hesitated for a moment, and put down her hand that was about to help him up. Qin Sun's breath was long, spraying on her thigh, through the thin cloth. The warm breath was clearly transmitted to her thigh, making her a little nervous. She couldn't help but tighten her thigh. After a while, Xiaoning said to the driver, Master, please turn on the air conditioner. Seeing such a beautiful lady, the driver turned on the air conditioner and joked, Beautiful lady, do you still feel hot in this weather? Xiaoning remained calm. I am afraid of heat. Suddenly, she felt Qin Sun's head arched, and then she felt a hot and humid breath on her lower abdomen, and her face turned red. Xiaoning looked down and found that Qin Sun's face had turned to face her belly. Feeling the heat accumulating in her belly, Xiaoning pursed her lips tightly and reached out to turn Qin Sun's head back. In order to divert her attention, Xiaoning took out her mobile phone and played Douyin. In order not to disturb the driver and Qin Sun, he turned down the volume. He played. Suddenly, she heard a soft sniffling sound. She looked down and saw that Qin Sun was sniffling because of the cold. Xiaoning looked up, a little embarrassed. Master, please turn off the air conditioner again. The driver looked in the central rearview mirror in the car, turned off the air conditioner, and smiled. It's a blessing for this young man to have a gentle and delicate girlfriend like you. Xiaoning was startled and said softly, I'm not. The driver laughed twice. Little girl, you have a tender face. Xia Ning shook her head, thought for a while, but still didn't explain anything. She has always been a person who doesn't like to talk too much. It's just a misunderstanding of a stranger, not important. Xia Ning lowered her head and continued to play Douyin. Suddenly, a familiar song came. It must be a special fate. To become a family after walking all the way. How much he loves you. How much you give him back. The possibility of finding happiness. Xia Ning was startled, and found that the avatar of the Douyin blogger who posted this video was actually Song Ying. The title of the video is, "You Can't Believe It. There was a master at that wedding." The video has received 123,000 likes. More than 10,000 comments. Less than 4 hours after it was released, it actually had such a high traffic. Xia Ning was a little surprised. Click into the comment area. How can I ask him to sing this song at my wedding? How much? I'll take out a loan. I'll play this song every time I get married in the future. Just for this song, I'll get married 5 times. Can I ask you to sing for my second marriage? I'm going through the divorce procedures now. Why on my wedding day, our whole family laughed out our back teeth. My brother drank too much at my wedding banquet, and asked me to wash his feet in front of my wife. Crying? When I get married? If he doesn't come to sing, I won't get married. Xia Ning looked at the comments of netizens, and couldn't help laughing. Netizens are so interesting. She is not a person who can be easily amused by jokes. But looking at these comments, she finds them very interesting. Suddenly, she sighed quietly, a little worried. Song Ying pushed Qin Sun in front of everyone again. And she was afraid that more companies would covet him. In addition to marketing companies, there may also be music companies, model companies, and performing arts companies. She looked down at the sleeping Qin Sun, and felt that the 10% of the shares she gave him was not too much. Xia Ning continued to read the comments. Suddenly, she saw some very gossipy comments. The hatred of stealing a wife is irreconcilable. The hatred of stealing a husband is irreconcilable. My heart is broken. The young lady has a boyfriend. A perfect match. A perfect match. I am the king of poaching. And seeing this opponent, I will retreat. And this retreat will last a lifetime. It must be a special fate that allows you to walk together and become a family. Suddenly, Xia Ning felt that netizens are actually not interesting. They are a bunch of boring people. When the driver heard this song, he was a little emotional. Girl, the song you just played really touched me as a middle-aged man. I wanted to get off work early today and buy some chicken feet for my tigress because she loves to eat chicken feet. I also hope that you can go all the way and become a family. In today's society, it's hard to find a gentlewoman like you. Xia Ning raised her head and smiled. Nothing was said. Suddenly, she felt a damp and hot breath in her lower abdomen again and looked down, and it was indeed Qin Sun's face that had turned again. She thought of those comments in Song Ying's comment area that were about CP, and felt a little unhappy. She held Qin Sun's head with both hands, and lifted his body, and pushed him to the corner of the seat to lean against. Qin Sun just leaned limply against the car. Suddenly, the car turned. Bang! Qin Sun's head hit lightly, but he was still sleeping soundly. Turned again. Bang! Qin Sun's head hit again. The driver quickly reminded. Little girl, there are many bends ahead. Hold your boyfriend steady. Xia Ning turned her head, and saw Qin Sun's body about to fall on her again. With a cold face, she stretched out her ruthless iron hand, and directly pressed Qin Sun's head against the car window glass. She nodded expressionlessly. Okay, master. It's stable now. Driver. Alas, as expected, there are too few gentle and considerate girls in this world, and each one is like a tigress at home. Arrived at the community. Xia Ning woke Qin Sun up, half supported and half carried him, and it took more than 20 minutes to help him back to the rental house. Helped Qin Sun to the bed. She looked at his sleeping face on the bed, and saw that he looked peaceful, just like a normal sleeper. Thinking of what people often say. The quality of a drink reflects the character of a person. You can see a person's character best when he is drunk. Then Qin Sun's character is actually not bad. More lovely than when he is awake. Xia Ning went to the bathroom to get Qin Sun's towel, dipped it in hot water, and washed his face. Just when she was about to leave. Suddenly, Qin Sun's cell phone rang. Chapter 67. Xiao Xia. You didn't run away? Qin Sun's phone showed an unfamiliar number, with no notes. Xia Ning frowned slightly, having a woman's intuition. This must be a headhunter. She hung up the phone. The phone rang again, with another unfamiliar number. Xia Ning hung up again, sitting on the edge of the bed, glancing at the sleeping Qin Sun. She quietly took Qin Sun's hand, and unlocked the phone with his thumb. Sure enough, she saw a text message pop up. Click in and take a look. Mr. Qin, hello. This is Feibao Headhunting Company. Now there are many marketing companies offering extremely generous conditions. The highest is 50,000 yuan per month, plus huge dividends. Sincerely invite you to join. Are you available to answer the phone? Then, another unfamiliar number called in. Xia Ning had a cold face, hanged up the phone, deleted the text message. She glanced at Qin Sun, and quietly deleted the call record. Then, set up his mobile phone communication whitelist, set it to exclude all unfamiliar calls except those in the existing address book. All calls were blocked. No messages could be sent. After Xia Ning finished all this, she put down Qin Sun's phone and quietly walked out like a thief. Suddenly, she felt a big hand holding her left hand. The hand was very tight and strong. Drunk and promiscuous. These 4 words set off an alarm in Xia Ning's mind. She turned around carefully and saw Qin Sun lying on the bed, opening his eyes slightly and speaking vaguely. Xiao Xia. Xia Ning was a little nervous, but she heard Qin Sun loosen his hand and clumsily made a silent gesture. Run, quickly. My roommate is a pervert. Quietly. Don't get caught. We'll beat him to death another day. Xia Ning. She breathed a sigh of relief. She was also somewhat glad that she had done something bad just now, and was not discovered by Qin Sun. She was also somewhat embarrassed. She thought about how Qin Sun had invited her to block his perverted roommate in the private room, and now he asked her to leave quietly. It should be that he judged that his current battle is not good. Want to fight again? Qin Xuanren is still weird. Xia Ning walked out of Qin Sun's room, bringing on the door. She sighed. It feels like things are getting more and more embarrassing. This is the case now. I am not showing myself, not showing up. For a time, I don't know how to face him. Return to the room quietly. Xia Ning was sitting in front of the window, stayed for a while, watching the rain outside the window was getting bigger. It's already dusk. The sky gradually darkened. In the dark night, Xia Ning was sleeping on the bed, and was suddenly awakened by a series of dong-dong sounds. In the darkness, she sat up in a daze, listening to the dong-dong sounds that seemed to come from the living room, and felt a little nervous. What sound? Qin Sun started to get drunk? Xia Ning bent her legs, hugging the quilt tightly in her arms, and listened for a while. The dong-dong sounds continued in the living room, and, faintly, someone else's voices could be heard. Xia Ning wrapped herself in a blanket, picked up the phone on the bedside table, and opened the monitoring interface. At first glance, she was stunned. The lights were on in the living room. Qin Sun squatted behind the door of the rental house, picking up money on the ground, and the money was still being stuffed in from under the door. Qin Sun picked up the money one by one and stuffed it into his trouser pocket without hesitation. Through the monitoring, the sound in the living room was clearly transmitted to Xia Ning's ears. Outside the door, there were several men shouting, Mr. Qin, please open the door. The gap in the door is too small, so we can't stuff too much in. We came here with full sincerity. Suddenly, another woman's voice sounded, and the voice was so sticky that it could be drawn. From that voice, you can tell that this woman is not wearing much. Mr. Qin, you look through the cat's eye. I am also full of sincerity. Please open the door. Then, another girl's voice sang a song. It must be a special fate that we can become a family after walking all the way. Brother, open the door. I am your fan. Since you sold apples, I have been a fan of you. Brother, open the door. Qin Sun shook his head, somewhat helpless. Finally, I understand why celebrities hate illegitimate fans so much. How can you sing outside someone's door at night? The door is open. Can I still keep my belt? After a while, under the crack of the door, more red bills were stuffed in. Mr. Qin, can you open the door? Isn't it just money? We brought a lot. Qin Sun stuffed the bills into his pocket one by one, but he didn't say anything. The person outside the door was anxious. Mr. Qin, don't just take the money without saying anything. 100 yuan, say a word, okay? Qin Sun was indifferent, took it silently, and didn't say anything. Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him, turned his head and saw, he was stunned. He saw Xia Ning in a nightgown, with a cold face, and seemed very unhappy. Qin Sun was still drunk, and his head was still a little confused. He got up and saw Xia Ning in a cool nightgown, which was very hot, and his heart was in a knot. His tone was sad, and he said in a trembling voice, Xiao Xia, you didn't leave? You were ruined by my perverted roommate? Xia Ning? She was stunned. She looked at Qin Sun's face full of regret, sadness, pain, and inexplicably, she felt a little better. Qin Sun saw Xia Ning was silent. His eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists and strode towards Xia Ning's bedroom. Xiao Xia. Call 110. Call 120. I'm going to kill this beast. It's all my fault. I'll kill his offspring even if I have to go to jail. He walked past Xia Ning and suddenly heard a soft voice. I'm fine. Qin Sun turned around and saw that Xia Ning had a slightly embarrassed smile on her face, and gradually calmed down. His eyes fell on her hands, and he was startled. He then realized that Xia Ning was holding an electric baton in his left hand and a slam baton in his right hand, looking as if he was going to chop from Nanchunmen to Pumlai East Road. Qin Sun saw that the situation was not good, and quietly stepped back. Xiao Xia. What are you going to do? Xia Ning smiled lightly, then restrained all her expressions, became very cold, turned around, walked to the door, and opened it. The door opened. The 4 or 5 men, women, and girls outside the door shouted in surprise. The door is open. The door is open. What came into view was a cold woman, holding an electric baton in her left hand and a slam baton in her right hand. They were all quiet for a while. After a while, someone mustered up the courage. Hello, we are looking for Mr. Qin. Xia Ning said coldly. You are crying at the wrong grave. There is no such person here. The man hesitated. Then can you give me back the money I stuffed in? Xia Ning pressed the electric baton. It made a buzzing sound, and sparks flew everywhere. Get out. Do you have to call the police? The men outside the door scattered. Knocking on a woman's door in the middle of the night, you might get sentenced. Xia Ning glanced coldly at the girl, who was still outside the door. She was wearing very transparent clothes, and her Chanel-style coat was pulled down, revealing her smooth shoulders. She said coldly, Put on your clothes, and you get out too. The girl was a little confused. Oh, okay. Seeing that everyone had run away, Xia Ning closed the door and locked it. Turning around, she saw Qin Sun with a stunned face. Xiao Xia. You? Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun. Her face gradually turned red. She lowered her head and said in a mosquito-like voice, Listen to my explanation. Chapter 68. What kind of fate is this? A bad fate. Qin Sun stared at Xia Ning blankly, with a confused face. After a while, Xia Ning finally gathered up the courage, looked up at him, and said nothing. She put the electric baton and the baton on the coffee table, took a bottle of tea drink from the refrigerator, and handed it to Qin Sun. She whispered, Drink it. Qin Sun took the drink naturally, unscrewed it, and put it in his mouth. You explain it. Why are you here? There are so many dangerous items in your hand. Xia Ning raised his head, took a deep breath, and his face was a little hot. Actually, I'm your roommate. Poof. Qin Sun coughed non-stop. A stream of drink sprayed out of Qin Sun's mouth into a mist, and landed on Xia Ning's face. Xia Ning was stunned for a moment, wiped the tea off her face, walked silently to the coffee table, picked up the baton, and said coldly. With her back to Qin Sun, she tried to make her tone more fierce. There's nothing to explain. I moved in first, and you came later. You still call me a pervert every day? Can't you tell the difference between the big and small kings? Then she turned around. Xia Ning saw a figure running past, going into Qin Sun's bedroom, and closing the door. She breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she had escaped. It seemed that being an unreasonable woman was not bad. No explanation was needed. Suddenly, she felt a little sweet at the corner of her mouth, and licked it subconsciously. She immediately reacted. This was sprayed from Qin Sun's mouth? Wouldn't I have diarrhea? Qin Sun lay on the bed and thought for an hour. But he couldn't figure it out. What kind of fate is this? How could we become roommates in the same house? Bad fate. Xia Ning moved in first. And then I did. I was so perverted. Chasing after her and pestering her? It's not enough to stay together at work. But we have to stay together after get off work? He sighed. This house is unbearable to live in. The next day, Qin Sun was woken up by the alarm clock, tiptoed out of the room, went to wash up, and found that the sink was wet. He knew that Xiaoning had gone to work. He breathed a sigh of relief. While washing his face, he cursed loudly. How dare you call me a pervert? You are a dirty woman who takes a shower every day without changing clothes. Suddenly, he felt murderous intent, turned around and saw Xiaoning standing at the door of her bedroom, looking at him coldly. Xiaoning picked up the bag in her hand and said coldly, I send the clothes to the laundry every day. Qin Sun. He smiled awkwardly. Xiao Xia. You didn't go to the company very early today. Xiaoning had no expression on her face. I'm hitchhiking today. Qin Sun smiled and said, Then I wish you a safe journey. Xiaoning, you give me a ride. Qin Sun. Okay. Xiaoning was a little helpless. It wasn't that she wanted to hitchhike, but she really had diarrhea several times last night, and her stomach was still very uncomfortable. I stayed in bed for a while longer. I had to take a ride. That day, the two arrived at the company on time. They sat at their workstations. They were silent, and no one paid attention to each other. Both of them felt a little uneasy. At 9 o'clock, Xiaoning's cell phone rang. When I looked, it was Song-Ying again. She handed the phone to Qin Sun. Qin Sun took it. Song-Ying's voice rang. Brother, I'm at the elevator entrance of your office building. Do you want to come down to see me, or should I come up to see you? Qin Sun was helpless. I'll be down right away. Hang up the phone. Qin Sun whispered to Xiaoning. Don't give my contact information to Song-Ying. She's too noisy. Annoying. Xiaoning nodded expressionlessly, very cold. Yeah. Qin Sun glanced at her, and silently complained in his heart. You're not noisy, but you're annoying. As soon as the elevator door of the office building opened, Qin Sun saw a beautiful girl in a suspender skirt standing at the elevator door, attracting the attention of many workers. Brother, I finally waited for you. Song-Ying smiled brightly, rushed into the elevator, pulled Qin Sun, who was about to leave, back again. She quickly pressed the button for the underground floor. Arrived at the underground parking lot. Song-Ying pointed happily at a brand new black sports car, and handed Qin Sun a car key. Brother, this is what I promised you. If you make me famous, I will give you my birthday gift sports car. It only costs 660,000 yuan, don't despise it. Qin Sun looked at the brand new sports car and waved his hands repeatedly. No! Too expensive. I can't cheat a child of something. Song-Ying puffed out her chest, looking at the magnificent scene ahead, and complained. I'm not a child anymore, I have to speak. Qin Sun waved his hand, and was about to refuse. But he saw Song-Ying's face tense, head tilted, pretending to hit the sports car. If you don't accept it, I'll smash it. Qin Sun. Who would smash a car with their head? Isn't this mentally retarded? Seeing that Qin Sun was indifferent, Song-Ying hardened her heart, put force on her feet, and began to rush towards the sports car. Is it really a mental retardation? Qin Sun was in a hurry, stretching and grabbing her back shoulder. Never die, grasp a suspender. Song-Ying only felt a stagnant, a lot of wind in the back, a little cold, turn your head, seeing Qin Sun, who was stunned, holding her shoulder strap. For eyes are opposite, it's embarrassing. At this time, a cold voice came. Qin Sun, do you have to pick up the skirts of others to be satisfied? Qin found God, loose your hand. Snap. A crisp sound. Ouch. Song-Ying screamed in pain, crouched down, put her left hand behind her, stroking her red back. There seemed to be tears in her eyes. Qin Sun glanced at Xiaoning, who appeared like a ghost behind him, but saw that she turned her head away, not going to care. Alas, I have to coax the child again? Qin Sun walked over and squatted, taking the car keys from her. Give me the car, and a song of thoughts is for you. Song-Ying raised her head, somewhat excited. From now on, she has a masterpiece. She opened her arms to give Qin Sun a big hug. But Xiaoning stepped forward quickly, grabbed Qin Sun's collar, and dragged him back. Qin Sun sat on the ground, raised his head, and looked at Xiaoning's chin. Good guy. You are so strong? I believe it. You really won the championship of the 7th Haicheng Children's Taekwondo competition. Song-Ying. She squatted on the ground, looking at Xiaoning with resentment. Sister, I will go to college soon and leave Haicheng. I will only go home during holidays. Don't do bad things to me every time. Xiaoning glanced at Song-Ying indifferently and said nothing. She gently kicked Qin Sun, who was sitting on the ground. The company has received a lot of new emails to deal with. There are too many companies that want to seek your cooperation. You should be honest today and don't run around. Chin Sun's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he got up from the ground. The busier the work, the more you need to relax. It's a good time to slack off. How can you miss it? Songying is going to school soon. Don't you want to squeeze out the last bit of surplus value from her? Have a lot of slacking off value? Xiaoning had no choice but to follow. If he was robbed by a headhunting company on the way, it would be bad. Last night, he was probably still drunk, so he was not tempted by the basic salary of 50,000 yuan a month. Chin Sun and Songying went to handle the car transfer procedures. He drove the two beauties around the mountain for a few laps, went to the amusement park to ride the roller coaster, and then went to the snack street. An afternoon passed quickly. Songying was very happy. Xiaoning could not tell whether she was happy or angry. It was 6 o'clock. Chin Sun saw that it was worth slacking off. 49,980. Only 20 o'clock left for the lottery. He felt a little regretful. Just a little bit. I have to do 2 takeaway orders tonight. Try to save enough money for slacking off. Songying doesn't seem to be tired. Brother, shall we go to the night market in the north of the city? Chin Sun shook his head. No, I'm off work. Songying. This time, she refused, acting like a spoiled child. Go! 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 Xiaoning couldn't bear to watch, thinking of what Songying said in the afternoon. Don't ruin my good things. She suppressed the urge to help Chin Sun out. Turned around, left. After walking a few steps, suddenly, turned back and said coldly, If you don't come home tonight, you'll die. Chin Sun? Songying's face was a little red. Chin Sun looked at Xiaoning's back, and then at Songying, who was still acting like a spoiled child. Headache? Extremely big. Chapter 69. Xiao Xia, don't worry, I'll keep my mouth shut. 10 o'clock in the evening. Chin Sun had just leisurely delivered an order to the rich villa area in Haicheng. After leaving the community, he was as diligent as a bee, and leisurely went to the next store to pick up the food. Suddenly, he saw a beautiful woman squatting in front of a fruit store, holding her stomach, seemingly in pain. Beside her was a fruit basket. That back figure, somewhat like Xiaoning? He stopped the electric bike, stopped to observe, and found that many male pedestrians passing by cast carrying eyes on him. Some of the brave ones even went up to chat with him. But the beauty just shook her head slightly, ignored him, and was a little cold. Suddenly, for some reason, the beauty raised her head and looked at him. Their eyes met. They recognized each other. Xiaoning was a little surprised. He actually managed to shake off Songying and started to slack off and deliver food again? He really was not moved by beauty. She stood up with her knees supported and waved to Chin Sun. Come here. The voice was very soft. Chin Sun heard it clearly. He parked the electric bike and walked over. Seeing that Xiaoning's face was a little red, her lips were a little pale, and there was a thin layer of sweat on her forehead, he asked, Xiao Xia, what's wrong with you? He found that Xiaoning seemed to be very uncomfortable all day. He asked her several times, but she just refused to say it. It seemed that she had something to hide. Xiaoning thought of the tea that Chin Sun spit out of her mouth after licking it yesterday, and felt a little embarrassed. Chin Sun, can you take me to Haixing Maternal and Child Health Hospital? My stomach hurts a little now. Chin Sun heard it, and his pupils shrank slightly. I was stunned for a long time. Haixing Maternal and Child Health Hospital is a very famous private hospital in Haicheng. It charges a lot, but the service is very good, and it is very good at protecting and nurturing the fetus. No wonder she didn't want to say it. Such a young and beautiful girl, getting pregnant, may have to have an abortion. If it were anyone else, no one would want to say it. But damn, why do I share a house with her? Won't this cause misunderstanding? This house is really uninhabitable. Chin Sun looked at Xiaoning, slowed down for a long time, and directly refused. In your current situation, it's better not to take an electric car. It's better to take a taxi. Xiaoning didn't understand. She was still sitting in the morning, and insisted. Take a taxi. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in time. The road is too congested. Chin Sun's heart trembled, and he glanced at Xiaoning's belly. He suppressed the slight annoyance in his heart, and a sense of sacred mission arose spontaneously. There is a life in her belly. He raised his head, looked into Xiaoning's eyes, and nodded solemnly. Okay. You believe me. I will definitely let you arrive quickly, smoothly, and safely. Xiaoning smiled, and her eyes narrowed into a slit. Very nice. She bent down and picked up the fruit basket on the ground. Qin Sun saw this, and quickly reached out to take it. Xia Ning was a little surprised. This guy is rarely gentlemanly. Qin Sun took a look and saw that it was a basket of grapes. He glanced at the price tag. He was surprised. These grapes cost 196? Xia Ning understood why he was shocked, but she pretended to be confused and talked about something else. She didn't like to show off her wealth. This is indeed a basket of grapes. You know, pregnant people like to eat something sour and sweet. Qin Sun was silent for a moment, nodded, and stopped talking. Regarding the topic of a girl's pregnancy, he didn't know how to respond. He couldn't ask if it was a boy or a girl. Can it be saved, or not? Who is the father of the child? Besides, he didn't want to ask. It's annoying. Qin Sun put the grapes in the incubator, got on the electric bike, and held the handlebars firmly. Xiao Xia, get on the bike, be careful. Xia Ning was a little surprised, and glanced at Qin Sun. He was too gentle today. Strange. She got on the electric bike gently. Qin Sun turned on the overclocking mode, slowly started the bike, and rode on the road, not too fast or too slow, but surprisingly stable. Steady as a mountain. Steady as a rock. Steady as an old dog. In order to avoid traffic, he chose a road with few cars and steady. On the other side of the road, he could see the sea in the distance. The sea breeze blew, very cool. Suddenly, he heard Xia Ning shouting behind him. Such a strong wind. Qin Sun was startled. Through these days of getting along, he judged that although Xia Ning was soft-hearted, he was actually a very indifferent, cold person, and his emotions did not fluctuate too much. I didn't expect that she would be so childish sometimes, he reminded. Be careful. Xia Ning's apologetic voice sounded behind him. I'm sorry. I'm just a little stressed recently. I just saw a bright moon on the sea, and suddenly felt it was so beautiful. I just wanted to shout a few words. Qin Sun nodded, and looked at the road ahead seriously. I understand. I understand. He thought of Xia Ning's finger without a wedding ring, and immediately understood. This child, his origin is unknown. Alas, those mistakes made because of youth, like the fallen leaves in autumn, have long been blown away by the wind. Behind him, Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's generous back and smiled helplessly. You understand? You don't understand. Most of my stress comes from you. I hear you scolding me every day. Fuck you. And cursing my company to go bankrupt. I fight with the company's public general manager. When my mailbox is still full of emails, I go out with a little girl. I also have to worry about you being poached by a headhunting company. Whoever it is, the pressure will be too great. 15 minutes later, Qin Sun sent Xia Ning to the hospital entrance, took the grapes out of the takeaway box, and asked politely, Do you need me to accompany you? Xia Ning politely refused. Thank you. No thanks. She glanced at his takeaway box and laughed. I won't delay you. I'm slacking off. The smile was so beautiful. For a moment, Qin Sun was a little dazed. What a beautiful girl. It's a pity that she has become a young woman. For some reason, he felt a little depressed. Xiao Xia. Don't worry. I'll keep my mouth shut. Qin Sun took a deep look at Xia Ning, handed the grapes to her, got on the electric bike, and left without looking back. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's back. Keep your mouth shut? What do you mean keep your mouth shut? Isn't it foul mouth? She saw that Qin Sun didn't even turn around, and snorted coldly. Heh, this man. Worse than a dog. Her stomach ached again. Is the tea sprayed by a foul-mouthed person so poisonous? Xia Ning walked slowly into the hospital, to the inpatient department. In a single ward decorated like a five-star hotel. A charming woman, lying on the bed, eating the grapes Xia Ning had just brought. Xia Ning stood by the window, looking out at the night. Mom, are you so greedy for this grape? Are you in such a hurry? Xia's mother turned her head and looked at her daughter's thin back, revealing a smile. I just want to see you. I heard from Aunt Wu that you moved out. You have a bad stomach. Can you eat outside food? Xia Ning thought of Qin Sun's tea, and her stomach seemed to ache. It's not particularly dirty. I can bear it. Xia's mother was a little helpless. Why would a girl like you start a company? Your father is busy, you are also busy, your grandmother has to take care of Jingjing, who will talk to me? Xia Ning turned her head and smiled apologetically at her mother. When my company is stable, I will take time to accompany you. After saying that, she immediately turned her head and looked out the window. Under the moonlight, in the distance, she saw a beam of light. It flashed on the road by the sea. That was the road Chin Sun sent her to. Maybe that beam of light was also his. Suddenly Mom's voice rang out. Ning, what are you looking at? Xia Ning watched the light on the road by the sea disappear, and suddenly smiled. I'm looking at the idiot. The room fell into silence. Silence, still silence. Ning, how did you learn to swear? Mom's voice rang out, somewhat anxious. Xia Ning turned around, walked to the window, picked up a grape to peel it, thought of Chin Sun's disgusting face, and said, He who keeps company with the bad will be evil. Mother Xia was a little helpless. She looked at Xia Ning and let out a deep breath. Ning, you must bring a man home this year. How can you be single at this age? People like you are the ones who are said to be single from birth on the internet. If I had known, I would have burned all the love letters you received in junior high and high school. Xia Ning smiled lightly and didn't mind. If you don't have a man, do you want a dog? Mother Xia didn't expect to hear such words from her, and was stunned. Then, she covered her stomach and cried ouch. Ouch. I'm going to have a miscarriage. I'm going to have a miscarriage. Your brother is going to die. You must have a wedding to bring good luck, or he will definitely die. Xia Ning stuffed the peeled grapes into Xia's mother's mouth. Okay, I got it. It's really so annoying. It took an hour and a half for Chin Sun to deliver 2 takeout orders. He leaned against a pole and drank beer. I don't know why, but I just want to drink. He sighed, looked at the rental phone on the pole, and saved the number. Borrow some money from Xia Ning tomorrow, and rent a house. Ding! A cold mechanical voice sounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 50,000 points of slacking off points, and a chance to draw a lottery. Would you like to draw a lottery? Chapter 70. What is the grandpa level gourmet ability? Excuse me. Would you like to draw a lottery? Chin Sun was stunned, raised the beer bottle, and took a sip of beer, laughed, and said softly, draw his grandpa. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the grandpa level gourmet ability. Chin Sun trembled all over, as if a force like a tornado was pouring into his body. When the trembling stopped, he did not feel any changes in his body, and looked confused. What the hell? Grandpa's gourmet ability? Shouldn't it be cooking skills? Also, which grandpa is it? Is it the grandpa of the executive chef of the state banquet, or the grandpa who picks his feet at the entrance of the village, or the grandpa in Chinese cooking master boy, or the divine chef Xiao Fugue? He regretted his bad mouth just now. After calling up the panel, I saw, slacking points 0. 100,000 slacking points left before the next draw. Chin Sun's face turned ugly. This system is really ruthless. It has risen to 100,000 points? After observing these days, he concluded that the more exaggerated, unbridled, and lawless the slacking behavior is, the faster the slacking point will rise. That 100,000 points? You have to ride on Yo Shijuan's head to slacking to make so much money? Chin Sun sighed, subconsciously raised the bottle, and took a sip of wine. Immediately, the taste of beer exploded in his mouth. Very clearly. The taste that he could not normally detect was clearly tasted at this moment. He spat it out. This beer is not mixed properly. The craftsmanship is not good. It's really hard to drink. Suddenly, he was stunned, licking his lips. His eyes gradually brightened. Damn it! Grandpa level gourmet ability. Does it mean that as long as it is food, whether it is industrial food or chef's cooking, I can tell the whole story? Chin Sun immediately threw the beer bottle into the trash can and walked into a small stir-fry restaurant on the side of the road. The business in the store was booming. There were so many people that it was almost impossible to find a seat. The air was filled with the aroma of food. Chin Sun sniffed lightly, was stunned for a moment, then took a deep breath, revealing an expression of enjoyment. The aroma of gutter oil. Really good. The proprietress's face turned cold, revealing a little panic. Chin Sun hurried out and called the reporting number. Hello. Is this market supervision and management? I found another restaurant was found. Chin Sun walked in. The proprietress greeted him warmly. Seeing that he was handsome, she arranged a seat not far from the counter so that he could sneak a peek at the handsome guy. Chin Sun ordered 3 dishes. The dishes were served quickly. He took a bite of the stir-fried pork, nodded with satisfaction, and whispered. The peppers were not stir-fried thoroughly, and they were not washed at all, a failure. The garlic was not fragrant, and they used sprouted garlic, a failure. The meat was frozen, and the thickness of the cuts was inconsistent, and the ratio of fat to lean meat was wrong, a failure. The proprietress looked at Chin Sun's whispered comments, and her face looked as ugly as if she had eaten a fly. Another pot of spicy boiled fish was served. Chin-sun sniffed it, looked at the layer of red oil floating on the boiled fish, and showed an intoxicated expression, as if he smelled the fragrance of flowers. He muttered softly again, "Well, it's really good. This red oil is from old employees." He picked up a piece of fish with chopsticks. "It's really good. It's really good. It's dead fish, not live fish that has just been killed. It's unfair if this store doesn't make money." He put down his chopsticks, pushed the boiled fish aside, and was too lazy to eat. The waiter brought the third dish of coriander beef to the table. Chin-sun took a look, nodded with satisfaction, and murmured, Not bad, not bad. This restaurant is quite conscientious. They don't use the lowest grade Mongolian meat made of pure duck, but a mixture of mid-range duck and pork." He picked up the chopsticks and prepared to take a bite. Suddenly, he found a figure walking in front of him. He looked up and saw that it was the proprietress. The proprietress looked down at Chin-sun, with an embarrassed smile on her face, and put a red bill on the table. "Handsome guy. It's not easy to open a store these days. Can you please spare me?" Chin-sun explained. "Boss lady, you misunderstood. I'm not here to extort money." The smile on the boss lady's face froze for a moment, and she took out another 200 yuan from her pocket and slapped it on the table. "Why don't you go to another store to fight against counterfeiting? Chin-sun? Is it so difficult to have a meal now?" He sighed, picked up 300 yuan, and walked out of the restaurant silently. 11:30 p.m. Chin-sun returned to the rental house, opened the door, and saw Xia Ning wearing a black nightgown, sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Black is cold and sexy. Xia Ning can handle it. She sat very straight, meticulously, not even leaning her back on the sofa. As soon as the door opened, Xia Ning turned her head, nodded, and said hello. Chin-sun also nodded, and glanced at her belly quietly, and walked into the room silently, and closed the door, and was about to go to his bedroom. Suddenly, he heard Xia Ning calling him. "Chin-sun, you come back so late. Don't you have anything to say?" Chin-sun was stunned, turned his head to look at Xia Ning, with a confused face. I'm telling you something. You're not my mother." As soon as Xia Ning said it, she regretted it. She had just returned to the rental house from the hospital, and took a shower. She thought that Chin-sun would come back later. She was a little nervous about being alone in the same room with a man and a woman. But after waiting for a long time, he still didn't come home. She was also worried that he was taken away by a headhunter halfway. He would never come back. Now that Chin-sun had finally arrived, he walked towards the bedroom without saying a word. Xia Ning felt that the atmosphere was so awkward and uncomfortable. She wanted to say hello first to ease the awkward atmosphere. But the atmosphere seemed to be even more awkward. Chin-sun looked at Xia Ning quietly for a while, and saw that she looked a little embarrassed. He gently pressed his right hand on his lower abdomen, feeling a little helpless. He couldn't argue with a pregnant woman. He walked over slowly, sat on the other side of the sofa, hesitated for a moment, and looked embarrassed. "I do have something to say to you." Xia Ning was a little nervous, fearing that he would say something out of line. So she quickly turned her head, looked at the TV screen, and said softly, "You say." The TV was playing Animal World. At this moment, a male lion was riding on a female lion. Her face turned red, and she felt ashamed as if she was caught watching AV. But she did nothing, and watched the male lion riding on the female lion seriously, with an attitude that I was clean in my heart and everything I saw was clean. But she heard Chin-sun's voice. "Xia Ning, your family is quite rich, right?" Xia Ning turned her head quickly, worried that he would find out that she was the president of the company, and was a little nervous. She remained calm. "It's just, okay, an ordinary family." Chin-sun looked at Xia Ning's hesitation, hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "Lend me 2,000 yuan. I'll pay you back after I get my salary at the end of the month." Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Without saying anything, she picked up her phone and transferred 2,000 yuan to Chin-sun. "What are you borrowing money for again?" Chin-sun received the money. "To rent a house. I'll move out tomorrow." "Xia Ning?" She stared at Chin-sun intently, and her voice was cold and slow. "Give me back the money." Chapter 71 Schrodinger's Gentleman. "What?" Chin-sun couldn't believe his ears. When Xia Ning transferred money to him just now, she didn't hesitate for a second, Why did she suddenly change her attitude now? Hey, woman! Xia Ning stared at Qin Sun with a cold face. I think you are cheating me of my money. Qin Sun was speechless. Why do you think so? Xia Ning turned her head to look at the TV and explained. I remember you took some money from others from under the door yesterday. Qin Sun replied. Only 900 yuan. You usually have to pay 2 deposits and 1 payment to rent a house. This amount of money is not enough. Xia Ning remained calm and continued. I remember that Mr. Zhao Dihai gave you a watch, and ginseng, deer antlers, and other supplements. These things are easy to cash in. Will you be short of money? After saying that, she immediately regretted it. Isn't this a reminder for him how to make money? But she heard Qin Sun say, I sent the watch and supplements back home. Xia Ning turned her head and looked at Qin Sun quietly. Qin Sun explained, If I tell you, you may not believe it. When I was a kid, I was very naughty. I caused a lot of trouble for my family. I always felt a little guilty towards my family. Xia Ning. Why not believe it? Some people are bad from childhood. For example, you? Qin Sun sighed and continued. Plus, my mother has been forcing me to find a girlfriend recently. I said all the things back to bribe my mother and let her let me go. Xia Ning smiled bitterly. She could understand Qin Sun's feelings. Parents seem to have the same moral character. They strictly prevent their children from falling in love when they are studying. When their children graduate, they hope that they can make it big at once. After listening to Qin Sun's explanation, Xia Ning could probably guess that he didn't have much money and felt better, and asked, Why do you want to move out? Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning, raised a finger, and said seriously, First, you are a woman, I am a man. It is not suitable for us to share a house together, so as not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. I have to be responsible for my future girlfriend. He lowered his head and glanced at Xia Ning's belly. You have to be responsible for yourself too. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's serious expression, which was rare for her, and felt a little aggrieved. She, a girl, had risked everything. Why are you, a man, being so pretentious? Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun quietly, without saying anything. Qin Sun extended his second finger, and continued to speak seriously. Second, seeing that someone blocked the door last night, the information that I live here may have been exposed. Now I am also a little famous. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I want to move to another place. Hearing this reason, Xia Ning felt better. This place is indeed not suitable for living. Qin Sun glanced at Xia Ning, who was wearing a nightgown and exuded a cool and lazy temperament, and reminded her earnestly, Xiao Xia, you are a girl. Don't share a house with others in the future. Especially men. If I were not a gentleman, if it were another man, seeing a woman like you in a nightgown, wouldn't he be more violent than a lion on the grassland? Xia Ning blushed slightly, and turned to look at the TV. In the picture, the lion rode on the lioness again, tireless, and not knowing whether to live or die. Her face was a little hot, and she turned her head away, not daring to watch TV, and not daring to look at Qin Sun, and said softly, I'm prepared. Qin Sun didn't understand, and didn't want to ask. For a pregnant woman, the sense of boundaries must be well grasped. And you can't know and care too much. Just stop at the right time. Suddenly, knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Outside the door, someone shouted, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin. I'm Xiao Zhang from Feibao Headhunting Company. Are you home? I came here yesterday. Your girlfriend fooled us yesterday and tricked us back. Xia Ning was slightly stunned and sneered. Speak of the devil. Qin Sun stood up, ran over quietly, and squatted behind the door. Sure enough, after a while, one red bill after another was stuffed in from under the door. This speed, much faster than yesterday. After a while, he collected 300. Seeing this, Xia Ning was a little worried that Qin Sun had collected enough money from under the door to rent a house outside, quickly went to the bedroom, took a weapon, and left the bedroom. She quickly walked behind Qin Sun, and saw him reaching out to pick up the money again, and stepped on him. Qin Sun was stunned, looked up, and was shocked. He saw Xia Ning with a cold face, holding a high-tech compound bow in his hand. This was something he had only seen on TV. He exclaimed, What is this? Xia Ning signaled Qin Sun to move aside with her eyes. Qin Sun got up and hid aside, standing in the corner of the living room. From a distance, Xia Ning, a tall and beautiful woman wearing a black nightgown and holding a compound bow, Open the door. Xiaoning put an arrow on the bow and aimed at the 3 men outside the door. I'll tell you again, you're crying at the wrong grave. Get lost. The 3 men looked at the arrows and felt their brows tighten and their buttocks tightened with fear, and they didn't dare to say a word, and turned and ran away. What kind of woman is this? Yesterday it was a stun gun and a baton. Today it turned out to be a bow? Will she be carrying a Gatling gun tomorrow? Does Mr. Qin have such a strong taste? Has cosplay reached this level? Xiaoning put down the bow and arrow, closed the door, turned to look at the stunned Qin Sun, and smiled a little embarrassedly. I said, I'm prepared. Pause. The smile on her face became even bigger. If the man I share a house with has bad intentions, I will make him regret it. Qin Sun laughed dryly. Ha. Ha. The man who is now sharing a house with Xiaoning is himself. Qin Sun asked. What else have you prepared? Xiaoning glanced at Qin Sun, put the bow and arrow on the coffee table, and walked into the bedroom. Qin Sun walked to the coffee table, reached out and touched the compound bow, and clearly felt that it was made of metal, not plastic used for toys. Picking up the arrow again, he found that the arrowhead was sharpened. It shone coldly. It could really kill people. After a while, Qin Sun saw Xiaoning dragging a big red suitcase, coming out, and putting it on the ground. Xiaoning smiled quietly, and seemed a little embarrassed. She opened the suitcase, took out the things one by one, and placed them on the coffee table. This is anti-wolf spray. This is a stun gun. This is a telescopic baton. This is a knuckle fist glove. This is a fruit knife. As she said this, she picked up a black pen-like object from the suitcase, pressed it, and a steel needle about 10 centimeters long popped out from below. This is a wolf-proof magic weapon. Very sharp. Qin Sun looked at Xiaoning with a calm smile, and felt a chill down his spine. He shook his head and sighed. Are you ready for the needle to kill, the knife to dismember, and the suitcase to hold the corpse? Professional. Professional. Sure enough, friends who often kill people know that. The suitcase is filled with either RMB or people. Xiaoning was teased and blushed. I'm just taking precautions, but luckily, you're still a gentleman. Qin Sun stood up, turned around, turned his back to Xiaoning, and sighed leisurely. No. Don't trust men too much. I am still a gentleman now. It's just because you don't were revealing enough. Xiaoning looked down at her nightgown and breathed a sigh of relief. She carefully selected it, and it really covered her tightly. She raised her head and looked at Qin Sun's back. She was a little nervous. It seemed dangerous. Chapter 72. Are you starting to build a love nest in the company? After a while, Qin Sun turned around, with some sympathy in his eyes, said, Why are you doing this? Preparing a bunch of weapons, waiting for others to invade you, and then fighting back? Why don't you stop it from the source, and not share a house with others? Xiaoning was stunned. For a moment, I didn't know how to ask an answer. I couldn't tell him that. I smashed his house, set a trap, and let him live in it. Seeing Qin Sun's firm eyes, Xiaoning's eyes dodged, looked away, and spoke softly. Living alone, I feel lonely. I just want someone to accompany me. Qin Sun was startled, looked down at Xiaoning's belly. He sighed. No wonder Xiaoning was acting strange, probably because she was pregnant and dumped by her boyfriend, so she had some psychological trauma. On the one hand, she wanted someone to accompany her. On the other hand, she was afraid of being hurt by a man. How pitiful. After a while, Qin Sun saw Xiaoning raise her head, look at him, and extend her right hand. Give me back my money. Qin Sun? He has been a close brother and a psychological counselor for so long. After going around in circles, he is back again? Qin Sun was a little dissatisfied. I see that you have spent a lot of money on these weapons. You don't look like someone who is short of money. Can't you lend them to me for a few days? When I get my salary, I will definitely give it back to you and pay you interest. But Xiaoning hesitated for a moment, thought about it, and reached out to touch her stomach. I have been feeling uncomfortable in my stomach these days. I need to see a doctor. Ever since she licked the tea Qin Sun spit out, her stomach has been uncomfortable, which made her very distressed. Now is a good excuse to ask for money. Qin Sun. He was helpless, and transferred the money back. If something happened to the baby in Xiaoning's belly, then he would be blamed for not returning the 2,000 yuan. Wouldn't he be a murderer? Xiaoning received the transfer, and was a little surprised. Why was he so straightforward? Seeing that Chin Sun's face was not very happy, he sat on the sofa sullenly, studying the compound bow on the coffee table. Xia Ning felt a little embarrassed, and went to the refrigerator to get 2 bottles of tea drinks, and handed one to Chin Sun. She unscrewed a bottle, and was about to drink. But she heard Chin Sun shouting to stop her. "Don't drink." Xia Ning looked down at Chin Sun, a little confused. Chin Sun lowered his head and continued to fiddle with the bow and arrow. "It's cold. Be careful of your stomach." Xia Ning smiled softly. This guy seems to have changed. Become more caring? Really good. The next day, Chin Sun walked into the company on time, and the colleagues he met greeted him with a smile. "Morning, Mr. Chin." "Morning, Mr. Chin." "Morning, Mr. Chin." Chin Sun kept nodding and responded with a smile. "Good morning." When Chin Sun sat down at his workstation, he heard a cold voice with a hint of teasing. "Mr. Chin, good morning." Chin Sun turned his head and saw Xia Ning's beautiful face, with a hint of smile. He smiled. "Good morning, Xia Ning." After saying hello, he turned his head and lowered his head to think about how to get towards the 100,000 slacking points. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun's profile and gradually frowned. "Did he call me Xia Ning just now? Not Xiao Xia? Is it because of those anti-wolf sprays, fruit knives, and compound bows yesterday that scared him? Has he become so polite?" Chin Sun lowered his head and was thinking about how to slack off in various ways, when he suddenly saw a bottle of fresh milk and a sandwich placed on his desk. He raised his head and looked at Xia Ning. Xia Ning smiled. "I see you often skip breakfast, so I brought this for you." Chin Sun looked at Xia Ning's smile and suddenly felt strange. Unlike the usual cold person, she was actually a little gentle. "Thank you," he whispered, unwrapped the sandwich wrapper, took a bite, and immediately realized something was wrong. He picked up the trash can packaging bag from the trash can, looked at the date sticker on it, and there were indeed signs of replacement. "Xiao Xia, don't eat sandwiches from this store anymore. The owner of this convenience store is evil-minded. This sandwich should have been scrapped yesterday. Expired." After saying that, he ate it in big mouthfuls. Seeing this, Xia Ning felt a little embarrassed and wanted to take back the sandwich, but saw Chin Sun eating with big mouthfuls. "You told me not to eat, but you ate so happily?" Chin Sun didn't even raise his head. "Can you compare with me? You are weak now." Xia Ning smiled softly. He seemed to really care about others? Could it be that he wouldn't? Suddenly, Chungwan came over, took a look at Chin Sun eating breakfast, pretended not to see it, and put a contract on his desk. "Boss Chin, this is your 10% dry stock contract. Please take a look. If there is no problem, Boss Neo will sign with you in a few days." Chin Sun was startled. "Are you in such a hurry?" "Thank you, Sister Wan, I'll take a look later." Chung Wan was about to leave. Xia Ning suddenly stood up. "Sister Chung, I have something to tell you." Chung Wan turned her head, and saw that the cold female CO had a hint of embarrassment on her face. She was puzzled and secretly glanced at Chin Sun. "Xiao Xia, what do you want?" Xia Ning looked down at Chin Sun, who was eating a sandwich, and said, "I've been busy lately, with a lot of business. Mr. Chin works here, and many people are looking at him. He's shy, easily shy, which affects his thinking. It greatly affects his work efficiency." As soon as these words came out, Chin Sun suddenly looked up. "I'm shy? You can even say something like this. Are you so thick-skinned?" There was a slight sound of chairs moving around, with Chin Sun as the center. Within a 5-meter radius, everyone turned their heads to look over. 1 face of shock, 2 faces of shock, 3 faces of shock. Is this girl talking human language? Chin Sun has never sat at this workstation for more than 30 minutes these days? Didn't he just clock in and go out to work? Who watched him work? Where can we go to watch him? What the hell? Chung Wan noticed the expressions of the people around her, somewhat amused, but didn't dare to show it. After spending some time with Chin Sun, Boss Xia has also learned to joke. She asked with a gentle smile on her face. "So what do you want?" Xia Ning looked at Chung Wan and said seriously, "Sister Chung, the construction team will come to build Mr. Chin's office on the weekend. These few days, can Mr. Chin use the general manager's office temporarily? After all, in a few days, Haicheng will have a typhoon, and it is no longer suitable for field work." As soon as these words came out, Chung Wan's smile froze. Business Department Manager, Execution Department Manager, Finance Department Manager, Coordination Department Manager. Everyone was speechless. Can't do field work. Will he die if he stays at his workstation for a few days? Anyway, no one dares to say anything to him. Is this the legendary success of one person and everyone else? Even Chin Sun's assistant dares to set his sights on the general manager's office? How bold. Chungwon secretly glanced at Chin Sun and saw that he was also stunned. Knowing that this was a surprise from Xiaoning to Chin Sun, she couldn't help but admire him. This guy is really good at controlling girls. He can actually make President Xia do this. Chungwon said pretentiously. I'll go apply to Mr. Nyo. 5 minutes later, Chungwon walked out of the office and walked in front of Chin Sun. Mr. Nyo, she agreed. Chin Sun? He looked incredulous. Fatty Nyo is so generous? Then I should beat her less in the future? Suddenly, he noticed that everyone in the office was looking at him. Their eyes were full of shock, admiration, and shit. Chin Sun turned his head and looked at Xiaoning, who had a faint smile on her face, and sighed. What a sin! Am I going to be a father? Everyone in the office fell silent. This operation made them speechless. Sure enough, if a handsome man is super capable, everyone will make way for him. Ahem, the ability here refers to work ability. How dare Xiaoning, a little girl, compete with Mr. Nyo for a man? Half an hour later, Chungwon sighed as she watched Xiaoning, who was carrying a large cardboard box, walk into the general manager's office. Alas, it's hard for a heroine to get past a strong man. So they're preparing a private space for 2 people in the company? This is too much. Don't make any noise. Chapter 73. Don't be too nice to me, I'm allergic. General Manager's office. The office is not small, very clean, very tidy. Front the door is a desk, with a valuable computer on it. There is a bookcase on the left. There are several sofas, and a coffee table on the right, for chatting and drinking tea. Chin Sun sat on the general manager's chair, turned on the computer without a password, then put his legs on the table, took out his mobile phone, and started the game. Suddenly, the door creaked, opened. Chin Sun habitually put his phone on the table, retracted his legs, and quickly looked up. He saw that it was Xiaoning who came in with a cardboard box. He breathed a sigh of relief. I was scared to death. I thought someone else came in. Xiaoning put the cardboard box on the desk, looked down at Chin Sun, and saw that he picked up his phone to play games again, and frowned slightly. She said coldly, Give me your seat. I want to use the computer, and you don't need it anyway. Chin Sun heard it, and felt that it made sense. While operating his phone, he stood up and walked to the chair opposite the desk and sat down. Why did you come in? Xiaoning sat down, took out the documents from the cardboard box and arranged them neatly, and said expressionlessly, I was worried that you would hide here alone to watch movies, and that kind of movies. So I came to watch you, so that you would not pollute the company environment. Chin Sun was playing a fierce game, and when he heard this, he suddenly looked up. In the game, his character was beaten to death by people with long guns and short guns. He was surprised. This was the first time he heard Xiaoning joke, and she started with dirty jokes. She was always cold, serious, and boring. But seeing her serious expression, she didn't seem to be joking. Chin Sun complained. After so many days of getting along, you still don't believe in my character? Xiaoning raised her head, looked at Chin Sun, and smiled faintly. After so many days of getting along, I am more and more sure that your character is unreliable. Chin Sun raised his middle finger, and was too lazy to pay attention to her. He lowered his head, and continued playing the game. He regained control of the situation, and began to frantically help his teammates. The game was over. Chin Sun raised his head, and looked at Xiaoning who was working hard. After a long silence, he suddenly spoke. Xiao Xia, you are a little strange today. Xiaoning raised her head, and looked at Chin Sun. Chin Sun's face looked a little strange, and continued. You were very nice to me today. Xiaoning was stunned for a moment, seemingly taking this as a cheesy love talk, and was a little embarrassed. Except borrowing money, everything else is easy to talk about. She lowered her head, and her voice became softer, but her tone was still cold. People are all mutual. If you care about others, others will care about you. Then, she heard Chin Sun's voice, somewhat low. You don't have to be so nice to me in the future. Looking up, she saw Chin Sun's serious face. Xia Ning felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, and looked at Qin Sun quietly. Qin Sun smiled faintly. I will be allergic. Xia Ning was silent for a while, and gently uttered a word. You oh. Qin Sun laughed. Xia Ning also laughed. It seemed that everything was back to the starting point. 11:30 in the morning. Qin Sun suddenly stood up and walked out. Xia Ning looked at his back as he left, said nothing, continued to check her emails, and found companies that could cooperate. Suddenly, her cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. She answered the call. A strange man said enthusiastically, Hello, are you Miss Xia? Mr. Qin Sun's assistant? I am Xiao Wang, the public relations manager of Legion Headhunting Company. Xia Ning said coldly. Sorry. You called the wrong number. She hung up the phone. 3 seconds later, the phone rang again. Xia Ning hung up immediately, feeling a little irritated, and her stomach felt uncomfortable again. She reached out and stroked her stomach. She felt that she was too polite just now, and she should learn from Qin Sun. When the other party said, Excuse me, are you Miss Xia? She directly cursed. She glanced at the closed door, cleared her throat, and said like Qin Sun, I am your mother. Fierce. At this moment, the door opened. Qin Sun was standing at the door with a bag of lunch boxes, and just heard the words I am your mother, and saw her hand stroking her stomach. He sighed in his heart. You are his mother. So you are his mother. You don't have to be so proud. Xia Ning was a little embarrassed, lowered his head, typed the keyboard seriously, pretending to work hard. Qin Sun put 3 dishes, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, and 2 boxes of white rice on the coffee table, and called Xia Ning to come over for dinner. Xiao Xia, you can go to Fatty's sister stir-fry for dinner in the future. I just realized that there are so many stores around the office building, but her food is really clean, but it's a little unpalatable. Xia Ning came over, sat on the sofa, and opened a box of rice. She remembered that day when he invited Qin Sun to eat roast meat. He said, If you eat something unclean, you won't get sick. She laughed. If you eat something unclean, you won't get sick. Qin Sun raised his eyes and looked at her speechlessly. As long as you are not afraid of death, you can do whatever you want. Xia Ning was a little surprised. Will you eat dead people? Qin Sun lowered his head and ate. The big ones won't die, but the small ones will die. Xia Ning didn't understand. Why has Qin Sun become so strange these 2 days? He took a nap on the sofa. Qin Sun woke up and continued to lie on the sofa playing with his phone. Xia Ning sat in the general manager's seat, full of emotion. She didn't expect that the first time she sat in the general manager's chair was as a small assistant. She smiled. Xia Ning buried her head in work, looking at the mailbox filled with emails. More than 20 in total, all of which were sent by the business department to express the intention of cooperation with the client. She opened them one by one, carefully examined them, fearing that she would be deceived by a brat like Song Ying again. After reading one letter after another, the arc of her mouth became higher and higher. They are all reliable companies, and some of them are powerful large companies. She opened another one. It was a chain of milk tea shops, and they wanted to upgrade their brands. Xia Ning's face suddenly changed, and the smile on her face disappeared. She glanced at Qin Sun quietly, and saw him lying on the sofa, concentrating on playing games, and sending a message to Dad on the computer WeChat. Dad, I said I don't want your help. I want to run the company well by myself. Why are you still sending emails to my company? Soon, Xia Ning's father replied. What you call running your own business is playing a spy drama, pretending to be a little assistant, following an internet celebrity every day to cheer for him. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun, a little embarrassed. She knew that Niu Xiaojun really went to his father to complain. My company is slowly getting on the right track. Xia Ning's father. The order was sent by the subsidiary of the group itself. I don't care about these trivial matters at all, and I only found out about it last night. Xia Ning replied. Really? Xia Ning's father. Don't be so proud. Your plan may not meet the requirements of the brand upgrade of this milk tea shop. This milk tea shop is half dead. I lost 200 million in 3 years. I am ready to withdraw my investment at the end of the year. Looking at his father's reply, Xia Ning's cold eyes gradually ignited fighting spirit. Looking up at Qin Sun, who was lying on the sofa playing games, Xia Ning sighed. The fighting spirit in his eyes, instantly like a flame swaying in the wind. Chapter 74. If you are not ruthless, You will not be able to stand firm. I will avenge you. Xia Ning looked at her father's reply on the computer, and a trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. Her family had some money, but there was no throne to inherit. But her grandmother had always been obsessed with holding a grandson. Dad was also foolishly filial, and listened to grandma's words. Originally, after my mother gave birth to me, her body was not suitable for childbirth, and it was difficult for her to get pregnant. As a result, she gave birth to my sister 7 years ago. Now her parents have secretly done artificial insemination for 2 years without telling Xia Ning and her sister, and finally succeeded recently. I implanted a boy. Xia Ning was somewhat resentful about this. Could it be that she couldn't do what a man could do? Thinking of her mother lying in the hospital all day to protect the fetus, Xia Ning's resentment grew even stronger. Her fingers quickly typed on the keyboard, replying, "Wait. If you can do it, I can do it too. If you can't do it, I can do it too." After a while, Xia's father replied. It was an emoticon package. Xia Ning's childhood video was customized into an emoticon package, used within her family. At this time, on the computer Prestige, there was a GIF. A 5 or 6-year-old Xia Ning, looking up, looking fierce. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Xia Ning glanced at Qin Sun, and just in case, she exited the computer Prestige. He was still playing the game. Xia Ning, who was full of fighting spirit, couldn't bear it anymore. She knocked on the table. Qin Sun, I saw a very good cooperation invitation. It's a chain milk tea brand. Dudu Tea. They want to upgrade the brand and transform it. Qin Sun heard Dudu Tea and had some impression. There don't seem to be many stores, but there aren't too few either. You can always see it occasionally in the streets. The price is not too high or too low. The milk tea tastes the same as its price. It's not bad, nor is it amazing. He was playing games without looking up. Brand upgrade? Transformation? You should go to a brand strategy consulting company. We are focusing on marketing now. He raised his eyelids. Xiao Xia, you politely refused their invitation to cooperate. Xia Ning said firmly. I don't want it. Qin Sun heard Xia Ning's voice getting louder, which made him feel strange. But he didn't change his mind. We don't have enough ability, so we won't delay their brand upgrade. But he saw Xia Ning stood up, with a cold face, and walked over slowly, snatching his phone. She picked up the phone and lowered her head to operate it. Qin Sun was a little surprised. You can also play mobile games? Xia Ning said while operating it. No, but I know which is the enemy's fountain. Qin Sun? Hearing a sound of hitting in the game, Qin Sun recognized that it was his own game character, who was beaten to death on the way to the enemy's fountain. He said sarcastically, That's it? You didn't even reach the enemy's fountain. You can't even send a fountain. Xia Ning turned off Qin Sun's phone, put it in his trouser pocket, looked down at Qin Sun eagerly. Qin Sun, I really want to do this order. Qin Sun lay on the sofa, looking at Xia Ning quietly. The two looked at each other for a long time. Xia Ning's eyes suddenly became a little dim, pursed his lips, and there was a hint of pleading in his tone. Please. It was the first time he saw Xia Ning so submissive. In a flash, Qin Sun imagined a bloody plot. There was once an ignorant sister, and the son of the president of a chain of milk tea shops became a couple. Later, they broke up and got back together, and then, when she was pregnant and wanted to marry into a wealthy family, but because of her cold and unpleasant personality, she was disliked by her parents-in-law and was thrown out of the house. From then on, the woman's heart became even colder. She even suffered from severe psychological trauma and liked to collect some dangerous weapons. Later, she joined a company and saw the invitation for cooperation in upgrading the milk tea brand of the child's father, and was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. She wanted to perform well, make some achievements, and give their family a slap in the face. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun in a daze for a long time, waited for a while, and then said, Have you thought about it? Qin Sun sat up, thought about it, and asked, Is this order very important to you? He emphasized the word to you. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun and nodded silently. Qin Sun hesitated for a moment, and asked tentatively, You want revenge? Xia Ning was shocked, and pondered in her heart. Her resentment should not reach the level of hatred? But she heard Qin Sun ask again, Is it because of the childbirth? Xia Ning was shocked. Her pupils shrank slightly. and she was somewhat amazed at Chin Sun's thinking ability. Chin Sun just sent her to the maternal and child health hospital once, and he could infer that her mother gave birth to a child at an advanced age, which made her feel some resentment towards her father. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun, as if looking at a monster, and was silent for a moment, and nodded slowly. Yes. Chin Sun asked again. Do you want to vent your anger? Xia Ning nodded silently. Chin Sun asked again. The louder the better? Xia Ning saw that Chin Sun seemed to be interested, and was happy, and nodded quickly. The louder the better. Chin Sun asked again, and his voice was very loud. The more cruel the better? Xia Ning was a little excited, and nodded vigorously. The more cruel the better. Chin Sun looked at Xia Ning, sighed, turned around silently, and put his hands behind his back, making money for him by marketing planning. What kind of revenge is that? If you are not cruel, you can't stand firm. I'll make a big wave for you. He walked to the window, opened the curtains, looked at the white clouds on the seashore, and said in a deep voice, I do have a brand planning proposal that can make Duty flourish in the early stage, and seem to be thriving, but suddenly collapse in the end. In the end, Duty went bankrupt. The boss behind the scenes lost his wife and children, and his family was broken up. Creditors blocked the door and splashed paint every day, and even the dog at home was taken away and cooked and eaten. Chin Sun finished speaking, and he let out a long sigh, thinking that he really had the demeanor of the first poisoner in the Three Kingdoms period. Hearing Xia Ning behind him, he was speechless for a long time. He turned his head, and saw Xia Ning's eyes widened, her lips trembling slightly. She looked shocked. Chin Sun knew. Xia Ning was frightened by her own courage. He walked over, looked at Xia Ning, and said softly, Xia Ning, don't be afraid. You look cold, but you are actually a little soft-hearted. Otherwise, how could you? He glanced at her belly. Why would you suffer such an injustice? Chin Sun gently patted Xia Ning's shoulder and comforted her. Don't be afraid. Let's deal with them together. Sooner or later they will kneel before you, kowtow on the ground and beg for mercy. Xia Ning came back to her senses. Her face was pale, and she looked at the sky outside the window. She was afraid of a thunderbolt. She paused for a long time, looking at Chin Sun, and said, Are you not sick? Chin Sun was stunned. Huh? Xia Ning continued. My hatred for him is not that great. It's not even hatred. I just want to upgrade the brand of Duty, expand its influence across the country, and let it make more money. Let him see our capabilities. Chin Sun looked at Xia Ning silently, for a long time, and sneered. Womanly kindness. Xia Ning pursed her lips, staring at him quietly, without blinking. Chin Sun had no choice but to sigh and say, Give them a quote. Full plan. 10 million. If you can do it, do it. If you can't, forget it. Xia Ning? Do you want to hear what you are talking about? Looking at Xia Ning, who was shocked, Chin Sun explained coldly. Now I have 10% of the company's dry shares. Of course, I want to eat it all up. 10 million. Not a penny less. Xia Ning raised his hands, rubbed his temples, and had a headache. Are you crazy? Or am I crazy? Chapter 75. We agreed to work together to earn money for your baby's milk powder. Do you know what 10 million means? Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun and sighed. If a 100 yuan bill takes 3 seconds to burn, 10 million can burn for 8 or 9 hours. Enough for you to burn from work to work. Chin Sun heard Xia Ning still bargaining for the unfaithful man, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. You are good at math. But which idiot would burn money? Suddenly, his face turned cold, and he said slowly, I'm not a saint, but I can be passionate sometimes. He couldn't find the right word, so he used passionate. He was angry now. He didn't want Duty Catering to have an easy time. Seeing Xia Ning's puzzled expression, he didn't understand what he was saying. He continued, For a 10 million order, according to the company's performance regulations, our department will get a 3% bonus, which is 300,000, and the department head will get 40%. That is, I will take 120,000, and I have the right to distribute the remaining 180,000 to the specialists in the planning department according to their work. However, our department currently has only you as an employee. Xia Ning's heart trembled, and he looked at Chin Sun in a daze. So he actually considered me? Wanted to seek benefits for me? I heard Chin Sun continue to say. 180,000, enough for a woman to take care of the baby, maintain the baby, give birth, sit on the confinement, and raise the child to 4 or 5 years old. Chin Sun watched Xia Ning's face gradually turn red, felt a little strange, just thought she was moved by him. He said seriously and slowly. Some men are not men, not even human beings. But I am a real man. I will give you the money for having children, and raising them in the future. Xia Ning looked at Chin Sun, blushed, began to feel hot, tense all over, tightly pursed her lips. She didn't know why Chin Sun suddenly became so bold. He said he was a real man? He also wanted to give me money to raise a child. Is this a confession? Skip the marriage directly, and go for the child? It's the same as the sentence on the internet. Do you want to be buried in my ancestral grave after you die? This is too passionate. Chin Sun looked at Xia Ning, who was stunned, and asked, Do you understand? Xia Ning came back to her senses, looked at Chin Sun, and nodded gently with a red face. I don't know what to say. That's good. Chin Sun nodded. Then, let's work together. Xia Ning felt her face burning terribly, and her mind went blank. What? Work together to have a baby? This kind of confession is so shameless. For a moment, she was at a loss, and dared not look at Chin Sun again, and turned around quickly. She walked quickly to the back of the desk, sat on the chair, and hid her face behind the computer screen. She took a deep breath quietly, trying to cool down the temperature on her face as soon as possible, so that Chin Sun would not notice anything. She was torn for a long time. She wanted to refuse out of habit, but felt it was a bit cruel. From childhood to adulthood, Xia Ning had simply and rudely refused others hundreds of times. She hesitated for the first time. Xia Ning was stunned for a while. Or, I should be more tactful? Her heart was in turmoil, and she quietly poked her head out from behind the computer screen. As a result, she saw Chin Sun lying on the sofa playing games. He even took the time to scratch the itch on his waist. He looked like nothing happened. Xia Ning's face instantly returned to coldness, and she looked coldly at Chin Sun, who was lying like a dog, without any trace of embarrassment just now. Oh, Chin Sun, is this your confession attitude? Can't even wait for a minute, just busy playing another game? Dumber. Half an hour later. Xia Ning looked at the chat history of his dad in the prestige of his mobile phone. Look at the meaning of the full screen. There was a fiery anger in my heart. She walked out of the desk. Look at Chin Sun lying on the sofa, speaking firmly. Chin Sun, this one is really important to me. Set up, the tone is softened a lot. I can borrow 2,000 yuan for you. Come on. Xia Ning rarely asked for others. Last time. It was also because Chin Sun refused to obey discipline. And he asked Niu Xiaojun, his hot-tempered childhood friend, to come over and subdue him. But he was beaten up by him. Chin Sun operated with both hands. And after finishing a group, he looked up at Xia Ning. Seeing the determined expression, he was a little disappointed. Chin Sun originally thought that Xia Ning had an ascetic face with sharp cheeks, and she looked like she wanted to see through the world all day long. This image should be a cruel and scheming woman. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be a love-brained idiot. She got pregnant with someone's child, was abandoned, and she was still naive enough to please the other person? How cheap. He was silent for a while. Chin Sun said coldly, We agreed to work hard together, to earn money for your baby's milk powder. You can't do it, but I can. Xia Ning? Seeing Chin Sun nagging at your rogue confession, she was a little angry, and was about to reject him harshly. But she heard Chin Sun still insisted. 10 million offered to him. If he agrees, I'll do it. If he doesn't agree, then ask someone else. Xia Ning stared at Chin Sun coldly, and was silent for a long time, and suddenly smiled. The smile was indifferent. Actually, I have always regarded you as an ordinary friend. Chin Sun's heart beat, as if he heard a special meaning in this sentence. He raised his head. He saw Xia Ning turn around and left. Xia Ning sat back behind the desk, was silent for a while, and stopped pestering Chin Sun. According to Chin Sun's request, he sent a WeChat message to his father on his mobile phone, preparing to try his luck. Mr. Xia, the whole plan is 10 million, our company will accept it. Very soon. Dad Xia sent an emoticon package, or a gif of Xia Ning when she was a child. In the gif, Xia Ning was dumbfounded, with a jaw-dropping expression. As expected of my daughter? Xia Shujia, she is so cruel. Xia Ning blushed slightly, and looked at Chin Sun, who was lying on the sofa playing games again. Our company's chief planning master is very confident. He won't ask for a price casually. I believe him. He is very good. After a while, Dad Xiao replied. Someone told me that you are miserable. You have fallen in love. I didn't believe it before, but now I believe it. But a woman in love will have a filter for her lover. You believe him, but I don't. Xia Ning looked at these 3 sentences and sneered. She saw through her father's mind at a glance. He was trying to trick her into telling her whether she was really in love. Her whole family, grandfather, grandmother, father, mother, and even her 7-year-old sister, were all very concerned about her love life. It was as if she was not 24 years old, but 42 years old, and had been single since birth. Xia Ning quickly glanced at Qin Sun and replied, I'm not in love. Very quickly, Dad Xiao replied. Who is Qin Sun then? Chapter 76 Promotional Video? Do you have to make it so embarrassing? He is an idiot. Big one. Xia Ning replied quickly. After a long while, Dad Xiao replied, You are finished. You really fell in love. Xia Ning looked at her father's reply, lips pursed into a line, somewhat unconvinced. She clearly rejected Qin Sun harshly a few minutes ago. Dad, this 10 million business? Will you let our company do it? At worst, we lose money for you. I will compensate you. Xia Ning waited for a while. There was no reply. When her patience was about to run out, she wanted to walk out of the office and hide in the corridor of the office building to make a phone call. A message popped up on Weixin. 10 million? Who is he? Who is he? Does he deserve it? Let me see his ability. Otherwise, he will never be able to enter the gate of the Xia family. These replies were very impolite. It seemed that they were full of resentment that their daughter was about to rely on another man. The daughter's father and the daughter's boyfriend seemed to be born to be incompatible. Xia Ning replied quickly. The screen was almost broken. I say it again. I am not in love. She waited for a long time. There was no reply. Xia Ning sat on the chair and sulked, thinking that she could not wash away her anger even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Niu Xiaojun is sick. Dad is also sick. Qin Sun is also starting to get sick. No. He has always been sick. But his condition has worsened. She glanced at Qin Sun, who was lying on the sofa playing games, and said coldly, Qin Sun. Qin Sun did not even raise his head. Playing games? Hey! Seeing this, Xia Ning was even more angry. I'm in a bad mood. Qin Sun, oh! Xia Ning, come here. Qin Sun still didn't look up. What are you doing? Xia Ning stood up, expressionless. Slap me. Qin Sun turned around, looking surprised. Ah? Pregnant women are as cruel as pregnant bitches. He glanced at Xia Ning, shook his head, and turned around to continue playing with his phone. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's dead look, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, he regained his cold look. Qin Sun, the other party said, you want this 10 million, you have to let him know. Who are you? Who do you think you are? Are you worthy? After repeating her father's words, she added a private word. What kind of person are you? After saying that, she felt secretly happy. Spray him Q. A 5-kill sound effect came from the phone. Qin Sun turned over and sat up from the sofa, looked up at Xia Ning, sneered. Provocation? Xia Ning was a little nervous, worried that he would not be fooled. But she saw Qin Sun smiled. I like my temper. Just when she was feeling a little happy, she heard Qin Sun say again. There will be a time when he kneels down to beg me. Xia Ning. Why does he always want my father to kneel down to him? Qin Sun stood up, lowered his head, frowned, paced in the office. Suddenly, he raised his head. I'll let this bastard see who I am, and who I am. Xia Ning. Do you have any ideas? Qin Sun nodded. We are a marketing company. We are busy marketing for others, and forget to market ourselves. We need to find someone to represent our company. He held his hands together, and then slowly separated them, the distance between them getting bigger and bigger. I want to market our small, broken company that is about to go bankrupt at any time into a giant in the industry. In the future, companies that want to cooperate with us will be embarrassed to submit letters of intent to us without spending millions. Xia Ning frowned slightly when he heard the words about to go bankrupt at any time. The company's current business is clearly thriving. Unless Qin Sun is poached. Boss Qin, she shouted. What are you going to do? Only after hearing the words Boss Qin, Did Qin Sun realize that he was already the company's vice president, the second largest shareholder? He quickly raised his hand and patted his lips. What do you mean it's going to go bankrupt at any time? As long as I'm alive, the company won't go bankrupt. Xia Ning breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that if the company's business is good, would he be rewarded with a small house at the annual meeting? Tighten him to the company? Never get away from it. Xia Ning turned around to pour a cup of tea, walked to Qin Sun, and handed it to him with both hands. Boss Qin, what do you think? Qin Sun took a sip of tea. I plan to make the current company's trump card. That is, me, into a superstar in the industry. He smiled faintly. I want to tell them clearly who I am. Seeing Qin Sun's confident look, Xia Ning thought for a while and asked, You want to shoot a promotional video? Qin Sun nodded. I want to shoot a promotional video that will make us famous. Xia Ning smiled faintly and felt a little worried. Promotional videos are very hard to get out of the circle. For example, every star in the world has his or her own promotional video. But who would watch it except their die-hard fans? It is nothing more than praising them directly, indirectly, and in various ways. Finally, a sentence like if you don't see the mountain, come to see me, I will go to see the mountain is added. This kind of pretentious copywriting seems to be quite literary. The die-hard fans of stars may be happy to watch it, or even excited, but for passers-by, promotional videos are really boring. Not as pretty as the caterpillars on the leaves. But on second thought, Qin Sun has never failed so far. He can always surprise people. Xia Ning asked, Have you thought of the copy for the promotion now? She was looking forward to it. After all, sometimes a short copy in a promotional video can go viral. And Qin Sun seems to be very good at this. Qin Sun smiled. Do you want to hear it? Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun and nodded gently. Qin Sun took a sip of tea, moistened his throat, and called the microphone without any shyness. My last name is Qin, like a dragon's roar, the sound of mountain streams caressing a zither. My last name is Qin, with every smile and frown, I feel like I am close to you. My last name is Qin, I am majestic, I can defeat a group of people in a one-on-one fight. My last name is Qin, God rewards hard work, poverty alleviation before falling in love. After singing, he raised the teacup to take another sip of tea to moisten his throat, but a white hand pressed the rim of the cup. Looking up, Xia Ning looked shocked. Qin Sun, are you serious? Is this how you promote it? Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning's expression, felt funny, and shook his head. Of course not. Just when Xia Ning's expression was slightly relaxed, he said again. And you? Xia Ning? What do you mean? Qin Sun smiled slightly. When the promotional video is shot, everyone in the company will participate. How can you be left out? Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's smile, and a bad premonition came to his mind. Then, he heard Qin Sun speak. My last name is Xia, washing clothes. Xia, you can blow up the world with your backhand. You are so righteous and powerful, you raise the flag and ride on the horse again. My last name is Xia, I am not afraid. I am the biggest in the world. Suddenly, Qin Sun's mouth was covered by Xia Ning. It was very strong, and he almost flipped him over. Chapter 77 You should keep the 2,000 yuan for having a baby. Qin Sun was startled, and his eyes widened. Xia Ning stretched out her thin white arm, and a layer of goosebumps appeared on her face. She was actually a little panicked. I can't call. Qin Sun laughed. Did she believe it? It's so easy to fool. No wonder she was abandoned after getting pregnant. So silly and naive. Xia Ning put down her hand that was covering Qin Sun's mouth, and her face looked a little bad. She was restless and walked around the office a few times. She imagined the company's more than 30 employees standing in front of the camera in a neat row, like kindergarten children singing a chorus. One by one, they shouted, Surname my surname is Qin. And I am Qin. My surname is Xia. And I am Xia. My surname is Chung. And I am Chung. She felt that this company was going to be ruined. Xia Ning sighed heavily and sat back in her office chair. Forget it. I don't want to lose face. Qin Sun's marketing every time seemed ridiculous, such as kneeling to save his daughter, and calling his baby to sell meat and apples at the same time. But it turned out to be successful in the end. Xia Ning created a new document on the computer desktop, and wrote down what Qin Sun had just shouted. Looking at these words, she felt more and more embarrassed. She endured the nausea, put her hands on the table, and tapped the rhythm with her fingers. She quietly opened her mouth and practiced silently. My last name is Xia. Laundry Xia. Can a backhand make the world explode? So embarrassing. Suddenly, she saw Chin-sun coming over from the corner of her eye, and she couldn't help but sit up straighter, and her face regained a cold look. Chin-sun stood behind her, and a voice with a hint of laughter rang out. Well, not bad. You have a good memory. You can write down what you heard once. Company promotional video, you stand in the center. Xia Ning. I think there is no need for that. I have a low position. I can just stand in the back corner. Chin-sun looked at Xia Ning's embarrassment and smiled. Practice for a while, and then contact Mangrove Photo Studio. I remember they also accept short video shooting business. Xia Ning raised her head, looked at Chin-sun, thought for a while, and nodded. Corporate videos are usually made by advertising companies or film and television companies. However, Chin-sun should have a complete idea of the short film in his mind. So he just needs to go to the studio to find a tool person who knows how to shoot. Cheap, obedient, and easy to use. Chin-sun sat back on the sofa to play games. Xia Ning stared at the computer screen, practicing seriously, and silently recited with his mouth open. My last name is Xia. Laundry Xia. Backhand can make the world explode. Loyalty is so great, and the wind and clouds are so powerful. Raise the battle flag and ride the war horse again. 10 minutes later, Xia Ning closed the document, read it silently again, and felt that she was proficient enough. She glanced at Chin-sun, and saw him sitting on the sofa and browsing his phone seriously. She felt a little comforted. Chin-sun didn't go out of the company to play. That's great. Xia Ning unconsciously smiled. And then, the smile froze. Is my expectation of him so low? Chin-sun was browsing his phone, reading some social news, and saw a story about a cat who took revenge on his owner after his eggs were stabbed. Suddenly, WeChat popped up a message notification. Clicked it, and saw that Xia Ning had transferred 2,000 yuan. He thought about it, clicked refund, and continued to swipe his phone. Suddenly, Xia Ning's voice sounded somewhat cold. Why don't you take it? Chin-sun looked up, clearly saw a hint of suppressed anger on her face. He smiled casually, lowered his head, and continued to see how angry the cat with its egg scratched could be. You should keep this 2,000 yuan for having children. Xia Ning? After saying that, without waiting for Xia Ning to react, Chin-sun lowered his head again, and continued to see what the angry cat with its egg scratched could do. He has a bad temper. The money I just borrowed was taken back. And then I sent it back. Sorry, I don't want it. Xia Ning was silent. When she heard Chin-sun mention having a baby again, she thought of what he said before. Let's work together to earn money for milk powder. Her face was slightly red, she pursed her lips tightly, and gradually frowned. How did this Chin-sun learn to pester? Did I refuse too politely just now? After a while, Xia Ning looked at Chin-sun, who was playing with his phone with his head down, decided to make it clear with him, and said in a cold voice, Chin-sun, don't say such things again in the future. Seeing Chin-sun raise his head, she had no expression on her face, but her fingers on the desk were slightly firm. The two looked at each other in silence. Xia Ning gave Chin-sun another way out. This is the company, not a place to fall in love. Talk about things like having children. Chin-sun looked at Xia Ning, smiled, and nodded. I understand. Don't worry, I'll keep my mouth shut. After saying that, he lowered his head to play with his phone again. He understood Xia Ning's feelings. She must feel ashamed for getting pregnant out of wedlock and being abandoned. She didn't want her colleagues in the company to know. And she kept it a secret until she passed the internship period. And she can still have more than 3 months of paid maternity leave. Isn't that wonderful? Suddenly, Chin-sun raised her head and stared at Xia Ning. I am now the vice president of the company. Isn't she cheating me out of money? Xia Ning had been secretly observing Chin-sun's state, fearing that he would do something extreme after being rejected. Suddenly, she saw him looking up at her, startled, and quickly turned his head away, looking at the computer screen, and sighed in her heart. Is he still not giving up? He is so persistent. Chin-sun snorted in his heart. See, you are feeling guilty. Finally it is 6 o'clock. Chin-sun got up and opened the door to leave, but heard Xia Ning shouting behind him. Wait for me, we will go together. Chin-sun turned around, looked at her belly, and felt a little embarrassed. I ride an electric bike. Xia Ning lowered her head, while packing her things, said, It's okay, it's the rush hour after get off work, it's faster to ride an electric bike. No response, raised his head. Her face turned cold. Where is the person at the door? Xia Ning shook his head and sighed. Has he lost his gentlemanly manners after being rejected? In order to hide his family situation, Xia Ning had not driven to work. He walked out of the office building and took a taxi back. There was traffic jam all the way. Finally, he returned to the community. Walking into the community, at the door of the apartment building, Xia Ning saw 4 women dressed in fancy clothes, surrounding Qin Sun and tugging at him. Mr. Qin, come with us. Our boss wants to cooperate with you. The salary is very high. Xia Ning saw that one of the buttons on Qin Sun's shirt was torn off, exposing his chest, and there were even a few scratches on it. Her face turned cold. Is this the gangster rape and murder order of the headhunting company mentioned by Chung Wan? Qin Sun was surrounded by 4 chattering women, and felt the softness pressing on his body from time to time, and felt that he couldn't move his fists and feet. Just when he didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a cold and indifferent voice sounded. Where did the pheasant come from? Chapter 78. The performance of a cool and elegant lady. Hearing someone cursing, the 4 women were a little angry, and looked up. They saw a woman who was extremely cold and beautiful, walking towards them with a blank expression, and her temperament was like the cold wind in winter. It made them feel sharp. Suddenly, they dared not speak. It seemed that a pheasant was suppressed by the blood of a phoenix. Xia Ning walked in front of them, reached out her hand, took Qin Sun's hand, and pulled him out of the encirclement of women. She naturally took Qin Sun's arm, looked at the 4 women with indignation indifferently, and said softly, If you are ugly, don't follow others to come to my doorstep to snatch men. Qin Sun? What do you mean by men at your doorstep? The 4 women looked at the cold and noble Xia Ning, and wanted to say something, but they couldn't say anything. They are not ugly, but beautiful. If they don't stand next to this cold beauty, Xia Ning said coldly. Get out. The 4 women dispersed in shame. After walking a few steps, a woman felt so embarrassed, suddenly turned around, pretended to be fierce, and asked, What's your name? Xia Ning stared at the woman expressionlessly, until she felt uneasy and wanted to run away. Then she suddenly said, My last name is Xia. Laundry Xia. The backhand can make the world explode. Her face was cold, and she spoke seriously, with a royal sister's tone. Compared with the content, there is a strong contrast. The woman? Qin Sun? The other 3 women suddenly turned around, looked at Xia Ning, and showed shocked expressions. Could this be a lunatic? No wonder Manager Wang said that Mr. Qin has a girlfriend who likes cosplay at home. She looks like a queen, but she is fierce in combat. Now it seems that she is not only cold and fierce, but also middle school. Xia Ning met their surprised eyes with a calm face. The 4 women asked for trouble and ran away in shame. I can't afford to offend them. I can't afford to offend them. Seeing them run away, Xia Ning let go of the hand that was holding Qin Sun's arm. Qin Sun turned to look at Xia Ning. His face was a little weird. Xiao Xia. What did you say just now? Xia Ning looked ahead, his face tense, trying to keep his tone calm, and explained. It just suddenly occurred to me that if I couldn't say the lines I practiced this afternoon in front of 4 people, how could I say them in front of dozens of people during the shoot tomorrow? Qin Sun. He raised a thumb. Well, not bad. An excellent employee. Your attitude is very good. Xia Ning pursed her lips, thinking that he was complimenting her. Suddenly, Qin Sun felt the warmth of Xia Ning holding him just now on his arm, and his mood was a little complicated. He patted his arm, looked at Xia Ning, and warned her seriously. Don't touch me in the future. Xia Ning. Hearing such words that should be said by a young girl, she wondered if Qin Sun had taken her lines. She said coldly, Don't be so ungrateful. After a pause, he said slowly, Stingy. Qin Sun felt helpless when he heard the word stingy. He felt that he had returned the 2,000 yuan she transferred to him, and hurt her fragile and sensitive self-esteem. But Xia Ning was thinking, Didn't I just reject your confession? Is there any need to be so polite to me? This time, I rejected you politely. The 2 looked at each other. Suddenly, Xia Ning raised her foot and stepped on Qin Sun's instep with her high heels. The force was not strong. Qin Sun looked up to the sky and screamed like a pig. Xia Ning ignored Qin Sun, walked into the apartment building, got on the elevator, and pressed the 6th floor without waiting for Chin Sun to come in. Back to the rental house. She sat in the living room and turned on the TV. After a while, Chin Sun came back limping. Seeing this, Xiaoning felt a little embarrassed. I didn't step hard. Chin Sun rolled his eyes at her. You stepped on my little toe. Xiaoning. I'm sorry. But Chin Sun ignored her and walked into the bedroom. After a while, there was a noise inside, which seemed to be the sound of packing. Xiaoning quickly got up and walked to the door of Chin Sun's bedroom. As expected, she saw Chin Sun picking out clothes and stuffing them into his backpack. She frowned and asked, Chin Sun, what are you doing? Chin Sun looked up at her, said nothing, and continued to pack his things. She asked again, Is it because of what you said this afternoon? About having a baby? Chin Sun zipped up his bag and snorted coldly. Child, whether you want to have a baby or not, what does it have to do with me? Xiaoning's mind automatically translated this sentence. My confession, whether you want to agree or not, I won't serve you anymore. She looked at Chin Sun, her face turned cold. What a stingy man he is. She had made the biggest concession in her life to Chin Sun for someone else's confession, but he was still not satisfied and was still being petty. Just like a woman, Xiaoning said coldly. You don't have money to rent a house now. Chin Sun snorted coldly. I can make some money by being a gigolo. He picked up his bag and walked out, but saw Xiaoning blocking the door, with no intention of moving out. He sighed and explained, Xiao Xia, I was not stopped by those 4 women at the door of the apartment building today. I was carried all the way down at the door of the rental house. This place has been exposed. Those shameless headhunting companies started to use the beauty group scheme of 4 women together, which is getting more and more to my taste. If this continues, I will fall into the trap sooner or later. Xiaoning. Chin Sun continued. I'll go out and hide for 2 days. He pushed Xiaoning aside and walked outside, but heard Xiaoning's voice was a little anxious. You're leaving. What about me? Chin Sun turned around and saw a trace of sadness on Xiaoning's face. I'm leaving, and you'll be safe. After saying that, he left without looking back. Xiaoning looked at his back as he left, glanced at the empty house, and suddenly felt empty in her heart. After a while, she walked into the bedroom, started packing her luggage, and left, back to her villa. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. In the villa area here, outsiders cannot enter without the consent of the owner. How about? The next day, Chin Sun arrived at the company on time, walked directly into the general manager's office, and saw Xiaoning sitting behind the desk typing on the keyboard. He greeted her. Good morning, Xia. Xiaoning did not answer, still typing on the keyboard, and seemed to be still angry with him. Chin Sun was helpless, walked over directly, picked up the milk Xiaoning had drunk on the desk, and the sandwich that she had taken 2 bites of, looked at it carefully, and smelled it. The things in this convenience store are clean and hygienic. You should buy from this store in the future. You won't have a stomachache. Xiaoning stopped typing, raised her head, looked at him silently for a while, said nothing, and lowered her head to continue working. She suddenly said, I practiced for a long time last night, and I can now say my last name is Xia without changing my expression like you. In the next filming, if you need someone to set an example, please be sure to ask me to go on stage. She looked serious. She wanted to shine in the promotional video and let her father see her skills. Chin Sun was stunned and smiled. Okay. Satisfy you. I will definitely satisfy you. Chapter 79. Xiaoning, you have been caught in the rain, so you want to tear up other people's umbrellas? It was 9 o'clock. Chin Sun asked Xiaoning to call Chengwan to call everyone to a meeting. On the podium, Chin Sun spoke passionately. So, in order to make Oak Company a star company in the industry, we need to shoot a promotional video, and the filming team will come at 10 o'clock. And the actors will be selected from our colleagues. Okay? More than 30 colleagues below shouted yes. Who hasn't dreamed of being an actor when they were young? But how many people have experience on stage? Now they have a chance to try it. They are very excited, recommending themselves loudly, for fear of being left out. Mr. Chin, choose me, choose me. Mr. Chin, I have had a dream since I was a child. Mr. Chin, I am thick-skinned, I can act in anything. Mr. Chin, I played a stone in a kindergarten stage play, and the teacher praised my superb acting skills. At this time, Chin Sun glanced at Xiaoning who was standing in the corner. Seeing Xia Ning nodded at him, he smiled. Yesterday, Xia Ning and I reviewed the first draft. Next, please invite our Xia Ning to demonstrate the performance content. In the conference room, warm applause rang out. Xia Ning had no expression on her face. She stepped on her high heels step by step, and walked up to the podium with full aura. Colleagues were amazed. She is good-looking and has a strong aura. Isn't this a natural female lead? Her steps are more aura than President Neo. If you don't know, you might think she is the female president. Xia Ning walked to the front, stood still, bowed slightly, straightened up and glanced at Qin Sun, and saw him nod. She didn't hesitate at all, and shouted directly, "My last name is Xia, Laundry Xia. I can blow up the world with my backhand. You are so righteous that you can make the world go crazy, and you can raise the flag and ride on the horse again. My last name is Xia. I am not afraid. I am the biggest in the world." After shouting, she bowed slightly again, with no expression on her face, and said softly, "Thank you." Qin Sun had a tense face, and tried not to laugh, but it was painful. The meeting room was quiet. The faces of his colleagues became extremely interesting, and they were all stunned. Doesn't Xia Ning have any dignity? How can she even shout out such things? Although she looks pretty, she can't stand such torture? Is President Qin so good at training his assistant? Can he turn a cool and arrogant lady into a middle school girl? Gradually, the colleagues were a little scared, and felt ashamed for their enthusiastically raising their hands to sign up. Chungwan swallowed her saliva, and was a little embarrassed. "President Qin, are we going to perform this? My last name is not Xia." She breathed a sigh of relief, and emphasized repeatedly, "My last name is Chung. My last name is Chung." Qin Sun glanced at Chungwan, smiled, and spoke without hesitation. "Sister Wan, you can shout like that. My last name is Chung. I've fallen for you, lost myself and lost my soul. My last name is Chung. I'm sad, willing to lock my heart for you. My last name is Chung. I've heard a little bit about it. Time has not changed my innocence." Qin Sun stood on the podium, shouting with a smile on his face. Everyone was amazed. Is Qin Sun thinking so fast? He said it as soon as he said it? Chungwan was so embarrassed that she covered her face with her hands, trying to find a crack in the ground to hide. "Boss Qin, no. This is too social. I am also a mother, and someone else's daughter. I still have my dignity." This statement was echoed by all. Colleagues echoed one after another. "Yes, yes. Boss Qin, please think twice. The company's promotional video, you must be careful. Boss Qin, I suddenly remembered that. I laughed when I played the role of a stone in kindergarten. I am not a very good actor. Boss Qin, I have diarrhea today. Boss Qin, I have my period." Qin Sun looked at his colleagues who were indignant, and he looked like he would pack up and leave if he forced them to say surname sure my. He smiled. "It seems that everyone is not satisfied with this plan. I am not a person who does not listen to other people's opinions. Then I will start the second plan." Hearing this, Xia Ning was startled, and suddenly turned to look at Qin Sun. Was he playing a trick on me? Thinking of how hard she practiced last night, and how she acted awkwardly in front of her colleagues just now, she gradually became a little angry. Xia Ning glanced at her colleagues who were relieved. Some people looked at her with a playful look. She felt a little belatedly shy. She couldn't help it any longer, turned her head and stared at Qin Sun, with a gentle smile on her face, and tried to speak gently. "Boss Qin, so? My efforts yesterday were in vain?" Qin Sun shook his head. "No. It was precisely because I didn't want to waste your efforts that I let you perform on stage, and you performed very well." Seeing Xia Ning's smile froze, in order to avoid returning to the office later, she closed the door of the office and beat herself up. He lied in a serious manner. "It was because I saw you working so hard yesterday that I thought. Even a small employee of the company, a young girl in the internship period, who has not yet been converted to a regular employee, has such a positive work attitude. How can I, the second in command of the company, live up to others' expectations?" He walked to Xia Ning, imitated the old leader, and patted Xia Ning's shoulder encouragingly. "So, I rewrote a short script for you overnight last night, and you play the leading female role." Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun's serious expression, and was a little skeptical. "Really?" Qin Sun nodded seriously, swearing, "If I lie to you, then Oak Company will close down, go bankrupt, and the boss will be arrested." Xia Ning. "Not only did he lie to me, he also cursed me." Xia Ning walked away expressionlessly, and stood in the corner again. Qin Sun took out his mobile phone, and sent the script he wrote in the internet cafe last night to the group. Colleagues opened the file, and it was not long, so they finished reading it quickly. The script used short words to describe scenes one after another. The beautiful new employee is full of confidence. Working overtime late at night. The hidden rules of the client. The family's denial of their son's dream. The love of a bootlicker. The insult of the client. The elation after success. Colleagues all breathed a sigh of relief. They started to discuss happily again. This is good, this is good. Hey! This is a proper script. It seems that my talent can be used again. This female lead, well, Xia Ning is indeed the only one who can play this role. She is very pretty. Suddenly, Lu Hong raised his hand and shouted loudly. Boss Qin, I think the old pervert in the film is perfect for me to play. Everyone laughed. Then I'll play the liquor. I'll play Party A. I really want to be Party A. I'll play the son pursuing his dream. Then I'll play the father. There are fewer and fewer roles. And the style of painting is getting abnormal. I'll play the passerby. I'll play the rain. I'll play the folder that was thrown away. Just when everyone was discussing with smiles on their faces, a discordant voice sounded. Mr. Qin, if it is an ordinary script, several common scenes are put together, and there are almost no lines. I think this pantomime-style company promotional video cannot make a splash in the industry. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Xia Ning in the corner. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun on the podium with a serious face. I think, instead of doing this, it's better to find a little star to endorse the company. She paused and said again, I even think this script is not as good as the last name. Sure, my shouting can at least catch people's attention. After she finished speaking, she looked at Qin Sun in silence. Qin Sun had embarrassed her by asking her to go on stage just now, and she was going to put Qin Sun on the spot. Her colleagues were so anxious that they wanted to stamp their feet. If they hadn't considered her cold personality and the fact that she was the assistant next to Qin Sun, they would have gone up to criticize her seriously. She shouted Shermai herself. And she had to let others shout it too, just because she had been caught in the rain. She wanted to tear up other people's umbrellas? And how could this girl dare to oppose the CEO in public by relying on CEO Qin's tolerance? There was no workplace etiquette at all. Xia Ning was silent and looked at Qin Sun with a firm look. Qin Sun looked at Xia Ning and suddenly laughed softly and said word by word, Who said? This is a pantomime? Xia Ning was shocked and looking at Qin Sun's expression. She actually had some expectations. Every time Qin Sun wanted to show off his skills, he would always show this expression. Calm, peaceful, with a smile on his face. But when he made a move, it was thunderous. Colleagues turned their heads and looked at Qin Sun in front of them. When the time comes, I will do the dubbing. Qin Sun cleared his throat and said in a firm, confident, and steady voice. You only smell my perfume, but you don't see my sweat. You have your rules. I have my choices. You deny my present. I decide my future. You laugh at me for having nothing. I pity you for always waiting. You can despise our youth. We will prove whose era this is. Dreams are destined to be lonely journeys. Doubts and ridicules are inevitable on the road. But so what? Even if you are covered in wounds, you have to live beautifully. Everyone was stunned. Chung Wan was surprised. Lu Hong was stunned. Many people were hit hard by this sentence, ignited the long-lost passion, and got goosebumps. I wish I could plow 3 acres of land on the spot. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun, his eyes flickered. Qin Sun adjusted the collar of his shirt. My name is Qin Sun. I speak for myself. Chapter 80 Mr. Qin, Oak cannot live without you, just like the West cannot lose Jerusalem. In the conference room, Qin Sun put down his hand that was adjusting his collar. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun quietly, and her heart had long lost the resentment of being fooled just now. The image of Qin Sun in her eyes became unfathomable again. He seemed to be always like this. He was still laughing in the last second, and in the next second, he could reach his hand directly into someone's chest and squeeze someone's heart hard. My name is Qin Sun. I speak for myself? She thought to herself. My name is Xia Ning. I speak for myself. Thinking of showing this promotional video to her father, Xia Ning wanted to cry for a moment. These words, aren't they what she wanted to say to her father? Everyone was silent. 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 I don't know how long it took. Chung Wan looked at Qin Sun in amazement, and clapped her hands vigorously, feeling very proud. Qin Sun, I hired him. I hired him. I spent 2,000 yuan to hire him at the beginning. Then, there was a warm applause in the conference room. Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Qin Sun. Ignoring his age, ignoring his position, they were just deeply shocked by his talent. Oak Company was established less than a month ago. Except for the head of the core department, who was poached by a headhunting company, the others were invisible people from other companies. They were not taken seriously. It can be said that, in the minds of most people in the company, Oak Company was just a makeshift team, and the fact that Mr. Niu was unreliable made them feel that the company would go bankrupt at any time. But since Qin Sun came to prominence, his creativity has been coming out like piglets, one after another, attracting more and more business. There are also bonuses. They gradually gained confidence. Qin Sun seemed to be able to use his own strength to lead his colleagues in crazy carry to quickly gain points and build a huge kingdom in the industry. Is this the feeling of hugging thighs? It feels great. Some people couldn't contain their excitement and shouted loudly. Boss Qin, you are the eternal god in my heart. Boss Qin, Oak can't live without you. Just like the West can't lose Jerusalem. Boss Qin, I want to have a baby with you. Lu Hong, pay attention to your gender. I don't care. I want to have a baby. Boss Qin, I have a sister, who is 20 years old this year. Boss Qin, my mother just got divorced. Am I lucky enough to be your son? Boss Qin, can I have your portrait tattooed on my chest? I want to pray to the gods. In the conference room, there was a burst of laughter. Xia Ning stood in the corner, with a faint smile on her face. Her eyes passed through the figures of her colleagues, and fell on Qin Sun's face. Suddenly, she came to her senses, quietly took out her mobile phone, and sent a series of messages to Cheng Wan. Looking up, she saw that Cheng Wan didn't notice, and she frantically flicked emoticons over. In the line in front of the meeting room, Cheng Wan suddenly felt her mobile phone vibrate, feeling a little strange, and subconsciously turned her head to look at Xia Ning in the corner, and saw Xia Ning winking. She quietly took out her mobile phone, looked at the message, and her face changed slightly. Cheng Wan put away her phone, and a smile appeared on her face. Mr. Qin, the advertising idea of your promotional video is really great. I must report to Mr. Niu and apply for more filming funds. After saying that, she didn't wait for Qin Sun to answer, and walked out quickly. 3 minutes later, she walked in, looking at the noisy meeting room full of laughter. She laughed and said loudly, "Good news! Good news! Good news!" she shouted, while walking in front of Qin Sun and reporting. Boss Niu was very satisfied with Boss Qin's advertising idea, and approved 500,000 yuan for the advertising shooting. The meeting room immediately fell silent. They were all in the marketing industry, and knew a little about the advertising industry. An advertisement first needs to be planned, including creative ideas, character creation, and story writing, which costs about 20,000 yuan. Qin Sun has already done all these things. After that, it's shooting, renting a venue, purchasing equipment, props, and paying the director, photographer, lighting technician, makeup artist, and other labor costs. This part will cost about 100,000 to 300,000 yuan. However, Mr. Niu approved 500,000 yuan as soon as he opened his mouth. Even if it is produced at the highest level, there will still be about 200,000 yuan left. Is he going to take the full 200,000 yuan for publicity? Or as a bonus? All colleagues were shocked. A few days ago, Qin Sun was still pulling Mr. Niu's hair and shouting, "Die for me." In a blink of an eye, 500,000 yuan was approved for Qin Sun's project in 3 minutes. Mr. Niu is too doting on Mr. Qin. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that although this advertisement is a company promotional video, the finishing touch is the last sentence. My name is Qin Sun. I speak for myself. The biggest beneficiary will definitely be the second in command of the company, Qin Sun. Colleagues looked at Qin Sun with envy, and many of them turned back quietly, looking at the aloof Xia Ning. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. I didn't expect that in a small company, the power of money and beauty would collide. In the end, was it the power of Mr. Niu's money, or Xia Ning's beauty, that could win Qin Sun's heart? Alas, this is a deformed love. Qin Sun looked at his colleague's envious and shocked eyes, but he felt a little unhappy. 500,000 yuan to shoot commercials? That means the company's profit is 500,000 yuan less, but 10% of it belongs to me. Xia Ning looked at Qin Sun in a daze, felt a little funny, thinking that he was overwhelmed by the huge surprise. Seeing that he was still in a daze, Xia Ning walked up to him, put his mouth close to Qin Sun's ear, and whispered, "Boss Qin, pay attention to your identity, we are in a meeting now. Don't be in a daze." Qin Sun came back to his senses, looked at his colleagues, lowered his head slightly, and whispered to Xia Ning, 50,000 of this 500,000 is mine, I can't bear to spend it. Xia Ning was startled, raised his head, looked at Qin Sun, suddenly showed a malicious smile, and said softly, "I am willing to spend it." "Qin Sun? You are willing to spend it? It's not your money, of course you are willing to spend it." Before he figured out what Xia Ning meant by this, he saw Xia Ning turn around, facing his colleagues below, and said calmly, "Boss Qin just said that. He is only responsible for the most core work of the company, and all other trivial matters will be handed over to me, the little assistant." "Qin Sun?" Colleagues applauded, giving Xia Ning a face, actually giving Qin Sun a face. "Okay. No problem. All is up to Mr. Qin." Xia Ning raised his head and chest, and his slender figure suddenly exuded a strong aura. "First, change the shooting team. The business department will terminate the cooperation with Mangrove Photo Studio, and contact the best advertising company in Haicheng, and hire the best shooting team from their company." The head of the business department said loudly. "Got it, Assistant Xia." Xia Ning nodded, expressionless, and continued. "Second, contact the major bloggers in Haicheng and prepare to promote the video you have shot. If the effect is good, apply for more investment and carry out national publicity. In addition to major bloggers, you can even put ads on other video websites." As the head of personnel and administration, Cheng Wan can only take on some miscellaneous tasks that are difficult to define and answer loudly. "Got it, President Xia." Xia Ning glanced at Cheng Wan indifferently. "Qin Sun?